Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. The weight of the world. Izuku Midoriya had always thought the world was full of amazing things, but they were always just out of his reach. Izuku was one of the unlucky few who were diagnosed as quirkless in a time when 80% of people had superpowers called quirks. He was at the tender age of 4, his legs swinging back and forth on the paper-covered examination table, crinkling with every fidget. His all-might action figure was clutched so tightly in his small fist that the hard plastic cape dug into his palm. He remembered the X-rays clipped to the lightbox, the undeniable proof of his defectiveness. The doctor tapped the film with a pen. He pointed to the extra joint in the pinky toe. A biological redundancy that had marked him as a reminder of a time when people were weaker, slower, and more fragile. He remembered how bored and clinical the doctor sounded when he told a child they would have a life of irrelevance. He spoke of evolution as if it were a cruel god and Izuku were a glitch in humanity's software, something to be patched out, ignored, and forgotten. There was no sympathy in the man's eyes, only the dull fatigue of a bureaucrat processing a filing error. He remembered the car ride home, the silence so thick it felt like a physical chokehold. The windshield wipers slashed back and forth, counting down the seconds of his new life. The rain drummed against the window, erratic and angry, matching the rhythm of his breaking heart. But mostly, he remembered the tears. Not his own, he had been too shocked to cry then, frozen in a state of hollow disbelief, but his mother's. He remembered sitting in front of the computer later that night, the blue glow of the monitor illuminating his dark room like a spotlight on a tragedy. On the screen, All Might laughed, fearless and strong, carrying people out of the fiery debris of a disaster zone, 100 lives safe in his massive arms. I am here. Izuku remembered turning to his mother, pointing at the screen with a trembling finger, his voice just a whisper, breaking under the weight of his desperate hope. Mom? Can I be a hero too? He didn't want an apology. He didn't want pity. He didn't want a hug. Yes. You can. It will be hard, but you can. That's all that he wanted her to say. But she didn't. She had collapsed to her knees, hugging him so tightly it hurt, her tears soaking his favorite All Might shirt. She had apologized, over and over. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. That was the first crack in the foundation. The realization that even the person who loved him most in the world didn't have faith in him. If his own mother, the woman who kissed his forehead and bandaged his scrapes, couldn't see a hero in him, who could? Her apology made him feel worthless. She wasn't crying because she thought the world was unfair, she was crying because she thought the doctor was right. From that day forward, his life became a relentless gauntlet of isolation and ridicule. In kindergarten, the other children flaunted their budding abilities, tiny flames flickering from fingertips, objects levitating at will, and bodies stretching like RBB. Izuku sat on the sidelines, his wide green eyes filled with awe and envy. Hey, Deku. You're useless without a quirk. You're worse than the rejects. You're nothing. Katsuki Bakugo, or Kaken, his childhood friend turned bully, would sneer and make small explosions in his hands as he ruled the playground. They used to be friends when they were young, and his quirk hadn't yet appeared. Back then, they played together on a leveled field. They had chased ball in the park, scraped their knees on the same asphalt, and dreamed of being the best hero duo the world had ever seen. The dynamic shifted the moment Kaken's hands began to pop with the sweet, sickly smell of nitroglycerine, while Izuku remained stubbornly ordinary. The order of things was made. Kaken was a star, a supernova prodigy whom teachers, parents, and friends praised. He got a big head because he lived in a culture that valued power above all else. And what about Izuku? Izuku was the rock in the way. Not a problem, since a problem is something complicated. He was just there. Not worth paying attention to. Beneath contempt. A background character in Kaken's origin story. The bullying wasn't just physical, though the burns on Izuku's shoulders and the bruises on his ribs were real enough. It was psychological. It was the way 𝐭𝐿 looked at him, not always with hatred, but often with genuine confusion and disgust, that 𝐒𝐿 even dared to exist in the same space as him, as if 𝐒𝐿's very presence was an insult to the concept of strength. Don't you get it? You don't have a quirk. You're barely even human in this society. You're a liability. A waste of space. 𝐭𝐿 had said earlier that day, smoke curling from his palms as he cornered 𝐒𝐿 against the chalkboard with his lackeys behind him, snickering. The words burned hotter than the explosions. Liability. Useless. Deku. The nickname Deku, a play on dekuwhatif, meaning useless, stuck like glue. It wasn't just a nickname anymore, it was his identity. It was the label the world had slapped onto his forehead, a constant reminder of his inadequacy. Teachers looked the other way, and society whispered that the quirkless were unfit for a world of heroes and villains. Yet, 𝐒𝐿's spirit refused to break entirely. He poured his heart into notebooks, scribbling detailed analyses of every hero he admired. All Might, the symbol of peace, was his idol, a beacon of hope with his unbreakable smile and overwhelming strength. 𝐒𝐿 would whisper to himself, clutching his latest volume of his hero analysis notebooks, "One day, I'll save people too. I'll be a hero, quirk or no quirk." That fragile dream was shattered when, after school, he was rescued from a villainous sludge monster by All Might himself. The world's greatest hero, the man whose smile had been the only thing keeping 𝐒𝐿's dream on life support for 10 agonizing years, had stood right before him. In desperation to ask him a question, 𝐒𝐿 accidentally clutched onto his idol's leg just as he decided to take off into the air, taking the boy with him for a flight. He had ignored the vertigo, ignored the fear of death as they soared through the air, to ask that one question. The question he needed someone to answer was different from his mother's, 𝐭𝐿's, or the doctor's. He required the pillar of justice of this superhuman society to tell him he belonged. Once they safely landed on the roof of a nondescript commercial building in 𝐒𝐿, the hero unintentionally revealed his real form, a gaunt, skeletal man, eyes sunken and shadowed like a skull, blood trickling from his mouth as an undisclosed injury ravaged his once mighty frame. Still, 𝐒𝐿 asked him, "Can a quirkless person become a hero like you?" All Might answered in a hollow rasp. "Young Midoriya, a quirkless person can't become a hero." The words hit him like a Detroit smash to the gut. Pros are constantly risking their lives. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. I appreciate your spirit. But it's too dangerous. Without a quirk, you can't become a hero. You just get yourself killed, or worse, drag others down with you. I'm sorry. He had tried to be kind. He had suggested police work, a noble profession, he said, but one where they were mocked for receiving villains captured by heroes. He had told 𝐒𝐿 to be realistic. Realistic. 𝐒𝐿's world blurred, his knees buckling as All Might descended a rickety fire escape, leaving him on the rooftop. Minutes that felt like hours slipped by as his mind was far away, stuck on that single moment replaying over and over, like a cruel movie jammed in an endless loop. For him, it was not just a rejection, it was a death sentence passed on the last dream he had left. The dream he'd clung to for 12 long years of bullying, ridicule, and loneliness. The words were heavy. Absolute. Spoken by the one person whose approval would have changed everything. 𝐒𝐿 let out a hollow, broken laugh that was snatched away by the wind. Reality was cruel. Reality was unfair. Reality was a genetic lottery in which he had pulled the only losing ticket in the box, while everyone else got superpowers. Reality was a boot stamping on a human face, forever. He said no, 𝐒𝐿 whispered, his voice cracking, barely audible over the distant hum of traffic. Even he said no. The notebook number 13, Hero Analysis for the Future, lay on the cold concrete near the stairwell door where All Might had dropped it. It was charred and wet, ruined by 𝐭𝐿's explosion earlier that day and the koi pond it had been thrown into. The cover was warped, the pages swollen with water, looking like the bloated corpse of his dreams. 𝐒𝐿 walked over to the notebook, his legs feeling heavy, as if filled with lead. He knelt and picked it up, his fingers tracing the scorched edges where the paper had turned to ash. Hero Analysis for the Future. What future? The wind whipped through his messy green hair, tugging and tearing at his old Dera middle school uniform like insistent fingers urging him forward. The city buzzed far below. Every breath he took, coming in shallow gasps as the weight of rejection pressed down, hurt. His shaking foot slipped once, he caught himself by instinct. Instinct. The same instinct that always told him to help others. This time, it told him to let go. He looked at his hand. It was trembling uncontrollably, a vibration that traveled up his arm and into his chest. Izuku's heartbeat felt hollow in his tightened chest, as if it had forgotten how to be steady. The knuckles gripping the rusted guardrail were white and trembling. It was old, rusted in places, the metal flaking off under his touch. It barely reached his chest and was cold against his thigh, biting into his skin through the fabric of his trousers. A wind gust tousled his hair, cold against his feverish skin. Just one more step. The thought came unbidden, like a whisper from the darkness at the back of his mind. A whisper that had grown louder every hour since that meeting. Every minute. Every second. He stepped closer to the ledge and looked down. Tears slid down his freckled cheeks, off his chin, and vanished as he stared down at the pavement many stories below. The cars were just toys from up here, streaming red and white lights. The people were ants, rushing to their homes, their jobs, their lives. The world felt distant, detached, as if he were watching it through a thick pane of glass. The noise of the city, the sirens, the chatter, the hum of daily life, faded into a dull roar, drowned out by the pounding of his own heart in his ears, blurring into a shadowy haze that stretched out like dark, welcoming arms. Each teardrop was a testament to shattered illusions. It wasn't high enough to seriously hurt a pro-hero. Maybe not even a student with a quirk. But him. It looked easy. Gravity was the one thing that didn't care if you had a quirk or not. It treated everyone the same. It didn't discriminate based on genetics or power levels. It was the only fair thing in the world. Izuku's breath hitched. He swallowed hard as Kaken's voice boomed in his mind. He had tried for so many years to convince himself that Kaken had been having a bad day. Or month. Or childhood. That he didn't mean any of it. After all, Kaken had been his first friend. His only friend. And still, the boy he had once admired had said the words that were now whispering again in Izuku's head. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. What's the point? He murmured, his voice breaking. All those years. The notebooks, the dreams. For nothing. He thought about his mother. She was a kind woman, a ball of anxiety and love who fretted over his grades and cooked his favorite katsudon when he was sad. She had gained weight over the years, guilt eating at her just as much as it ate at him. I'm sorry that I'm not the son you wanted, Mom. If he did this, if he ended it, it would destroy her. Would it really destroy her? Or would she be relieved? Relieved that she didn't have to look at him with those sad, apologetic eyes anymore. Relieved that she didn't have to worry about her fragile, glass-boned son trying to play rough with gods and monsters. Relieved that she didn't have to whisper about him to the neighbors, explaining away his lack of power like a shameful family secret. She was constantly apologizing to him, crying for him. Her life was a vigil for a living ghost. Maybe if he were gone, she could finally smile. She could stop saying sorry and start living. And Kaken would be happy. He'd finally be free of the pebble in his path. The extra would be deleted from the scene. No more Deku looking down on him. No more annoying bug buzzing in his ear. But Izuku didn't need to worry, they'd move on eventually. Everyone did. Everyone had to. The world was built that way. No one would miss a quirkless nobody for long. Society had no place for the quirkless, jobs were scarce, respect non-existent. He was a burden, a failure. The edge of the rooftop beckoned, the drop below a yawning abyss promising release. It's not so bad, just one step. And then the pain stops. The disappointment stops. The I'm sorry stop. You can finally rest, Izuku. Here he was, standing on the narrow concrete ledge on the wrong side of the railing. His heels hung over the empty air. The wind buffeted his back, pushing him, pressing against him like a hand, almost encouraging him to let go. To fly, just for a second. He closed his eyes. He could see the sludge villain from earlier that day. The suffocation. The feeling of slimy, foul-smelling fluid filling his lungs. The paralysis. The sheer terror of dying without leaving a mark. He hadn't been able to do anything. He hadn't saved anyone. He had just been a victim. Again. A damsel in distress who was waiting for a hero, who looked at him with pity. Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath, filling his lungs with the smoggy city air one last time. He released his grip on the railing behind him. He let his arms fall to his sides, surrendering. Despair coiled tighter as he exhaled shakily. Just one more step. One more step, and it would all be over. No more disappointment. No more pain. No more pitying looks. No more being told he wasn't enough. No more lying to Mom about the bruises. No more Kaken's words cutting deeper every year. No more future he could never reach. He closed his eyes as his foot slid forward. Hey! 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 A voice like chimes broke through, melodic, curious, and startlingly close. What are you doing that close to the edge? That seems dangerous, you know. Izuku flinched as if he had been shocked, and his breath caught in his throat. He turned his head, not enough to fully face the speaker, but just enough to see a girl floating in the air with bright, golden waves of energy curling around her blue skin-tight bodysuit and feet that looked like a whirlwind of living light. The energy pulsed, lighting up the roof in a warm, ethereal glow that produced a strange, oscillating hum. It sounded like a charged battery, like pure energy singing a high-pitched, resonant song. VVVVVVVMMM. She looked like a hero, but not one Izuku had seen before. Honestly, she looked like she belonged inside a book of myths. Her long, wavy hair floated around her like wings made of periwinkle blue silk that defied the wind. What really caught his attention were her wide eyes. Even though the girl was roughly 10 feet away, Izuku could see how curious, expressive, and impossibly bright they were, and also staring at him with something he didn't recognize at first. Fear. She was scared for him. She landed on the roof with a soft thump, waves of energy dispersing gently. Then she took a single step forward. People don't stand on edges like that. People who do that her voice broke. Just don't move. She raised her hands slowly, palms open, showing she meant no harm. Please. I want to talk to you. Izuku swallowed as the girl's eyes, wide and innocent, locked onto his, red-rimmed from tears, with an intensity that pinned him in place. I didn't think anyone was here, he choked as the world tilted. 𝐻L, why are you here? I was patrolling, she replied softly, still inching closer, slowly, like approaching the ledge might spook him. But you look like you could use a friend right now. Mind if I join you? The view up here is pretty amazing, here. Who are you? He stammered, his voice barely audible over the wind. One foot shifted back from the ledge, but he didn't move away entirely. Despair still held him captive. I'm 𝐒𝐲-chan, hero in training. What's your name? No pressure, just. Izuku's gaze darted between her and the drop below, his mind a whirlwind. A hero. Here. Why now? But something in her voice, genuine, without pity, pierced the fog. Izuku hesitated, then took a small step back, though his body remained tense, ready to bolt or worse. I am Izuku. Midoriya, he whispered, unsure why he bothered to answer her. Well, Izuku, I don't know what's going on, but it looks like you're thinking something scary over there. Could you step back from the edge? Just a little. Or we can chat from here, whatever makes you comfortable. She wasn't shouting. She wasn't giving commands. She sounded warm. Nervous. Human. You shouldn't be here. Just leave me alone. Izuku's fingers tightened on the railing. I'm fine. You're standing on the ledge of a really tall building, she said with a small, shaky smile as she shook her head, her long blue hair swaying. That's not the usual spot for someone fine. Do you want to talk about it instead of looking down? She gestured to the space beside her invitingly, keeping her movements slow and predictable. Heroes don't walk away from someone who needs them. And right now. You look like you could use a listening ear. What's going on, Izuku? Why are you up here all by yourself? He closed his eyes. Just one more step. Please. I don't want to watch you fall. Something about the way she said that, like the thought physically hurt her, made a crack in the wall around his heart. The last of Izuku's resistance broke. Her voice, warm, earnest, felt like the first sunlight after a lifetime of rain. Izuku's legs buckled slightly, but he stepped back. Just one step back. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺han hurried forward, wrapped her arms around his middle, and yanked him back hard. Izuku stumbled backward, falling onto the rooftop floor with a gasp as she landed partly on top of him. He could feel her trembling around him. The hug was immediate, instinctive, warm, so warm, she refused to let go. Izuku's lips parted, but no sound came out. He didn't know what to do. He had never been hugged like this by anyone except his mother. "You're okay," she whispered. "You're okay." Izuku's hands hovered awkwardly before slowly clutching her, and the dam inside him broke. Something hot and humiliating built in his throat. Shame. Fear. Relief. So many things he couldn't categorize. He sobbed against her shoulder. It tore through him raw and ugly. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "I'm so stupid. I didn't mean for anyone to see." 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺han didn't move away. She loosened her grip enough to kneel beside him, shifting so she could look at him with her appealing blue eyes. "Do you want to die?" she asked quietly. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, but tears came out anyway. "I don't want to die, I just don't want to be a burden." A burden? Her breath caught sharply. To whom? Everyone. The words came out quickly now, tumbling out. To Mom. To my teachers. To all of you who have to act like you don't feel sorry for me. To everyone who has to watch me fail and keep trying, even though it doesn't matter. To all the heroes in the world. He choked. To my childhood friend who said it would be better if I were dead. The last words slipped out without permission, and 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺han's eyes widened, not in pity but in anger. "Who said that to you?" Izuku shook his head violently. "It doesn't matter, it matters." 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺han insisted. "Because no one gets to say that to you. No one gets to decide your worth." Izuku laughed weakly, hopelessly. "I'm quirkless. Always have been. Everyone says I'm worthless, that I can't do anything. Even All Might. He told me today. A quirkless person can't be a hero. Can't save anyone. I've tried so hard. Notebooks full of analyses, dreaming every night. But it's all useless. I'm useless. What's the point of living in a world where I'm nothing?" 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺han didn't hesitate as she leaned forward and hugged him. Not a startled, awkward hug, but a full-bodied, warm, human contact kind of hug, like she was trying to hold all the pieces of him together by herself. "You're worth something," she murmured into his shoulder. "You're worth a lot." Izuku finally broke down completely. Tears poured freely, sobs racking his frame, and he clung to her like a lifeline in stormy water, sobbing into her hero suit sleeve and trembling with every breath he tried to take. "It's okay," she whispered. "Let it out. You're safe." He didn't know how long they stayed like that. But eventually, when the storm inside him quieted enough for him to speak, he pulled back. "I'm sorry," he whispered again. "No being sorry." 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐺han shook her head. "Not for this." She held him tighter as he cried. She didn't ask him to stop crying. She didn't tell him to calm down. She just stayed, solid, steady, a warm presence in a cold world. She stayed through the tears, through the trembling, through the words he could barely form. She listened. When his sobs finally tapered into shaky breaths, she guided him toward the stairwell door. "Come on, let's get you down from here, yeah. I'm taking you to Ryukyu's agency." Izuku blinked, the word registering sluggishly in his exhausted brain. "What?" "Ryukyu, the dragoon hero. I'm her sidekick on top of being a student at UE. I'm a second year, soon to be third year, but I have a license to do patrols on my own. She's cool, she'll..." Izuku stiffened, digging his heels into the concrete. His eyes darted around, panic flaring up again. A pro-hero agency. Him. No, I can't, he stammered, pulling his arm back slightly. I'm nobody. I can't just walk into a pro-heroes agency looking like this. I'm a mess. And my mom. She'll be worried. I have to go home. If she finds out about this. He trailed off, the shame burning his cheeks. How could he explain that going to a hero agency felt like walking into a temple he had been excommunicated from? He was the quirkless kid who had just tried to jump. He didn't belong in Ryukyu's world. He would be a nuisance there, too. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 looked at him, really looked at him, seeing the fresh wave of anxiety washing away his brief relief. She didn't pull him. Instead, she stepped closer, invading his personal space with that same gentle warmth. We'll call your mom, she promised firmly. But I can't let you go home alone right now, Izuku. Not tonight. Her expression softened, the curiosity in her eyes replaced by a fierce protectiveness. Because you need somewhere warm. Somewhere safe. And because if I don't, I'm terrified you'll leave here, and I'll never see you again. Izuku stared at her. There was no judgment in her voice. No disgust. Only fear, and determination, and something else. Something warm. Trust. She stood and extended her hand. Izuku. Come with me. Please. We'll figure this out together, okay? I'm here for you. His breath trembled. He looked at 𝐒𝐻𝐈 hand, not a fist ready to hit him, not a finger pointing out his flaws, an open palm. Izuku didn't trust his voice, so he nodded. Then, slowly, he took her hand. She smiled softly, relieved as she helped him stand and led him downstairs, never loosening her grip on his hand. Gradually, the tension in Izuku's shoulders eased. The wind still howled, but it no longer felt like a beckoning force. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's warmth and her eccentric yet profound empathy chipped away at the despair. Izuku wasn't healed, far from it. But he was alive because someone cared enough to notice him. Someone bright. Someone kind. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku felt like maybe, just maybe, his story wasn't over yet. The rooftop, once a precipice of ending, became the start of something new, a lifeline extended by a blue-haired angel. Izuku's hand was small, cold, and shaking in 𝐒𝐻𝐈's, like a bird that had been flying for too long. She didn't squeeze him hard enough to scare him, but hard enough to let him know she wasn't letting go. Not now. Maybe not ever. And though she did not show it for Izuku's sake, that moment on the roof was honestly the scariest moment of the teenage girl's life. After school and making sure she got a chance to say bye to you, Mirio, and Tamaki, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 quickly made her way to Ryukyu's agency to start her evening patrols. It was a appealing evening, she might add. Once she finished clocking in and changing into her hero costume, she took to the streets. Wave motion propelled her effortlessly, her quirk converting vitality into powerful shockwaves, soaring through the air on spirals of vibrant energy. The sky was 𝐒𝐻𝐈's ocean, vast and deep and endlessly inviting. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 swam through the air while the rest of the world was stuck on the ground, trying to get around the rigid grid of streets, stoplights, and crosswalks. It was the purest form of freedom. It was silent up here, the noise of the city, the honking horns, the shouting vendors, the rumble of trains, was just a low-frequency hum that vibrated harmlessly as she spiraled over the rooftops and alleys, scanning for any sign of trouble. She embraced her heroic work with boundless enthusiasm. She hummed a tune she made up as she went along, keeping time with the pulsing beat of her wave motion. Golden spirals of energy twirled around her wrists and ankles, acting like thrusters to keep her floating against the pull of the earth. She felt like a jellyfish floating in a deep blue sea, not stinging anything, just gracefully being. The wind felt like a lover's caress, a reminder that she was alive and untethered. She would pass by some people, students on their way home from school and adults going to or from work. They would spot her long blue hair flowing like a banner behind her and instantly recognize 𝐒𝐻𝐈, the bubbly sidekick to the dragoon hero. She also got the occasional pervert who gawked at her bodysuit longer than she would have liked, but she ignored them. Still, the patrol had been slow today. Frustratingly so. Ryukyu had told her to do a final sweep of the commercial district before heading back to the agency. Keep your eyes open, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 villains love the shadows. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? 𝐒𝐻𝐈 pirouetted in midair, her hair fanning out like a halo caught in the slipstream. She loved Ryukyu, she was strong, intelligent, and she turned into a dragon, which was objectively the coolest thing ever, but sometimes 𝐒𝐻𝐈 felt like the agency treated her a bit too much like a fragile fairy. Be careful. Watch your output. Don't exhaust yourself. They worried about her stamina, about the way her quirk drew directly from her own life force. They treated her abundant energy like a finite resource to be hoarded rather than a gift to be shared. She knew they meant well. Use too much, and she'd crash hard, sleeping for days. But she wanted to do more than conserve energy. She wanted to burn bright. She wanted to be a hero who made people smile just by showing up, as All Might did. She wanted to be the reason someone looked up at the sky and felt hope instead of fear. She banked left, drifting over a cluster of grey office buildings, giving the alleyways and rooftops one last check out of habit rather than expectation. That's when she saw him, and her stomach plummeted. He was a smudge of darkness against the sky, a small, lonely figure standing on the wrong side of a rusted safety railing. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's humming cut off instantly. The melody died in her throat. The air in her lungs turned to ice. They taught her the protocols for if or when she saw jumpers in UE training simulations. Assess the situation. Call for backup. Do not engage aggressively. Maintain distance until a negotiator arrives. But the simulations were just actors with scripted scenarios and safe outcomes. This was real. This was a boy, probably no older than her, maybe younger, judging by the curve of his shoulders, standing high atop a building on a ledge scarcely wider than his foot, his posture screaming despair. No. He was leaning forward, his body a rigid line of tension, defying the wind that tried to push him back. Oh no, no, no. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 didn't think. She didn't radio Ryukyu. She didn't calculate the wind shear or check her stamina reserves. She just moved. Her heart pounded so fast that it threatened to explode out of her chest. Without hesitation, she adjusted her trajectory, subtly channeling her quirk to ascend quietly, careful not to startle him. Touching down on the rooftop a safe distance away, she prepared to intervene. Seeing the green-haired, freckled boy trembling as he stood perilously close to the edge, his back to her, shoulders hunched in defeat. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's mind raced. She trained for villains, rescues, and disasters, but this was raw, human fragility. One wrong word, one sudden move, and he might tip over into the abyss. If that happened, I don't think I'd ever be able to sleep at night again. I may have given up being a hero altogether. But by some miracle, the wind that howled around them, carrying the distant hum of city life below, oblivious to the tragedy unfolding high above, quieted as 𝐒𝐻𝐈 took a steadying breath, forcing her usual bubbly energy into something softer, more anchoring, a part of her she rarely showed anyone. Even her closest friends. She knew what it was like to be overwhelmed. Too many expectations. Too much pressure. Too many people who only cared about her quirk and not about her. When she was younger, adults praised her power but complained about her curiosity. You talk too much. You ask too many questions. You're exhausting. She learned to hide the parts of herself that weren't light enough. But she was able to push it all to the back of her mind and focus on making a connection. No heroics here, no flashy saves or powerful blasts. Just a connection. And I thank God that it worked. They slowly walked down the stairwell, their footsteps echoing softly. Izuku kept rubbing at his eyes, wiping away the last of the tears that kept threatening to fall again. But every time he stifled a shaky breath, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 would give his hand a light squeeze, and the shaky breath turned into something steadier. I'm here, it's okay. She and Izuku reached the first floor, passing flickering hallway lights, until they stepped out into an alley. My agency's not far. They've got this cozy lounge with the best hot chocolate. Trust me, it'll help, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said softly. Her blue hair caught the light from the street lamp like a wave. Izuku nodded without thinking, too tired to say anything. They walked in silence for a few blocks. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 would look at him with those big, curious eyes that looked like they were trying to see right through him. Eventually, exhaustion, both physical and mental, caught up with him as he fell asleep while walking, but 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 caught him before he hit the sidewalk. She didn't protest, carrying him the rest of the way. Hey! Hey! Izuku! Izuku slowly stirred, waking to realize they had arrived at the Ryukyu agency, a sleek building with dark glass windows and dragon motifs etched into its glass doors. The feature that stood out the most was a billboard with Ryukyu advertising her clothing line, Draga. Izuku didn't remember dozing off. It felt like only a couple of minutes, not the whole way there. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 held him close. So close that he noticed the scent of her shampoo, lemongrass and something floral, maybe jasmine. It was comforting. He could feel her hair softly brushing against his cheek, the faint warmth of her breath. She must have had to carry him the entire time. I'm sorry, Izuku stammered, his voice still raspy, sounding like dry leaves scraping together. Stop apologizing, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 whispered, pulling back only enough to study Izuku's face and brushing his hair from his forehead. Are you feeling dizzy? He nodded weakly. Everything seems so far away. And loud. And quiet. I don't know. That's fine. She put her forehead softly against his. It's okay to feel strange. But you can do this. One step at a time. Okay. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 was the first to walk into the agency, and Izuku followed her half a step behind, shoulders hunched and holding his notebook to his chest like a shield. His notebook, which was old and worn out, with dog-eared pages and smudged graphite, shook in his hand. He didn't know how tightly he was holding it until his knuckles hurt. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 led him further inside to the brightly lit lobby and to the reception desk, which was run by a woman with light blue skin and shoulder-length dark blue hair, wearing an outfit that could be described, in the simplest terms, as a Seki rescue diver's suit. Her name was displayed on the plaque on the left-hand side of the desk, Mizudaiba Iwata. Heido? She asked, noticing 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 right away. You're back early, and? Her gaze turned to Izuku, then back to 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼. Heido, who is? I know I'm on the clock, Aquawoman, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 apologized. But we need access to the lounge and the cafe. Please. The blue-skinned woman looked back at Izuku, her expression softening into sympathy, then sighed. Go ahead, but I'll have to let Ryukyu know you're here and with a guest. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 nodded. Thank you. Iwata waved them through as 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 led Izuku further into the building. The lounge was exactly as 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 described, warm and safe. The interior was spacious and predominated in red. The design style and decoration were distinctly Chinese, featuring columns adorned with golden Chinese dragons, statues of guardian lions, and other decorative elements. There were office tables for paperwork, several shelves between some of the columns, and a plasma TV mounted on the wall. The cafe area, on the other hand, felt more like a very fancy living room with soft couches, low tables, and a self-serve station with drinks and snacks. The aroma of coffee beans roasting filled the room, and the flickering vanilla-scented candles on the side tables somehow helped slow the frantic, rabbit-kick rhythm of Izuku's heart. This room was clearly meant for clients waiting out paperwork or recovering from minor incidents. Tonight, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 made it his sanctuary. Not in a million years would Izuku have guessed that the headquarters of a top 10 hero would be so cozy. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 sat him on a plush, velvet sofa that was definitely too expensive for anyone like him to afford as she busied herself making 2 mugs of cocoa. She returned a while later, having changed out of her costume into a loose, oversized pastel hoodie that swallowed her frame. It made her look smaller, less like a powerhouse hero and more like a typical teenager. She was carrying a tray with 2 ceramic mugs, steam curling from them, and a plate of sugar cookies, and she placed it on the low mahogany table in front of him. One mug was plain, the other was piled high with marshmallows that bobbed like little clouds. Careful, it's hot. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 chirped as she handed Izuku the cocoa with marshmallows. I gave you the extra fluffy ones. It was too much for Izuku's liking, but he didn't want to appear rude. The ceramic was thick and warm, radiating heat into his palms. It's the special agency blend. Double chocolate with a pinch of chili powder. Guaranteed to fight off the Dementors. Izuku blinked, the pop culture reference didn't register. Dementors. You know, the soul-sking things from those wizard books. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 sat beside him, legs swinging as she stayed close, too close, some might say, but Izuku didn't want her to move even a millimeter away. Sadness is kind of like that. It makes everything cold and gray. So, hot chocolate. It's scientifically proven to help. I think. Or maybe I like hot chocolate. But not as much as jasmine tea. Wait, is tea more your thing? I should have asked. Izuku took a sip. The sweetness hit his tongue first, followed by the rich, dark bitterness of the cocoa and a sudden, surprising kick of heat from the chili powder. It bloomed in his chest, thawing the ice that had settled there since All Might's rejection. Thank you, Nejiya, he whispered. Just Nejiya, she corrected with a bright smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. You can call me just Nejiya. Or Heido, if you want to be formal, but Nejiya is fine. Wait. Izuku tilted his head. Your hero name is also your real name. She giggled lightly. It's actually a funny story. And you don't have to thank me. I just did what anyone would do. Anyway, drink up. And if you want to talk more, I'm here. No rush. Izuku looked down at the dark liquid, watching his own reflection ripple. No. Most people would have walked past or recorded it on their phones. Or told me to go ahead and jump. So, that notebook you were holding onto really tight. Nejiya began as she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, her blue eyes locking onto Hero Analysis for the future number 13, lying on the table. It was still wet, smelling faintly of pond water and burnt paper. Is it a diary? Izuku stiffened, his shoulders hiking up to his ears. There I go, being nosy. Just who I am. Sorry. Izuku knew she didn't mean anything by it, she was trying to lift his mood. Still, his instinct to hide kicked in. It's nothing. Just garbage. Literally. It didn't look like garbage, Nejiya pressed gently, her voice losing its teasing edge. It looked like something important. Something you worked HRD on. Can I see? Izuku hesitated. The ghost of Kaken's explosion still lingered on the cover. Every time he showed someone his notebooks, the reaction was the same. Creep. Stalker. Nerd. Otaku. Disgusting. But Nejiya had saved his life. She had held him while he cried, probably getting snot all over her costume, probably explaining the change of clothes, and had brought him into her sanctuary and given him hot cocoa. Denying her seemed ungrateful, almost cruel. With trembling fingers, he reached for the soggy, charred remains of the notebook, the title barely legible beneath the black scorch marks left by the explosion that had warped the cardboard. Nejiya picked it up carefully, treating the ruined pages with a reverence that made Izuku's chest ache. She didn't grimace at the smell or the dampness. She flipped it open to a random page, the wet paper tearing slightly. Oops. Sorry. Then she gasped. Whoa. Izuku flinched, curling in on himself, waiting for the mockery. You drew this? She pointed to a sketch of Mount Lady in mid-kick. The perspective is amazing. You really captured the motion. And, wait, what's all this writing? As she read, her eyebrows climbed higher and higher toward her hairline. Gigantification involves the square cube law. Mass increases faster than surface area. Her joints take immense strain, specifically the patellar tendons. If she focuses her growth on increasing her density shifting while maintaining a smaller size, she could increase her impact force by 300% without the collateral damage risk of full gigantification in urban environments. She needs a high caloric intake immediately post-battle to prevent muscle atrophy. Current fighting style is too reliant on intimidation. Against a piercing-type quirk, her size makes her a target, not a tank. Density shifting. Nejiya read aloud, stumbling slightly over the technical jargon. I thought her quirk was just gigantification. I didn't know she could do that. She can, Izuku said, and the words came out before he could stop them. His analytical mind took over his nerves. This morning, I saw her fight the purse snatcher for the first time. Not only did she get big when she attacked the bad guy, but she also got heavy. The streets broke under her heel before she even got to her full 20 meters. It implies mass manipulation, not just size expansion. Most people think she's just a giant. If she learned to control her density independently of her volume, she could be a powerhouse in tight corridors where she usually can't fit. She wouldn't be a liability in downtown areas anymore. He slapped a hand over his mouth, his face burning hot enough to steam the glasses he wasn't wearing. Sorry. I'm muttering. It's creepy. I know. I talk too much. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stared at him, her mouth slightly open. Then, a slow, wide grin spread across her face, bright enough to light up the room. Creepy. She laughed, a bright, chiming sound that chased the shadows into the corners. Izuku, that's not creepy. That's genius. You just solved her biggest problem with math. Oh, and I can totally relate to that whole high caloric intake thing. Izuku blinked, looking at her with some concern. What do you mean? See, my quirk drains so much energy, it's like running a marathon multiple times in a row, non-stop. I need like 5,000 calories per meal to keep up. If I don't, I'll be all wobbly and poof, no more spirals. She demonstrated by wiggling her fingers in a mock-exhausted wave. Izuku nodded slowly. You're saying your quirk converts your vitality into kinetic energy blasts. So, high caloric intake compensates for the metabolic drain. That makes sense, kind of like how Fat Gum stores fat for his quirk, but in reverse. Yeah. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 beamed. And on the upside, I can eat whatever I want and not gain any weight. And if I do, 𝐸 says it goes in all the right places. Whatever that means. She tilted her head innocently. Oh, 𝐸's my friend from 𝐸, by the way. Izuku felt his brain short-circuit and his face heat up. He knew exactly what her friend meant. He wasn't purposefully trying to think about it. But the way her figure filled out her costume. Why yeah. I mean, that's great. For hero work. Mobility and all that. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 blinked at him, her big eyes widening in curiosity. Izuku. Why's your face all tomato-y? Oh, the chili powder must have kicked in, right? I knew I added too much. I'm so sorry. It's okay, really, Izuku reassured her. Honestly, this was the best cup of hot cocoa I've ever had. But... He looked at her. Why are you doing this for me? Why are you being so nice to me? You don't even know me. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 dropped the cheerful facade. People tell me that I'm an airhead a lot, she said, her voice lower, more grounded, losing its sing-song quality. They say, oh, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 is so cute, or 𝐒𝐻𝐈 has such a flashy quirk. They think that because I smile and ask questions, I don't understand things. They think I'm just a pretty face. A mascot. She looked back at him. It hurts, you know. To be seen as just one thing. To be reduced to a label. The cute one. The airhead. It makes you feel small. It makes you feel like no matter how hard you scream, no one hears you. They hear what they expect to hear. Izuku stared at her, confused. But you're amazing. You have a quirk. You can fly and fight villains. Izuku stopped himself before he could call her an angel. Which she is. But it felt excessively sappy. I can't do any of that. How could anyone think you're not amazing? 𝐒𝐻𝐈 smiled, but it was a sad, small thing that didn't reach her eyes. I'm not special. I'm just a girl who also gets tired, and not because wave motion drains my stamina like crazy. I have days when I can't get out of bed. I have days when I feel like I'm not strong enough. But do you know why I want to be a hero? Izuku slowly shook his head, mesmerized by her honesty. Because heroes don't just fight villains, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said, leaning forward, which made him flinch, but he didn't pull away. Villains are easy. You punch them, and they fall. Simple. But sadness. Despair. That feeling like you're drowning even when you're standing on a roof. That's the real enemy. That's the hardest villain to beat. Izuku was at a loss for words. You're really kind. He knew he was stating the obvious, but it was worth saying. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 shifted closer. Hey, Izuku. You're shaking again. Do you need more cocoa? Or water? Or a blanket? Ooh, Ryukyu keeps warm ones for stakeouts, you'd like. Speaking of, a calm, authoritative voice cut through the air like a blade. Izuku froze and looked behind him to see the dragoon hero herself, Ryukyu. Japan's 9th-ranked pro hero approached the teenagers quietly, her footsteps muffled on the carpeted floor, her presence commanding attention. Granted, Izuku had seen her on TV, in magazines, and on billboards like the one outside, but meeting her in person was completely different. She was a tall woman with chin-length blonde hair and calm, gold, slit-pupiled eyes, wearing a dark red, traditional qippao that accentuated her regal posture, radiating strength that somehow made her look even more imposing than her dragon form. "Nejaya," she said, her voice calm but edged with concern. "Aquawoman informed me that you brought a civilian, a student, here without informing me first. And you didn't check in during patrol. I was worried." Nejaya jumped up, undeterred, and bowed her head apologetically. "Sorry, Ryukyu." The pro hero scanned the room with the precision of a predator until she noticed the cocoa, the cookies, the notebook, and finally, Izuku himself. He expected her to demand to know why a civilian teenager was here at her agency, drinking her cocoa, before telling him to get out. But she didn't. Her gaze softened instantly when she saw him. She just looked at his red-rimmed eyes, his disheveled uniform, the way he was curling in on himself, trying to take up as little space as possible, and she understood enough. "What happened?" Ryukyu asked. "Well, this is Izuku. He had an awful day. Like, the worst day. I don't want to bother," Izuku said, staring at his shoes, feeling ashamed that his actions may get Nejaya in trouble. "I should go. Get home to Mom before." Izuku suddenly blinked, startled as he checked his pockets, then pulled out his phone. His stomach twisted as he looked at the screen. 7:42 p.m. 2 missed calls from Mom. 1 voice message from Mom. OCRP. His voice rose, panicked. I was supposed to be home by now. Am I Mom? She's going to be so scared. She's probably freaking out. I didn't come home. I didn't even text." Nejaya placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Hey, it's okay. We'll let her know. Ryukyu's got it. Right, Ryukyu?" "Neja, I need to have a word with you, in my office," Ryukyu said, voice softening like a dragon's rumble tamed, before returning her attention to Izuku. "Young man, you're safe here. Finish your cocoa." "Is Nejaya in trouble?" he asked. "No, but I do need to speak with her in private. But first, your mother." Ryukyu had already pulled out her phone. "May I have her number?" Izuku nodded aggressively and provided it to her as calmly as he could. Ryukyu made the call. 1 anxious half-hour later. "Izuku!" Mom cried, bursting through the agency's doors like a whirlwind of maternal frenzy, hurrying past the reception desk, into the cafe, and to her son. She nearly collided with him on the sofa, crushing him in a hug as tears ran down her cheeks. Mom!" Izuku gasped. She loosened her hold but refused to let go entirely, sobbing hysterically. "Izuku, I was so worried. You didn't come home and—" Her voice cracked, her hands clutched at his uniform, checking for broken bones, checking for life. You're always home by 5:30. Why? Why didn't you come home? Why didn't you call? I called the school. I called the police. When Ms. Ryukyu called about you, Oh my God, Izuku. I was afraid something terrible had happened. I thought. Izuku looked down, feeling shame flooding through him. Her eyes were red and swollen, her hair a disheveled mess, her cardigan buttoned wrong. She looked smaller than he remembered, frailer. "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," Izuku cried, clinging to her, rocking her back and forth. "But I'm okay. I'm here." Ryukyu and Nejaya re-entered the cafe quietly, waiting for the initial wave of emotion to pass before approaching the mother and son. Nejaya wiped her eyes discreetly, pretending she wasn't crying too. Not that Izuku could blame her. When the sobs subsided to sniffles, Ryukyu stepped forward. "Mrs. Midoriya." But before she could speak, Mom turned around and took hold of the dragoon hero's hands, bowing her head. "Thank you," she said, voice still trembling. "Thank you for finding my son." Ryukyu shook her head. It was 𝐒𝐠 who found him. Her timing made all the difference. 𝐒𝐠 blushed, rubbing the back of her neck. I'm just happy he's okay, Mrs. Midoriya. Then her bright face shifted to a worried look. But we need to tell you something. Izuku's blood ran cold. How do you explain something to someone who loves you so completely? How do you admit something that feels like a scar carved into the soul? But 𝐒𝐠's right, she deserves to know the truth. Ryukyu gestured for Mom to sit with Izuku and nodded for 𝐒𝐠 to continue. What followed was the most challenging conversation of Izuku's life. They didn't say suicide attempt explicitly, the word was too heavy, too sharp for the fragile woman trembling on the sofa, but they didn't have to. The context was screaming as 𝐒𝐠 helped explain, in simple, careful words, what she saw on that rooftop, what Izuku had been about to do, how she pulled him back, how he broke down afterward. Mom went pale, the color draining from her face until she looked like a ghost. She looked at Izuku, really looked at him, and saw the hollowness in his eyes that she had been trying to ignore for years. She saw the cracks she had helped create. Izuku, baby, is that true? Her voice wavered, full of fear she had never imagined she'd feel toward her own son. Did you really think about? He couldn't look at her. Yes. Inko pressed a hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Her tears dripped onto his shoulder. I didn't know you were hurting like this. I should have noticed. I should have. Izuku shook his head frantically. Mom, no. Mom, please. It's not your fault. But Mom was crying too much, guilt crashing over her like a wave she couldn't stand against. You didn't. It's not you. It's everything. It's the world. It's me. Ryukyu placed a comforting hand on his back. Midoriya, she said gently. Would you like to tell us what led you to that rooftop? Izuku swallowed, throat tight. I wanted to be a hero, he whispered. My whole life. But I was born quirkless. And today, someone I believed in told me that meant I never could be one. Ryukyu and Mom exchanged a look, one part disbelief, one part fury. Who? Ryukyu asked quietly. Izuku hesitated, but the truth tumbled out. All Might. Mom's breath hitched. Ryukyu's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, just enough that Izuku knew she was furious, though not at him. After a long silence, Izuku spoke the words he had been avoiding. I didn't want to exist anymore. If I'm not here, Izuku murmured, standing up on shaky legs. I can't burden anyone anymore. I can't disappoint anyone anymore. And I thought, if even All Might said I couldn't be a hero, then maybe you'd agree. Mom shook her head furiously. No, Izuku, I would never want you to. I would rather have you alive and quirkless than lose you to something like this. You hear me? Izuku hugged her tighter. Mrs. Midoriya, Ryukyu spoke softly, her expression serious. I need to ask you something. And it may be painful, but it's important. Mom wiped her eyes, nodding shakily. Oh, of course. Anything. Has Izuku ever shown signs of hurting himself before today? Ryukyu asked, voice respectful but direct. Even indirectly. The room went still. Izuku's breath hitched. 𝐒𝐠 looked at him in concern. Mom hesitated. She was trying to recollect something, anything. No. Or, maybe. I don't know. He was always so withdrawn. So sad after Katsuki stopped being his friend. I tried to help him, but he never said anything. He never shed a tear over it. Not in front of me. She gave her son a look. Even when he came home with bruises and burns, he had a smile on his face. I thought it was just kids being kids. But this. I thought he was dealing with the bullying. And the lack of a quirk. And school. And his dreams. Her lips shook as new tears fell. I thought Izuku was strong enough to. I didn't know he was doing it all alone. Mom kept talking, her voice breaking. I'm his mother. I should have known better. I should have known that he was in pain. She put her hands over her face. I thought that if I just loved him enough and kept him safe, He would be happy. I should have. I had no idea my baby was in so much pain. I failed you, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Izuku's chest felt tight. He didn't want her to blame herself. No, Mom, he choked out. It isn't your failure, Ryukyu said gently. Your son has carried this weight alone for a very long time. Too long. He was trying to spare your feelings. 𝐒𝐲𝐻's voice rang in the quiet room with surprising firmness. You can't blame yourself for not seeing what he didn't want you to see. 𝐭𝐴 slowly uncovered her face. He's such a good boy. He deserves so much better than the world has given him. Midoriya, Ryukyu said softly to Izuku, kneeling before him. I'm happy you're still here. His eyes stung. More tears. I don't know why I'm crying so much, he choked as he wiped at them furiously. Because you're exhausted, Ryukyu answered. And frightened. And because you finally have room to breathe. Izuku's breath broke. And this time, when he cried, it wasn't sharp or panicked, it was slow, aching, like poison finally draining out. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 and Mom wrapped an arm around him. The quiet that followed was heavy. An hour later, the storm of emotions had settled. Mom looked at Ryukyu, desperation and determination warring in her eyes. What do we do now? How do I help him? Ryukyu answered immediately. Support, structure, and professional help. Your son will need ongoing therapy. I know someone who can help. I'll call him tomorrow to see if we can make an appointment. And if he ever needs a place to feel safe, my agency is always open. Mom took a shaking breath. I'll do whatever it takes. That's all we ask, Ryukyu said gently. Thank you again. Truly, Mom said, bowing deeply to Ryukyu, her voice thick with exhaustion but firm with gratitude. She turned to 𝐒𝐲𝐻 and bowed even lower. And thank you, for saving my world. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 waved her hands frantically, her cheeks dusting pink. Please, Mrs. Midoriya. You don't have to bow. I just happened to be there. I'm glad I was. Ryukyu placed a hand on 𝐭𝐴's shoulder, stopping her. Go home, Mrs. Midoriya. Rest. I will be in touch tomorrow regarding the therapist I mentioned. My agency will handle the costs. I couldn't possibly. It is not a request, Ryukyu said gently, leaving no room for argument. I'll have one of my staff escort you and Izuku home. Thank you, but we can make it to the train station on our own, Mom reassured the pro. Her arm looped protectively around her son's shoulders. Izuku didn't mind. He needed the anchor as they prepared to leave through the glass doors. Wait! Izuku! 𝐒𝐲𝐻's shout stopped them. She darted back to the table and scooped up the notebook he had forgotten. You almost left this. She held it out with both hands. Izuku glanced at it, then back at her, a shy flush creeping up his neck. Actually, you can keep it, he said quietly. If you want. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 blinked, tilting her head. Here. But it's your hard work. I can't take it. But you seem to like reading it, so you can keep going. I mean, only if you want to. It's not too much trouble. I don't want to be a bother, and if it's weird or... 𝐒𝐲𝐻's expression shifted from confusion to radiant, beaming excitement. She beamed so brightly that Izuku thought the room got warmer. I'd love to. She hugged the soggy notebook to her chest. There are so many pages I didn't get to read. And I have, 100 questions, what about Ryukyu's dragon form? Have you analyzed that yet? She paused, giggling at her own enthusiasm. Okay, I'll save them for next time. She clutched the notebook to her chest triumphantly. Next time? Izuku repeated, dazed. Well, yeah. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 chirped. I'm dropping this off at your place tomorrow after my afternoon shift. She blinked, then added sheepishly. Actually, I don't know your address. Or your number. So, can I have it? Pretty please. Izuku's brain blue-screened. His mother coughed softly, because she was still emotional, of course. Absolutely, only because she'd been crying. Definitely not because she found these two adorable. Oh, alright. Izuku fished out his phone, fumbling. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 leaned in close, too close for his heart rate to remain medically safe, and typed in her number with a flourish. "There. Now you can text me anytime. Or call. Or send pictures of puppies. Or ask about hero things. Anything." She paused. "Just don't disappear, okay?" Izuku looked at her. The blue hair, the kind eyes, the girl who had given him a reason to stay. He nodded quickly. "I won't." And he meant it. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 waved them off at the lobby doors, bouncing on her toes. "Bye, Izuku. Bye, Mrs. Midoriya. See you tomorrow." Izuku and his mother didn't speak much as they walked toward the train station. There wasn't much left to say tonight that hadn't already been said in tears and apologies. 𝐭𝐴 kept her arm wrapped tight around his shoulders. They were waiting at the crosswalk when the adrenaline finally faded entirely, leaving Izuku's brain sluggish and hazy. He looked down at his phone, which was still clutched in his hand. The screen lit up with a notification. New contact added, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 𝐻𝐈. A message followed shortly after. "Get home safe. Can't wait to dive into your genius notes. Sweet dreams." He stared at the name and the cute emojis attached to it. The events of the last few hours replayed in his mind like a fever dream. The rooftop. The breakdown. The Coco. The way she had comforted him. The way she had looked at his notebook as if it were a treasure instead of trash. And then, a singular, bewildered thought cut through the exhaustion, the trauma, and the lingering sadness, grounding him in a reality that was somehow even stranger than fiction. "I just gave my phone number to a girl." He blinked, looking at the name on the screen again. A really, really pretty girl. An older high school girl. A pro-hero's sidekick. An angel with bright blue hair and a smile like the sunrise had his number. And tomorrow, he will be seeing her again. Heat rushed to his face, cutting through the chill of the night wind. He stared at the screen so long his mom gently tugged his sleeve to get him walking again. "Izuku, are you okay?" 𝐭𝐴 asked, feeling him flinch. Izuku quickly shoved the phone into his pocket, ducking his head. "Why, Mom?" Izuku stammered before looking up at the night sky. The city lights drowned out the stars, but he knew they were there. He was unable to stop the tiny, stunned smile pulling at his lips. I think I'm going to be okay." Tonight, he walked home beside his mom. Tomorrow, he will meet with heroes who cared. And somewhere in his notebook, now held in the hands of a girl who called him a genius, a new chapter was waiting to be written. He still felt small. Exposed. But the crushing loneliness wasn't there. Not fully. Never again, he hoped. For the first time since the rooftop, he felt a fragile thread of hope. Not strong, not sure, and not a sudden cure. But it was there, the first step toward healing. Ryoko Tatsuma was in her office with a cup of herbal tea, still thinking about what had happened the night before and how Izuku Midoriya was doing. She had been in hero work long enough to know what a survivor looked like, and his story affected her. A kid without a quirk was pushed to the edge by a world that valued power above all else. Yesterday, she, along with other heroes, had aided Detective Tsukochi and the police force in successfully taking down a sect of the creature rejection clan. Each member was arrested, kicking and screaming their dogma as they were loaded into the vans. Shortly after, she received a call from Aquawoman, informing her that 𝐒𝐻𝐈 had brought a boy to the agency and that her sidekick sounded rattled. That's when Ryoko began to worry. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Heido did not scare easily. If she was rattled, the situation was dire. After informing Tsukochi of her reasons for leaving, she returned to her agency as quickly as possible. The moment she laid eyes on Izuku Midoriya, Ryoko's gaze softened. She saw signs she recognized all too well in the dull gloss of the boy's eyes. His. Trying not to fall apart. The sight pulled old ghosts out of her mind, her first years as a hero, when every villain attack felt like drowning in expectations she couldn't possibly meet. No one that young should look that hopeless. Ryoko had asked 𝐒𝐻𝐈 to come into her office so they could talk somewhere private. She waited patiently, steadily, not pushing for information right away. 𝐒𝐻𝐈. What happened? 𝐒𝐻𝐈's lip trembled, but she held steady. He was on a rooftop. And he was going to jump. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 didn't provide the grisly details, she wanted them to come from Izuku, But Ryuko could see that the boy was carrying a burden too heavy for one person to bear. She thanked 𝐒𝐲 for telling her the truth and praised her handling of the situation. Ryuko had done everything she could to protect her sidekick from situations like this. 𝐒𝐲 was talented, but also young, and Ryuko worried for her mental health as much as her physical safety. She was no stranger to that weight. The Dragoon hero built her agency on discipline and empathy, having forged her path to this point in fire and isolation. No matter where I go, society always seems to discard the different. I won't let it claim another. From the moment Ryuko drew her first breath in Okinawa, under a thatched roof in a modest home, the whispers started. Half-breed. Why does she look like that? Her mom's not from here, right? Hiroshi, her Japanese father, took care of the family's small pineapple farm. She affectionately called him Baba. He was a quiet man with skin weathered by the sun, and a quirk that made his hands as hard as stone for farm work. He would clench his jaw and pull Ryuko closer, but even he couldn't stop the pain. Her Chinese mother, Mai, or Mama, wove baskets from pandanus leaves to help carry the fruit to the market. She had a gentle voice accented by the lilting tones of Mandarin, and she taught Ryuko songs from her childhood in Guangzhou. Those songs, appealing as they were, only drew more sidelong glances when they echoed through the village paths. By the time Ryuko was 5, she sat apart from the other kids at the local kindergarten. The others, with their developing quirks, chased each other in games of tag made exciting by bursts of sparks or floating toys. It didn't matter that her quirk hadn't shown up yet. It was her face, her mannerisms, and the way she said some words with a slight accent from Mama's native tongue that made her an outcast. One afternoon, Kenji, the local bully, and his gang of pint-sized tyrants snickered as they formed a circle around her during recess like a pack of yipping dogs. Their numbers dwarfed Ryuko's petite frame. Kenji, with a mop of unruly hair and a smirk that twisted his face into something ugly, flexed his fingers, summoning the pesky gusts of wind that were his meager quirk. He used it to shove her around while the others casually spat taunts and slurs they could only have picked up from their parents. Freak. Check. Mongrel. The wind whipped up, not strong enough to harm, but plenty to shove her backward. Her sandals scraped against the gravel as the bullies howled with laughter, egging him on with more vile taunts they'd repeated from home. Ryuko's small fists were clenched at her sides, her knuckles turning white as heat flooded her cheeks. It was a mix of shame and rage that burned hotter and hotter. She wanted to yell that Mema was strong and kind, and that her BLD didn't make her any less Japanese than they were. But she couldn't muster the words, she was scared, and her voice was weak. She knew that fighting back would only make things worse. Her heart raced, and she breathed in short, ragged gasps as the circle got smaller and the wind pulled at her clothes. The jeers got louder. More insistent. Then, something inside her broke. It didn't break with a crack, it broke with a deep, primal rumble that started in her chest, then spread as a wave of scales moved across her skin like wildfire. Her bones shifted with horrible pops as her body grew and her limbs turned into strong, clawed appendages. With a leathery snap, wings opened up from her back, and her face turned into a snarling mouth with eyes that glowed with an otherworldly rage. A low growl came out of her throat, loud and unintentional, shaking the playground equipment. Her quirk had manifested. The bullies froze, their laughter dying in their throats. Kenji's wind quirk fizzled out mid-gust, his face paling as he stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. Monster! The children shrieked, scrambling away in a panic, some tripping over their own feet as they fled toward the teachers. The rest of the school stared in horrified awe at the little girl who had turned into a giant dragon. Ryuko's newly awakened instincts took over as screams filled the playground. Her heart raced with fear, and without thinking, she took off into the sky. Her wings flapped wildly, the ground blurring into a green and blue haze. The wind howled past her scales, but it did nothing to drown out the echoes ringing in her ears. Monster! She didn't know how to control this strange body that felt both strong and completely wrong. She roared as she flew home, the only safe place she could think of, as tears fell and disappeared in the rush of flight. The Tatsuma family's home was ahead, its thatched roof a familiar refuge in the rolling hills. But Ryuko's landing was anything but graceful. Her wings gave out in midair, muscles unused to the strain, and she plummeted into the pineapple field just outside the house. The impact sent up a spray of dirt and broken stalks, and her scaled body tumbled end over end until it came to a stop in a cloud of dust. The ground shook, and a low, animal-like groan escaped her maw. Baba, always the protector, burst out the door, grabbing a hoe as a makeshift weapon. Mema followed, holding a kitchen towel close to her chest, her eyes wide with alarm. They skidded to a halt at the sight of the colossal dragons sprawled in their fields, nostrils flaring, wings crumpled awkwardly, and a tail lashing in distress. Ryuko expected them to attack her. But for some reason, perhaps it was the indescribable bond between parents and their children, they knew. Ryuko! Ryuko whimpered, a sound so small and vulnerable amid her massive frame, curling in on herself like a scared child. It's her, our girl. They ran forward without hesitation, trampling the uprooted plants to get to the shaking figure. Mema slowly reached out to touch the scaled side, finding it warm and rough under her hand. She began to hum one of those old lullabies. Baba looked around, then ran back to the house, emerging moments later with a thick, woven blanket to throw over her. Ryuko didn't realize at the time that her sudden transformation had reduced her clothes to confetti. Breathe, Ryuko. Focus on us. You're safe. Slowly, under their coaxing words and comforting presence, the scales began to recede. Ryuko's form shrank with pops and shifts that made her wince. Wings folded away, claws retracted into fingers, and soon enough, a tear-streaked 5-year-old girl huddled beneath the blanket, shivering in her parents' arms. The years that followed Ryuko's quirk manifestation were a haze. The playground incident etched itself into the village's collective memory, and whispers gave way to outright jeers whenever she had the guts to go beyond the Tatsuma farm. Monster! At school, the kids who used to make fun of her for her heritage were now afraid of her, but fear quickly turned into cruelty. During class, they stayed away. But after the bell rang, groups of them would follow her home along the dusty paths, their small hands clutching stones picked up from the roadside. They threw them with enough force to split her skin and draw beads of blood. Go back to your cave, dragon freak. More stones came after that. First, there were pebbles, and then there were fist-sized chunks that hurt her arms and legs as she ran. They left small scars on her skin and big wounds in her heart. She didn't fight back. She didn't let the scales show. To calm her down, she remembered Mama telling her stories about Chinese dragons from long ago that were not monsters but protectors. Baba taught her how to control her anger, like a storm, by doing breathing exercises. Control it, Ryuko, don't give them more reasons to hate. But even their love couldn't erase the isolation, the way she flinched at her own reflection in the river, seeing only the potential for destruction. The forest surrounding the village became her refuge. She hid in the dense thickets of bamboo and subtropical greenery where the air hummed with cicadas, and the scent of wild orchids masked her own fearful breaths. There, away from prying eyes, she could let her quirk slip free, let the beast within take flight. It felt liberating and terrifying all at once. By 12, the village had settled into an uneasy truce with her, tolerating the half-breed dragon as long as she stayed small and human. But peace was shattered one fateful night. It didn't start with an alarm. It began with the smell, a thick, choking stench of sulfur and burning wood that woke Ryuko from a deep sleep. The air in her room was already sweltering. Ryuko stumbled out of bed just as the first scream pierced the night. The floorboards beneath her bare feet groaned, then snapped. A tremor violently shook the house, knocking family photos off the walls. Outside, the world had turned into hell. Fissures spiderwebbed across the pineapple fields, glowing with an angry, molten orange light. Magma was rising from the earth, not naturally, but pulled forth by something. Baba kicked her door open. He was coughing, sweat slicking his face. Ryuko! We have to go. Now. They found Mema in the main room, desperately trying to grab the emergency bag, but the house gave a sickening lurch. The main support beam, eaten away by the unnatural heat rising from the soil, cracked with the sound of a gunshot. Look out! Baba lunged. He activated his stone hand quirk, catching the falling beam just before it could crush Mema. His knees buckled under the weight, his skin turning gray and rock-hard, but the heat was intense. The wood was already burning his hands. Hiroshi! Baba strained against the crushing weight of the collapsing roof. Run! Take Ryuko and run to the forest. Ryuko screamed, grabbing his arm, but the skin was searing hot. No! Baba! A second tremor hit. The villain, a hulking figure silhouetted against the burning village, stepped onto their property. He called himself Goliath. He was massive, his skin like obsidian, magma dripping from his pores. His laughter, a deep, rumbling sound, shook the ground more than his footsteps. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent a wave of lava crashing through the front of the house. The floor beneath them dissolved. Baba looked at Ryuko one last time, his eyes filled with an infinite, heartbreaking love. Go! The roof gave way completely. Baba shoved Mama and Ryuko backward, shielding them with his own body as the burning timber and molten earth swallowed him whole. No! The scream tore from Ryuko's throat, raw and bloody. Mema scrambled backward, clutching Ryuko, her own clothes catching fire. They were trapped in the debris, the heat becoming unbearable. Mema looked at Ryuko, her face streaked with soot and tears. She cupped Ryuko's face, her hands trembling. Ryuko! Close your eyes. Mema began to hum the lullaby from 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to calm her daughter. Her voice was weak, laced with the smoke she'd inhaled. Goliath stepped closer, the heat radiating from him turning the air into a shimmering mirage. Pathetic insects! He raised a massive fist, dripping with liquid rock, preparing to crush what remained of the house. Mema hugged Ryuko tight, shielding the girl's head with her chest. I love you. I love you so moo. The fist came down. The impact didn't kill Ryuko. Mema took the blow. Ryuko felt the warmth of her mother's body go rigid, then limp, shielding her daughter until the very end. The metallic tang of BLD filled Ryuko's mouth. The silence that followed was louder than the screams. Something inside Ryuko didn't just break this time, it was utterly destroyed. The fear that had shackled her for years, the shame of being a monster, the longing to stay small, it all burned away in the heat of her parents' pyre. A roar shattered the night, not the high-pitched shriek of a child, but the deafening, tectonic bellow of an apex predator. Debris blasted outward. Goliath shielded his eyes as a massive shape erupted from the ruins of the farmhouse. Ryuko rose, her dragon form larger than it had ever been, fueled by pure, unadulterated grief. Her scales were harder, her claws sharper, her eyes glowing with a white-hot fury. Whatif! Goliath took a step back, his arrogance faltering. Ryuko didn't give him time to speak. She lunged, her jaws clamping down on his magma-hardened shoulder. The heat seared the inside of her mouth, burning her tongue, but she didn't let go. She thrashed, tearing him off balance. Goliath roared in pain and struck her side with a fist of magma, burning through her scales, scorching the flesh beneath. The pain was blinding enough to make her black out for a second, but the image of Mama's limp hand drove her forward. She took to the air, dragging the heavy villain with her, her wings straining, tearing at the edges under the weight. She climbed higher, ignoring the lava burning her chest, ignoring Goliath's punches that cracked her ribs. At the apex of her flight, she stopped. She looked into Goliath's eyes, eyes that now held the same fear he had inflicted on the village. She folded her wings and dove. They fell like a meteor, a streak of gray and orange against the night sky. Ryuko shifted her weight at the last second, slamming Goliath into the earth with the force of a crashing plane. The impact cratered the pineapple field. The shockwave knocked the fires out in the immediate vicinity. Goliath lay broken in the center of the pit, his magma cooled, his consciousness gone. Ryuko stood over him, heaving, bleeding, her left wing dragging uselessly in the dirt, the bone fractured from the impact. She threw her head back and let out a sound that was half roar, half sob into the smoke-choked sky. Many lives were saved that night because Goliath was stopped before his rampage could spread to the village. But the victory felt hollow. Ryuko crawled through the wreckage to where her parents were lying when the first light of dawn broke through the smoke. She was tired and back in human form. She saw them together. She pulled their bodies close together and linked their hands, a silent testament that they had faced the end together. She sat there for hours, the screams of the night replaying in her mind, promising the silence that she would never again be too scared or too slow. That promise, to protect the weak, to honor her parents, and to prove that differences were not a curse, fueled her decision to enter UA. There, she met her best friend, Rumi Usajiyama. She was harsh, physical, and uncompromising, but also honest. She didn't care about quirks or heritage, she only cared about spirit. Yui didn't just make Ryuko strong, it refined her. Her internship with Best Jeanist was the turning point. The fiber hero didn't teach her to suppress the beast, he taught her to make it look good. If you think of yourself as a monster, the world will agree. Elegance isn't about being soft, Tatsuma. It's all about control. If you make the dragon a queen, they will bow instead of run. Years later, that advice led her to start the 𝐔𝐬𝐽 clothing line, turning her unique style into a symbol of high fashion rather than fear. She moved up the ranks, got HPSC funding, and built an agency that ranked among the top 10 in the industry. But the scars lingered. Ryuko shifted in her office chair, a phantom ache pulsing in her left shoulder, where her wing would sprout, a stiff, persistent reminder of the fracture from the fight with Goliath. It flared up when she was tired, or when the weather turned cold. Mentoring 𝐒𝐻𝐼a had healed some of those emotional wounds, the girl's boundless energy echoed Ryuko's stifled youth. But now, seeing Izuku, a quirkless boy mirroring her own outcast days, quivering, grief-worn, breaking, stirred a deep, maternal protectiveness within her that she hadn't felt in years. I've clawed my way out of that pit, and Izuku Midoriya deserves the same chance. The fact that he's still here means his story isn't over. And we're going to help him write the next chapter. It wasn't going to be a single conversation and a hug. It was going to take days, weeks, months. She would help him, protect him, strengthen him. She would not let this child become another casualty of hero society's blind spots. Whatever it takes. It was Sunday, which meant no school. That also meant 𝐒𝐻𝐼a had the morning to herself, free time to read more of Izuku's notebook before she had to clock in at the agency for her afternoon shift, patrol duty starting at 2 p.m. sharp. She wore an orange top, blue shorts, and knee-length socks, and her blue hair was tied back in a ponytail. A simple outfit perfect for relaxing. She flipped it open, revealing pages crammed with sketches, notes, and diagrams, quirk breakdowns, strategy trees, even hypothetical matchups. She then landed on a sketch of Kamu Woods, still visible despite some ink running and blurring the lines. Still, it was meticulous and detailed, just like Izuku's sketch of Mount Lady. Besides the drawing, the margins were crammed with dense, frantic handwriting, small text, scribbled in red and black pen, arrows pointing to joints and anchor points. Despite the tensile strength of Kamu Wood's lacquer chain prison binding being estimated at 4,000 psi based on the concrete cracking in the Dagobah district fight, it only gets an 87% efficiency rating at best. And if he is surrounded by fire or is dehydrated, it is completely useless. He could make the structure 15% stronger if he braided the branches in a Fibonacci spiral instead of a regular weave. He also goes too far to the left when using it. A villain with a speed quirk could exploit the 0.4-second lag in his retraction. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a flipped through the notebook to another random page, one she was hoping to find, her eyes widening in awe. "I knew it!" she exclaimed. "He does have one on Ryukyu." Izuku had drawn an anatomical diagram of Ryukyu in her dragon form. The shading was precise, the joints articulated with tiny arrows showing direction of motion. Izuku had captured the curvature of her claws mid-swing and the exact shape of her wings, though there was a slight asymmetry to them. There was a little note next to the sketch talking about her wing structure. While watching one of her fights against a giant villain, I noticed her left wing made microadjustments. A compensation pattern is evident when she makes tight turns. When she goes down a steep slope, her stamina usage increases. At high altitudes, wind shear can make a weak spot that can be exploited. To ease the strain, I would suggest either rotational warm-ups or alternating spiral descent techniques. Old injury. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a blinked and sat up straight, knitting her eyebrows. Ryukyu never mentioned anything about an old injury. And Izuku noticed that just by watching one of her fights. She flipped through the notebook again, going deeper in, page after page, entry after entry, all filled with meticulous breakdowns of different heroes like a tapestry. She kept reading. She found a section on Endeavor's Hellflame, dissected for heat thresholds and optimal combat ranges, and potential counter-strategies that he should be aware of. She landed on one about Hawk's quirk, Fierce Wings, broken down into easy-to-understand mechanics, with hypotheticals on aerial combat, predicted quirk evolutions, and tactical countermeasures that Izuku hypothesized from detailing a battle with a villain from a recent new clip. She flipped again, landing on other heroes like Edgeshot, Gran Torino, Death Arms, and even Backdraft, whose ability to control water was compared to fluid dynamics principles, and citations of the source Izuku got that information from, including the name of the book and the library where he found it. There were a lot of hero entries, each filled with hyper-detailed analysis of their weaknesses, strengths, patterns, fight rhythms, and stamina profiles. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's eyes lit up like stars. This is pro-level stuff. Izuku knew his heroes. In 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's humble opinion, he probably knew them better than they knew themselves. He knew their strengths, weaknesses, habits, and tells. He saw patterns in quirks that others like her missed. He saw the math beneath the magic, the physics beneath the fantasy. He really was a genius with a mind like a hero. Then she landed on a detailed sketch of All Might in his prime, muscles bulging, smile radiant, charting estimated power outputs and recovery times based on footage Izuku had watched of his fights. His estimated strength output is beyond measurable. Perhaps a strength amplification quirk. The estimated power output is between 300% beyond human limits and possibly limitless. His Detroit Smash, based on velocity and impact, generates about 2.5 tons of force per square inch, but adjusts to minimize property damage and avoid harming nearby bystanders. As a side effect of his raw strength, All Might's punches grant him a form of weather manipulation whenever his fists impact his target. Wind pressure varies with the punch's angle, which a tactical opponent could exploit. If he rotates his fist at the moment of impact, corkscrewing the air pressure, he could create focused tunnels of vacuum rather than widespread blasts. Beneath the analysis, Izuku had scrawled personal musings. If I had this, I could be like him. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a flipped the pages again, so that she would not give in to the temptation of scribbling something rude in that part of Izuku's notebook. All Might is also a big meanie who crushes people's dreams. Or something along those lines. Honestly, she was still angry that the symbol of peace, the #1 hero, was the one who drove Izuku to. And that look on Ryukyu's face when she learned that from Izuku himself. If 𝐒𝐻𝐼a didn't know better, she would have assumed that her mentor was going to turn into a dragon, track down All Might, and eat him for dinner. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a flipped through more pages until she landed on one featuring a hero she did not recognize. Who's Katsuki Bakugo? The drawing looked like a middle school student around Izuku's age with spiky blonde hair and an attitude that just resonated right off the paper. Explosions surrounded him, which made sense as that explosion was his quirk, and his title was written in big bold letters. The future #1 hero. Below that was a chemical breakdown of how his quirk worked, timestamps showing how much faster and stronger his explosions had become over the years, and even a detailed essay on Bakugo's evolution. Unlike the other pages, though, his writing inside was cramped, obsessive, brilliant in places, yet painful in others. So much of it felt like Izuku was screaming his frustration on the paper. But below that was something more personal. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a read it, not because he wanted to, but because her brain wouldn't leave her alone. Or so she told herself. Age 4, 𝐭𝐿 manifests explosion and is encouraged by adults, praised as gifted. Exceptionally gifted with talent unmatched. Age 5, 𝐭𝐿 starts calling himself the strongest, and students and teachers reinforce his behavior and overwhelming confidence. Age 8, the first time 𝐭𝐿 tells me to stop following him because a quirkless person, a Deku, can only drag him down. Age 10, my first physical incident with 𝐭𝐿 involved bruises and burns, showing off his natural combat instincts. Age 11, 𝐭𝐿's pattern of aggression increases, suggesting insecurity or frustration. Age 12, 𝐭𝐿's bullying escalates, he is ashamed of my quirklessness and increases my isolation. RIP. The sound snapped 𝐒𝐻𝐼a out of her trance. She looked down, horrified to see she had torn the bottom of the page in half, her grip having tightened unconsciously as she read. "Oh no!" she gasped, realizing what she had done, and shut the notebook with shaky hands. That must be him. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 felt anger swell inside her, having a name and face to put to the childhood friend that Izuku mentioned on the roof. The one who told him it would be better if he were dead. To 𝐒𝐻𝐲, Bakugo's story sounds like a cautionary tale about too much potential and an ego that festered beyond control, and insecurities that twisted them into aggression as quirks became the measure of worth. He probably saw Izuku's persistence, not despite his quirklessness, but because of it, as a threat to his own superiority. Bullying Izuku became his way of affirming his place at the top, a cruel custom to drown out the whispers of his own vulnerabilities. Still, that didn't give 𝐒𝐻𝐲 the right to damage the notebook that Izuku entrusted her with. Hopefully, she could find some tape to fix it before returning it to Izuku. 𝐒𝐻𝐲, lunch is ready. 𝐒𝐻𝐲's head perked up as she heard Dad's voice calling from the dining room, warm and familiar, laced with that gentle baritone that always made her feel like a kid again. She glanced at the clock, realizing just how much time had passed while she was reading. "Coming, Dad." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 skipped down the stairs of her family's cozy home, her ponytail bouncing with every enthusiastic movement. The aroma wafted from the kitchen, making her stomach rumble. In front of her, where the table was set, was what others would call a veritable mountain of food, but she would call it a usual lunch. 3 steaming bowls of udon, a plate piled high with 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐻 chicken, 2 oversized onigiri, a side of takoyaki, and, for dessert, a massive sundae that looked like it could feed a family of 4. Meanwhile, her dad, a tall man with periwinkle hair and a quirk that allowed him to create sparkles, was already seated, with a steaming bowl of miso soup, a plate of rice, grilled fish, and some pickled vegetables. "There you are. Thought you'd gotten lost on your way," he teased, gesturing to her seat. "Sit, sit. Your mom's out running errands, so it's just us today." "Thanks, Dad." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 plopped down, grabbing her chopsticks with enthusiasm. "This looks amazing. Did you really make all this yourself? It smells so good." In a blur of motion that rivaled her quirk, she demolished half a bowl of udon in seconds. "Of course," he chuckled. "I can't let my pro-hero-in-training daughter go hungry before patrol. So, how are things going at the agency? Is Ms. Ryukyu keeping you on your toes?" 𝐒𝐻𝐲 stopped in the middle of eating, with a noodle hanging from her chopsticks. With a smile, she slurped it up, her cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk's. "Oh, for sure." Then she went after the 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐻. Crumbs flew everywhere, and sauces splattered, but somehow they didn't get on her or her dad's clothes. One of the onigiris disappeared into her mouth. "Yum, tuna mayo." She drank some of the broth from her udon to wash it down, enjoying the warmth. "What about you? How is work treating you?" Her dad nodded as he chewed his food. Same old at work. Nothing exciting as what you do. Mostly paperwork, meetings, and so on. But someone has to keep the wheels of bureaucracy turning." He paused, his expression softening. "And, how is Izuku doing? You okay talking about it? I don't want to pry if it's agency stuff." The 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐻 on her chopstick hovered midair for a second, her usual cheer dimming just a touch. She set it down gently. "No, it's fine. And Izuku, he's keeping in contact with me, which is a good sign." Her dad leaned back, folding his arms. "From what you told me last night, it sounds to me you were at the right place at the right time." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 poked at her takoyaki, gathering her thoughts. Izuku's had it rough. She didn't tell her dad about him being quirkless, feeling it was something only Izuku should make known. He got bullied a lot, and the pressure. It built up. I was flying patrol nearby when I spotted him on that rooftop. He was standing there, looking so lost and crushed. Her dad's eyes widened slightly, but he stayed quiet, letting her continue. "I landed and talked to him. Asked questions. Anything to get him to not, you know." 𝐒𝐻𝐲's voice softened, her fingers tracing patterns on the tablecloth. "After I pulled him to safety, he broke down, telling me he felt worthless. It broke my heart, Dad. He's such a good kid who wants to help others. So, I just listened." That sounds like my girl, Dad said as he reached across the table, squeezing her hand. 𝐒𝐲 nodded, her eyes misty but bright. Yeah. We talked, and I convinced him to come down, and Ryukyu is working on getting him a therapist. She was thinking of the counselor at UA, Hound Dog. Her dad smiled proudly. I'm glad. And proud of you, 𝐒𝐲. Not just for the hero stuff, but for being kind. That's what makes a real difference. He glanced at the clock. But don't let me keep you, patrol awaits. Eat up and promise you'll be careful out there. I will, Dad. She finished her meal with renewed energy, nearly knocking over her sundae, which she devoured until the bowl was clean. Thanks for lunch. And the talk. A few stray rice grains clung to her cheek, but she didn't seem to notice as she got up to put on her hero costume. She was ready to go, her bag containing a fresh set of clothes and Izuku's notebook. Before leaving, she quickly turned around and hugged Dad tightly. I love you. Say hi to Mom for me. Love you too, kiddo. He kissed her forehead. Now, go save the world. 𝐒𝐲 took off with a soft burst of energy, the notebook tucked safely away, her resolve stronger than ever. Ryuko quietly paced the length of her office as she dialed the number with a steady hand. Her phone was pressed to her ear, the Dragoon hero's expression a mix of determination and quiet frustration. She had already gone through several of her contacts, even people who owed her favors, but they all told her no. Even when she offered to pay them herself, they said no. No justification. No explanation. Just no. I made a promise to Mrs. Midoriya, and I'm not going to break it. The sight of the poor woman, eyes red from crying, clutching her son like he might slip away again, persisted in Ryuko's mind. Izuku needed help, real help. The line clicked, and a familiar gruff voice barked through the speaker. You, a high school counseling office, this is Ryo Inui. Woof. Who's calling? Rigu, Hound Dog, she said calmly, her voice holding the weight of her ranking. I need to talk to you about making an appointment for a young man named Izuku Midoriya. He doesn't go to you, but he really needs a good therapist. I told his mother I would set something up after an incident. Please tell me you can squeeze him in. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a low growl that might have been a sigh or a hint of curiosity. The Dragoon hero herself calling. If a pro like you is reaching out, Tatsuma, it must be serious, here. Woof. Spill it. What's the pup story? She leaned against her desk, swallowed hard, and chose her words carefully. Midoriya's quirkless, Inui. He lives in a world that doesn't see him. His whole life, people have bullied him, made him feel alone. It broke him, and if Heido hadn't found him on that roof and stopped him in time. She could hear Hound Dog's breath hitch. He's still alive. But I can't just leave it like this. He needs help from a professional. You are the best in the business, and US resources are top tier. Please, for a kid who's got nothing else. Quirkless. Woof, that's a cruel hand to be dealt in this world. His answer was a sympathetic rumble that grew softer. I've seen kids like that get chewed up and spat out. Woof. The poor pup has been through a lot. I'd drag him into my office myself if he were one of US students and bark through every session until he could stand tall again. I'd fight for him tooth and nail. Ryuko's grip tightened on the phone, hope surging like a flame in her chest. Yes, this is it. I knew Hound Dog would get it. I feel for him, I really do. His tone dimmed, heavy with regret, as he continued. But I can't take on every stray that needs help. The words landed like a punch to her gut. Ryuko stopped pacing, leaning heavily against her desk as conflicting emotions warred within her. My plate's full with US students, heroes in training dealing with their own issues, controlling their quirks, the pressure of becoming heroes. I wish I could help, but my duty is to the students here first. Resources are tight, I'm already stretched thin trying to keep them from breaking. Taking on people from outside. That wouldn't be fair to them. Sorry, Tatsuma. Woof. I hope you can understand. Part of her, the practical hero who knew how hard it was to do patrols and paperwork, understood perfectly. Boundaries helped them stay sane and do their jobs well. Without them, every hero would fall apart from the stress and the constant need. But another part of her, the fierce protector who fought her way to the top 10 so she could help the weak, rebelled. How many more Izukus are out there? Slipping through the cracks because we're too busy saving the important ones. I became a hero to change this, not to accept it. I do understand, she said, voice edged with frustration she couldn't entirely hide. Why does trying to save one life feel like I'm fighting the entire system? Izuku's wide-eyed desperation flashed in her mind, the way he'd looked at 𝐒𝐲 like she was his last lifeline. That boy. He deserves better than being turned away. He deserves a fighting chance, DMN it. Woof. Yeah. It gnaws at me, too. A sympathetic growl echoed through the line. Tell his mother to look into public counseling services or private therapists specializing in quirkless support. Might not be UA level, but it's something. Keep fighting the good fight, Ryukyu. You're one of the best. The call ended with a click, leaving Ryukyu staring at her phone. Hound Dog was trying to be helpful, and at least he had a reason behind saying no. Still, it would be easier to take All Might's place as the #1 hero than to find anyone who fits his suggestions. She set it down gently as she exhaled. The internal storm raged on, duty versus compassion, realism clashing with the idealistic fire that had driven her into this life. I promised Mrs. Midoriya I'd help. But promises mean nothing if I can't deliver. But she wouldn't stop here. She'd find another way, for Izuku, and for Mrs. Midoriya. Hey, Ryukyu. Ryuko looked up to see 𝐒𝐲 standing outside her office door. Everything okay? The people I had planned to help Midoriya. Ryuko sighed. They've been frustrating. That bad? 𝐒𝐲 asked. Ryuko nodded. I'm not giving up. I will find someone who can help Midoriya. But was there something you needed, 𝐒𝐲? I was just letting you know that Aquawoman gave me today's patrol route, 𝐒𝐲 answered. But there's something I want to talk about with you. It has to do with Izuku, and how we can help him. Ryuko straightened her posture. Go on. Well, you'll need to read this first. 𝐒𝐲 reached into her bag and pulled out a worn notebook that Izuku had lent her last night. Let me know what you think when I get back, okay? 𝐒𝐲 left in a bubbly rush before Ryuko could even speak, leaving the notebook, the one labeled Hero Analysis for the future number 13, right in front of her. She was about to call her next contact, but stopped, her gaze falling back onto the notebook. Ryuko always trusted 𝐒𝐲's instincts. She was her sidekick after all and had to trust her to trust him when out in the field. And Izuku entrusted its contents to 𝐒𝐲, who, in turn, is entrusting it to her. Perhaps it would be worth a quick read. Ryuko opened the notebook, flipping through it methodically and with care. Her brows furrowed at first, then raised in surprise as she read more and more of its contents. She thinks she knows what 𝐒𝐲 has in mind. Izuku thanked God that it was Sunday. He didn't know if he had the mental energy to deal with another miserable day at Old Dera Middle School. Instead, he used that focus to begin his work on Hero Analysis for the future No. The title was pre-written with his usual enthusiasm, each character was sharp and neat. He had been planning to start it for a while, but he didn't know where to begin. Until today, that is, he already knew who to make his first entry on. 𝐒𝐲-chan, quirk, wave motion. He pulled up some news clips on his phone featuring the Ryukyu agency in action. Stopping villains. It's no wonder Izuku's never seen 𝐒𝐲-chan before. The cameras were more interested in capturing Ryukyu in her dragon form, and the clips of aerial footage were too shaky. Still, he was able to spot 𝐒𝐲 in some frames, helping out in the fights. Still, the video quality made accurate calculation difficult. He drew a full-body sketch of 𝐒𝐲 in midair, with swirling energy lines forming rings around her, striking a cute pose he thought she would pull off. He wrote down what he found. Her vitality drain is the main thing that limits her quirk. After 38 seconds of constant fire, her spirals lose their shape. The waveforms change from a tightly coiled corkscrew to a loosely coiled cyclone. This could be because she is getting tired, not because she lacks control. Spiral density determines output efficiency, and an estimated 30% of that emitted energy is wasted in unnecessary wide-range attacks. If trained to modulate energy output with timed pulses, efficiency could increase by 22%. I noticed in footage how the trajectory arcs of the spirals could be tightened, which would result in a higher force and reduce stamina drain by maybe 15%. Underneath, he added a personal note. She'd make a fantastic pro. She smiles a lot, like All Might. Despite my current feelings toward him, smiling is important in helping people feel safe. It also makes her look appealing, with her eyes and hair, and... Izuku turned scarlet, and he closed the notebook. Stop it. This is supposed to be a professional notebook, Izuku. Then he opened it again, looking at the sketch of 𝐒𝐻𝐈, and felt his face heat up. Wait, did I draw her proportions wrong? Did I make them too big? Is she gonna think I'm sexualizing her? Then he closed it again. His thoughts shift from too loud to too quiet, then back to loud again. He exhaled slowly, trying to seek a full breath into lungs that didn't want to cooperate, but somehow managed to. Why am I still doing these? Writing another notebook filled with stuff no one would read. Izuku always saw his notebooks as his lifeline, a testament to his unyielding passion, a way to feel connected to the heroic world that rejected him. He always thought he could see it. He could see how to make them, pro and amateur heroes alike, better. He knew how to help them save people more efficiently. He had the plans, 14 notebooks worth, to be exact. But what good was a mind like a library if the library was locked inside a useless building? What good was a strategy without the power to execute it? What good was a map if you didn't have a car to get you from point A to point B? Izuku's hands no longer felt steady while holding the notebook. I tried, he sobbed, clutching the notebook to his chest, curling in on himself. I really tried. I studied harder than anyone. I analyzed everything. I wanted it so bad. 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 again as it hummed. 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐫 or 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐫, hey, Izuku. I'm currently on patrol, so I can't chat. But I will see you later to return your notebook. P.S. I may have accidentally ripped a page. I taped it up, though. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. Izuku stared at the screen for a moment, feeling his heart swelling with warmth that snapped him out of his wallowing, before giving his response. Izuku Midoriya, no worries. And I can't wait to see you again. Seconds after Izuku hit send, he realized what he had just typed. Oh, no, did I sound like I'm hitting on her? Izuku asked himself aloud. Lack of sleep last night must be making me reckless. Izuku didn't get much sleep last night, given everything that happened yesterday. Even after bringing tearful relief between him and his mom, receiving plenty of her warm hugs, and having her delicious home cooking, sleep evaded him. Nightmares of the rooftop replayed with vivid drops and winds. But his usual comfort was thrown off by his sleeping on the couch. He didn't want to return to his room, which was covered from top to bottom in All Might merchandise. Izuku! Mom suddenly exited from the kitchen, her hands wringing together in her apron, her round face etched with worry. I heard you crying. Are you? Oh, Mom. I'm fine. Izuku cleared his throat. Can I help you with cooking? And chores? I need something to take my mind off everything. He had a desperate need for distraction, a need to be useful. Mom had still felt guilt twisting at her since last night, blaming herself for Izuku's current state of despair, and questioning how she could have missed how much he was hurting. But she feels this way because of me. I should have been honest with her from the start. Mom blinked at him. Of course, Izuku, she said softly. But only if you're sure, sweetie. I don't want to burden you. It's no burden, Izuku insisted, his voice steadier than he felt. It'll be good for both of us. She stepped aside to let him into the kitchen. We're making katsudon. I thought you might like some comfort food. Yeah. That sounds perfect. Izuku managed a smile, small, but real, and followed her into the kitchen. The familiar scent of simmering broth wrapped around him like a blanket. The next hour was filled with the rhythmic sounds of the kitchen. Izuku took over the vegetable prep, his movements mechanical but precise. Snip. 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 The sound of the knife hitting the cutting board as he focused entirely on the green onions, cutting perpendicular to the root with consistent width to ensure even caramelization. Careful with your fingers, Mom murmured after a pause while she busied herself with the pork cutlets, dipping one into the egg wash. Her concern was gentle but tight around the edges, the kind that came from a place far deeper than just kitchen safety. I've got it, he assured her, his voice wobbling only a little. It wasn't much, but the movement helped. His mind didn't have as much room to spiral when his hands were busy. They worked in quiet harmony for a while. At one point, Izuku caught her watching him again, out of the corner of his eye. The silence between them wasn't just empty, it was heavy, filled with things unsaid, something like an apology swimming behind her eyes. Mom. Mom jumped slightly, nearly dropping the tongs. Yes, sweetie. Izuku didn't look up from the cutting board. The onions are done. Do you need me to start the rice? Please, she breathed. As Izuku moved to the rice cooker, the tension in the room shifted. He stopped, his hand resting on the lid of the appliance. He could feel her eyes on him. The guilt radiating off her was palpable, a physical weight in the small kitchen. You don't have to tiptoe around me, Izuku whispered, his back to her. I know I scared you. I'm really sorry I made you worry. Mom suddenly crossed the small distance between them and hugged him from behind, abandoning the pork as she buried her face between his shoulder blades. He stiffened at first, then melted into the contact. I was wrong, she muffled into his shirt. She took a shuddering breath. I shouldn't have apologized. I should have told you that you could be a hero without a quirk. I crushed your dreams before All Might. You don't have to, I do, she said immediately, then winced at her own suddenness. She softened her tone, placing a hand on her son's shoulder. Izuku, I should have seen how much you were hurting. I'm your mother. Mom, you know none of this is your fault, right? Izuku's throat tightened, but he forced a steady breath. What happened yesterday? It's on me for not talking about it sooner. I didn't want to worry you. But I'm supposed to worry. She laughed wetly, brushing at her eyes. That's my job. But I never pushed hard enough. And I know why you slept on the couch last night. Izuku gripped the edge of the counter, his knuckles turning white. I can't go in there, Mom. The bitterness in his voice was new, frightening. Everywhere I look, he's staring back at me. Smiling. Telling me I am here, when he really wasn't. Then we'll change it, she said firmly, pulling back and turning him around to face her. Her eyes were wet, but her expression was determined. What? The room, Mom declared. After we eat. We'll take it all down. The posters, the figures, the bedsheets. We'll pack it all up. If looking at him hurts you, then he doesn't deserve to be on your walls. Izuku stared at her, wide-eyed. That collection was his life, costing him so much yen and so many years of hero worship. The thought of taking it down felt like erasing his identity. But then he thought of All Might's skeletal form on the roof, the pity in his eyes, the crushing reality of his words. Young Midoriya, a quirkless person, can't become a hero. He looked at his mother, who was willing to tear apart her house to make him feel safe. Okay, Izuku croaked. Okay. Let's take it down. Good. Mom squeezed his hands. But first, we eat. You need your strength. They returned to cooking, but the air felt lighter. The weight of the secrets and the trauma hadn't gone away, but it was easier to handle. They sat down to eat, and the katsudan's savory steam rose between them. Mom raised her chopsticks. You know, you always calm down when we cook together, she said. I like to help, Izuku said. It makes me feel useful. You are useful, she continued, squeezing his hand. You always were. Izuku took a bite. It tasted like warmth. It tasted like home. Sitting here, listening to his mother hum softly as she ate, and knowing he had a friend like Nejiya waiting to see him again. Maybe, just maybe, he could live with being plain old Izuku Midoriya. Mom. Yes, Izuku. This is really good. Thank you. Mom smiled, and this time, it reached her eyes. You're welcome, sweetie. Izuku chose to help Mom clean the apartment after lunch. He had busied himself with chores all day, But now, in the quiet of the afternoon, he couldn't stop thinking about what needed to be done. The hallway that led to his bedroom seemed longer than usual. Izuku found himself standing at the threshold of his bedroom door, looming like the entrance to a tomb, the cardboard boxes in his hands trembling slightly. He couldn't keep sleeping on the couch forever, it was lumpy, and his back already protested from the night before. But stepping inside meant facing it all, the walls plastered with reminders of a dream that had been shattered. His eyes kept drifting toward his closed bedroom door, the door he hadn't opened since yesterday. Even from here, he could almost feel the weight of what waited on the other side. Posters, figures, notebooks, cardboard cutouts, years of devotion layered like sediment. All Might inspired me to push through the pain, but in the end, he was the one to crush it all. Izuku, Mom whispered as she stood right behind him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. She followed his gaze. You don't have to go in if you're not ready. I know, Izuku murmured, his voice quiet but firm, fingers curling at his sides. But I can't avoid it forever. If I don't do it now, I never will. He took a breath. Then another. And finally, he pushed the door open. When he opened his door, creaking, the smell hit him first, a faint mix of paper, plastic, and the detergent he'd always used to dust the shelves. It smelt like faded enthusiasm. Then he was immediately assaulted by red, blue, and yellow. The room was a shrine, posters of All Might's beaming smile, his fist raised triumphantly, covering every inch of wall space, action figures lined the shelves in heroic poses, and rumpled bedsheets emblazoned with the symbol of peace, the walls, the desk, the bedspread, the curtains. They all screamed his iconic catchphrase, "I am here," which once was a promise of safety, but now only echoed in Izuku's head with a hollow ring. Izuku's gaze fell on a poster of All Might in his 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐵 costume, which showed him smiling and holding a captured villain over his head with one hand and pointing to the horizon with the other, as if telling him he could reach it. Izuku felt a sudden, heavy pressure on his lungs. It wasn't just a decoration, it was his childhood, his obsession, and a way to escape the bullying and the quirklessness. I can't look at all that stuff anymore. The posters, the figures, it's like they're mocking me. Izuku stepped inside cautiously, as if the room were a minefield, the air feeling stagnant. The room was quiet in a way that felt unnatural, like even the posters were waiting for him to say something. He walked to the wall nearest his bed, reaching up to touch the corner of the largest poster. Held up by yellowed Scotch tape was a limited edition poster from All Might's Bronze Age, smashing through a villain's barrier with a Detroit smash, beaming proudly against a backdrop of bright red. It was the first poster he'd ever bought with his own allowance, one he'd saved up for months. He remembered putting it up when he was 8, and Mom had needed a chair to help him hang it with such pride. He reached up. His fingers brushed the glossy paper, which crackled under his fingertips. He hesitated. His throat tightened. I appreciate your spirit. But it's too dangerous. Without a quirk, you can't become a hero. Izuku gritted his teeth as the memory of the rooftop cut through him like a harsh wind. His hand curled, not in anger, but in sharp betrayal. Rip. Izuku peeled at the corner, the tape resisting at first, then giving way with a rip that made him flinch. A soft, tearing sound that was shockingly loud. A flake of paint came off with the tape, leaving a small gray scar on the white wall. Izuku carefully rolled the poster up so he wouldn't crease it, treating it with reverence, because even if it hurt now, it didn't erase everything All Might had once meant to him. He placed it into the cardboard box. I'll get the bedding, Mom said softly, moving past him. She worked quickly, stripping the pillowcases and the comforter featuring All Might's flexing silhouette. She didn't look at the images. She just folded them inside out, hiding the hero away, transforming the bed into a plain, white rectangle. Next was his desk and shelves, lined with figures from the Silver Age and the Golden Age, all in action poses, right in front of his desk lamp. He picked up one of the action figures, his fingers shaking. It was All Might in his Silver Age costume. The paint was chipped from when he dropped it during a simulation of a villain attack back in kindergarten. He remembered buying this one and telling Mom about the articulation points and how the center of gravity was perfectly balanced. He turned it over in his hands, the plastic suddenly feeling colder and heavier than it should. Izuku put the figure in the box after wrapping it in an old newspaper. Not thrown away. Just put it away. He did the same thing with the next one and the one after that. Grab and drop, grab and drop. With every figure that disappeared into the box, the room felt a little larger, the air a little easier to breathe. The rest followed slowly. Posters first. Then, the keychains that Izuku had gotten from raffles. Then the trading cards he had spent hours sorting by edition and rarity. There were a few things that made him stop: a signed vintage postcard that Dad sent him from the U, a limited edition model that he saved up for, and a t-shirt that he had begged Mom to buy him on his 9th birthday. It felt like taking away a piece of a belief he had held for so long that it had fused to his bones. Mother and son worked side by side until she paused at a framed photo, baby Izuku dressed in an All Might Odyssey, beaming at the camera. "This one. Do you want to keep it?" Mom asked. "It's you, Izuku. Not him." Izuku stared at it, his heart breaking. That little boy had so much hope and hadn't been hurt by the world's cruelty. It felt like holding on to a lie to keep it, but letting it go. "No," he said, his voice breaking. "Not right now, but someday, maybe." It went into the box, buried under layers of what had once been his world. The room changed slowly over the course of an hour until it was unrecognizable. There were no decorations on the walls, just faint, sun-faded squares where the posters had been for years. The shelves were empty pieces of wood. The floor was free of the sharp piles of goods. With each item put away, the weight on his chest lightened just a fraction. When they finished, Izuku taped the final box shut and stepped back. He sat on his now plain bed, looking around. His room looked emptier. But lighter, too. It looked like a guest room. It looked like it belonged to a stranger. It looked like it belonged to someone with no personality, no dreams, no future. "I'm sorry," he choked out. He didn't even know to whom. To All Might, to himself, to the dream he lost. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He pressed his palms to his eyes, trying to hold back the tears, but they slipped through his fingers anyway. A warm presence sat beside him, the mattress dipping under her weight. Mom wrapped her arms around him without a second thought, pulling his head onto her shoulder. He leaned into her, letting his forehead rest against her shoulder as she held him like she had when he was much younger and scraped his knees on the playground. "It's okay to let go, Izuku," she whispered. "You're more than this. You always have been." Izuku's breath hitched. "We can redecorate. Anything you want. Maybe some nice landscapes. Or a band you like." Izuku didn't answer. He just stared at the bottom shelf of his bookcase, the only place they hadn't cleared. It was where he kept his notebooks. He got off the bed onto the floor, reaching into the back of the shelf. In the process of clearing the All Might clutter, he had exposed the very back row, where dust bunnies had gathered over the years of neglect. There, wedged behind a stack of old textbooks, was a notebook he hadn't touched in a decade. It wasn't a hero analysis notebook. It was a standard composition book with a black and white marble cover, the corners chewed and frayed. "What's that, honey?" Mom asked. I think this is from before," Izuku murmured. He opened it. The pages were filled with crude stick-figure crayon drawings of heroes, recreating moments he had seen on the news, and notes written in clumsy hiragana. But as he flipped through them, he realized something. They weren't drawings of All Might. There was a drawing of the hero duo, water hose, putting out a fire. A drawing of the American heroine, 𝐒𝐻𝐽, using her quirk to serve as the back wheels for an ambulance. A drawing of ectoplasm and his clones guiding people to safety. And on the very last page was a note. "When I grow up, I want to help people." It didn't say, "I want to be All Might." It didn't say, "I want to smash villains." It just said, "I want to help." "I forgot about this," Izuku's voice trembled, but not with sadness this time. It was a different kind of realization as he ran his thumb over the waxy crayon letters. The memory washed over him. He was 4 years old, sitting at the kitchen table, drawing this while Mom cooked dinner. This was before the diagnosis. Before the obsession with the symbol of peace took over his entire identity. Before he decided that he had to be strong to be useful. He looked up at the bare walls. They aren't empty, they are blank canvases. Mom, Izuku said, holding the old crayon notebook tightly. I don't need new posters right now. I want to leave it clear for a while. I need to start figuring out who I am without this. That sounds nice, Izuku. Mom smiled, and it was a real, happy smile. A fresh start. Izuku looked around once more. It wasn't a void, it was space he could fill with something new, something of his own. Yeah. He looked down at the simple longing written by his 4-year-old self. A fresh start. The apartment felt oddly big, and the air was clearer. Still, the stack of cardboard boxes reminded Izuku of the purge earlier. He stacked the last of the All Might boxes near the coat closet and had just sat on the sofa, idly flipping through an old magazine about the wild pussycats he'd salvaged from the purge of his room. He told others, and himself, that he bought the magazine on the hero team back in elementary school for research purposes. But no one could judge him for buying it for other reasons. Man, I remember having the biggest crush on Mandalay back then. Mom bustled nearby, preparing tea and snacks, her movements lighter than they'd been in days. However, she still glanced at him every few minutes as if to reassure herself he was okay. If Izuku were to be honest, he felt hollowed out, like a bell that had been rung too hard and was now vibrating in the silence. Ding dong. Mom jumped, nearly dropping the tea tray she was carrying from the kitchen. Oh, that must be your friend. She smoothed her apron, glancing nervously at the boxes, then at Izuku. I'll get it. Izuku stood up, his heart doing a slight, anxious flutter as Mom opened the door. Hi, Izuku. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 beamed at him, her periwinkle hair bouncing like it had its own breeze. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. Her voice chimed, bright as a bell. I'm here to return Izuku's notebook. Izuku expected 𝐒𝐻𝐼. He expected her infectious energy. Instead of her hero costume, she was wearing casual clothes, a pastel oversized sweater and leggings, but she still looked radiant. But she wasn't alone. He did not expect the second silhouette standing in the doorway. Nor was he expecting it to be Ryukyu wearing a sharp, casual blazer over a dress shirt, but the aura of authority was unmistakable. Izuku's breath hitched, and for a second, he swore his soul temporarily evacuated his body. Ryukyu. Izuku squeaked. Out loud. In front of both of them. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 laughed lightly, rocking on her heels. I told you he'd react like that. Ryukyu gave a polite nod. Good evening, Mrs. Midoriya. I hope we're not intruding. Oh, please, come in, Mom said, stepping aside. Thank you for having us, Ryukyu's lower, smoother voice followed. She smiled, a calm, professional expression that instantly commanded the room. Hello again, Midoriya. They stepped inside, removing their shoes. Sorry for intruding. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 skipped past Mom and the stunned Izuku, heading straight for the living room, but she stopped dead in her tracks halfway there. She spun around on her heel, her blue eyes narrowing slightly, tilting her head as she scrutinized Izuku. You feel different today. Izuku blinked. What? She leaned closely, with her head tilted, invading his personal space with zero hesitation. She's really close. Not that it's a bad thing, she quickly corrected. I'm just noticing that you don't look as sad as you did yesterday. Your eyes aren't all puffy anymore, and you're smiling for real this time. What happened? Did you eat something yummy? Or maybe you took a super long nap? Tell me everything. You happened? A blush overtook Izuku's face. I can't believe I just thought that. Oh, God. Focus. Don't let your inner muttering derail the first good thing that's happened this week. 𝐒𝐻𝐼, Ryukyu warned gently. Personal boundaries. Right. Sorry. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 stepped back, pulling a hero analysis for the future number 13 from her bag. Here. As I said in the text, I accidentally tore a page, but I taped it with the invisible kind, so you can barely tell. Oh, thank you, Izuku said, taking the notebook back gently, his fingers brushing hers for a split second that sent a spark through him. And I guess I feel a bit better. Mom and I talked, and we cleared some stuff out. It helped. He glanced at Ryukyu, still stunned by her presence. Why is one of the top 10 in our apartment? Please, sit. Mom said as she led the guests to the table in the living room. Make yourselves comfortable. She led them in, fussing over tea trays and pillows, her motherly instincts kicking into high gear. The mood changed as soon as the tea was poured and the steam started to rise. Ryukyu took a sip and set the cup down, and fixed Izuku with a piercing look. Izuku could tell that it wasn't the look of a hero assessing a civilian. I imagine that you are here to tell us you found a therapist for Izuku. Mom asked the pro-hero. Sadly, I have not, Ryukyu sighed, looking at the woman regrettably. I overestimated people's empathy towards those fitting your son's situation. But I still plan to help him, Mrs. Midoriya. She returned her gaze to Izuku. Nejiya insisted I look at your notebook. Izuku felt his heart plummet. As she did. Nejiya jumped in quickly. Only the cool parts. I didn't show her anything personal, promise. Usually, I dismiss fan mail and amateur analysis, Ryukyu continued. It's often just praise or obvious observations. Izuku looked down at his lap. I know. It's just a hobby. It's stupid. It is not stupid, Ryukyu said firmly. It was accurate. What? Izuku's head jerked up. Ryukyu sighed, a long, tired sound, and rubbed her left shoulder. A villain had injured my left wing many years ago. I thought it was better. The doctors said I was fine. I didn't know I was favoring the right and making sloppy turns until I read what you wrote. I thought I was getting older or slower. She looked at Izuku with a new intensity, respect. It was one professional recognizing another. You saw a weakness that I, one of the top 10 heroes, missed myself, Ryukyu said. And you offered a solution. You didn't just criticize, you fixed it. Mom looked between the hero and her son, her mouth slightly open. Izuku. You figured that out just by watching footage of her. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry. Ah yes. I'm sorry if it's rude. I notice things. I also read your observation on Backdraft's water pressure. Ryukyu continued. Where did you get those figures? Those aren't public record. Wait, am I in trouble? Is that why she's here? Was my hobby illegal the whole time? Am I going to be arrested for espionage? Maybe I'll get a lighter sentence if I'm upfront with her. I estimated them based on the footage of the fire at Tatooine Station, Izuku stammered, terrified. I counted the frames to measure the water velocity as it left the nozzle, and calculated the force based on the displacement of the debris it hit. I had to estimate the mass of the debris, of course, but I cross-referenced it with standard building materials. Ryukyu looked up at him, her eyes wide, her pupils dilating slightly. You calculated hydraulic force variables. In your head. From a news clip. By counting frames. Why yeah. I like math, Izuku whispered weakly, shrinking into the sofa cushions. That's amazing. The volume of Nejiya's or nearly made Izuku jump out of his skin. It's just stuff I've observed. I always thought. If I can't have a quirk, if I can't be a hero, he muttered. At least I can understand them. Precisely. Ryukyu's lips curved upward. She reached into her blazer pocket and pulled out a sleek, folded document, something official and businesslike that looked stark against the dainty teacups. She slid it across the table toward Izuku and his mother. The hero industry is changing, Midoriya. Villain attacks are becoming more complex. We have plenty of sidekicks who can punch and blast, but we are sorely lacking in people who can think. Ryukyu looked Izuku dead in the eye, folding her arms, not in disapproval, but rather, thinking about something. My agency wants to grow its tactical analyst division. You have a gift for noticing things others have missed. She pointed to the notebook that was on the table. And you know more about quirks than anyone I've met. I am ashamed to admit my agency isn't as efficient as it could be. We're wasting time and resources chasing villains we don't know how to catch. 4 months, we've been looking for an analyst to help us predict the villains' moves rather than react to them. We need someone like you to review patrol footage, strategize raid operations, and help my sidekicks optimize their quirks. Mom instinctively reached for Izuku's hand. You want to hire my son, who is still a middle school student?" she asked, understandably apprehensive. "Legally, I cannot hire him," Ryukyu corrected. "But I can give him an internship. An unofficial, part-time role with the Ryukyu agency as an analyst." The room went silent. The only sound was the clock ticking on the wall. Izuku stared at her as the offer hung in the air, sounding too good to be true. An internship. At a top 10 agency. For me. For useless Deku. You want me. Izuku pointed at himself, his insecurity rising. "But I'm quirkless. I'm a liability. I'm useless in a fight." I don't need you to fight, Midoriya," Ryukyu said firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. "I have clause for that. Your job will be to tell me where to fight, to tell Nejiya to stop wasting energy so she doesn't crash in the middle of a patrol. Nejiya actually suggested it, and I believe her when she says you have potential. I need someone who can see things that I can't. It would be invaluable if you could break down problems, anticipate potential issues, and suggest ways to improve them. We have heroes, sidekicks, and interns, but no one who can think as you do." Izuku didn't say anything and just stared at her as if she'd spoken to him in another language. Meanwhile, Nejiya beamed, bouncing slightly in her seat. "I told her you were a genius. I told her. And that you'd probably faint, but that's okay because I know how to catch people." Her blue eyes shone as she looked at Izuku. "You want to be a hero? Well, heroes need brains just as much as they need brawn. Maybe even more. Be my brain, Izuku. Plus, if you work with us, I can show you my waves up close. You can measure them properly." Ryukyu gave a patient smile. "Of course, this depends entirely on your comfort and your mother's. Nothing will be expected immediately. But we wanted you to hear the offer directly." Mom reached out and placed her hand over the document, her expression serious. "Is it dangerous? Will he be in the line of fire?" "It wouldn't be fieldwork, Mrs. Midoriya, no danger here. But he would be helping with real hero operations." Ryukyu looked at Mom, and her face softened. "He comes to the agency 3 times a week after school to look over footage, quirk interactions, and patterns of rescue. He'll also keep an eye on patrols, review data, write reports, attend training sessions, and, if necessary, plan takedowns of villain organizations. He would be supervised at all times and remain safe. Always. And it might give him the purpose he needs to heal." "Izuku?" Mom asked softly, her eyes misty as she looked between Izuku and the heroes while squeezing his hand. Do you want to do this? You don't have to decide right now. But if this is something you want, I trust you." Izuku swallowed. His heart thudded painfully in his chest, but not from panic this time, from possibility. Analyst. At a pros agency. Izuku stared at Ryukyu. "You don't think I'm too broken to help?" "Broken?" Ryukyu shook her head. "Midoriya, you have the most remarkable mind I've seen in years. But even the strongest minds need rest and care. You deserve that." Izuku met his mom's gaze, then looked at the notebook, then back at Ryukyu, offering a future. He looked at Nejiya, who was beaming at him with pure, unadulterated belief. Nejiya's words played in his head. "Villains are easy. You punch them, and they fall. Simple. But sadness, despair, that feeling like you're drowning even when you're standing on a roof, that's the real enemy. That's the hardest villain to beat." The change in Izuku's demeanor that Nejiya had noticed, it wasn't just from chores or clearing his room. This blue-haired angel hadn't just saved his life, she'd given him the first real spark of something inside him, small and fragile, that had flickered back to life since the rooftop. Hope. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. "I want to help people. That's all I've ever wanted. If I can do that with a pen instead of a punch." He looked at Ryukyu, his eyes burning with a newfound intensity. "I'll do it. Yes." Nejiya cheered, throwing her arms up in the air, smiling in a way that made his heart lift. Team Ryukyu just got a huge upgrade. "I'll show you the world of heroes, properly this time." Ryukyu stood up and extended her hand. Izuku stood to meet her. As he shook her hand, he didn't feel the electric thrill of fanboyism he used to feel. He felt the solid, grounding weight of responsibility. Ryukyu smiled with a genuine, warm expression. "Welcome to the agency, Analyst Midoriya. Don't be late on Monday." The final bell rang through the halls of Old Dera Middle School, signaling the end of yet another soul-crushing day for Izuku Midoriya. The sound usually signaled a rush to escape before the extras, as Kaken called his classmates, could use him for target practice. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, his green eyes flickering with a rare flash of excitement. Today was different from the usual day of avoiding insults and NSNG bruises and burns. Today, the ringing had a distinct, promising sound as he put hero analysis for the future number 14 into his yellow backpack. His hands shook, not because he was scared, but because he was excited. Monday. Today wasn't just another miserable start to the week. Today was Izuku's first day at the Ryukyu agency. An honest-to-goodness hero internship. A real one. And Nejiya, bright, beaming, impossible-to-miss Nejiya, had promised to swing by and pick him up, her bubbly energy a welcome contrast to the school's grey monotony. He hurried out of the classroom, keeping his head down, navigating the hallway currents like a ghost. He just had to make it to the front gate. Nejiya had texted him 10 minutes ago. "Nejiya Heido or Nejiya-chan, I'm almost there. Look for the spirals." Izuku Midoriya, got it. I'll be out front. See you soon, Nejiya. The fresh air hit his face as he stepped outside. He scanned the street, clutching his backpack straps. Just a few more minutes, and I'm out of here. I'm actually going to be a hero. Izuku stood by the entrance gates, checking his phone every few seconds. He could almost see it, training with Ryukyu, learning from professionals, and maybe even getting a taste of what it was like to be a real hero. He tried not to look too excited, but a small smile pulled at his lips. He could almost feel the future stretching in front of him. But fate, as always, had other plans. "Oi, Deku." The tone alone was enough to send a shiver crawling up his spine like a crack of thunder, sharp and explosive. Izuku froze, his shoulders hitching up. His heart sank as he turned to see that Kaken was already striding toward him with that jagged, explosive grin, flanked by his usual cronies, Tsubasa and 𝐶𝑢-Terechi, a pair of hyenas who thrived on his volatile charisma. Well, 𝐶𝑢-Terechi began. "Look who's wagging his tail like someone's gonna come get him." What do you want, Kaken?" Izuku stammered, backing up instinctively. He glanced around, hoping for a teacher or passerby, but the after-school crowd had gotten smaller. "What, can't a guy say hi to his old pal?" Kaken's smile grew broader and more predatory. His eyes were full of that familiar disdain for Izuku's existence. "You've been acting like you're better than everyone else today, talking about some agency internship. I bet it's with some no-name hero who won't even make it in the top 100. You think someone's pity or fluke makes you hot SHT now?" His friends chuckled, closing in. "Acting better than? I wasn't. What is Kaken talking about? I'm supposed to meet someone," Izuku tried, clutching the strap of his backpack. "Can you meet someone?" Kaken sneered, small pops of nitroglycerine crackling in his palms. His two lackeys flanked him, grinning with malicious anticipation. "You think you're important enough to have places to be. You're just a pebble on the side of the road." Before Izuku could back away, the spiky blonde hooked a fist around the green-haired boy's collar. He didn't hit or blast him there were too many witnesses. Instead, he and his cronies dragged him away. "Don't worry. We'll make it quick." Izuku's heels skidded uselessly against the pavement as they hauled him away from the gate, around the corner, and into the narrow, shadowed alley between the school and a convenience store where teachers rarely patrolled. "We just want to teach you some manners before you embarrass our school any further," Kaken growled. "Don't think I don't know you're up to something." "Please, I'm waiting for someone." Izuku struggled, but it was futile against their grip. The alley reeked of garbage and damp concrete, the perfect spot for their ritual humiliation. "Shut up, quirkless loser," Tsubasa sneered, shoving Izuku against the brick wall. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. "Nejiya's waiting. If I'm not there, if I miss this." Please, 𝐭𝐻𝐿, Izuku begged, looking at the small amount of light at the end of the alley. Not today. Shut up. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 cracked his knuckles, and tiny explosions went off in his hands like firecrackers. Time to remind you of your place. Well. What convenient timing, a wet, sloshing voice oozed out from the saw grate beneath their feet. Izuku paled, recognizing it. No. A low, gurgling laugh echoed as a thick, putrid stench filled the narrow alleyway, the smell of rotting garbage and old sewage. The grate rattled violently, and then, like a pressurized pipe bursting, a grotesque wave of dark green fluid erupted upward. All four boys froze. The mass of bubbling muck coalesced into a towering, gelatinous shape with two bulging, manic, yellow eyes embedded somewhere within its shifting, amorphous form, his jagged maw of teeth splitting into a grotesque grin. Izuku's breath hitched. He knew those eyes. He knew that fluid. It's him. The villain from before. The one All Might had saved me from. Look what we have here, the sludge villain gurgled, amused, its voice like bubbling mud. A bunch of brats playing tough. You kids look afraid. But don't worry, I only need one of you to come with me as a hostage. Make it easy, and maybe I won't drown the rest. Which of you wants to volunteer? Tsubasa and 𝐶𝐬𝐿 screamed, stumbling backward over their own feet. But 𝐭𝐻𝐿 didn't move. His ego wouldn't allow it. A hostage. 𝐭𝐻𝐿's eyes narrowed, his arrogance flaring as he barked a laugh, sparks snapping dangerously from his palms. The hell do you think you are, you slimy freak? You think you can take me on? You picked the wrong alley, you piece of a 𝐭𝐻𝐿, don't. Izuku yelled, reaching out. I'll blow you to bits. Without hesitation, the blonde lunged forward, palms igniting in a blaze of orange, predictably swinging a massive right hook. Die! Boom! An explosion ripped through the alley, slamming into the villain's body with deafening booms, shaking the walls. Smoke billowed, and for a second, it looked like a direct hit. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 expected the villain to scatter as his blast tore through part of the creature, sending chunks of sludge splattering everywhere. But as the smoke cleared, the villain merely laughed as the mass reformed almost instantly. Feisty one, aren't ya? You'll do nicely. The villain surged upward like a tidal wave, tendrils snatching around his arms, extinguishing the sparks instantly, and then his torso. What the F? The sludge engulfed 𝐭𝐻𝐿's face, silencing his scream instantly. 𝐭𝐻𝐿! Izuku cried out as the sludge enveloped his classmate. Boom! 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 The blonde thrashed, blasting more explosions, but the villain's grip only tightened, pulling him deeper into its oozing mass. Screw this! 𝐶𝐬𝐿 yelped, bolting for the alley's entrance. Tsubasa, in his panic, forgetting that he even had a quirk that granted flight, followed suit, footsteps echoing as both of them abandoned their leader, sprinting back toward the school without a backward glance. Their footsteps faded into the distance as they chose survival over loyalty. Izuku remained rooted in place, heart hammering, watching his classmate thrash inside the sludge, desperately using his quirk to escape. Boom! 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 He watched the villain expand, swallowing 𝐭𝐻𝐿 whole. He could see his muffled struggles inside the liquid. The villain's body churned, suffocating the strongest student in Aldera Middle School effortlessly. Run! Find a pro. Find 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. You're useless here. Every instinct screamed at Izuku, but his legs didn't listen. He looked at 𝐭𝐻𝐿, the boy who had tormented him for a decade, and his eyes were wide with a terror Izuku had never seen on his face before. He's going to die. Right here. Right now. Izuku didn't think. He didn't wait for a hero who wasn't there, not when 𝐭𝐻𝐿, bully or not, was in danger. I have to do something. He dropped his backpack, legs moving before his brain could stop them. Let him go. He roared with a surge of reckless determination, and he charged forward, leaping onto the villain's slippery form. His hands plunged into the slime, cold, sticky, and suffocating, but he didn't let himself recoil, finding purchase on the villain's semi-solid mass. He clawed upward, pulling himself up inch by inch, ignoring the burning in his lungs as the villain's tendrils lashed out. You! I remember you! The sludgy villain let out a low, irritated growl. Persistent little gnat. Boom. 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 Izuku gritted his teeth, ignoring the slime soaking his uniform and the heat of Bakugo's muffled explosions vibrating against his chest. He forced himself to climb anyway, fingers burning, lungs tightening as the rancid sludge crept up his arms. He hauled himself up, climbing the villain's amorphous body like a mountain, clawing forward until he grabbed hold of Kaken's trapped arm, pulling himself higher, locking eyes with the drowning boy, trying to wedge space between the villain and his classmate. "Get off me, Deku!" The blonde snarled from within, his voice muffled. But the villain laughed, its body shifting to engulf them both. 2 for the price of 1. Even better. The villain's shape twisted as he climbed up the walls onto the building's roof. "Fine, you can both come with me." He jumped from one roof to the next with the 2 boys in tow. Boom. 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 He doesn't know what to do except fight. Izuku held on tight. He didn't know where the villain was going, or why he needed a hostage. But that didn't matter to him right now. I said, let him go. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 darted above the afternoon traffic, spiraling through the air with a light, bouncy rhythm. The wind blew through her hair as she rode her spirals to pick up Izuku for his first day at the Ryukyu agency, having been entrusted by her to get him. I mean, who wouldn't want to start their first day at a hero agency with a fun flight with the adorable sidekick, 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan? She looked at her phone for a moment, floating upside down to read the screen against the glare of the sun. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Heido or 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan, I'm almost there. Look for the spirals. Izuku Midoriya, got it. I'll be out front. See you soon, 𝐒𝐻𝐈. She grinned. He's so cute. She started banking toward Old Dera Middle School. Boom. The shockwave cracked through the air, rattling 𝐒𝐻𝐈's teeth as she flipped upright. Oh no, that doesn't sound good. Her spirals flickered as she whipped her head toward the Tatooine shopping district. A thick, oily column of black smoke was clawing its way into the sky from a nearby alleyway, not far from the school route, as sirens wailed in the distance. Boom. Followed by another. Boom. And another. Boom. That's bad. That's really bad, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 muttered, her playful demeanor vanishing instantly. Her eyes narrowed, scanning the distance. Explosions didn't just happen for fun in a residential district. Boom. Boom. Is it a villain attack? She looked at her phone, then at the smoke, guilt twinging in her chest as her hero instincts kicked in immediately, overriding everything else. I'm going to be late. Oh, Izuku is going to panic if I'm not there. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I'll make it up to you, I promise, but people might be in trouble. With a burst of acceleration, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 rocketed toward the source of the disturbance, spirals of energy curling from her legs as she banked hard to the left. She surged toward the smoke, the golden light of her wave motion trailing behind her like a comet. When she shortly arrived at the scene, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 halted midair, hair lifting with the sudden stop. The situation looked grim as fire blocked the exits. She expected to see villains, plural. She expected frightened civilians, cornered pro-heroes, something fitting the size of those blasts. Where are the pros? 𝐒𝐻𝐈's eyes then widened as she caught sight of someone she didn't expect to see. Izuku was halfway up a towering, undulating pile of sludge dominating the center of the fiery chaos. His fingers were digging into the quivering surface as he climbed with the frantic determination of someone who had never heard the phrase self-preservation. His uniform was smeared with green muck, and he looked like he had decided that fighting a literal living ooze monster was a perfectly normal way to spend after school. Oh my god. Izuku! What are you doing? Get out of there! 𝐒𝐻𝐈 yelled, diving down, but the roar of the flames swallowed her voice. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 then noticed, trapped inside that suffocating muck, a blonde middle schooler wearing a uniform similar to Izuku's, who was thrashing. He's trying to save a classmate. Boom. 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 The blonde boy was letting off explosions from his palms that only seemed to feed the fire around them. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 recognized him instantly from Izuku's notebook. An explosion quirk. Wait, that's Katsuki Bakugo. And he looked more furious than terrified, which was almost impressive considering he was being suffocated. Izuku's trying to save his bully. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 watched, heart in her throat, as her younger friend clawed at the villain. digging his bare hands into the filth, trying desperately to pry the sludge away from the blonde boy's mouth. Before she could swoop in, Izuku reached the villain's face. "You little gnat." The sludge villain roared, the liquid shifting to engulf Izuku's arm, but he didn't flinch. "Take this!" Izuku screamed, his voice cracking with the desperate effort of his cry. He balled his free hand into a fist and drove it straight into the villain's enormous, bulging eye. Squelch! The villain shrieked as the sludgy body convulsed violently from the knuckles sinking into the soft, vulnerable spot. The grip on the blonde boy loosened for a fraction of a second, but the villain's rage spiked. "Get off me!" Sludge whipped outward, and Izuku was thrown back, his small frame ragdolling through the air. He hit the pavement hard, as if the ground were rushing up to meet him, gasping for breath. "Izuku!" 𝐒𝐻𝐼 dove for him without hesitation. Before he could recover, the sludge villain towered over him, forming a massive, dense appendage, like a hammer ready to flatten him into the concrete. "I'll crush you first." The villain bellowed. "Die, you pest!" Izuku looked up, eyes wide, throwing his arms up in a futile attempt to shield himself. 𝐒𝐻𝐼's heart skipped a beat. Output, 30%. A spiral of pure, concussive energy slammed into the side of the sludge villain at near-blinding speed, blasting the hammer away, as well as kicking up dust and debris, just a split second from Izuku's face. A spiral of energy burst from her feet as 𝐒𝐻𝐼 shot forward, swooping through the smoke, her arms hooking under Izuku's shoulders in a flash. She banked sharply, the G-force pressing him against her as she pulled him out of the kill zone and hovered 10 feet in the air. "Whoa!" Izuku blinked up at her, dazed as she clutched him tight. "𝐒𝐻𝐼, are you okay, Izuku?" she asked. Izuku's face flushed with a mix of adrenaline and embarrassment as he nodded. She huffed, looking down at the boy in her arms, her blue eyes blazing with a mix of relief and scolding intensity. 5 minutes. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 shouted over the roar of the fire. "I was going to be at the school in 5 minutes, and you pick a fight with a sludge monster alone. What were you thinking, taking on a villain like that all by yourself? That was super brave, but super reckless." The sludge villain thrashed wildly, its grip tightening around Bakugo, who was gasping for air between muffled swearing echoing from inside the sludgy chest, firing off explosions with renewed fury. Boom! 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 The fires sparked by his quirk licked at nearby dumpsters and walls, adding to the pandemonium. "Gotta handle this quickly. Stand back, everyone." The booming voice of Death Arms cut through. The punching hero led the charge, his muscular frame pounding the pavement like a human battering ram. Beside him swung Slugger, the baseball hero, bat in hand and ready to home run any threat. Kamu Wood slithered through the alley with vine-like limbs, while Backdraft directed streams of water from his nozzles to combat the spreading flames. Mount Lady towered at the alley's entrance, her giant form already shrinking to navigate the tight space. Death Arms' eyes scanned the area, landing on 𝐒𝐻𝐼 with Izuku. "Hey, you're Ryukyu's sidekick from you, 𝐒𝐻𝐼-chan, right? Good timing, we could use the Dragoon hero here." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 blinked, surprised by the pro addressing her. "Sorry, but Ryukyu's not here, it's just me." Death Arms did not look happy with that answer. "All right, you get the civilians clear and keep the perimeter secure. Let us pros handle this slime ball." Backdraft was already shouting orders through a megaphone at the civilians to clear out. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 hesitated, her eyes darting back to the suffocating blonde boy. Still, the authority in Death Arms' voice was absolute. As a sidekick, arguing with a pro-hero would be considered unprofessional behavior. "And anything I do reflects on Ryukyu and the agency." "Right. Understood." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 replied, though her voice lacked its usual bubbly cadence as she sat Izuku down gently, a safe distance away. "Stay here, Izuku, and don't move." She turned back to the fight, spirals of energy dancing around her wrists, ready to intervene if the pros faltered. Izuku hesitated, his gaze locked on Bakugo's struggling form. "But Kaken, he'll be fine," she promised as she pushed him toward the crowd. "I'll help however I can, but you need to stay out of the boom." Another explosion burst inside the sludge monster, shaking the street. Death Arms braced himself, arms wide to hold back debris as a car toppled from a blast. Bakugo's struggling silhouette writhed deeper into the creature, swallowed more with each second. Fight, she finished weakly, dread curdling in her stomach as the pro-heroes sprang into action, or tried to. How do you like this? Death Arms charged forward, his fist the size of a hydraulic press, swinging in powerful arcs that sank harmlessly into the villain's oozing body, the sludge simply reforming around them. What the? It's like punching jelly. Strike! Slugger followed up with a high-velocity cracking of his bat against the monster's side. The impact sent ripples through the sludge, but it absorbed the blow effortlessly, tendrils snaking out to swat him back. No dice. This thing's too squishy. Slugger backed away as a tendril of slime lashed out. Where are the others? Death Arms roared. I have my hands full. Backdraft yelled, his water cannons blasting the burning storefronts, extinguishing fires with desperate sweeps of his quirk, trying to prevent the entire block from going up in smoke. Can't get a clear shot without dousing the kid, too. I can't get close. Kamu Woods shouted, extending his wooden branches, aiming to ensnare the villain. However, the heat from the explosions made the Arbor hero's quirks brittle and flammable. The fires are too intense, I can't risk igniting myself. Mount Lady, can you get in there? There's no room to maneuver. The peak hero admitted, her expression one of frustration as evidenced by her biting her lower lip. If I gigantify any further, I'll crush half the people here. Damn it. Pathetic. The sludge villain laughed, a wet, gurgling sound, and tightened his grip on Bakugo, whose explosions were becoming smaller, weaker. And you call yourselves pro-heroes? Damn it. Death Arms grits his teeth, planting his feet, wiping sweat from his brow. We'll have to hold the line and minimize damage until someone with the right quirk shows up. No choice, evacuate and contain. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 froze. Wait it out. What does he mean by that? She heard a sharp intake of breath and looked down to see that Izuku was trembling, not with just fear, but with frustration. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles were white. He won't last that long, Izuku whispered, his voice laced with horror. Look at him. He's stopped struggling. If they wait, Kaken dies. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 looked back at the villain. The heroes were standing their ground, forming a wall, but they weren't advancing. I can't ignore orders, but they're letting it happen. The realization made her stomach turn. She could see Bakugo's explosions weakening, his face turning blue as the sludge forced its way into his mouth and nose. The light was fading from the boy's eyes. 𝐒𝐻𝐼, Izuku said, his voice snapping with a sudden, clear sense of urgency. The eyes are his weak spot. Here. When I hit him before, he flinched, Izuku quickly explained. His body is fluid, but his eyes are solid. He looked back and forth between the heroes and the monster. If you hit his eyes with precision, even just one, he'll loosen up, and I can pull Kaken out while he's distracted. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 looked at him. Izuku, you can't go back in there. It's too dangerous. She protested. You'll be crushed if it recovers too fast. If we don't do something, he dies. Izuku pleaded, tears pricking the corners of his eyes. The pros aren't moving. You wanted me to become an analyst, and that only works if you trust me. Please, trust me. Something in his determination struck her, the same raw heroism she'd seen in her mentors. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 looked at the dying boy, then at the frozen heroes, and finally at the fierce determination in her new junior's face. Ryukyu and Mrs. Midoriya are gonna kill me for this. You'd better survive this, Izuku Midoriya, she told him. Stay low and move fast. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 floated up, spiraling energy building around her legs, flaring brighter than the fires around them. She leveled her hand, narrowing her focus. She didn't need power, she required accuracy. Hey, sludge face! She yelled. Eyes up here. The villain's massive eyes shifted toward her. You again. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 wave, pike. A concentrated beam of spiral energy shot from her palm with sniper-like speed and struck the villain squarely in the exposed eye. Ah! The villain shrieked, partially blinded and in agony. His fluid form destabilized, sludge sloughing off in chunks, and the suffocating grip on Bakugo's mouth slackened as the blonde gasped for air, coughing violently. "Go!" 𝐒𝐻𝐲 screamed. She didn't need to tell him. In that moment of distraction, Izuku was already sprinting. He ducked under Death Arm's outstretched arm, ignoring the hero's shout of protest. He dove into the smoke, darting across the alley like a green blur and sliding on his knees to reach the sludge pile. "Kaken! Come on, fight it!" Izuku yelled as he grabbed Bakugo's collar and heaved with everything he had. Because of 𝐒𝐻𝐲's attack, the sludge wasn't holding on tight. "Deku!" Bakugo wheezed, confusion and rage warring in his eyes. "Get your demon hands off of me!" Boom! He mustered one last explosion to loosen the villain's hold. With a final heave, Izuku tore him free from the monster's grasp with a wet, sking sound. Both boys tumbled to the ground as the sludge recoiled. "You're not going anywhere." The sludge villain recovered his sight, one eye bloodshot and furious. He swelled up, abandoning his human shield to become a towering tidal wave of muck, aiming to flatten the two middle schoolers. "I'll kill you both." 𝐒𝐻𝐲's heart pounded. She wasn't about to let that happen. "Izuku, get down!" she commanded from above. Izuku shoved Bakugo down and curled over him. Wave motion's power roared within her. She hovered directly in the path of the monster, her hair floating wildly as she increased her output. The spirals on her arms grew massive, humming like a jet engine. Output, 50%. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 wave, surge. She moved both palms forward. A colossal shockwave of spiraling energy, the strongest blast she'd ever fired in civilian space, erupted, slamming into the villain's core with the explosive force of a freight train. There was no resistance. The sheer pressure tore through the villain's midsection instantly, scattering the villain into thousands of droplets that rained down over the entire city block, inert and harmless. The air pressure alone extinguished the fires in the immediate vicinity. Silence fell over the street. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 floated down, heart pounding, legs trembling with leftover adrenaline as she landed softly between the boys and the splattered remains of the villain. "Wow," she breathed out, a relieved smile breaking through her worry. "It was close." She felt wobbly and nearly face-planted onto the street. 𝐒𝐻𝐲. But Izuku, despite his deep, rattling coughs and the pain of hitting the pavement, caught her. I think I overdid it." For a second, nobody moved. Then, the crowd behind stunned pro-heroes erupted in cheers, their voices rising in a wave. "Did you see that? She blew him apart in one shot. That's Ryukyu's sidekick. 𝐒𝐻𝐲-chan, she's seriously a sidekick. Way to go, 𝐒𝐻𝐲-chan, 𝐒𝐻𝐲-chan, 𝐒𝐻𝐲-chan saved the day." Paparazzi cameras clicked as civilians surged forward, though they still kept a respectful distance from the heroes and 𝐻𝐬. The paramedics rushed past to check on Izuku, Bakugo, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, and anyone else who may have gotten hurt. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 offered a weary but triumphant smile to the crowd. She looked at Izuku, covered in soot and slime but safe and still supporting her weight. "I knew you could do it," he said, with a grateful smile. "You scared me half to death, Izuku." She exhaled as a yawn escaped her. Then, a small, proud professional thought surfaced. "Nice work, Analyst Midoriya. F off. I don't need help." Kaken barked, coughing up the last foul remnants of sludge. He thrashed against the paramedics, who were desperately trying to check his vitals and scrape the villain's drying remains from his skin. Izuku, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, and scattered bystanders who were also hurt were receiving the same treatment. Of course. Even after almost dying, Kaken is still Kaken. A few feet away, Izuku sat on the bumper of an ambulance, huddled under the heavy weight of a shock blanket. He rubbed his forearm where he'd taken a rough landing, watching the scene with an exhausted expression. Beside him, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was being attended to by her own team. She looked uncharacteristically drained, her usual vibrant aura had dimmed, and she gripped an energy drink with both hands, sipping it to restore the vitality she'd burned through. The sight made Izuku's chest tighten. I couldn't just stand by and let Kaken die. But 𝐒𝐻𝐲 had to push herself even harder to cover me. Now that's what I call guts, kid. Death Arms clapped Kaken on the back, a gesture meant to be gentle that still made the boy wince. holding out against that villain with those explosions. Impressive stuff. Most people would have blacked out, but you kept him busy until we arrived. Slugger and a downsized Mount Lady crowded around the blonde teenager. You're a tough one. Slugger praised, leaning on his bat. That quirk of yours is flashy as hell. After the sports festival, come look at my agency. Yeah, those blasts were no joke, Mount Lady added with a grin and a double thumbs up. Keep it up, you're pro material for sure. Bakugo scowled, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. TCH whatever. I didn't need saving. Izuku looked away. His ego is too bruised even to allow himself a flicker of smug satisfaction. The police were still swarming the area, filling out reports, taking photos of the scene, and cordoning off the street and collecting samples of the villain's remains from the burnt garbage and building sides. They were aided by backdraft, whose precise water streams neutralized the lingering goo into harmless puddles to make sure the villain didn't come back for round 2. As the paramedics finished checking Izuku for burns, finding, miraculously, only scrapes and bruises, a shadow fell over him. It was heavy and imposing. And you, Death Arms barked, crossing his massive arms. Kamu Wood stood next to him and nodded in agreement. What the hell were you thinking? Izuku's breath caught. I'm charging in like that. The punching hero kept going, his voice getting louder. You could have been killed and made our job twice as hard. If that villain hadn't been distracted by Nejuchin, that would have been the end of you, Kamu Woods added, his voice like dry bark. I'm sorry, Izuku stammered. His shoulders slumped, and he bowed his head, trying to shrink into the ambulance. He was my friend, and I couldn't, that's no excuse. Death Arms scolded. You don't have a license. Heck, I didn't see you use a quirk at all. Interference like that is a liability. The disparity stung like an open wound. Izuku knew they were right, he had broken the law. But he had acted because the pros had been frozen. Now, he was being treated like a nuisance while the victim was being scouted like a celebrity. Hey, hold on a second. Nejiya hopped down from her ambulance. The usual bubbly sweetness in her tone had sharpened into an edge of cold steel. She marched over, placing a protective hand firmly atop Izuku's messy green curls, her blue eyes piercing as she looked the pros up and down. Are we forgetting something? Nejin, Death Arms blinked, his tone softening slightly for a fellow hero, or at least, a highly respected sidekick. We're just explaining to the civilian that, you're scolding him for acting, Nejiya cut in. But if he hadn't run in, your impressive kid over there would have suffocated. Literally suffocated. Izuku here was the only one moving while you guys were waiting for someone with the right quirk to show up. The pros shifted, their boots scraping awkwardly against the pavement. Civilians interfering is against protocol, Kamu Woods argued defensively. Tactical patience is part of the job. And saving lives is the whole job, Nejiya countered. She patted Izuku's head, subtly nudging him behind her. Izuku starts at the Ryukyu agency today. If he hadn't pointed out the villain's weak spot, the eyes, by the way, when none of you noticed, we might still be dealing with that mess. He created the opening, and he pulled the victim out himself. Sure, he was reckless. Reckless doesn't even cover it, Slugger interrupted, Mount Lady by his side, thumping his bat against his shoulder. Kid, heroes know what they are doing. You should have left this to us. Mount Lady sighed dramatically, looking at Izuku with a patronizing tilt of her head. Pros are called for a reason, sweetie. Izuku was the only one who didn't stay still. Nejiya reminded them, her voice rising. So don't lecture the person who actually did something. The pros stopped and looked at each other while Death Arms rubbed the back of his neck. Well, but rules are rules, no matter what. Kid needs to learn boundaries. Are we seriously going to let some sidekick talk to us pros like that? Mount Lady snapped, her patience with Nejiya wearing thin. Just because you're the Ryukyu agency's mascot, it doesn't change how things work. You're supposed to follow the lead of active pros. Instead, you went and acted on your own. I'm starting to wonder what kind of students Ryukyu takes in if they can't follow simple orders. Nejiya's jaw tightened, a low growl catching in her throat, but 𝐒𝐿 reached out to touch her sleeve. "Don't." 𝐒𝐻𝐼A took a deep breath, ignoring the peak hero. She turned to the paramedic. "Is he clear?" The medic nodded quickly. "Good. Come on, 𝐒𝐿. Let's get to the agency before Ryukyu sees the news and has a heart attack." She flashed him a sunny smile that brooked no argument, though her eyes still held a lingering spark of indignation. "Thanks for the assist, everyone." Before the pros could offer another rebuttal, 𝐒𝐻𝐼A grabbed 𝐒𝐿's hand. With a sudden, golden burst of her quirk, they lifted off the ground. "Come on, 𝐒𝐿, up we go." She steered them high above the street, soaring past a swarm of hungry reporters who were left shouting questions at the empty air. Katsuki watched as that demon Deku was hauled into the air by the blue-haired sidekick, her spirals of energy propelling them skyward like they were just taking a stroll in the clouds. The crowd below oohed and ahed, phones out, snapping pics like a bunch of mindless extras at a fireworks show. As if flying off with some pro's pet project made Deku hot SHT. The wind kicked up as they disappeared over the rooftops, and Katsuki clenched his jaw hard enough to ache. "So that's how it is. If Deku," he muttered, shoving a paramedic's hand away for the umpteenth time. His palms still smoked faintly, the smell of burnt ozone mixing with the lingering stench of the sludge yesterday. He could still taste it in the back of his throat, oil, rot, and pure humiliation. He could still feel that suffocating weight crushing his chest, creeping into his lungs, cutting off his air. The world narrowed down to panic and the sound of his own explosions sputtering out. "I didn't need saving. I didn't need help. I didn't need Deku." The thought was sharp and automatic. It was the only thing keeping the shaking in Katsuki's hands at bay. "I could have handled it. But no, Deku, quirkless, useless Deku, had to play hero. Rushing in like the idiot he is, grabbing at me like I was some damsel in distress. And now the nerd gets a free ride from 𝐒𝐻𝐼A-chan of all people." Katsuki's eyes narrowed, following their rise until they were just dots in the bright afternoon light. What the hell was he doing at the Ryukyu agency? Starting today. Bullshit. Deku didn't fit in that world. The nerd couldn't even throw a punch last he checked, yet here he was, getting patted on the head and defended by a girl who treated pros like they were the ones in the way. But another thought followed, quieter and way more irritating. He noticed the eyes. Through the haze of suffocation and rage, Katsuki remembered it now, Deku shouting. Pointing. 𝐒𝐼A-chan had blasted the villain just enough for Katsuki to catch one desperate lungful of air. "DM it." He slammed a palm into the side of the ambulance. The metal groaned under the strike, the ring of it echoing his frustration. "Hey, kid." Death Arm's voice cut in, hovering nearby. "You okay?" Katsuki gave him a look that could have set off Nitro. "Get lost. I don't want your pity." He vaulted off the back of the ambulance, ignoring the sharp sting in his lungs. The pros muttered and backed off, clearly deciding he wasn't worth the headache. They went back to milling about, preening for reporters as if they had actually done something. I don't need their praise anyway. But no matter how hard he tried to shake it, the image of Deku with 𝐒𝐼A-chan stuck. They looked natural, like they belonged together in the air, leaving everyone else on the pavement. Katsuki's teeth ground together. A spark popped in his palm, unbidden. Why does he get noticed? Since when does Deku get someone bubbly chick to fight his battles for him? Am I jealous? Hell no. This pisses me off. With a scoff, he stalked toward the police line, ignoring the reporters barking his name. He needed to get the hell out of here before he exploded something for real. Fine. Let the nerd think he's climbing the ranks. I'm still going to UA, and he isn't. I'll make sure Deku regrets ever thinking he could keep up. 𝐒𝐼A adjusted her flight to a smoother, low-altitude glide to conserve what was left of her vitality. The wind carried away the last echoes of the cheering crowd, leaving them in a pocket of quiet as they touched down on a deserted residential side street. She didn't let go of his wrist until his feet were firmly on the pavement. The silence between them was awkward as 𝐒𝐿 looked at the scuffs on his red sneakers, his heart racing against his ribs. He got ready for the real scolding to start. 𝐒𝐼A turned around and got face-to-face with 𝐒𝐿, too close to him for comfort, close enough for him to see the faint glow still fading from her eyes. She tilted her head and looked at him with a look that shifted from protective fire to soft, quiet thought. Suddenly, she poked him hard in the forehead. "You were absolutely crazy back there, you know that." Izuku winced, his face heating up instantly. "I know. I'm sorry, 𝐿egiah. I know I scared you, and I didn't mean to." "No, seriously." "Crazy," 𝐿egiah repeated. Her tone was light, but her brows were drawn together in genuine concern. "If I hadn't been there, you would be a green pancake right now. Ryukyu is probably going to yell at me, and your mom is definitely going to kill both of us for letting you almost die on day one." Izuku kept his head low, his throat tightening. "I'm sorry. I really am. I couldn't watch. Not when I knew I could help." 𝐿egiah sighed, her cheeks puffing out like a frustrated squirrel. "That's the part that makes me mad and proud at the same time." He blinked, looking up in surprise. "Proud?" 𝐿egiah raised a finger, her expression turning serious. "Your brain saved the day, Izuku. If you hadn't told me to aim for the eyes, my waves might have just splashed the villain around and hurt Bakugo. You gave me a target. Because of you, he's alive." Izuku's eyes widened, shimmering with a mix of shock and relief. "Really? You actually think so?" "I don't think so. I know so." She placed a hand on his shoulder and gave it a firm, grounding squeeze. "You were amazing." Then her voice dropped to a stern whisper. "But promise me you'll be careful. You aren't alone anymore, you've got a whole agency backing you up. Don't go trying to be a solo act yet." She finished with a playful wink that sent a fresh wave of red to Izuku's ears. It wasn't the hollow praise the pros gave Kaken, nor the blind condemnation they'd thrown at him. It was an honest assessment. She saw his flaw, but she also saw his value. "Thank you, 𝐿egiah," he whispered. "Don't mention it." She tried to spin playfully in the air, hair whirling behind her, but only gave a weak flutter before she landed back on her heels with a slight stumble. Whoops! Out of gas. Now, let's get to the agency. Ryukyu's going to want to hear how her newest intern caused a massive scene before he even signed his paperwork. Izuku paled, his stomach somersaulting. "Oh, don't worry. She'll be proud of you, too," 𝐿egiah chirped, pulling out her phone. "Probably." He was not reassured. 𝐿egiah dialed a number on her cell. "Hey, Aquawoman. It's 𝐿egiah-chan. Yeah. I'm a little tapped out. I don't think I can fly back carrying Izuku. Can you send Swift and Brock to pick us up? We're a few blocks north of the Tatooine shopping district." She stopped to listen to the answer. "Awesome. We'll wait right here. Oh, and make sure they bring that bag of mochi from the break room. I'm starving." About 20 minutes after 𝐿egiah's call, the Ryukyu agency's personal vehicle, a sleek, grayish-white van emblazoned with the Drago logo, pulled to the curb. Its engine purred with the low, contented hum of a well-maintained beast. The side door slid open, revealing two men who looked like they'd stepped out of two very different worlds. One had skin made of jagged, tectonic gray stone, wearing a blue and white striped leotard that gave him the look of a professional weightlifter. Beside him was a leopard heteromorph with a rock star aesthetic, piercings, a tattered leather jacket, and a permanent expression of boredom. 𝐿egiah waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Brock. Hey, Swift. Aquawoman said you were running on empty." The stone man, Brock, rumbled in a voice that sounded like grinding gravel. He held up a bag of mochi. "I brought the snacks. And I whipped up some green tea smoothies for the road." "You're a lifesaver." 𝐿egiah beamed. "Come on, Izuku." As 𝐿egiah hopped in, the leopard man, Swift, extended a clawed hand to block the door. He leaned down, his feline nose twitching as he sniffed the air. His tail flicked irritably behind him. "Who's the stray?" Swift asked, his eyes narrowing. "Did someone lose their kid brother or something?" "Nope." 𝐿egiah puffed out her chest, looking proud. "This is Izuku Midoriya. He's the new analyst Ryukyu's hiring. He's super smart. He's the new brain to our brawn. He's already figured out Ryukyu's shoulder issue." The two heroes turned their gaze to Izuku. It wasn't a warm look, It was the heavy, professional skepticism of veterans looking at a new recruit who hadn't seen action yet. They saw the nervous stance, the big yellow backpack, and the plain middle school uniform that screamed not qualified. "He smells like fabric softener and fear," Swift said honestly, raising an eyebrow. He looked Izuku up and down with slow, deliberate judgment. When Ryukyu said he was young, I was expecting a work-study student from UA. This isn't a playground, kid. People get hurt badly in this line of work. Don't get in our way. Izuku flinched, his fingers tightening around the straps of his bag. I won't. I promise. I'll stay in the office. I won't be a burden. Be nice, Swift. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 scolded, puffing out her cheeks in a pout. Or I'll tell Ryukyu you haven't filed your reports from Tuesday because you were too busy playing mobile games in the break room. Swift went pale beneath his spotted fur, his tail going stiff. Just get in the DMN van. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 took Izuku's hand and pulled him into the plush interior. Swift climbed into the driver's seat, muttering something about snitches. Don't mind him, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 whispered as they settled into the supple leather seats. He's grumpy because he fell into a trap last week and his paw is still sore. He's actually a total softie. He spends half his paycheck feeding the stray cats behind the agency. It's okay, Izuku murmured, clicking his seatbelt into place. The luxury of the van felt alien to him, a cocoon of safety he didn't feel he deserved. He's right. I'm not like you guys. A thought like lead weighed in his stomach. Do they know I'm quirkless? Should I tell them now, or wait until they see me fail? Well, I for one am always happy to meet a new face, Brock said. He handed Izuku a cold smoothie and a piece of mochi with a hand that could crush a boulder. Yet, his touch was incredibly gentle, and he then gave the rest of the bag to 𝐒𝐻𝐲, who was already slurping down her smoothie. Oh, thank you, Mr. Brock, Izuku said, bowing his head slightly. Brock is the hero name. Call me 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐺 Shindo if you like, the stone man said with a small, rocky smile. He pointed toward the driver. And the grumpy cat is 𝐺INSAKU HYO. Yeah, just read out our resumes for the whole world to hear, Swift snarked, throwing the van into gear. He pulled out into traffic, heading toward the heart of the city where the Dragoon Heroes agency awaited. The van paused at a red light that felt 10 times longer than it actually was. To fill the silence, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 launched into a story about a patrol mishap from her early days at the agency. So, this guy had a nice quirk, right? He turned the whole street into a skating rink and was literally figure skating away from us. I used my waves to shatter the ice, carefully, obviously, giving him little room to run, but then he starts chucking snowballs at me. Snowballs? Izuku asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. That's what I said. And just as I'm dodging, a flock of pigeons comes out of and then poof. Feathers everywhere. Oh, no. I didn't hit them. I was so busy trying not to hit them that the guy almost got away. But fortunately, Ryukyu caught up with him. He surrendered right away because he's obviously not stupid enough to fight a dragon, and she made the arrest. When I asked how I did, she just shook her head. I had feathers stuck in my hair and my costume. She told me I was efficient and energetic as always. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 mimicked her mentor's stern voice. But I could tell she was dying to laugh. Izuku chuckled softly. I feel bad for the birds, but it sounds like you handled it well. I try. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 chirped. Her eyes then fell on the yellow backpack in his lap. Hey, have you started anything new in your notebooks? Well, yes. He brought it with him, figuring he'd need to fill the pages today. The first entry is, "It's you." Just based on news clips. Now I'm curious. Can I see? Izuku's face flushed. Wait, it's not finished, it's mostly just sketches and 𝐒𝐻𝐲 laid a warm hand over his, her expression softening. It's okay. I want to see how you see me. Izuku took a shaky breath. Why yeah. Sure. He fished out hero analysis for the future number 14 and handed it over. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 flipped to the page. 𝐒𝐻𝐲-chan, quirk, wave motion. Her eyes scanned the blocks of text in silence. Then, her lips parted in a small O of surprise. Izuku. This part about the 38-second limit on my spirals. Yeah. Me, Ryukyu, my teachers. We've been trying to figure out why my output drops during long fights for months. We thought it was hydration or BLD sugar. She leaned in close, her hair brushing his shoulder. You figured it out with geometry. It's just a working theory, Izuku mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. The video quality was grainy, so I had to guess the frame rate of your rotations. If I had better footage, I could give you a more precise interval of when the wave interference starts to cancel out your own momentum. I'm testing this in the training room today, 𝐒𝐲 said, her voice full of genuine wonder. Then, her grin turned mischievous. Also, I saw your extra notes. She must be referring to my personal notes. Oh, God. I feel like I'm going to die of embarrassment. You think I'm limitless? Here. Oh, she's referring to those extra notes I made after she and Ryukyu left the apartment yesterday, not the personal ones. Izuku stammered, his heart skipping a beat. I mean, objectively, yes. If the vectors are managed and we account for your caloric intake, your power ceiling could be like All Might's. You think I could be as strong as All Might? Maybe even stronger, Izuku whispered. He immediately clamped his hands over his mouth, his eyes wide. Did I really say that out loud? 𝐒𝐲 didn't laugh. Instead, she hugged the notebook to her chest, a radiant smile spreading across her face. You're so cool, Izuku. Me? Yes, you. She booped his nose playfully. Though, I do have one tiny critique. She pointed to his memory sketch of her in costume, specifically the chest area. You drew my melons a bit big. The van seemed to plummet into a vacuum of silence. Izuku's face turned a shade of red that shouldn't be biologically possible. I am so sorry. I was sketching from memory, and the perspective was. Hey, it's fine. I know you're not a pervert. It's a common mistake. But if you want to be accurate for the next drawing, my actual cup size is too much information, Heido. Swift, thankfully, roared from the driver's seat. Also, we're here. Get out. Swift and Brock exited the van, and Izuku followed, his legs feeling like jelly. As he stepped onto the sidewalk, he caught his reflection in the pristine glass of the Ryukyu Agency's building. Beside the polished heroes, he looked like a smudge on a masterpiece, a glitch in a high-definition broadcast. Hey, Izuku whispered, looking at his clothes. Is there somewhere I can change inside? I don't want to meet Ms. Ryukyu looking like this. 𝐒𝐲 texted me last night to wear something comfortable, yet respectable. I'll show you the locker rooms, kid, Brock assured him, his rocky hand giving Izuku a gentle pat on the shoulder. Don't sweat it. You'll do fine. Izuku stared at his reflection in the changing room mirror and tried smoothing down a stray lock of green hair that refused to stay in place, feeling like an actor wearing a costume for a play he hadn't rehearsed. He had swapped his school uniform for dark trousers that were slightly too long, bunching clumsily at his ankles. His mother had starched his white button-down to a stiffness that felt like it could stop a low-caliber bullet, and the collar itched at his neck with every breath. But it was his feet that truly betrayed him. His signature red high tops, scuffed from years of dodging bullies and worn down at the heels, glared back at him against the sterile, polished floor. They were civilian shoes. Walking shoes. Running away shoes. He felt his chest tighten. I can't do this. I'm just a middle schooler. I'm quirkless. I'm Deku. They're going to realize it was a mistake the moment I open my mouth. They'll see right through the starch and the tuck and send me home with a participation sticker and a pity juice box. He clutched the hem of his shirt until his knuckles turned bone white. The instinct to bolt, to disappear back into his anonymous life, warred violently with his desperate need to belong. He turned on his heel, the RBB of his soul squeaking on the tile, ready to flee to the safety of the train station and his anonymous existence. Hey, are you okay in there, Izuku? 𝐒𝐲's voice cut through the fog of his panic. You've been in there for 15 minutes. Are you stuck? Izuku jumped, nearly knocking over a trash can. I was just checking the mirror. And doing some mental preparation. That's good. Mental prep is key, 𝐒𝐲 chirped from the other side of the door. I do it before big raids. I picture myself winning, then eating mochi, then winning again. But come on. Ryukyu is waiting, and she hates waiting almost as much as she hates decaf coffee. I'm coming. Izuku shoved his old uniform into his locker, took one last shaky breath, and stepped out. 𝐒𝐲 was leaning against the wall, but she straightened up the moment she saw him. Ready for the grand tour. Izuku nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. Why yeah. I'm nervous. 𝐒𝐲's eyes softened, and she placed her hand on his shoulder. That's okay. Remember, you're here because you're amazing. Come on. And don't worry, everyone's super friendly. Well, mostly. They took a golden-doored elevator to the top floor. The hallway was quiet, smelling of expensive floor wax and old paper. When they entered Ryukyu's office, the dragon hero was buried behind a mountain of reports. She looked up, the sharp intensity of her gaze softening into a small, welcoming smile. Midoriya. Good to see you. Izuku immediately doubled over in a deep bow. Ms. Ryukyu. I am so sorry for being late on my first day. I know you told me not to be, but there was this villain and… You're not in trouble, she interrupted gently. I've already seen the news. I understand exactly why you were delayed. The media works fast, here. 𝐒𝐲 whispered, leaning toward Izuku. Izuku looked up, hopeful. So, you? But Ryukyu's expression turned serious. However, I've already received calls from the HPSC following the incident. They were responding to complaints from the pros on the scene regarding the unauthorized interference of my staff and a civilian. Are you in trouble because of us? 𝐒𝐲 asked, her playful energy vanishing. Whatever issues the commission has with how I run my agency are between them and me, Ryukyu said firmly, standing up from her desk. I will not drag either of you into political squabbles. She stepped around the desk, stopping in front of Izuku. But there is something you must understand, Midoriya. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling very small. Sacrificing oneself to save others is the soul of heroics, Ryukyu said, her voice echoing in the large office. But there is a stark difference between selflessness and foolishness. Your approach today was extremely reckless. I'm not telling you this to discourage your heart, I'm telling you because I want you to be more decisive. If you're going to act, you must have a plan that doesn't rely on luck. Yes, Izuku nodded, his voice cracking slightly. I understand. I'll do better. Ryukyu's warmth returned, and she placed a hand on his shoulder. I know you will. Come with me now. Before I show you where you'll be working, I have a lot to show you about my agency. Izuku was actually surprised by how huge the agency was. Ryukyu walked with a graceful stride, moving through the building as if it were an extension of her body. Izuku was already familiar with the lounge and cafe from his last visit, where various sidekicks were on break, inhaling hearty ramen bowls or towering parfaits. Ryukyu showed him a room where sidekicks were filling out paperwork and managing other necessities to keep the agency afloat. She also showed him the agency's medical wing for agency members, as well as civilians and heroes who require immediate medical attention, which hummed with the sterile beep of monitors. Finally, they descended 3 sublevels from the heart of the building. The elevator opened into a cavernous, reinforced concrete bunker designed to withstand everything from high-yield explosions to the might of a dragon. It was filled with all kinds of equipment to train one's body and quirk. The air here was different, echoing with grunts and impacts as sidekicks worked out or sparred with each other. I know an underground gym seems like overkill, Ryukyu began, her voice echoing off the impact-absorbing tiles. But it is for good reason. No, it makes total sense, Izuku interrupted, his eyes scanning the reinforced pillars. With how unpredictable and powerful quirks can be, a surface-level gym would be a liability to the city and its people. You need a bunker to contain the shockwaves. This guy gets it. A boisterous voice rang out. Izuku jumped, spinning around. Who? He froze. A face, just a face, was sticking out of the solid concrete wall to his left. It had beady blue eyes and a cartoonish, cheerful smile. Wait. Arf! Izuku let out a strangled yelp, stumbling backwards so fast he nearly tackled 𝐒𝐲. She caught him by the shoulders, laughing. Hey, hey! Mirio, you nearly gave the poor guy a heart attack, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 scolded. However, she sounded more amused than angry, as if this was completely normal. Sorry about that. The face beamed. Suddenly, the rest of the young man's body phased through the wall as if the concrete were made of water. He was tall and built like a tank, wearing a hero costume that screamed classic era, complete with a bold 1 million stamped across his chest. Before Izuku could process the physics of what he'd just seen, his hand was seized and shaken with enough vigor to rattle his teeth. Mirio Tagata. I'm one of 𝐻𝐻𝐽's classmates from UA. It's really nice to meet Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's brain short-circuited. Why you know my name? Well, yeah. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 hasn't stopped talking since yesterday about the genius analyst who's starting today. Izuku made a sound that could only be described as a teapot whistle. Ryukyu turned a knowing look toward 𝐻𝐻𝐽. So, the entire second-year class knows by now, I assume. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 rubbed the back of her head, giggling sheepishly. Just my friends, I swear. Mirio. A soft, trembling voice drifted from behind a nearby squat rack. A dark-haired teen in a massive white cloak peeked out, looking like a startled hermit crab. Don't you think you're being a bit much? Tagata immediately let go of Izuku, hands raised. Right. Sorry. It's just not every day you meet someone that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is this hyped about. Especially when that someone is a middle schooler interning at a top 10 agency. The shy teen crept forward, staring intensely at the floor. Tamaki Amajiki. I'm not good with new people. But I hope you like it here. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 cooed. Tamaki is so adorable when he tries to socialize. Amajiki immediately retreated into his high collar, his face aflame as he huddled into his coat collar, as if trying to fold himself into the fabric. Izuku watched him, stunned. I never would have guessed a hero in training could be as shy as I am. It's nice to meet you both, Tagata and Amajiki. But, Tagata. Izuku started, his analytical mind kicking in, a frantic, buzzing curiosity, as his voice got faster. Your quirk, the way you went through the wall, you looked like you were completely intangible. Does it work on a molecular level? Are you shifting your density? Or maybe it's a matter of vibrating your atoms to pass through solid matter. And what about your senses? If light and sound waves pass through you, you must be effectively blind and deaf while phased, right? How do you maintain your momentum without being able to see where you're going? The barrage of questions hit Tagata, rapid fire. He blinked, then let out a booming laugh. Whoa! Slow down there, Midoriya. You're sharp. Yeah, my quirk is called permeation. It lets me make any part of my body, or all of it, intangible so that I can slip through walls, floors, even people or attacks. And you're spot on, when I'm fully phased, I can't see, hear, or even breathe. It's like falling into a void. I had to train for years to learn how to pop out of the floor without getting stuck or launched into space. Mirio's the best at it, Amajiki whispered, still looking at the floor, half hiding. He's like a ghost that hits like a truck. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 bounced on her toes, clapping her hands. See? I told you guys Izuku's a total quirk nerd. Hey, Izuku, you should show them one of your notebooks later. Ryukyu cleared her throat, crossing her arms. As much as I enjoy the networking, I assume you two are here for more than just scaring my intern. Tagata's posture snapped into a professional salute. Yes? Sir Knight, I wanted your eyes on a specific report regarding the investigation his agency is conducting. I passed it to Aquawoman. Sir Knight as in All Might's former sidekick. And Fat Gum. Amajiki added. Sent me to ask about a joint patrol. There's been a spike in activity in the red light district. Nothing too big, but still concerning. I also left his report with Aquawoman. I'll review Sir Night's report and Fat Gum's request once I've finished the tour, Ryukyu said. The two of you should return to your respective agencies. Yes? Tagata turned back to Izuku with a thumb up. Good luck, Midoriya. I have a feeling you're going to shake things up around here. 𝐼𝐺𝐼 gave a tiny, almost invisible wave. Good luck. Surviving 𝐒𝐩𝐽. It's harder than it looks. As they headed for the elevator, Izuku stood there, dazed. Thank you. It means a lot. He said it louder than he meant, drawing the attention of some of the sidekicks mid-workout. He didn't have time to feel embarrassed as they continued the tour. Izuku had just met 𝐒𝐽's friends, sidekicks from other agencies, and they didn't look at him like a useless Deku. They looked at him like a colleague they couldn't wait to work with. Izuku got off the elevator, onto the third floor, which Ryukyu dubbed the bullpen, a hive that appeared to look more like a stock market than a hero office. Sidekicks ran by with tablets in hand, barking into headsets about patrol routes and containment protocols. But they were mindful not to get in Ms. Ryukyu's way, giving her room to essay Izuku out of instinctual respect. There was a stench of old coffee in the air. There were maps of different cities and wards in Japan on one wall. On the other wall, TV monitors showed live traffic, weather, and news from all the major networks. There were desks piled high with paperwork next to evidence bags waiting to be handed off to the police, and trash cans were full of plastic bottles, foam cups, and half-eaten meals. It was a place where heroes worked. It was not as clean as Izuku imagined. Yet, he felt like a glitch in the complicated machinery. He hunched his shoulders, trying to hide behind 𝐒𝐽, but she was a human spotlight, drawing every eye in the room. Izuku almost got distracted and bumped into one heroine, a ninja in a purple bodysuit with gray hair that he didn't even hear coming. Sorry about that, Izuku apologized, but didn't know if she heard him as she kept moving on. Don't mind her, 𝐒𝐽 said. Lady Ghostblade doesn't talk much. It's part of her whole mysterious vibe. This is where you'll be working, Ryukyu said, leading him to a corner workstation equipped with 3 high-definition monitors that showed real-time data, a specialized ergonomic chair, and a noise-canceling headset. Take your time getting a feel for everything. Then, when you're ready, start looking over the patrol logs and patterns of villain activity and quirk matchups. Izuku bowed so deeply that his forehead nearly hit the desk. Thank you, Ms. Ryukyu. I won't let you down. She nodded, her eyes assessing. I know you won't. If you need me, use the corded phone. It's a direct line. She pointed at an old-looking phone with a cord on the right-hand side of Izuku's desk. I didn't know they still made phones like those. We have a problem, Swift said as he jogged over with a tablet. Shatterpoint is moving again. Ryukyu's mood changed right away. Her warmth was gone, and in its place was the cold, sharp focus of a top 10 hero. Are you sure? Definitely. Swift gave her the tablet. Who's Shatterpoint? Izuku asked, his interest piqued, momentarily overriding his nervousness. A thief, Ryukyu explained. He has a quirk that allows him to fire compressed air bullets from his fingertips, strong enough to pierce reinforced glass and dent steel. He's been hitting jewelry stores and high-end electronics shops for 3 weeks. She handed Izuku a tablet, which he took with care. Here's footage of his last 5 robberies. He's fast, he's efficient, and he leaves no tracks. My patrols have missed him by minutes every single time. Swift and others think he has a getaway driver with a cloaking quirk, but there are never tire tracks at the scene. What do you think it could be? Izuku asked. That's what I need you to find out, Midoriya. Ryukyu looked Izuku in the eye, her gaze searching for the brilliant mind 𝐒𝐽 had promised. I need fresh eyes to watch the footage and tell us what we're missing. Izuku looked at the device. The weight of it felt like a mountain. This was it. This was the test. If he failed here, he went back to being Deku, the useless boy who dreamed too big. He sat in the expensive chair, which made his small frame look even smaller, and felt 𝐒𝐽 pull up a seat beside him, watching him with expectant, trusting eyes. Focus. Break it down. Forget the room. Forget the starch in your collar. Just look at the pixels. He pulled on the headset. The silence was absolute, just white noise. Izuku's world narrowed to the screens. He played the footage. Grainy security feeds showed a masked figure in tactical gear and a heavy trench coat, Shatterpoint, bursting into a shop. Crackpop air distorted. Reinforced glass shattered inward like ice. The figure vaulted the counter, stuffed jewels into a duffel bag with practiced efficiency, and ran out. 45 seconds. 𝐒𝐿 played the second video, this time at an electronics store. Crack pop pop. The lock on the security cage exploded under the air blast's pressure, and Shatterpoint grabbed what he could and ran. 52 seconds. He played it again. Half speed. Quarter speed. He zoomed in until the image blurred into a mosaic of gray and black. Posture is consistent. He always slings his bag over his right shoulder to keep his left arm free. Possibly favors the left hand. The recoil from the air bullet suggests a PSI of at least 3000, which is similar to that of a high-caliber pistol. But the timing? Why the pause? 𝐒𝐿 watched the third video, which was another electronics store, and zoomed in on the villain's hands, enhancing the image quality until the pixels blurred. Fire! Fire! Pause! Shatterpoint's hand shakes. Fire! 𝐒𝐿 pulled up the fourth robbery, a jewelry store. Fire! 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 Long pause. Shatterpoint grabs his wrist. Grimace is visible even through the mask. Fire! 𝐒𝐿 put the tablet down and brought up a map on his monitors, typing in all the locations that were hit, his eyes darting across the 3 screens as he connected dots that only he could see, tracing an imaginary line between the robbery locations. He hits targets that are exactly 4 blocks apart. He's not moving fast between targets because of someone else or their quirk. He's moving fast because he knows the route perfectly. He might be using a skateboard or a bike, something silent and gravity-assisted to conserve energy. But his own quirk. There's a biological limit. Attacks on the body. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he pulled up an anatomical diagram of the human hand and forearm, overlaying it with the physics of compressed air recoil. Ms. Ryukyu. 𝐒𝐿 yelled, not remembering that the headphones were on, and forgetting that they were still next to him. He tore them off, and his face turned red. Sorry. But I can see it. You found something. Ryukyu leaned over his shoulder and asked. He's hurting himself, 𝐒𝐿 said, pointing to a frame where the villain flinched. Check the fingers every third shot. Not only is compressed air coming out, but it's also building up in his joints before release. It's a barometric spike. If he fires more than 3 times, the pressure backwashes into his nervous system. It's causing temporary paralysis and extreme pain. 𝐒𝐿 looked up. His green eyes were no longer trembling, they were burning with the intensity of a strategist. He has a hard cooldown of 6 seconds after a volley. He's not fast because of a getaway driver, he's fast because he has to be before his arm gives out. 𝐒𝐿 pulled up a city map. He's targeting glass fronts because they take fewer shots. He's moving east, away from the police. The next target that fits his profile is a store with a glass front, expensive goods, and an easy way out. Gemini Jewelers on 4th Street. 𝐒𝐿's grin was small and sharp. But it has a heavy steel shutter that comes down at night. If he tries to blast through steel, he'll have to use at least 2 full volleys, 𝐒𝐿 continued. He'll overheat his nerves. He'll be helpless for 10 seconds, paralyzed by the pain. That's your window. You got all that from some hands shaking. Swift scoffed, his tail lashing. Maybe he just has a cramp, kid. We aren't staking out a shop on a middle schooler's hunch. It's not a cramp, 𝐒𝐿 said, standing up. His voice was firm, cutting through Swift's skepticism. It's a microfracture tell. I've seen it in pro heroes with impact quirks like Death Arms. He will stop after the 5th shot. I'm certain. The bullpen went quiet. Even the sidekicks at the nearby desks looked over. Ryukyu looked at the map, then back at 𝐒𝐿 to gauge how sure he was of himself and his theory. She saw the boy who had run into the sludge on the news, and the analyst who saw the world in vectors. Swift, Ryukyu commanded. Take Brock. Go to Gemini Jewelers. Tell the owner to reinforce the shutters and set up a stakeout. Don't let anyone see you. Wait for Shatterpoint to show up. Don't move until he stops firing. Wait for the flinch. Swift looked like he wanted to argue, but the Dragoon hero's gaze was absolute. Yes, Hey, what about me? 𝐒𝐲 asked, pouting. You're on recharge, 𝐒𝐲, Ryukyu reminded her. Besides, This is a stealth operation. You're not exactly quiet. Nejiya slumped in her chair, a playful pout on her lips that Izuku couldn't help but find adorable. He sat back down, his heart racing. He had just called a play for a top 10 agency. Now, all he could do was wait to see if he was right. The air over 4th Street was cool, accompanied by the rhythmic hum of Tokyo's nighttime traffic. Ginsaku crouched on the edge of a fire escape 2 stories up, his tail flicking with restless agitation as he overlooked Gemini Jewelers. His feline eyes scanned the empty pavement below. "This is a waste of time," Ginsaku whispered into his comms. He kept his voice low, a subvocal growl meant only for Shindo's ears. 2 hours of nothing, Brock. We're sitting here because a middle schooler played Connect the Dots on a monitor. Ryukyu gave the order, swift. Shindo's voice came back from the shadows of a dumpster below. "We're staying put. She thinks the kid's theory is right on the money." "She's putting too much trust in a fanboy," Ginsaku said with a sneer, flexing his claws against the cold metal grating. "My gut tells me that Shatterpoint is hitting a target 3 districts away while we—" "Shush," Shindo said. "Movement." 3 o'clock. Ginsaku went still, his ears swiveling forward. There were no footsteps. No engine. Just the faint, rhythmic clacking of wheels on asphalt. A figure emerged from the gloom, coasting on a skateboard with practiced ease. He wore the tactical trench coat and mask from the footage. Ginsaku felt a jolt of adrenaline spike through his chest. "Well, I'll be DM'd." Shatterpoint slowed to a halt in front of the jewelers. He checked the street, left, then right, his movements sharp and arrogant. Seeing no patrols, he stepped off his board and approached the steel shutter. The villain cracked his neck, his splayed fingers twitching. Crack pop. The sound was like a balloon bursting in the narrow street. An invisible bullet of compressed air slammed into the shutter. The steel warped instantly, a fist-sized crater appearing in the metal. The sidekicks reinforced bracing earlier, and so far, it has held firm. Shatterpoint tilted his head, seemingly annoyed. He raised his hand again. Crack-pop-pop. 2 more massive dents appeared, the steel screeching as the rivets were strained to their limit. "He's getting frustrated," Shindo whispered. Shatterpoint growled, the sound muffled by his mask. He planted his feet, leaning into his right arm for a final, brute force barrage. Crack-pop-pop-pop-pop. The air pressure in the alley dropped noticeably with every shot. The shutter was being hammered into scrap metal, sparks flying as the locking mechanism began to tear. Shatterpoint raised his hand for one last blast that would surely rip it open. Crack-pop, arg. It happened exactly on the 5th shot. Shatterpoint's arm jerked violently back as if he'd been struck by lightning. He let out a strangled cry of agony, his knees buckling. The compressed air had backfired into his own joints. He collapsed, clutching his right wrist with his left hand, his entire body shaking with tremors. The flinch. "Now!" Ginsaku roared. He launched himself off the fire escape, a blur of yellow and black. He didn't just fall, he pounced, twisting in midair to drive his boots into the villain's chest. The impact sent Shatterpoint skidding across the asphalt, his mask flying off. "Get off me!" Shatterpoint wheezed, his left hand twitching as he tried to aim a desperate shot. "Not a chance!" Shindo shouted, charging out of the alley like a landslide. Crack-pop. The villain fired a weak, frantic air bullet, but it merely dusted the grime off Shindo's rocky chest. The stone hero reached down, hoisted the villain off the ground by his collar, and slammed him against the brick wall. "Don't try it," Shindo rumbled, his stone face inches from the thief's. "You're done." Ginsaku was already slapping the cuffs on the villain's wrists. As he tightened them, he caught a glimpse of Shatterpoint's right arm. It was swollen, the veins bulging and purple, twitching. "My arm. It feels like it's on fire." The villain bemoaned, tears streaming down his face. "I can't feel my fingers." Ginsaku stared at the injury. Radial nerve injury. Barometric pressure buildup. The kid hadn't been guessing. Ginsaku stood up, dusting off his knees, his tail swishing thoughtfully. He looked at Shindo, who was wearing a massive, rocky smirk. "Don't say it," Ginsaku grumbled, tapping his earpiece. "What?" Shindo teased. That the fanboy just saved us 3 weeks of chasing a ghost. Just shut up. Jinsaku connected the line to the bullpen. This is swift. Shatterpoint is secured. Repeat, target is secure. Minor property damage, no injuries. He looked down at the groaning villain, then let out a long, heavy sigh. And tell the new analyst he was right. Down to the second. The suspect's arm is toast, just like he predicted. Jinsaku looked up at the moon, shaking his head. Scary little nerd, he muttered. There was no venom left in his voice, only a grudging, genuine respect. Izuku's leg bounced with the frantic rhythm of a jackhammer. Every minute of silence from the comms felt like an hour, allowing doubt to creep in, insidious and cold. What if I'm wrong? What if he doesn't show? What if he has a support item I missed? What if someone gets hurt because I was so eager to be a hero? 𝐒𝐲 was doodling on a notepad next to him and humming a light, airy tune. She looked completely calm, but every few minutes she would lean over and nudge his shoulder with hers, giving him a small, reassuring smile. Confirmed. Aquawoman's voice rang out through the bullpen. Swift and Brock have successfully apprehended Shatterpoint. He requires immediate medical attention for a self-inflicted nerve injury. The bullpen erupted with surprised whistles and low murmurs of approval as once skeptical sidekicks were now glancing toward the corner desk with newfound curiosity. Tell Swift and Brock to return to the agency, Ryukyu commanded, her voice steady but carrying a hint of pride. Get a medical team on standby for the suspect's arrival. Yes, Aquawoman nodded and hurried toward the medbay. Ryukyu turned toward Izuku. He instinctively tried to shrink into his chair, overwhelmed by the sudden weight of dozens of gazes, his face burning. But he stopped when he saw Ryukyu holding 2 steaming cups of tea. Midoriya. Izuku scrambled to his feet. You just saved my team weeks of wasted resources, prevented a robbery, and stopped a villain before he could escalate his violence, she said, handing him one of the cups. Excellent work. Before he could stammer out a thank you, 𝐒𝐲 threw her arms around his neck from behind, nearly sending his tea flying. She rested her chin on top of his messy green curls, beaming at the room. I told you he was a genius. Oh, I wish I could have seen Swift's face, he probably looked so confused. He owes you an apology, Izuku. And a smoothie. A big one. No, make it 2. Izuku felt the heat rush to his face, turning his ears beet red. But for the first time in his life, the heat wasn't born of shame. It was a warm, golden glow of pride. He hadn't thrown a single punch. He hadn't used a quirk. He hadn't broken a single bone in his body. But he had won. I helped, he whispered to himself, a genuine, teary smile finally breaking through his lingering anxiety. I actually helped. First day survived, Ryukyu said softly, watching him over the rim of her own cup. How do you feel, Midoriya? Izuku took a sip of the tea, letting the warmth settle in his trembling hands. He looked around the bullpen, at the high-tech monitors, the busy sidekicks, and the blue-haired girl still hanging off his shoulder. I feel, he started, his voice finding its strength. Like I finally belong somewhere. Ryukyu's expression softened, a motherly warmth in her eyes. You do. And the agency is lucky to have you. Izuku felt a tightness in his throat as a silent promise formed in his chest. I'll make you proud, Ms. Ryukyu. I'll show everyone that even if I'm not out there fighting, I can make a difference. I'll help make this agency the best in the world. Bleep. 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 The alarm on Izuku's phone blared insistently, pulling him from a good night's sleep. One of the best he has ever had in a long time. He sat up in bed and let out a big yawn, his room plain and dim, with pre-dawn light filtering through the curtains, casting a warm glow. Izuku was excited to start another day at the Ryukyu agency. I can't believe it's already the 2nd week. The days were moving at a different pace now, peeling away layers of the loneliness that had defined him for so long. The raw nerves he'd felt on his first day were gone, replaced by a tentative sense of belonging, a tether keeping him from the abyss that had almost claimed him. He exited his room to take a morning shower, spotting Mom already in the kitchen, her movements deliberate as she prepared a bento box. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. "Good morning, Izuku," she said with a proud smile while wiping her hands with a towel. "Breakfast is ready. I'm putting the last touches on your lunch." "Thanks, Mom," Izuku replied before heading into the bathroom. As the warm water dripped down his body, Izuku thought back to coming home late from the agency after his first day. Mom, having seen the news of the sludge villain attack, nearly crushed Izuku in a bear hug. Honestly, he should have expected her to find out about that. He managed to calm her down and explained everything that had happened on his first day, both the good and the scary parts. "I'm not going to hide anything from her anymore. Not after what it had done to her. What I had done to her." A pang of self-loathing would pop up in his chest at random for making her worry. It made a part of him wish that he were working as a proper employee of the Ryukyu agency. He was grateful for the position Ryukyu had given him. He'd never imagined getting it in a million years. Still, is it selfish to want to be paid for the work I'm doing? Villains can strike anywhere and when least expected. If anything were to happen to me, I would want Mom to be well off. Izuku shook his head, forcing those dark thoughts out of his mind. He shouldn't be focusing on what-if scenarios. His brain is better served by getting good grades and helping the agency prosper. The train ride from school and the walk to the agency felt like a blur. 𝐒𝐲 would typically be there to greet him, but she had already been sent out on patrol. After clocking in, Izuku changed out of his school uniform into a simple button-up shirt and slacks, and Aquawoman handed him his list of duties for the day as Ryukyu was indisposed. He took the elevator up to the bullpen, greeting the passing Brock and Swift with quiet nods, and sat at his workstation, getting to work immediately. Today, he was reviewing patrol footage and recording notes on villain patterns, as well as making notes of potential quirk synergies and who would be best to send on specific missions. As the day wore on, Izuku, his notebooks open beside the screens, noted a spike in petty criminals with emitter-type quirks in certain districts, potential strategies where Ryukyu's dragon form could counter effectively, or how 𝐒𝐲 could end the fight without using too much energy. We'll have to test these out in simulations before employing them in the field. By evening, exhaustion hit Izuku, but so did a quiet pride. Man, who knew sitting at a desk and writing reports all day could be so draining. Still, I got a lot done. It was a slow day, but progressive, nonetheless. Izuku's eyes fell on a clock on the wall, and that's when he realized something. "Oh, I forgot to take my break," he said to himself. "No wonder I'm feeling lightheaded. I got so wrapped up in my work. I should hand my report to Ryukyu first." Izuku got up and walked to the door of Ryukyu's office, holding his written work in one hand. "Knock knock knock." "Come in," she responded. Izuku opened the door and stepped inside. Ryukyu was behind her desk, reviewing the case related to the one Tagata brought to the agency on Sir Night's behalf. "Sorry to bother you, but I have the report you wanted." Getting closer to the desk, Izuku caught a quick glimpse of the file, which included a picture of a white-haired little girl with a single small horn and red, innocent-looking eyes that tugged at his heart. But that's all he saw before Ryukyu closed the file. "Thank you, Midoriya." Ryukyu held out her hand as Izuku handed his written work to her, raising an eyebrow at the first page. "Detailed as always." "Thank you." Izuku bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Hey, Izuku. 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 Hey, Izuku." The boy barely had time to turn before 𝐒𝐲 appeared in front of him, hovering half a meter above the floor thanks to a gentle spiral of wave motion energy that puffed her hair outward like cotton candy. She seemed more excited than usual, which was saying a lot, as she bounced like an excited hummingbird made of pure sunshine. "Oh, 𝐒𝐲. What are you doing back here?" "Starting to run a bit empty, so I came back here to refuel." "Oh, I was going to grab a bite to eat, too." "Perfect timing," she exclaimed, pulling him into a quick hug that made his cheeks heat up before grabbing his wrist, not roughly, but with enough enthusiasm to drag him before he registered his feet moving. "You'll never guess who's visiting today. Tagata and a Magiki." "Nope." "Well, yes, but not just them. Yu's here." 𝐒𝐲 practically sang. Izuku blinked. Yu Haya. My friend from school. Also goes by Electrigal. She's a sidekick for the Pussycats. As in the wild, wild Pussycats. Same ones. She's a total sweetheart when you get to know her. Really sharp quirk. Oh, you have to meet her. You'll love analyzing her. She clasped her hands under her chin like the idea physically delighted her, bouncing, no, vibrating. I mean, I'd be honored, but, oh, don't worry. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 waved away his worries with a sparkle in her eye. She bites strangers sometimes, but only emotionally. That doesn't reassure me. 𝐒𝐲𝐵 giggled. Well, come on already. As they approached the elevator door, it opened, and the BMI hero, Fat Gum, ambled through, his rotund form clad in a yellow jacket, a bag of snacks in hand, his jolly face split into a wide grin. Following behind him was Japan's 10th-ranked pro hero, the Aqua hero, Gang Orca, a towering figure with killer whale-like features, piercing red eyes, and a costume that looked like a white business suit with a high collar, pink tie, and black cape that made him look like, well, a gangster. His stern and imposing demeanor made the boy shrink back instinctively. Though I don't like these kinds of polls being a thing, I suppose there's a reason he ranked third among heroes who look like villains. Fat Gum noticed Izuku and lumbered over to him. You must be Midoriya, right? He asked with infectious warmth. A Magiki told me about you joining Ryukyu's team. The new intern we've heard about. Orca asked, his voice deep and rumbling, but not unkind. Oh, yes, sirs. Izuku quickly answered both men. I am. Orca extended his massive hand, careful not to crush Izuku's in the shake. Ryukyu speaks highly of you. Takes real courage to do this kind of work, especially at your age. Thank you. Mr. Gang Orca, sir. Izuku nodded, still a bit intimidated, but quickly shifted to inspired, a quiet respect that bolstered Izuku's confidence. If you've got heart, you're golden. Looking forward to working with you. Fat Gum rummaged in his snack bag and pulled out a steaming box of takoyaki, the octopus-filled dough balls still hot and glistening with sauce. Here, kid. Fresh from the vendor outside. There was a takoyaki vendor outside. Oh, thank you, Mr. Fat Gum, Izuku expressed, bowing his head. Just Fat Gum is fine, the BMI hero said with a smile before leaving with Gang Orca for Ryukyu's office. Gang Orca can be a bit gruff, but he's a softy deep down, 𝐒𝐲𝐵 told him. And Fat Gum is so cute, like a giant marshmallow. While Izuku agreed with 𝐒𝐲𝐵's assessments, his mind was at war with itself. One part of him wanted to leave the two pros alone and eat, especially since the takoyaki smelled good. The other wanted to talk with them and share his notes on their respective quirks, or sinus, and fat absorption. But Izuku chose the former option and left with 𝐒𝐲𝐵 for the cafe. Izuku had a feeling he would become acquainted with other heroes who collaborated with the Dragoon Heroes Agency. Yes. Hey, Izuku. Tagata called out to him and 𝐒𝐲𝐵 from a table, sitting down with a Magiki, half hidden behind his broad shoulder, and fidgeting with the sleeve of his costume. Izuku waved back to the two of them. Hello, Tagata. Hello, to you too, a Magiki. And you don't have to be formal with us, Tagata continued. You're 𝐒𝐲𝐵's friend, so that makes you one of ours. Call us Mirio and Tamaki. Oh okay, Mirio, Tamaki, what are you both doing here? Izuku asked. Well, Tamaki began. I'm here because, well, Fat Gum and Ryukyu have a joint patrol, which Gang Orca's joining in, so, yeah. And I just wanted to check in and see how you were doing, Mirio told him. You working hard? Or hardly working? Also at the table was a teenage girl with short, salmon-pink hair wearing a black and purple bodysuit that covered everything but her shoulders, a white chest strap belt with a paw print insignia on the middle pouch, and white boots. Her domino mask cast a striking contrast against her otherwise gentle-looking face. She must be higher. Her face didn't show emotion much, but her posture did. Her shoulders stiffened, and her chin tilted up. Oh, she said coolly before looking at 𝐒𝐲𝐵. So, this is the intern you wouldn't stop talking about. Izuku froze at first, then bowed immediately, more out of panic than politeness. I'm Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. It's an honor to meet a pro hero, well, sidekick, but professional nonetheless. Stop talking. He stopped. 𝐒𝐩𝐻𝐼a clapped her hands. You, be nice. He's amazing. I will decide that for myself. 𝐻𝐼a crossed her arms, keeping her eyes on Izuku. 𝐒𝐩𝐼a keeps telling us that you're really smart and brave and super adorable. 𝐒𝐩𝐼a gasped. I didn't say adorable. You said it twice during lunch. She did, Mirio confirmed. Yeah. 𝐼𝐺𝐼 corroborated. 𝐒𝐩𝐼a pouted. Don't gang up on me. Izuku felt his soul leave his body. 𝐻𝐼a was polite to 𝐒𝐽𝐼a, a little stiff, but comfortable. And she seemed friendly towards Mirio and 𝐼𝐺𝐼. But with Izuku, cold as polished steel. It only made Izuku stand straighter somehow as he fought the urge to shrink into himself. He knew that feeling of someone waiting for him to prove he deserved to exist in the room at all. Tamaki cleared his throat. 𝐒𝐽𝐼a told us about your notebooks. The impressive drawings. The blocks of text. And the breakdowns. And well, what Tamaki's trying to ask is if you could analyze us, Mirio explained. Tamaki's ears turned bright pink, turning nuclear red, and his shoulders curled inward like he was trying to fold himself into a pocket dimension. I guess that's the other reason why we came. Izuku's eyes went sparkling wide like stars in a hero analysis binge, the way they always did when someone handed him a live research subject on a silver platter. He couldn't have asked for a better opportunity to learn more about 𝐒𝐽𝐼a's friends and take notes on their quirks. Izuku had already asked Mirio about his quirk when they first met, had a basic understanding of how it worked, and had it written down in his notebook. So, he started with Tamaki's quirk, Manifest. This is amazing. Izuku flipped to a blank double-page spread, and his pen was already uncapped before Tamaki was done nodding. He was eagerly hovering over a new page in his notebook. 𝐒𝐽𝐼a only told me a simplified version of how Manifest works, but a quirk that lets you get traits from things you've eaten sounds useful. Are you able to choose which parts to change? How does the process of choosing work? Do you have to picture it, or do you know it? Tamaki moved around uncomfortably, pulling his hood down over his face and staring at the floor. His cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. It's mostly instinct now that I've been doing it for years. I think about what I ate, and it, well, manifests. But it has to be ingested around 6 to 8 hours ago to work best. Izuku nodded angrily and wrote notes at a speed of Mach 5. Interesting. So, digestion is a part of the integration PRD. How about variety? Can you mix more than one manifestation at a time, or is there only one main source for each transformation? Mirio put his arm around Tamaki's shoulder before he could even mumble a response, grinning. Show him what you got. Tamaki's mood seemed to flip like a SWSH, becoming less withdrawn. Oh okay. Don't laugh. He hesitated, glancing at Izuku with wide, anxious eyes, as he stole one of Izuku's takoyaki ball, whispered a tiny sorry that Izuku definitely caught, and popped it into his mouth. He chewed quickly while averting his gaze, then a soft glow seemed to ripple under his skin for a split second, subtle, but Izuku caught it. Wow, that was fast absorption, Izuku murmured, leaning in. How long until? Tamaki extended his right hand, his fingers splaying. In an instant, they elongated and twisted, the skin shifting to a slick, purplish hue as suckers popped open one by one with soft, wet sounds, each cup flexing experimentally and blooming along the undersides. His digits, transformed into writhing octopus tentacles, flexible and strong, coiled slightly in the air before he used them to deftly pick up another takoyaki from the box, with permission, and pop it into his mouth. The tentacles moved with eerie precision, almost like independent limbs. Oh! Izuku's jaw dropped, his pen flying across the page. Incredible! The suckers, that's from the octopus in the takoyaki, right? What about adhesion strength? Can you control them individually? And does it affect your sense of touch? Why yeah. Octopus suckers for sticking or ripping. I can feel textures more clearly than usual, but it's overwhelming sometimes. Tamaki wiggled the tentacles, demonstrating how one curled around Izuku's pen, also with permission, to hand it back effortlessly. Mixing works if I've eaten multiple things close together. Like chicken for claws or clams for shells. And the more I eat, the stronger and longer it lasts, but overdoing it makes me nauseous. Mirio chuckled warmly with arms crossed. Tamaki's manifest is no joke, it has saved our bacon more than I can count while on patrol. He is like a buffet of tactical options. Izuku smiled as he drew the tentacle fingers and added bullet point breakdowns. This is great. Thanks a lot, Tamaki. Tamaki smiled a little, still looking at the table. It's nice to hear it sound smart instead of creepy. It's not creepy, Izuku said instantly, so earnestly his voice squeaked again. It's one of the most adaptable transformation quirks I've ever documented. With the right meal plan, you could counter almost any opponent type, hard counters for elemental, speed, strength, defense. Tagata clapped down on Izuku's shoulder, gentler this time. Midoriya. Breathe. He cut himself off, realizing he was practically vibrating. So, Izuku took Tagata's advice. He breathed in and out. Slowly. Sorry. Got carried away. Tamaki's smile grew a millimeter. It's okay. You're, really thorough. Haya crossed her arms. TCH. He's just observant. I'm more curious about your intentions with Nejiya, Midoriya. My intentions. Wait, does Haya think I'm trying to woo Nejiya? Ha! As if that would ever happen. I mean, she's way out of my league. Still, Izuku wanted to make a good impression on Haya and change her opinion of him. If you don't mind, Haya, may I analyze your quirk? Izuku asked, trying to keep his voice steady, respectful. Haya blinked. You want to analyze my quirk? There's nothing special about it, just another electric-based quirk. First of all, Electric Arrow is definitely not just another electric-based quirk, Mirio told her. We've all seen what you could do with it. Yeah, it's super cool, Nejiya added. Come on, let Izuku analyze you, please. She gave Haya big puppy dog eyes with an adorable pout, and, despite her willpower, the salmon-haired girl looked like she was cracking like an egg. Fine, Haya yielded. He can analyze me to his heart's content. Woohoo! Nejiya cheered. A long metal bench in the agency's gym creaked a little as 4 teenagers sat on it. Tamaki sat at the far end, hunched over with his forehead against a support beam, as if he were trying to merge his body with the building. Mirio sat with his usual wide stance and grinned, while Nejiya swung her legs back and forth, humming a cheerful tune. Between the two of them, Izuku sat with his notebook already open, his pen hovering dangerously close to the paper. In the center of the target practice zone, Haya adjusted her elbow-length fingerless gloves. She shook out her shoulders, red hair shifting, and looked back at the group. Her expression was a mix of focus and mild impatience. All right, Haya said, turning her gaze toward the silhouette of the dummy target 20 meters away. Let's get this over with. She raised her right arm. The air around her seemed to tighten. Crackle. Sparks danced along her right forearm, coalescing rapidly into a jagged, humming projectile at her fingertips. With her left hand, she reached for the sparks and pulled them back, physically mimicking the drawing of an invisible bowstring. The electricity stretched, tension building with a high-pitched whine. She released her grip, and the bolt flew, a streak of pink light that hissed through the air and struck the target's chest with precision. Izuku was vibrating. I've seen plenty of electric-based quirks before, but not one like this. I guess that's why it's called Electric Arrow. Alright. Izuku stammered, his eyes wide. He scribbled a header furiously, then looked up, pen poised. So, from what I just saw, is the arrow literal? Are you converting your bioelectricity into a physical projection rather than just a loose discharge? Haya lowered her arm, looking over her shoulder with a raised brow. She seemed surprised he was asking rather than just staring. Essentially, I shaped the current into a bolt before release. And the generation method? Izuku pressed, eyes darting between her and his notes. Do you generate the charge through your skin, or are you channeling it through specialized musculature in your arms all the way to your fingers? It flows through the muscle fibers, 𝐻𝐼 answered, turning fully to face him. But I have to focus it manually. That requires incredible control, Izuku muttered, writing fast. But what about dissipation? Over that distance, the voltage should drop. My costume helps with that. She tapped the reinforced fabric on her forearm. It's made of a material to help stabilize the output and prevent the electricity from dispersing before I can fire it. Fascinating. Izuku beamed. So, the structure of the arrows allows for precision strikes, and presumably a secondary function to ground excess energy through impact. 𝐻𝐼 nodded slowly. You catch on quick. One last thing, Izuku said, his voice dropping to a softer, more reverent tone. With the amount of control you displayed, and the lack of scorch marks on the target, your quirk is acting more like a stun-type weapon. Wired for precision. Non-lethal. 𝐻𝐼 stiffened slightly, her calm demeanor cracking just a fraction. That tells me you care about minimizing harm, Izuku concluded earnestly. When accounting for your amperage output and probable nerve conductive tolerance, I calculated your battle limit at around, stop. 𝐻𝐼 barked, her cheeks flushing a sudden, betraying shade of pink. She crossed her arms defensively, cutting off his muttering. Mirio let out a hearty laugh, slapping his knee, while Tamaki peeked out from behind his hands to witness the rare sight of 𝐻𝐼 losing her cool. I'm sorry, did I overstep? Izuku began to ask. Nah, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 told him, leaning forward, resting her chin in her palms, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she looked at her flustered friend. She's just getting all shy because you figured her out. It's cute. It's not. I'm not. 𝐻𝐼 snapped, though she refused to make eye contact with the green-haired boy, turning away from him. He's just annoyingly perceptive. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 giggled, floating a few inches off the bench in her delight. That's a compliment in Yu's language. 𝐒𝐻𝐼. 𝐻𝐼 huffed and turned back to the target to break the awkward silence. She moved the cuff of her glove, and her voice dropped to a whisper that she probably thought no one else would hear, but in the quiet gym, it was easy to hear. Whatever. You're thinking too much about it. At the end of the day, it's just another electric-based quirk. A dime a dozen in this field. The writing in Izuku's notebook came to a sudden stop, and the silence that followed wasn't the same kind of awkward silence as before. It was the heavy, confused silence of a mathematician who had just heard someone say that 2 + 2 = 5. Izuku looked up, his face showing that he was really confused. Why would you say that? Izuku asked, his voice cutting through the gym's low hum. 𝐻𝐼 froze. She glanced back, her eyes narrowing slightly. Say what? You keep calling it just another electric-based quirk, Izuku said, closing his notebook. He stood up, taking a few steps toward the practice zone. But statistically, most electric heroes are area of effect blasters. They're indiscriminate. But you have control over yours, making it incredibly rare. 𝐻𝐼 turned fully around, her arms crossed tight over her chest. She didn't look at Izuku. Instead, her gaze drifted past him, lingering for a second on Mirio's broad grin, then Tamaki's intense shyness, and finally settling on 𝐒𝐻𝐼, who, despite sitting, managed to float. Look at them, Midoriya, 𝐻𝐼 said, her voice flat. Mirio can phase through matter. Tamaki can become anything. And 𝐒𝐻𝐼 can level a city block if she stops holding back. She looked down at her own hands, flexing the fingers inside the black gloves. I shoot sparks, she said, a bitter edge creeping into her tone. I'm a nobody compared to what the three of them can do. It's not exactly something to write a thesis about. Overhearing them, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 was about to open her mouth to speak, to defend her friend, but Izuku beat her to it. You're wrong. It wasn't shouted. It was stated with the absolute, unwavering certainty of a fact. 𝐻𝐼 blinked, startled by the firmness in his tone. Excuse me. You're judging a scalpel by its ability to act like a sledgehammer, Izuku said. Sure, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 and the others are powerhouses. They can break lines and secure areas. But raw power has blind spots. It has collateral damage. Izuku gestured toward the target 𝐻𝐼 had hit. The dummy was intact, save for the single, precise mark over the heart. If a villain has a hostage, 𝐒𝐲𝐻's waves might be too dangerous if she doesn't know where to aim. Mirio might not make it in time. And as soon as Tamaki uses his quirk, the villain could panic and hurt the hostage. But you. Izuku pointed at her. You can snipe from 20 meters away and stop a threat without putting people in danger. That's the difference between a mission success and a tragedy. Haya stared at him. Her mouth opened slightly, but no retort came out. A quirk isn't defined by how big or flashy it is, Izuku finished, his voice softening, returning to his usual shy cadence now that the rant was over. It's defined by how it saves people. And from where I'm standing, yours is amazing. For a long moment, the only sound was the ventilation system humming overhead. Haya looked at Izuku, searching for pity or condescension in his expression, the kind she often got from others who used her friends to measure her worth as a hero. She found none. She only saw the terrifying sincerity of a boy who breathed hero analysis like air. She felt a strange warmth rise in her chest, not the embarrassment from earlier, but something steadier. Validation. She looked away sharply, brushing a stray lock of red hair behind her ear, hiding her face. You really act like a fanboy, you know that. She grumbled, though the bite was gone from her voice. I was just stating the facts. Izuku waved his hands defensively. Yeah, well. Haya cleared her throat, her eyes sliding toward 𝐒𝐲𝐻, who was beaming at her with a told you so expression. Haya looked back at Izuku, her gaze guarded but no longer icy. I guess the facts aren't wrong. Technically. She uncrossed her arms and let out a short, resigned sigh. I can see why 𝐒𝐲𝐻 likes having you around, Haya muttered, turning back to the target so he wouldn't see the small, reluctant smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You're weird. But you're not bad. I'll take that as a compliment. Izuku said brightly. Don't push it. Izuku looked over at 𝐒𝐲𝐻, Mirio, and Tamaki. So, does anyone else want to test the limits of their quirks? You may have to put a pin in that for today, Fat Gum spoke, approaching the teens. Time to head out, Sun Eater. We have a patrol to go on. Ryukyu and Gang Walker are waiting outside. Right, looks like I'm back on the clock. Tamaki stood up in response to his hero name. I'll see you guys later, I guess. Izuku, 𝐒𝐲𝐻, Mirio, and Haya took the elevator up with Fat Gum and Tamaki, wanting to see them off. They exited the agency to find Ryukyu and Gang Walker waiting patiently. I'm ready to go when you are, Fat Gum said. It'll be faster if I fly us there. Ryukyu took a deep breath to calm herself and stepped forward. Her golden eyes seemed to glow as scales moved over her skin like liquid metal. As her body grew, her limbs grew longer, and the wind swirled around her. Her tail curled like a river current with grace. Her wings opened up, vast and majestic, casting a broad shadow over everyone. Izuku's breath caught, realizing this was the first time he'd seen her transformation since starting at the agency. Granted, he's seen Ryukyu transform on the news, but nothing prepared him for seeing a dragon that could blot out a city block standing right in front of him. Wow! Izuku was at a loss for words. He couldn't move. His knees nearly gave out. She's appealing. Ryukyu's great head lowered to look at him and huffed softly, a puff of warm air swirling his curls. Even transformed, she was able to make a smile. Thank you, Midoriya, her resonant voice rumbled. Izuku's face flushed, and he covered his mouth when he realized Ryukyu, his boss, was able to hear him. This got a chuckle out of 𝐒𝐲𝐻. I suspected that her dragon form had enhanced senses, but this confirms it. When he called her appealing, he meant it admirably, on top of being as majestic and elegant as she was terrifying. To say her transformation was just powerful was an understatement. She looked like a mythical guardian, standing at the intersection of legend and heroism. Ryukyu picked up Fat Gum in her claw. He looked like a glob of yellow putty in her hands, while Tamaki used his tentacles to swing himself and Gang Walker onto her back, holding tightly onto her greatly expanded 𝐶𝐵𝐻. She spread her wings and took flight with her passengers, disappearing into the distance. That was something, Mirio said, breaking the silence. Well, I'd better get back to my agency before Sir Night Eye forces Bubble Girl to take my shift. Bubble Girl. Oh, right, Aquawoman's daughter. Reminds me, I never did ask Aquawoman why she didn't like her daughter working for Sir Night Eye, or why she called him a pervert. And I should get going, too, Haya said, turning her gaze to Izuku. And thanks for the analysis, Izuku. It was no problem, Haya, Izuku said, nodding. Yu. You can call me Yu. She managed a smile before taking her leave. I'll see you guys around, Mirio said warmly to everyone. Keep working hard, and Izuku, good job making it through whatever's been weighing on you. Izuku blinked at him, startled. How did you had that look when we first met, Mirio said gently. You tried to hide it, but I used to see it on classmates all the time when they've hit a rough patch in life. You're doing great just by being here. As Mirio left, Izuku felt the heat sting behind his eyes and tried desperately not to show it. I thought I was done with the crying. He wished more people like Mirio, Tamaki, Yu, and Nejiya existed in the world. Kind, earnest, yet strange in their own charming way, but ultimately loving. Tick, tick, tick. For Izuku, the classroom at Aldera Middle School had transformed from a place of anxiety into a cage of sheer boredom, as the second hand of the wall clock moved as if in molasses. Izuku let the boring beat of Aldera Middle School wash over him. His pen moved on its own as he copied formulas and kanji into his school notebook, filling it up neatly. Mentally, Izuku wasn't really there, he was already miles away, envisioning his workspace of the Ryukyu agency. The end of his school day would mark the beginning of his third week there. Just a few more hours. Izuku would change out of his uniform, catch the train, and step into a world where pro-heroes work to help save people. He was already thinking about reviewing patrol route footage, reporting protocols, assessing damage control, and the warm, bubbly energy of Nejiya. He glanced at Kaken, who sat slumped in his chair, staring off into space with a look of thunderous brooding. Ever since Izuku and Nejiya had stepped in where the pros hesitated with the sludge villain incident, the dynamic had shifted. Kaken usually loomed like a storm cloud ready to explode. Though Izuku would catch glimpses of him sometimes, scowling at his desk, jaw clenched, eyes sharp and unfocused, Kaken never so much as glanced in Izuku's general direction, said a word to him, nor did he launch a single explosion the boy's way. Izuku had 3 theories as to why. Perhaps not attacking Izuku was Kaken's way of thanking him for saving his life, unlikely, but the one he hoped for to reconnect with his childhood friend. Maybe it was wounded pride. Being saved by quirkless Deku had shattered his worldview, most likely. Or maybe, just perhaps, Kaken was thinking that bullying an official intern of a top 10 agency was a one-way ticket to tanking his spotless record and jeopardizing his shot at you, the most probable. Whatever the reason, the peace of mind and body isn't something I'll take for granted. Even Tsubasa was gone. No desk slam. No muttered threats. No sharp wings blocking the hallway. The winged bully hadn't been to school for almost a week. Rumors whispered through the classrooms, something about family issues, but Izuku didn't dwell on it. One less tormentor was a blessing in this quirk-obsessed hellhole. Without the heavy hitters, Izuku's bullying ecosystem at Aldera was collapsing. Well, mostly. Well, if it isn't the waste of space. Izuku sighed, closed his notebook calmly, and slid it into his bag as the final bell rang. He didn't even look up, knowing it was 𝐒𝐿𝐿, whose quirk allowed him to extend his fingers about a foot longer than usual. He had a reputation for being an oily pervert who abused his quirk to be gross with the school's girls, but no one stood up to him since he hung out with Kaken. Well, until he and Tsubasa left him for dead, that is. Now, Kaken threatens to blow him up whenever he gets too close. I'm talking to you, charity case. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 stepped in to block Izuku's path, crossed his arms, and wore a smug grin, trying to look intimidating but just looking like a desperate henchman without a boss. Still pretending you matter, Midoriya. Without Kaken or Tsubasa to act as muscle, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 was just mildly inconvenient and utterly unthreatening to someone who had stood up to a villain. In short, he was pathetic. Just because you got lucky the other day doesn't change anything. You're still a quirkless loser. Izuku finally looked up, slinging his yellow backpack over one shoulder, unimpressed. "Move, 𝐒𝐿. I have somewhere to be," Izuku said, shouldering past him without a word and heading for the door. That alone was enough to throw 𝐒𝐿 off. "Don't ignore me. You think you're better than me now. Just 'cause you hang around heroes. Playing secretary for Ryukyu. Or are you just the janitor?" Izuku didn't pause as he would have before. The words no longer hurt because they were boring. The insults were old, worn-out tracks he'd heard 1,000 times. They bounced off him like rain. On a window, annoying, but harmless. He had a purpose now, even if it was just being an intern. Students passed them, whispering, glancing. One of whom was a quiet girl with black, shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair that Izuku sees from time to time. 𝐒𝐿 puffed up, clearly realizing he no longer had Bakugo or Tsubasa looming at his back. The lack showed as his insults came faster, sloppier, desperation creeping into his voice. "Quirkless loser. Deku. You'll always be nothing. Heroes pity you." Izuku felt nothing except pity for the bully so desperate to appear superior. He was free. He just had to walk away. "I bet the only reason they keep you is because of that airheaded sidekick. You know, the one with blue hair. Won't shut up. Yeah, huh?" Izuku stopped. His hand froze on the door handle. "Don't talk about her," he warned, his voice dropping an octave as he turned around slowly with a look that would be enough to scare a semblance of reason into any fool. "Why? She's the only reason anyone looks at you, getting carried away by her and all that on the news. She's cute, I'll give her that, and has a nice rack, too. But let's be real, Midoriya, girls like her don't slum it with quirkless nobodies unless they want something. My money's on that she's one of those attention-seeking girls. You know. The ones eager to put out for anyone who gives her the time of day." The world stopped. For a single, frozen heartbeat, Izuku's vision tunneled, a red haze flooding his senses, hot and sharp, tearing through his chest. "I bet if I asked her nicely, she'd, POW. The sound was sickeningly wet, a crunchy impact that echoed off the walls. There was no thought process. No weighing on the consequences. There was just the roar of BLD in Izuku's ears and the sudden, violent motion of his body. One moment, 𝐒𝐿 was smirking, thinking he had reclaimed power over Izuku. Next thing he knew, he was hitting the floor hard, clutching his face and screaming, high and shrill, as BLD poured through his fingers. His nose was clearly shattered, bent at a horrifying angle as he collapsed into a sobbing mess. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Someone shouted for a teacher. Izuku stood over him, fist clenched, knuckles throbbing, but he didn't feel pain, only cold rage radiating off him. Then he realized what he'd done, chest heaving, eyes wide, not with regret, but with shock at himself. I punched." Footsteps thundered closer. "Midoriya. What did you do?" The shriek came from the doorway as a teacher, eyes wide at the sight of BLD, stood there, dropping his stack of papers. He said. Izuku tried to defend himself, words caught in his throat. "Office. Now." The teacher's words slammed down like a verdict. The black-haired girl tried to speak up, but didn't get the chance as Izuku was roughly marched through the halls by the adult in a walk of shame, head buzzing, heart sinking with every step as he passed by blurs of stern faces and accusations. 𝐒𝐿 was being taken to the nurse's office by a different pair of teachers, still wailing. No one asked him what happened. No one cared why. 20 minutes later, Izuku sat in a hard wooden chair in Principal Henken's office. Principal Henken, an overweight, egg-shaped man, didn't look up from his desk when Izuku was shoved into the chair across from him, tapping his pen against the boy's file as if it were a stain he wanted to wipe away. "Unprovoked assault against a fellow student," Principal Henken began, looking at Izuku with disdain for his existence. "Young 𝐒𝐿 has a broken nose. His parents are furious. He claims you attacked him out of jealousy over his quirk. We know how you feel about your affliction, Midoriya. We know you're frustrated. But lashing out at students with the potential to attend UA. It's barbaric." The bias was so thick it was suffocating him. It didn't matter that 𝐒𝐿 had said disgusting things about Izuku's friend. It didn't matter that 𝐒𝐿 had been tormenting him, and others like him, students with quirks so weak they may as well be considered quirkless, for years. It didn't matter that 𝐒𝐿 was a repeat offender with the female student body. In their eyes, the quirkless kid with no future had finally snapped and hurt a normal student who had won. This school has a zero-tolerance policy. We cannot have a violent delinquent at Aldera. Effective immediately, you are suspended. Suspended! Izuku exclaimed as he stood up, feeling his stomach drop. For how long? Sit down. The principal slammed his hands on the desk, intimidating the boy back into his seat. It will be for as long as we deem fit. We will review your enrollment status. On the off chance you are let back into this building, if there is even one more incident, if you so much as sneeze the wrong way, you will be expelled. And let me be clear, Midoriya, an expulsion for violent conduct on your permanent record. No high school will take you. Not UA, not Shiketsu, not even a general high school. Izuku stared at the floor as the word rang in Izuku's ears. Expulsion. The unfairness of it burned behind his eyes, but he refused to cry. Not in front of them. He knew they would want him to beg for mercy, to act as pathetic as they viewed him to be. Pack your things and get out of my school. Izuku had balled his hands into fists at his sides as he walked out of the office, suspension notice crumpled in his hand. The threat of expulsion hung over his head like a guillotine. No chance to defend himself properly, no witnesses called. The hallways blurred as he walked, a knot twisted in his gut. Ryukyu was waiting for him today. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 would be there, too. Izuku had no idea how he was supposed to face them now, to tell them that the 9th-ranked pro hero's brand new intern was a violent delinquent in the eyes of the education system. How am I supposed to explain this? To Ryukyu, who had given me a chance despite my quirklessness. To 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who built me back up when I fell apart. But he did not regret defending 𝐒𝐽𝐽's honor, even with BLD still metaphorically on his hands, even if the cost might have been his entire future. When Izuku got to the agency, he was so anxious that he had to stay outside longer than usual, breathe, and close his eyes. His heart was racing faster than it had been during the sludge villain fight. The rush of adrenaline had worn off long ago, and now there was a dull, throbbing ache in his knuckles that the school didn't even bother to bandage. They were turning a mottled shade of purple and red. The physical pain was nothing compared to the churning dread in his gut, a reminder of the moment everything had gone wrong. Get it together. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, stuffed his right hand into his pocket, and finally stepped inside, trying to pretend nothing had changed. He clocked in and took the elevator up to Ryukyu's office. Aquawoman gave him a concerned look from the reception desk. She knew something was off with him today. The elevator ride up felt longer than usual. Izuku stood in the corner of the car, holding his right hand in his left as it started acting up. Hey, Izuku. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 sang when she saw him, and her blue hair bounced as she waved excitedly from across the room. She floated over, smiling, and landed softly in front of him. Guess what? Ryukyu told us we could have the rest of the day off if we finished early, and there's this ice cream place. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stopped in the middle of a sentence. She tilted her head. You're doing the thing where you try to make yourself smaller. And you're holding your hand weird. What's with the face? Did something bad happen? Izuku was at a loss for words. He wanted to tell her that nothing happened and that he was fine, but he couldn't bear even the thought of lying to 𝐒𝐽𝐽. He just couldn't. Izuku. What happened? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 gasped when her eyes zeroed in on his hand, her own hovering over without touching. It's all puffy. Did you trip? Did a villain attack you on the way here? Who did this to you? Before Izuku could answer and reassure her, Ryukyu, standing nearby reviewing a patrol schedule, glanced up at them. Her golden eyes took in the scene of 𝐒𝐽𝐽's concerned hovering and Izuku's hunched posture. Midoriya, what happened? The Dragoon hero asked. There was no point in hiding it. Izuku reluctantly showed his boss his right hand, and Ryukyu's eyes widened. My office. Both of you. Despite her calm voice, it was an unmistakable command. Izuku felt like he was walking to the gallows all over again, his feet dragging like lead. They entered her office away from the prying eyes of the other sidekicks. The door softly clicked shut behind them, and he stood there, fidgeting with his hand. He felt like he was back in the principal's office again, fingers twisting together. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 hovered beside him, concern written plainly across her face. Midoriya, who did this to you? Ryukyu asked as she took his hand and examined it. Izuku swallowed, then told her, and by extension, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, what had happened. I did it to myself. I punched a classmate at school today. 𝐻𝐻𝐽's eyes widened. Ryukyu's expression didn't change, but something sharpened behind her gaze. Izuku pulled the crumpled notice from his pocket and held it out like evidence in a trial. The silence in the room was heavy as the Dragoon hero took the paper and scanned it over. Explain from the beginning, she told him. Izuku took a shaky breath and recounted the events, the boredom, 𝐒𝐿's usual taunts, and how he had ignored the bully. But then he started talking about you, 𝐻𝐻𝐽. His eyes flicked up to meet 𝐻𝐻𝐽's, then darted away. He knew I was interning here. He said disgusting things. Izuku didn't want to repeat the words, but he had to tell Ryukyu and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 the whole story. When he repeated the exact words 𝐒𝐿 had said, the air pressure in the room seemed to drop, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽's face went utterly still. She stared at Izuku, processing the crude words, her usual bubbly energy twisting into something darker. Shame burned Izuku's cheeks as he continued. I just snapped. I didn't mean to hit him that hard. Well, I did, but I shouldn't have. I broke his nose. The teachers came, and the principal. He explained the meeting, the immediate blame. The assumption was that the violent quirkless boy had attacked a normal student out of jealousy and threatened him with expulsion on his permanent record. Are you kidding me? 𝐻𝐻𝐽 slammed her hands onto Ryukyu's desk, making a stapler jump and causing Izuku to flinch, her face flushed with righteous anger. They suspended you. After what that creep said. They've been bullying you for years, you finally snap once, and you're the one who gets suspended. And he says something like that about me, and they ignore it. She whipped her head toward Ryukyu, fists clenched. That's not fair, Ryukyu. They didn't even listen to him. They just assumed he was bad because he doesn't have a quirk. That's stupid. It's mean and stupid. That school is ua. I ought to fly over there and give them a piece of my mind, zap the principal's desk or something. How dare they? Izuku's not some delinquent. That's enough, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, Ryukyu told her sidekick, remaining perfectly still and raising a hand to settle 𝐻𝐻𝐽 from her rant. I know you're angry, and you have every right to be, but it's not helping. To a casual observer, she looked emotionless. Izuku, ever observant, saw the flaring of her nostrils, the tightening of the muscles in her jaw, the way her eyes had narrowed into slits with a steely undercurrent. The Dragoon hero was furious, but masked it with professional poise. Midoriya, Ryukyu began, returning her attention to the boy. Do you regret defending 𝐻𝐻𝐽? Izuku looked at his bruised hand, then at 𝐻𝐻𝐽, who was still fuming on his behalf. No. I regret that I lost control. I regret that I may have caused trouble for you and the agency. But I don't regret defending 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Izuku wilted further. And I understand if you need to fire me. I don't want my record to reflect poorly on. Ryukyu placed both hands on his shoulders and knelt until she was eye level. Izuku Midoriya, look at me. Izuku's head snapped up. You defended a teammate from vile slander. You reacted with excessive force, yes, but the provocation was severe, and the subsequent handling by your school was appalling, biased, and unacceptable. You should not have been denied the chance to defend yourself. Izuku's chest tightened. Let me be crystal clear. This incident does not change your standing in this agency. You are still a member of this team, and that will not change unless you choose otherwise. We see your potential, quirk or no quirk. A suspension from a middle school that clearly does not value you has no bearing on your work here. Do you understand? Yes, Ryukyu. The weight on Izuku's chest didn't just lift, it vanished. His eyes welled up, and he quickly wiped them with his good hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't thank me for doing the bare minimum of what an adult should do. Ryukyu stood up, shaking her head firmly. As for the expulsion threats, I'll handle that if it comes. For now, focus on the work ahead. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 immediately stepped closer. If that crummy middle school can't see how amazing you are, that's their loss. She had a fierce, protective grin on her face. Also, if that punk ever says something like that again, I'll. Ryukyu gave her sidekick a warning glare as she sat behind her desk. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 sighed. Politely educate him. Izuku let out a shaky laugh at 𝐒𝐲𝐻's final words, which had absolutely no sincerity. These are your assignments, Ryukyu said, reaching into a drawer and pulling out 2 folders, handing one to each of them. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, your patrol route today is in the downtown district. Scout for any villain activity. Midoriya, review these villain profiles, analyze their quirks, and help develop counter-strategies. I expect both of you to complete them as usual and report back by the end of the day. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 snatched her folder with a determined nod, her anger simmering but not gone. Got it. Thank you. Izuku managed a weak smile, clutching his folder, and bowed deeply. We won't let you down. Come on, Izuku. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 grabbed Izuku's good hand, beaming at him. Let's get your hand bandaged, then go be heroes. And you can tell me everything about how that punch felt. Izuku panicked slightly as she dragged him toward the door. 𝐒𝐲𝐻, as they filed out, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 chattering about potential strategies to lighten the mood and muttering angrily under her breath about stupid schools and seriously outdated policies, Ryuko watched them go. Once the door clicked shut behind the 2 teenagers, the calm facade dropped from the Dragoon hero's face. She let out a low growl that vibrated in her chest as her fingernails dug into the polished wood of her desk. The sheer incompetence. The blatant discrimination. Hearing Midoriya describe how small they made him feel, how quickly they were ready to discard his future. It made her blood boil. She took 3 deep, calming breaths, forcing the dragon back down. Then she reached for her phone and dialed a number. It rang twice before the line connected, and a voice answered. Tsukochi speaking, how may I help you, Ryukyu? Naomasa, I need a favor. A professional one. First name basis. Must be important, Ryuko. What do you need? Villain intel. Ryuko looked out her window toward the distant cityscape. No. I was hoping you could open an investigation into Oldera Middle School in Musutafu. I have reason to believe they are engaging in systemic discrimination against quirkless students and possibly students with weak quirks, negligence of duty of care, and falsifying student records to cover up bullying, and I believe this is not an isolated case. There was a pause on the other end, followed by the rustle of paper and the click of a pen. That's quite the accusation. I've heard whispers about that place, but do you have a trustworthy source? Ryuko's eyes hardened as she thought of the bruised knuckles on her promising, terrified intern's hand. My source is undisclosed, but I'm willing to stake my reputation that their testimony is unimpeachable. Burn that school to the ground, Naomasa. Metaphorically speaking, of course. There was a pause, then a sigh. Email me the details, and I'll make some calls. Thank you, Naomasa. I mean it. She hung up and prayed that her friend would be able to help, that justice would be served. The abuse ends here. Boom. 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 Toshinori hunched his shoulders, his gaunt, skeletal frame swallowed by a loose coat, and stood frozen near the edge of the police tape, which blended seamlessly with the onlookers. His sunken blue eyes, usually blazing with a hero's indomitable spirit, were hidden behind a pair of oversized sunglasses. Another villain attack. Damn it. I already used up my time for the day. He had been en route to a meeting with Principal Nezu to discuss the terms of becoming a new teacher at U when the explosions drew him in. Despite being unable to transform his muscular glory, curiosity and duty drew him to the scene like a moth to flame, slipping into the throng to observe without revealing himself. Toshinori hovered among the crowd, trying to gather information as a familiar foe made a grotesque reappearance. Isn't that the villain from a few days ago? He must have reformed and escaped while I was attending to young Midoriya. He watched helplessly as the sludge villain rampaged, as the inadequate pro-heroes dithered in the middle of a crowded shopping district while a civilian with an explosive quirk was in peril. Boom. 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 Then came the blue-haired girl. Ryukyu's sidekick. He knew of 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻, bright, talented, fiercely kind. One of US rising stars who was bound to make it into the top 10 after graduating. She was blasting the villain with spiral energy. But she wasn't what left him breathless. He saw him again. Toshinori's hollow eyes widened as his sharp gaze zeroed in on a mop of green curls that belonged to a boy in a middle school uniform charging into the fray. Young Midoriya. It was indeed young Midoriya, the quirkless kid he'd pulled from a similar slime villain's clutches. The one hitched a ride with him to that rooftop, where he asked a desperate question that had paced him. Can a quirkless person become a hero like you? Young Midoriya, a quirkless person, can't become a hero. Pros are constantly risking their lives. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. I appreciate your spirit. But it's too dangerous. Without a quirk, you can't become a hero. You just get yourself killed. Or worse, drag others down with you. I'm sorry. Toshinori's fists clenched in his pockets as memories struck him sharply, like salt in a wound. He tried to be kind in his honesty, only to be too blunt, too harsh, too absolute for a boy whose eyes held the same burning determination Toshinori had once carried. He had watched young Midoriya crumble at those words. He had watched hope drain from him like water through broken hands. He had suggested to him that police work was a good job and that it was okay to dream, but he had to be realistic. The words had come out in a rush, shaped by his own burdens. He did not want to see another young life ruined by this world's harsh realities. And yet, watching here and now, that very boy, with no quirk, with no plan, was rushing headfirst into overwhelming danger to save a life the pros had given up on. The fear was etched into the boy's every frantic movement, yet his legs had carried him forward anyway. Analyzing the battlefield and risking everything, even without power. It was heroism, pure and unfiltered. Toshinori watched the quick, desperate exchange. He couldn't hear the specifics, but he saw a quick flash of understanding in Nejiya-chan's eyes and the surgical precision of her subsequent blast at the villain's weak point that gave Midoriya the opening he needed to yank the explosive civilian free. A boy around his age. That boy. He somehow found the villain's weakness faster than a street full of experienced pros, and he used his courage to create the diversion. Nejiya-chan stood between the sludge villain and the two boys. Output, 50%. Nejiya wave, surge. A colossal shockwave of spiraling energy erupted from the blue-haired girl's palms. The spiraling energy slammed into the villain's core with a force on par with a Detroit smash, tearing through the villain's midsection instantly, scattering the villain into thousands of droplets that rained down over the entire city block, inert and harmless. The air pressure alone extinguished the fires in the immediate vicinity. Holy! Stinkin'! Super CRP. The cheers rose for Nejiya-chan. He could feel the tremor of adrenaline humming through the bystanders. The fear. The hope. The relief. As the paramedics and paparazzi entered the scene, he stayed to watch and listen as the sidekick stood in defiant defense of young Midoriya to the pro heroes, telling them he was a new member of Ryukyu's agency before lifting off with the tired-looking boy. Toshinori did not know when agencies began hiring middle school students, but young Midoriya hadn't saved the day with brute strength, he had saved it with his mind and his heart. The crowd began to disperse, but Toshinori lingered, pressing a trembling, skeletal hand to his mouth. Cough! Cough! A ragged cough tore through his chest as he looked down at the sidewalk. He had told a passionate, brilliant child that his dreams were impossible. He had shattered a appealing conviction. I was wrong. He felt a deep, profound ache that had nothing to do with his wound. A pang of regret twisted in his chest, painful pressure swelled beneath his ribs, not the usual warning of time running short, but something far heavier. Guilt. And awe. But mostly guilt. The truth was stark. Young Midoriya had been a truly heroic person on that street beside Nejiya-chan, who had the power to finish the job. The pros had faltered, bound by their limitations, but those two had acted. Young Midoriya and Nejiya-chan had done what All Might himself, constrained by his secret, couldn't. Young Midoriya. He didn't hesitate, he moved, without thinking. Just like I did. All those years ago. And I told him he couldn't be a hero. Toshinori swallowed hard as he pulled his loose coat tighter around him and started to walk away, keeping his head down as he melted back into the streets, the embers of a new resolve kindling within him. His mind was made up. I have to find him. Apologize for my tactlessness. The weight of his past cruel, dismissive words settled heavily in his soul. He had to apologize. He had to tell young Midoriya that he had gone out and proved him wrong. I'm sorry for not believing in you. But he couldn't, not here, not surrounded by civilians, not in his weakened form with BLD threatening to rise in his throat if he spoke too loudly. The crowd slowly dispersed. Heroes wrapped up the scene, trying to salvage their reputation of being one-upped by a sidekick. But Toshinori remained a moment longer, staring in the direction young Midoriya had gone. He resolved to find the boy and, more importantly, to find the words to fix the terrible mistake he had made. God knows this world needed heroes like that boy, quirk or no quirk. Izuku loved this part of the job. Yes, sitting at a desk and writing notes on villain quirks, as well as helping Swift, Brock, Lady Ghostblade, Aquawoman, and other members of the agency predict their next move, was what he was hired to do. But when he wasn't doing that, he got to be in the gym with 𝐒𝐻𝐼a, his notebook open as he helped her develop her wave motion to its highest potential. It helped take his mind off what happened yesterday at his school, or his former school, if the staff get their way. They might as well have. Next to him was a digital stopwatch and a tablet with two monitors side by side. One screen was monitoring her vitals in real time to prevent her from crashing into a biometric sensor on her costume. The other screen was a live feed from the room's cameras, allowing Izuku to review 𝐒𝐻𝐼a from different angles. Izuku devised the drills, timing outputs, making notes of her evasive skills synced to her waves, while 𝐒𝐻𝐼a executed it with bubbly flair. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a wave, blast. A spiraling shockwave of golden light erupted from her hands, disintegrating a heavy-duty punching bag designed to withstand the strength-enhancing quirks. The outer leather shredded instantly, and the sand filling exploded outward like a miniature dust storm, vaporized by the sheer force of the raw energy. The glowing attack reflected in Izuku's wide, green eyes as he scribbled rapidly. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's quirk fascinated him. It transmuted her vitality, raw life force, into kinetic shockwaves, manifesting as golden spirals that could propel her into flight or devastate foes. I have never seen a quirk like it before. Was it a rare mutation of a shockwave quirk? Or perhaps the result of her parents' quirks being passed down genetically? Whatever the truth was, Izuku was excited and wanted to know more, too excited, some might say. Then he stopped. Wait, could it be possible that I have a K&K for quirks? No, stop it Izuku. You're supposed to be professional about this. Still, efficiency was key. Wave motion's vitality conversion ratio was inefficient, especially in prolonged fights, as high-output blasts siphoned stamina at an exponential rate, like a battery discharging too quickly. Writing notes on how to fix it was one thing, putting it into practice was another. Since yesterday, her rate of converting vitality into kinetic energy has increased by 3%. Her spirals are tighter, and she's cutting down on rotational bleed. She still needs to pay more attention to the first twist and not the mid-flight correction. Her body will naturally adapt, she doesn't need to go overboard. She could recycle leftover energy and reduce the drain by 20%, maybe even 30% if she MSTRS changing the wavelength. Try again. Izuku's voice broke through the ringing silence. He was staring at the tablet screen, following the heat signature and energy flow. But be careful with how much you put out. You went up to 80% on that last one, but the impact force only went up 15%. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a landed gracefully, though she skidded slightly on the concrete. Sweat glistened on her forehead, plastering strands of periwinkle hair to her cheeks. She was breathing hard, her chest heaving with the effort. Her arms trembled slightly, the telltale sign of vitality overuse. But if I don't hit it hard, it won't break. It will if you change the shape, not just the power. Izuku walked over to her and tapped the tablet. A complicated graph with jagged peaks and valleys appeared. Check this out. Your quirk is basically like a combustion engine. But when you get tired, the conversion rate drops a lot. You're trying to make up for your lower stamina by pushing more raw power, which makes you tire out faster. It's a return that gets smaller. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 blinked and wiped her face with a towel. Hey, Izuku. That's like, really science? Why? She looked at the graph, her blue eyes full of interest but also confusion because of the technical language. She still believed what Izuku was saying. So, I should hit less hard. No, Izuku's voice took on that familiar, fast-paced rhythm when he slipped into analysis mode. That's when he noticed 𝐒𝐲𝐻 leaning close to his face. Ah! Izuku jumped back as a blush crept up his face. Sorry, I noticed you were going into analysis mode, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 explained. Mirio tells me you get this little wrinkle in your nose right here when you do. She gently tapped the spot. But I don't see it. Huh, I didn't know that. Or was he just joking? It's kinda tricky to tell with him sometimes. Izuku began pacing slightly, his hands moving as he spoke. Try hitting sharper. Right now, your waves are expanding like a cone. Think of a shotgun blast. It covers a wide area, which is great for crowd control. But the energy dissipates as it travels farther due to atmospheric drag. You're wasting about 30% of your vitality just heating the air molecules around the target instead of hitting the target itself. He pulled out hero analysis for the future number 14, opening on 𝐒𝐲𝐻's page, showing her his additional drawings of a cone of energy hitting a wall versus a tight, spinning cylinder. I want you to try something different. Instead of pushing the energy out in a flare, try to twist it tightly before it leaves your palms. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 tilted her head, her blue hair swaying with the movement. Like my pike. While you've shown that you can concentrate the energy into a beam, the shots aren't as powerful unless you're aiming for a weak spot. Izuku held his hand out to mimic the shape. Currently, your waves spiral loosely. If you rotate the frequency of your output, tightening the wavelength into a dense helix, you can maintain the same kinetic impact with half the raw power. It's about PNTRTN, not just concussion. Think of the difference between being hit by a sledgehammer and being hit by a bullet. The bullet uses less mass, but it goes through. He looked up at her, his hands hovering near her wrists to demonstrate the rotation, suddenly realizing how close he was standing. He stepped back quickly, blushing furiously. You were, theoretically. I mean, according to the math. It should work. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 stared at the drawings and then at her own hands, eyes narrowed in concentration. A spiral. Like a spring being compressed. Exactly. Like a compressed spring releasing all its tension in a single point. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 tossed her towel aside. She floated up a few feet, crossing her legs in midair and closing her eyes. The golden energy around her wrists began to hum as she focused, visualizing the helix tightening. The sound changed. It became higher, tighter, a resonant, piercing whine like a tuning fork being struck. She extended her hand toward a fresh target, a 3-foot-thick block of reinforced concrete used for testing heavy hitters. She didn't just blast. She twisted her wrist, visualizing the energy coiling like a snake, folding over itself, becoming dense and heavy. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 wave, spiral lance. The beam that shot from her hand wasn't the usual wide, dazzling cone of destruction. It was a focused, rifled spear of light, no wider than a baseball. It screamed through the air, distorting the light around it. Crack! It hit the concrete block with a sharp echo like a high-caliber gunshot. There was no explosion. No massive dust cloud. No flying debris. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 landed, looking disappointed. There was no boom. She tilted her head. Look closer, Izuku said, a grin spreading across his face as he pointed at the block. 𝐒𝐲𝐻 floated over, hovering inches off the ground. In the center of the concrete slab, there was a hole. It was perfectly circular, about the size of a dinner plate, punched clean through the reinforced material. The edges were smooth, glowing dull red, cauterized by the friction of the passing energy. The wall behind the block had a similar hole, burrowed deep into the impact tiles. Whoa, 𝐒𝐲𝐻 breathed, running a gloved finger over the vitrified edge of the hole. I went right through it like it was butter. And look at your vitals, Izuku said, turning the tablet to face her, practically vibrating with excitement. Stamina usage, 12%. Impact force, equivalent to your 40% output blast. By concentrating the surface area, You exponentially increased the pressure per square inch. You just tripled your efficiency. 𝐻𝐻𝐼A looked from the smoking hole to the tablet and then to Izuku. Her eyes sparkled as her smile lit up so brightly it rivaled her quirk. You're a wizard, Izuku. She cheered, launching herself at him, tackling him into a hug that lifted him off the ground. An amazing math wizard. She spun him around in the air. I didn't even feel tired. I could do that all day. Ryukyu is going to flip. Oh, what if I added a flip? What about evasions? Or combos? Ooh, what if I combined it with Ryukyu's Dragoon Punish? 𝐻𝐻𝐼A. Can't breathe. Ribs. Ribs. Izuku squeaked, his face turning the color of a ripe tomato as he dangled in her surprisingly strong arms. She dropped him, laughing as he stumbled to regain his footing. Oops. Sorry. I got excited. But seriously, Izuku. This changes everything. My biggest weakness has always been running out of gas. I have the power, but not the tank. If I can fight longer, you can save more people. Izuku finished for her, adjusting his rumpled shirt. You can stay in the fight when others have to fall back. Maybe you can be the last one standing. 𝐻𝐻𝐼A's expression softened, the adrenaline fading into a warm glow of gratitude. She sat down on the metal bench, patting the spot next to her. Izuku sat, keeping a respectful distance. You know, she said, taking a long sip from her water bottle. You know everything about my quirk now. You know how I fight, how I move, and even how my metabolism works. You've been inside my head. She looked at him sideways, her blue eyes piercing. But I don't know much about you. Except that you like heroes, you're a genius with quirks, you like Katsuden, and you have a mean right hook. Izuku stiffened, staring at his knees. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought up the last part. No, it's fine. It's just, there's not much to know. I'm pretty boring compared to you. I doubt that, 𝐻𝐻𝐼A countered, swinging her legs. So, 20 questions. Go. Favorite color? Green, Izuku answered automatically. Predictable. Favorite hero besides? He who shall not be named. I feel like that's another pop culture reference. And she can call him All Might. Crimson Riot, Izuku said without hesitation. His old school, and his quirk wasn't flashy, just hardening, but his chivalry was unmatched. He believed a hero's spirit mattered more than their power. I also like Endeavor, though he can be intimidating. I respect his drive to stop villains. But I think I like Crimson more. A man of culture, 𝐻𝐻𝐼A hummed, impressed. Okay, harder one. Why do you wear those red shoes? They look kinda vintage. I haven't seen that style in stores since I was a kid. Izuku looked down at his scuffed, high-top sneakers. He traced the RBB toe with his eyes, the familiar shame bubbling up in his chest. The doctor said I have an extra joint in my pinky toe. It's a vestigial trait. The definitive biological sign of being quirkless. He gripped his knees. Most modern shoes don't fit right because they are designed for evolved feet, people who lost the joint to make room for quirk factors. These are practically the only brand that makes them comfortable for people like me. They are basically a billboard that says I haven't evolved. Izuku waited for the awkward silence that usually followed that explanation. They are cool, 𝐻𝐻𝐼A said. Izuku looked up, blinking. What? They're bright red, she grinned, kicking her own white boots out. They make you easy to spot in a crowd, like a signature look. Every hero needs a signature look. Yours is just retro. Izuku looked at her, surprised. You think? What I see as a defect, she sees as a design choice. Totally. Hey, maybe red shoes could be your code name. 𝐻𝐻𝐼A-chan and red shoes. Izuku rubbed the back of his head at her adorable sincerity. We'll workshop it. 𝐻𝐻𝐼A leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Okay, my turn to share. Ask away. Okay, Izuku was at a loss for what to ask. He didn't want to go into anything too personal inadvertently. Do you have a least favorite food? I hate carrots, 𝐻𝐻𝐼A answered. They taste like dirt, no matter how you cook them. Okay. Is there anything you're afraid of? 𝐒𝐻𝐈 blushed. I'm scared of ghosts. Izuku blinked. Ghosts. I saw this scary film once when I was a kid, and I still haven't gotten over it. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 threw her hands up, looking genuinely distressed. This is the same girl whose job is to go out looking for villains and who fought a sludge monster almost a month ago. And my math teacher, Ectoplasm. Don't get me wrong, he's a good teacher, but his quirk creeps me out. I'm getting the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. Izuku looked at her for a moment before laughing. At first, it was just a snort, but then it turned into a real laugh that made his chest feel light. I'll write down that the supernatural is one of the weaknesses and start looking into vacuum cleaners. Or maybe salt barriers. Maybe some crosses. See? This is exactly why I keep you around. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 grinned, nudging his shoulder with hers. You're my Ghostbuster. I should ask her where she gets these pop culture references from. Maybe they are from the pre-quirk era. Oh, there is a question I wanted to ask her. When we first met, and I learned that your hero name was your real name, you said it was a funny story. Your hero name, 𝐻𝐸𝐽. But how did you decide on it? I would assume most people pick something that sounds powerful or cool, like Lemillion or Sun Eater. Do you mind sharing? No, not at all, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said, her voice losing some of its usual bubbly cadence as she twirled a strand of her periwinkle hair around her finger. She says she doesn't mind, but the tone of her voice says otherwise. People always think I picked my hero name because I'm just like this. But it actually came from a place that wasn't very bright at all. Izuku tilted his head, listening to 𝐒𝐻𝐈 as she took a breath, steadying herself. During my 3rd year of middle school, my parents' jobs forced us to move to a new city, which meant a new school and everything. I was excited. Yeah, I missed my friends and was nervous about being the new girl, but I wanted to know everyone. So, on my first day, I started asking them questions like, what's your quirk? How does it work? Can you show me? I thought it was the fastest way to make friends. But 𝐒𝐻𝐈's fingers curled against her sleeves, her smile turned bittersweet. They didn't take it that way. What do you mean? Because my quirk's so powerful, my curiosity was mistaken for arrogance. My classmates accused me of looking down on them or showing off. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's voice grew quieter. Some even straight up called me a bully. What? Izuku's eyes widened. That's not. I didn't know how to stop. Asking questions was just how I showed I cared. But the more I tried, the worse it got. Izuku's eyes widened. That's awful. They misunderstood you completely. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 nodded, staring at her hands. I started thinking maybe something was wrong with me. I felt like I was going to get in trouble for just being myself, so I stopped being myself. It really hurt a lot. I basically shut down for the rest of the year. Even when I got into you, those first few weeks, I was still I was just sad all the time. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's vulnerabilities became clearer, her voice shook quietly. Truth is, I hide behind the questions and smiles because what if they see I'm scared? Scared I'll burn out. Or that one day, my fun energy won't be enough against real darkness. Her confession hung in the air, heavy with vulnerability. Looking at her, one wouldn't think that 𝐒𝐻𝐈 had a depressing experience. Then Izuku remembered what she told him. I have days when I can't get out of bed. I have days when I feel like I'm not strong enough. Izuku felt a spark of connection. Two souls misunderstood, finding each other. Stop being sappy, Izuku. I'm sorry. Then 𝐒𝐻𝐈's expression softened with a small, genuine smile. Don't be. I mean, it got better after meeting Tamaki, you, and Mirio. They didn't care that I talked too much or asked a million things. Mirio just laughed and answered everything with that big grin. You teased me, but not in a mean way. And Tamaki, he listened. They encouraged me, and I started feeling like myself again. Izuku nodded, understanding flickering in his green eyes. Then the day finally came to choose our future hero names. I was still so out of it back then, so I completely misunderstood the assignment and just went with the first thing that popped into my brain. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 giggled weakly, covering her mouth. Izuku blinked. Wait, You misunderstood the assignment. Completely. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 laughed. I thought we were supposed to pick something, anything, so I went with 𝐂𝐲𝐻. Everyone just stared at me. I could feel my face burning. I thought, oh no, they're going to think I'm an airhead. They're going to think I'm not taking being a hero seriously. I wanted to sink through the floor. Then, Tamaki spoke up, telling everyone it fits. He was blushing so hard his ears turned red, but he said it anyway. For me. I can almost picture it. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 smiled fondly at the memory. He said that heroes need to be approachable. If people are scared or hurt, a name like 𝐒𝐲𝐻 makes them feel like you're a friend coming to help. After that, I just rolled with it. I want people to feel like they can talk to me. Like they can ask me anything. And my teacher and the class seemed to like the response. After class, I thanked Tamaki for saving me from total embarrassment. Do you know what he said? Izuku shook his head, mesmerized. He just ducked his head even lower and said, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. And that was the moment I truly realized I didn't have to hide who I am to be a hero. Izuku smiled warmly. That sounds just like Tamaki. So that's why I'm 𝐂𝐲𝐻-chan. Because even if my quirk is loud and flashy, I want people to know that, hey, you can talk to me. Izuku stared at her for a long moment, eyes shining. That's really amazing, 𝐂𝐲𝐻. She tilted her head. You think so? I know so. She grew quiet for a moment, the playful atmosphere settling into something more companionable. Hey, Izuku. Yeah. Thank you, she said softly. Not just for helping me today, but for joining the agency. For listening to me, standing up for me, letting me be your friend, letting me be, well, me. I know it's not been easy. Izuku looked at her, their eyes locked. The girl who could fly, the girl who shone like the sun, treating a quirkless nobody like an equal. I wouldn't be here if not for you, he whispered back, flushing a little bit, but welcomed the warmth. You're more than living up to your name, 𝐂𝐻𝐻. From that response, Izuku could see a slight pink blush on her cheeks. After a little more training, Izuku and 𝐂𝐲𝐻 took the elevator up to the cafe to refuel. Izuku would need to return to his duties of poring over reports and analyzing quirks. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 would have to head back to patrolling the streets. Overall, Izuku would say he and 𝐂𝐲𝐻 made some progress regarding her quirk and their friendship. Young Midoriya. A familiar, boisterous voice announced, causing both Izuku and 𝐂𝐲𝐻 to stop and turn to the source. I am here to see you. Izuku's eyes and ears were not deceiving him. All Might, in his muscular form, wearing his recognizable costume and bearing that great grin of his, was standing before him in the Ryukyu agency. He wants to see me. What are you doing here, All Might? Izuku asked his former idol. Forgive my sudden and unexpected arrival, but I need to speak with you, young Midoriya. Even as the words reached Izuku's ears, his mind felt like a whirlwind of thoughts as the man who'd shattered his dreams was now seeking him out. His mind flashed back to the rooftop, where the symbol of peace, unintentionally, revealed his actual form, his words echoing. Young Midoriya, a quirkless person, can't become a hero. The very words that pushed him to the edge. Do I face him? Or hide, like always? No. The hurt in Izuku's voice made itself known, taking both All Might and 𝐂𝐲𝐻 aback. No. All Might asked, surprised, as if he were not expecting that answer to come from the boy's mouth. Izuku turned around and headed for the elevator before introspection could crash in. Young Midoriya, please, All Might began as he approached Izuku, stepping into the elevator fully. I don't want to see you. Izuku said, louder than he may have intended, if the break in his voice was anything to go by. He pressed the up button repeatedly until the doors finally closed. Hurt had won. As the elevator slowly ascended, Izuku let out a long breath he felt like he'd been holding. He realized his hands were still trembling slightly, not from fear, exactly, but from the sheer emotional exhaustion of saying no to the person who had once meant everything to him. I can't face him. Not yet. As the elevator rose, 𝐂𝐲𝐻 remained in the lobby. Her bubbly demeanor didn't just fade, it evaporated. A faint, aggressive hum of golden energy began to crackle around her wrists, her blue eyes flashing with a protective fire that made even the nearby sidekicks back away. Young Midoriya. All Might called out again, approaching the elevator, but 𝐒𝐻𝐈 moved to block him off. He said he doesn't want to see you, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said, her demeanor hardened, blue eyes flashing with protective fire. 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan, please, I need to apologize to him. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 crossed her arms, her voice sharp, unyielding. Apologize. You crushed him. Told him he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He almost. She trailed off, pain etching her features as she stepped closer, actually standing her ground against the top-ranked hero himself. Just leave him alone. All Might, Ryukyu's voice spoke evenly as she approached him from behind. This is unexpected. Ryukyu. All Might turned around and bowed slightly. I apologize for arriving unannounced, but I need to speak with young Midoriya. What's this about my intern? Ryukyu folded her arms. Izuku doesn't want to see him, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 interrupted. 𝐒𝐻𝐈, I'll handle this, Ryukyu told her. You have a patrol you need to get ready for. But 𝐒𝐻𝐈 wanted to protest, but Ryukyu gave her a look that brooked no arguments. All right. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stood aside and headed for the cafe. We'll continue this in my office. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 heard Ryukyu tell All Might as they entered the elevator, heading up. If we have any, I'll drop some mochi off at Izuku's desk before leaving. Toshinori followed Ryukyu into her office, closing the door behind them. She gestured to the chair across from her desk. He sat, and there was a long silence that followed. Why are you here, All Might? Ryukyu questioned him, her tone bordering on interrogation. It is as I said, I need to speak with young Midoriya. And how did you know that he was here, working as an intern? Ryukyu narrowed her eyes. I saw it on the news. Technically, Toshinori was not entirely lying, as the sludge villain incident did make the news, as well as 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan standing up to the pros on the scene and declaring that young Midoriya was an intern for the agency. It was also a topic of heated debate on Chitose Kazuki's late-night talk show, and he is aware of her narrow-minded views toward quirkless people. Young Midoriya must be doing well under your wing, pardon my pun, but I need to see him. You told him he couldn't be a hero, Ryukyu said, not bothering to mask the venom in her tone. Midoriya told me everything. What? Does that mean she knows about? No, if she did, she would have told me to drop this form by now. Still, I should have come in expecting this. You crushed a child's dream, she said calmly. And then you walked away. His shoulders slumped. What I said? We both know how harsh this world is. Especially to the quirkless. I was trying to save young Midoriya from future pain. But what I saw, how he helped your sidekick save that boy, it made me realize I was wrong. Do you want to know how Midoriya came to be my intern? Ryukyu asked as she leaned against her desk, her expression a mix of empathy and steel. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 found him on a rooftop, ready to jump. Toshinori's eyes widened, a cough escaping as guilt crashed over him. What? He was going to. My God, I just left him there. Your words drove him to despair. But 𝐒𝐻𝐈 pulled him back, showed him that his life has value. Ryukyu's voice softened, laced with emotion. He's brilliant. But the trauma. It's still there, and I haven't found a solution for it yet. He refuses to see you, and I don't blame him. I didn't know. I thought I was. I never intended. I know, Ryukyu interrupted. That's the problem. You didn't intend to hurt him. But you did. And you didn't stay to see the damage. What if 𝐒𝐻𝐈 failed to talk him down? Then he would have been dead, and she would have been scarred for life. She leaned forward. Izuku Midoriya nearly died because he believed he had no value unless he could punch like you. Toshinori flinched as if struck and stared at his hands. And no one would have been to blame except for me. If you want to make things right with Midoriya, Ryukyu began. Then let him heal. Give him time. Then, when he is ready to see you, you may properly apologize. Toshinori bowed his head. I understand. I will not bother young Midoriya until he is ready to talk. Ryukyu nodded. Good. Because I won't allow anyone to take that boy's future from him. Not villains. Not the system. And not the symbol of peace. With that, Toshinori left Ryukyu's office, took the elevator down, and left the agency. Once he was far enough away, he changed out of his muscular form. Cough. Cough. A ragged cough tore through Toshinori's chest as blood trickled from his mouth. He needed to reserve his strength just in case all might was needed to stop another villain attack, like the one he had to do earlier. Still, Toshinori found himself shaking, and not from his injury. Because of my words, young Midoriya's blood was almost on my hands. I shouldn't have left him on the rooftop. I should have walked down with him. I should have done more. Even if young Midoriya did not want anything to do with him right now, Toshinori still felt a need to make things right with him. But he didn't know what to do. He let out a sigh. I guess I'll return to Might Tower until I am needed. My meeting with Principal Nezu was rescheduled after he got a call from Naomasa. Whatever he needed from him, Nezu seemed all too excited to do it. Toshinori could still hear his high-pitched cackle, the one the self-proclaimed rat god makes when he knows that he is 36 steps ahead of everyone else, which was always the case. Right as Toshinori was about to leave, a new thought pops into his mind. Wait, I think I know how I can make it up to young Midoriya. Yo, kid, Swift spoke up, snapping Izuku out of his research. Aquawoman wanted me to remind you that your shift has been over for the last 10 minutes. Here. Izuku looked at the leopard man, then saw the sun dip below the horizon through a window. He then looked over at the wall clock and realized he had lost track of time while diving deep into the data. Sorry, got caught up in my work. Thank you, Swift. No worries, kid. Happens to the best of us, Swift said with a lazy wave of his tail. Just don't make it a habit, I don't get paid to keep you in check. Alright. Won't happen again. Izuku respectfully bowed his head and hurriedly gathered his things into his backpack before clocking out. The lobby was quieter now, the hum of the day's activity settling into a drowsy evening rhythm. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Izuku made for the exit. You're not sneaking out without saying goodbye, are you? Izuku jumped, spinning around to see Nejiya floating a few inches off the ground near the hallway entrance, her hair cascading in loose waves. She had changed out of her hero costume for something more casual, a loose, striped shirt that hung off one shoulder and a flowy skirt that danced around her legs as she gracefully touched down. Nejiya. I didn't think you were back yet, Izuku stammered, gripping the strap of his backpack tighter. Patrol was quiet, thankfully, she said, clasping her hands behind her back. No big villains stirring up trouble, just a few petty thefts and a lost kid I helped find his parents. She sauntered over to him, her blue eyes scanning his face with an intensity that made his heart do a funny little stutter. I saw you were heading out. How are you doing? After, everything with All Might. Did the mochi help? I don't know, Izuku admitted, looking down at his red shoes. I feel kinda bad. He's the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and I just shut him out. It felt disrespectful. Like I was turning my back on everything he's done for the world. Nejiya frowned, her brows knitting together as she stepped into his personal space, something she did often, though tonight, for some reason, it made Izuku's freckled face heat up faster than usual. It wasn't disrespectful, Izuku. It was brave, she said firmly. You stood up for yourself. And there's nothing wrong with that. All Might's amazing, sure, but he's not infallible. Even symbols need to listen sometimes. Then why did it feel like I was avoiding the problem? Izuku looked up, meeting her gaze. The orange sunlight filtering through the glass doors caught in her periwinkle hair, making it look like a shimmering halo. For a split second, time seemed to slow, her eyes, so full of empathy, locked onto his. His breath hitched, caught in his throat. I heard you stood up for me, Izuku whispered, the realization hitting him fully for the first time. Against All Might. You literally blocked his path. I mean, he wasn't gonna hurt you, but his All Might. Nejiya blinked, then looked away, a faint dusting of pink coloring her cheeks. She rocked back on her heels, fiddling with the hem of her shirt. Well, yeah. Of course I did. You're my partner, my analyst, my ghostbuster. She laughed nervously. Nobody gets to make my friends feel small. Not even him. Izuku felt an indescribable warmth flood his chest. Thank you, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽. Really, Izuku said, his voice steadying, and mustered a small smile. I don't know what I'd do without you. Anytime, red shoes, she grinned, the playfulness returning. She nudged him lightly with her elbow. Come on, I'll walk you to the station. They stepped out of the agency together, the cooling evening air wrapping around them. For the first block, silence stretched between them, but it wasn't the awkward, heavy silence of strangers. It was comfortable, though charged with a weird electricity that made Izuku hyper-aware of every little thing, the swing of her skirt, the way her hair bounced with each step, how close their arms were to brushing. Why am I so nervous? We're co-workers. We see each other all the time. But today feels different. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽, usually the one to fill every silence with a dozen questions, was strangely quiet too. Save for the soft, upbeat tune she hummed under her breath. So, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽 blurted out, a little too loudly, causing a passing businessman to startle. She cleared her throat, lowering her volume. So, tomorrow, we work on mobility, right? I want to see if I can use the spirals to change direction in midair without losing momentum. Like, zip-zap. Mid-flight turns. What do you think? Izuku blinked, his brain shifting gears back to analysis mode, though the blush lingered on his ears. Alright. Yes. If you pulse the energy from your feet in short bursts instead of a continuous stream, you should be able to pivot better. Like adjusting the move vectors on a rocket. We could test it with some low-altitude drills first, maybe incorporate a spin to build centrifugal force for sharper angles. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽's eyes lit up. Ooh, rocket analogies. I love it. It's a date. I mean, a plan. It's a plan. She corrected herself quickly, waving her hands as if to dispel the slip-up, her face turning a shade of red that rivaled Izuku's shoes. She laughed it off, but there was a nervous edge to it, her spirals faintly flickering at her fingertips. Why yeah. A plan, Izuku squeaked, his own face matching hers in hue. He rubbed the back of his neck, staring at the sidewalk cracks as they walked. Why did that word make his stomach flip? It's just training. Professional. Totally normal. They reached the subway station entrance all too soon, the bustle of commuters flowing around them like a river, salarymen rushing home, students chattering about exams, a few low-level heroes in plainclothes blending into the crowd. Neon signs flickered above, advertising energy drinks and hero merchandise. For a moment, they just stood there, neither making a move to leave, the unspoken tension hanging in the air like charged particles before a storm. Well, Izuku said finally, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for walking with me. Yep. Tomorrow, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽 agreed, nodding a bit too enthusiastically. She hesitated, her eyes darting to his face, then impulsively leaned forward and poked him right in the center of his forehead. BLP. Izuku went cross-eyed, freezing in place as a jolt of surprise, and something warmer shot through him. Her finger was cool from the evening air, but the touch lingered like a spark. Get some sleep, Izuku. Don't stay up all night working on your notebooks, she teased, though her voice was soft. We need you sharp for those drills. No sleepy analysts allowed. I'll try not to, he managed to say, his hand instinctively reaching up to rub the spot as she pulled back. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐽 flashed him one last, radiant smile, the kind that made his knees feel like jelly, before turning and floating up into the air, waving as she drifted over the heads of the crowd, heading back to the agency, or her home, or wherever her boundless curiosity took her next. Izuku stood there for a full minute after she was gone, his hand unconsciously drifting up to touch the spot on his forehead where she'd poked him. Commuters brushed past him, but he barely noticed. Izuku finally forced his feet to move. He found a spot on the platform and leaned against a pillar, clutching his backpack to his chest. The digital sign flickered, the next train would be arriving in 3 minutes. But more pressingly, in Izuku's mind, anyway, a single thought crossed his mind, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs, as 𝐒𝐻𝐈's smile replayed in his head. Oh no. I think I'm in trouble. Wait, why am I overthinking this? It would never happen. Besides, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 deserves so much better than someone like me. Izuku's smile faltered for just a second before he smoothed it back into place. He shoved the thought down where he kept so many others. Admiration. Gratitude. That was all this was. They were co-workers. Teammates. Anything more was just his imagination running away with him again. High above the street, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 buried her face in her hands as she flew, her spiral waves of blue hair whipping wildly behind her like comet tails, letting out a muffled groan that was lost to the rushing wind. A date. Did I seriously say it's a date? Get it together, Heido. He's your junior. His Izuku. The same Izuku who's really cute when he's passionate about something. Wait, what? Cute? No, 𝐒𝐻𝐈. Focus. She peeked through her fingers at the city lights below, her heart doing somersaults. BZZZ. BZZZ. Her phone vibrated against her thigh. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 froze mid-air, nearly wobbling before instinct corrected her balance. But as she flew toward the horizon, she couldn't stop the goofy smile from spreading across her face. Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. She hovered there, suspended above a quiet stretch of rooftops, then finally pulled the device free. The screen glowed softly against the dark, lighting up her face. Izuku Midoriya, 𝐒𝐻𝐈. I was thinking about tomorrow. I'll bring my notes on energy conversion and quirk output if that's okay. Also, I really am looking forward to it. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stared at the message for a full 5 seconds before her brain caught up, and her cheeks felt hot. She kicked her legs in tiny, excited bursts, like a kid floating in a pool, sending gentle ripples of wave motion outward. Okay, be cool. Be a cool, mature hero. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 Heido, 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan, yup. That sounds fun. I'll bring coffee so you don't overwork yourself, okay? See you tomorrow, Izuku. She hovered over the send button for a split second longer, then tapped it. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 pressed her phone to her chest, letting out a squeaky noise she would never admit to making. Why is he so Izuku about everything, she groaned fondly. All serious and sweet and prepared. She knew this feeling. Or at least, she knew enough to recognize its danger. Izuku was kind. Earnest. He trusted her completely, trusted her with his strategies, his ideas, his quiet hope that they'd work. He admired her. Looked up to her. Of course, he looked up to her. She was a hero, his hero, she saved his life. But, if she acted on this, if she leaned into this feeling, even a little, would it really be mutual? Or would it be unfair? He trusts me. He looks at me with such pure admiration because we're a team. Co-workers. If I push for more, am I just taking advantage of that trust? No, I can't be selfish with him. As 𝐒𝐻𝐈 flew home, the unspoken feelings lingered like echoes, waiting for a moment that might never come. Izuku sat hunched forward in his chair, but sat straighter the moment 𝐒𝐻𝐈's patrol feed went from grainy to clear across his monitors, street-level traffic cam, a convenience store exterior, and a grainy rooftop feed. The blue light reflected in his wide, intense eyes, which darted across the screens as he flew his fingers over the keyboard to pull up the relevant feeds tracking 𝐒𝐻𝐈, her blue hair whipping in the wind as she hovered above the streets. 𝐒𝐻𝐈-chan, can you hear me? He said into the loud and clear, red shoes. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 replied through the comms. One fundamental rule Ryukyu stressed was that they used their hero names during live missions. Since Izuku doesn't have one, 𝐒𝐻𝐈's calling him Red Shoes. It's grown on me. I'm out here zipping around. Downtown's buzzing, saw a suspicious group near the old warehouse district. 3 guys, wait, make that 4. I think they are looting. Below her, a quartet of villains, dressed as stereotypical-looking thugs, bolted through alleyways, hauling what looked like stolen briefcases. Okay, Izuku murmured, fingers hovering over his keyboard. Petty villains, but coordinated. Even if their quirks were nothing too dangerous, even pickpockets and smugglers could turn deadly if underestimated. You can do this, Izuku. Ryukyu trusts you. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 trusts you. Just stay focused, It's no different than recording data and making notes. Only now, I have to do it on the fly, and 𝐒𝐲 could get hurt if I mess up. No. Don't think like that, Izuku. Focus. Despite Izuku's self-doubt, Ryukyu had trusted that he was ready to handle a live mission and help 𝐒𝐲 pursue common downtown threats. He marveled at how the Ryukyu agency's login bypassed the public camera's encryption, as if it wasn't even there, a legal skeleton key provided by the HPSC. Izuku had always wondered how some hero agencies could respond so quickly. If one could ignore the slightly dystopian implications, the system was incredibly efficient, especially when lives were on the line. This made it easy for someone like him, with no hacking experience, to keep tabs on 𝐒𝐲 and the villains she was pursuing. Still, hacking could be a valuable skill to pick up if necessary. I'll have to look into it. 𝐒𝐲-chan, I've got eyes on them. Izuku's voice remained steady even as his pulse thrummed against his headset. Wait. Their body language changed all at once as they looked up at the sky and fled. 𝐒𝐲, they've spotted you. They're heading east on 5th Avenue. Follow, but avoid direct engagement until I figure out their quirks. Gotcha. 𝐒𝐲's cheerful laugh echoed through the line as she surged forward, her quirk propelling her in graceful arcs. Switching to traffic feed dead. Rerouting to a private ATM security cam, Izuku muttered to himself, hijacking the camera. The grainy image flickered to life, followed by a blur of motion 𝐿 past the frame, trailed by spiraling gold energy. On the monitors, one of the villain's hands sparked, then shot a thick grey cloud from his palms at 𝐒𝐲, but she unleashed a low-powered blast that dispersed it. One of them has a smoke-like quirk. Good to know. The heat could still be dangerous. The gang's leader, Izuku, had assumed him to be the leader, a tall man with elongated limbs, then threw his arm out at 𝐒𝐲, which extended and stretched like a RBB band. 𝐒𝐲 banked out of the way before it could hit her. The villain seemed to wince as his arm returned to standard length. An elastic-type quirk, Izuku said quickly. Range unknown. But the reaction from his arm extension suggests that using it is painful. If the villain's arm is elastic, why does it hurt? Is it because he hit a limit, or because the quirk has a physical recoil? 𝐒𝐲-chan, do you copy? Izuku pressed a hand to his headset, his voice steady despite his heart pounding just a little too hard. You're gaining on them, but they are banking hard left toward the industrial district. They are faster than they look, red shoes. 𝐒𝐲's voice crackled through the earpiece, exhilarated. Kind of rude, honestly. The audio feed was filled with the whooshing of wind and the humming of her energy output. It looks like one of them has some kind of friction-reducing quirk, Izuku informed her instantly. Don't let him touch the walls, or he'll bounce off them to gain speed. On the center monitor, the chase took a sharp turn as the villains ducked into a tunnel. Izuku immediately swayed to the nearest camera he could find until he finally got a live feed from a 𝐒𝐲 security camera that surprisingly still worked. The space was tight, cluttered, and littered with garbage and exposed piping. Izuku's stomach dropped as this was precisely the kind of environment that limited 𝐒𝐲's usual broad, sweeping movement. 𝐒𝐲-chan, stop. Don't follow them in there. I almost got them. Fall back, it's a trap. Too late. The feed showed 𝐒𝐲 diving into the alley, and the spirals got dimmer as she tried to steer. Her advantage was gone right away. The villain stopped running and turned around, smiling. 𝐒𝐲's flight would be harder in a small space like this. The villains knew it, too. This isn't good. The tunnel was barely wide enough that 𝐒𝐲 couldn't fly without crashing into the brickwork, and she couldn't fire a full blast without risking bringing the unstable walls down on top of herself. Her quirk was effectively neutralized. The friction reducer placed his hands on the ground, slicking the concrete. The largest of the four, a brutish man, slid across it until he was behind 𝐒𝐲, blocking the only other exit. The leader of this band demonstrated his stretchy arm quirk by lashing it out like a pair of WHPS, and the last member tried to intimidate her with his smoke. I've got no room, red shoes, 𝐒𝐲 whispered, the playfulness gone from her voice. I can't generate enough output without hitting the sides. Izuku's fingers flew. Okay, think, he muttered, eyes darting across the screens as he analyzed the alley's geometry. Then a plan of attack had formed in his mind. Now, we need to get the villains in position and pray that the mobility training paid off. 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐽. Listen to me, Izuku said, his voice snapping with authority. Don't try to shoot them. What? The villain blocking the exit wants you to shoot so he can tank the hit. Izuku focused on the map overlay. You can only output 30% before you risk damaging the structure. That's enough. Enough for what? Face away from them, Izuku said. Charge your output to 20% in your feet and 10% in your palms. On the monitor, Izuku saw 𝐒𝐻𝐽 hesitate for a fraction of a second, but she turned her back on the villains. Suddenly, the brute laughed, lunging forward to crush her. Now, 𝐒𝐻𝐽-chan, Izuku shouted. Aim at the wall, about 45 degrees downward, then blast. Use the push. The energy of 𝐒𝐻𝐽's quirk slammed against the brick wall at her back. The wave motion's kinetic pushback was instantaneous. Whoa! Because the floor was slippery with Slick's friction-reducing quirk, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 didn't just move, she became a human projectile, rocketing backward, sliding effortlessly over the surface at blinding speed. The stretchy-armed leader used his quirk to ensnare 𝐒𝐻𝐽's right foot, but Izuku predicted this. Ignore him and spin, now. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 fired another wave, the force spinning her around as she swiveled the charging brute, and was right behind him. The force also dragged the stretchy-armed villain off his feet and towards them. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 didn't need instructions for what to do next. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 wave, blast. The impact was thunderous as she tagged the brutish villain's back with a point-blank wave that sent him rolling. His momentum, greatly amplified by the slick surface, sent him slamming face-first into his leader, tangling them together as it continued unchecked. Their partners did not have time to flee, and the smoke user's quirk thickened. For a terrifying second, Izuku lost sight. Then the feed snapped back to reveal that the villains went down hard, like bowling pins. Strike! 𝐒𝐻𝐽 exclaimed. Now, blast the roof above them. Izuku commanded. Just the area above them, finish with a discharge. Output, 20%. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 wave, spiral lance. A controlled spiral of golden energy crashed into the pinpointed section of the roof, causing enough rubble to fall on the villains in a heap and pin them to the ground without collapsing the alley walls. The feed showed 𝐒𝐻𝐽 landing lightly, hands on her hips, villains groaning. Woo! You can say we wrapped this up. Get it? Izuku exhaled as he slumped back in his chair. On the screen, the villains groaned, incapacitated. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 did a little victory dance on the central monitor before looking up at the security camera Izuku was viewing through. She offered a bright peace sign and a dazzling smile. Hey, red shoes, she beamed through the comms. That was totally awesome. I'm glad you were my extra pair of eyes. Ryukyu's gonna love this report. Izuku felt his cheeks flush as he reached for his water bottle. Secure the targets, I'll call the police transport, log the details, and prep the debrief. Once the police have them in custody, head back here. Roger that. Izuku wrote his debrief and then took the elevator down to the cafe. He thought 𝐒𝐻𝐽 would stop there first to regain her strength. He saw Brock slowly walk over to a table with a tray full of sweets and 2 steaming mugs of tea. A woman with short, wavy hair, a calm smile, and round-lensed glasses that covered her eyes completely sat at the table. She was dressed comfortably in a purple sweater. Hey, Starlight, Brock rumbled, setting the tray down gently. He pulled out a chair, which groaned under his weight. Chamomile, just how you like it. Brock took extra care not to accidentally crush the delicate handle between his rocky fingers as he handed her a cup. Her hand found his effortlessly, her fingers affectionately tracing the rough texture of his stone skin. Thank you, geezer. You're getting better at this domestic stuff. Who knew a big, tough hero like you could be so gentle? Brock chuckled, a sound like gravel in a tumbler. Or, come on. For you. I'd move mountains. Or, brew tea without breaking the cups. She leaned in, pressing a light kiss to his cheek, or what passed for one on his craggy face. My rocky romantic. Then, Brock's eyes fell upon Izuku, who was trying to go unnoticed. Hey, Midoriya, you on break? Oh, I was just waiting for 𝐒𝐻𝐈, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his awkwardly. Brock gestured for him to come over. Well, don't just stand there, come meet my fiancé. I shouldn't. Izuku held out his hands. Don't let me bother you and Hoshiko Yura, the woman introduced. Brock has told me about you, Midoriya. You're not bothering us. She waved him over. Come, have a seat. Well, if she says it's okay. Not wanting to appear rude, Izuku decided to head over to the table and pull up a chair. Upon sitting down, he noticed a folded-up white cane resting in Yura's lap. Yes, I'm blind. Yura immediately answered the question that Izuku was about to ask. What? How did you know you were going to ask? She extended a hand in his direction, not for a shake, but as if feeling the air. I could taste your confusion, Midoriya. It's distinctively sour. And don't worry, I'm not offended. What does she mean by Ms. Yura? 𝐒𝐻𝐈's voice rang through the air as Izuku turned around, spotting 𝐒𝐻𝐈, who floated over to greet the woman. Hello to you, too, 𝐒𝐻𝐈, Yura chuckled lightly. I could smell you coming from a mile away. Smell? Izuku questioned the woman. It has to do with my quirk. Yura took a sip of her tea. Brock tells me you love analyzing different quirks. I have a feeling you're curious to know mine. Izuku blushed. Oh, yes, Ms. Yura, do you mind if? How does it work? I mean, if it's not too personal. I'm just really interested in quirks and their applications, especially, of course, Midoriya. Yura searched for the tray with a free hand before placing her cup down on it. My quirk is known as enhanced empathy. It's a quirk that is always active and allows me to sense the emotions of those around me in a very tangible way. What do you mean? My quirk is linked to all four of my senses. I can literally feel, hear, smell, and even taste how other people feel. I can feel the warmth of happiness or the chill of fear on my skin. I can hear faint echoes that tell me if someone is happy or sad. Anger smells bad, sadness smells musty, happiness smells sugary, and some feelings taste bitter or sour. Izuku's eyes widened, his mind already racing. Whoa, that's incredible. So, it's like a multisensory emotional radar. I can picture it being used to detect hidden villains by their malice, or to calm crowds during evacuations by pinpointing sources of panic. During hostage situations, you could feel out the best way to. Yura chuckled lightly, gently interrupting while raising a hand as a faint smile played on her lips. Izuku's face flushed even redder. Sorry, when I get going, it's hard to turn it off. It's his whole thing, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 commented. Though if we're being honest, Yura spoke. I did want to be a hero once. Applied to US heroics course and everything. But it just didn't work out. Izuku blinked, feeling a pang of empathy. Oh, I'm sorry. But your quirk could be so useful, though. She nodded. It is what it is. And who knows, if I did become a hero, I might have ended up not meeting the love of my life. She turned her head to Brock, who looked all bashful at the compliment. Oh man, listen to you. Swift suddenly spoke up as he whooshed his way into the conversation, his tail flicking mischievously as he skidded to a halt, snatching a treat from the tray. Starlight. Rocky romantic. Don't let the bad guys see you acting like a softie, Brock. And I was hoping you would be out on patrol, Brock snarked, though there was no real hostility in it. He tossed a balled-up napkin at Swift, who dodged it effortlessly with a laugh. Don't tease Brock, Swift, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said with a pout. It's all right, Heido, Yura said as she took Brock's massive hand, squeezing it softly, her smile radiant. Swift is just keeping things lively. And besides, I like seeing, well, feeling, Brock all flustered. It's cute. Yeah, well, only for you, Starlight, Brock said. And I know Jinsaku's just messing with me. He's just jealous because he hasn't gotten anywhere with Burnin. Not yet, Swift added. Wait, Burnin, Izuku interrupted. As in Endeavor's sidekick. Leader of the Flaming Sidekickus. That Burnin. The one and only. Swift folded his arms. We've done some agency team-ups. She's my kind of woman, you know. She's fiery, has a sick quirk, and knows how to lead a team. What's not to admire about her? And I notice that admiration also happens to be directed at her miniskirt, Yura commented. Izuku choked on his own spit, sending him into a coughing fit while Nejiya giggled from the sudden remark. Swift's face turned completely red. I have no idea what I mean. I don't look at. He gave Yura a flat look as she sipped her tea, knowing he couldn't hide anything from her. I hate you sometimes. I'm pleased to see you getting acquainted with the rest of the team, Ryukyu spoke as she approached the table. Hello, Ms. Ryukyu. Yura bowed her head respectfully. I hope that you are here to consider my offer, Ryukyu said. I am, and I'd be happy to accept the position. Ryukyu smiled. I am glad to hear it. Position? Izuku asked. Ryukyu looked at Izuku, subtly. Brock suggested I hire Ms. Yura as a therapist for the agency, she explained. Someone to help with unpacking any emotional baggage. I know you were looking into licensed professionals, Yura said. But I promise that I will treat the position with respect. I trust Brock's judgment. He rarely pushes for personal favors, and he vouches for her, so that's good enough for me. Welcome to the team, Ms. Yura. Or should I say, Dr. Yura. I'll have the paperwork ready by tomorrow. Since you can sense stress levels, I expect you'll be quite busy with this lot. Welcome to the agency, Dr. Yura, Izuku said softly. I think everyone here is going to be a lot happier with you around. A therapist who can literally sense the truth. Yura smiled, and for a moment, Izuku felt a wave of calm wash over him, sweet, like honey. I believe there's one lemon tart left, and if someone doesn't take it, I sense Swift is going to make a move for it in exactly 3 seconds. Hey! Swift yelped, his hand freezing halfway to the plate. I'll start with Swift, Yura teased, tilting her head toward the speedster. His embarrassment is currently vibrating at a frequency that's giving me a slight headache. It smells like burnt RBB and regret. Okay. I'm leaving. I have patrolling to do. Swift announced and vanished in a blur of motion. The way Brock looked at Yura with such absolute, unshielded tenderness made Izuku's chest tighten in a good way. You're staring, Izuku. Nejiya chirped, poking his cheek. Is he thinking something nerdy, Dr. Yura? Yura leaned back, her shaded glasses reflecting the warm cafe lights. She took a deep breath, a serene expression crossing her face. Not nerdy, Heido. It's bright, with a hint of gratitude. Izuku turned red and looked down at his hands. She was right. He was thankful not just for the internship, but also for the reminder that the best thing you could do in a world full of strange things and fighting was to help someone carry their burden. The scent of lemon polish and fresh laundry filled the Midoriya apartment. It was Izuku's day off, and true to his nature, he spent it hovering around Mom, helping her tackle the household chores. Keeping to his promise, Izuku told Mom everything that's been happening at the agency while folding a basket of warm towels. Ryukyu's kept me busy, he said. Mostly reviewing footage and paperwork, but, I got to help with a live mission yesterday. Mom's eyes lit up immediately. You did? I mean, I didn't do anything dangerous, he quickly clarified. Just assisted from monitors and, that's still important, she insisted, smiling. I'm so glad they are treating you well. The television droned on in the background, the volume low but constant, with the midday news. Following an anonymous tip from a pro hero, investigations into Aldera Middle School have intensified today as more former students come forward with stories of systemic negligence and quirk-related discriminations spanning several years. Mom frowned slightly. If I knew something as awful as that was happening at that school, I would have pulled you out the moment. Mom, it's okay, Izuku reassured her, walking past the TV to put the towels away, his eyes barely glancing at the screen. The words slid past him, half-heard. He knew it was no coincidence that, after he told Ryukyu what happened, the school was suddenly being investigated not only by the police but by Nezu, the principal of U, himself. The fact that she would go this far for me. He also didn't blame Ryukyu for playing it safe by remaining anonymous. As a top 10, she could have used her influence alone to obliterate the school's reputation. She is trusting the police and Nezu to find hard proof of Aldera's abuse first, and for good reason. Despite wanting to see the best in everyone, and he means everyone, Izuku knew how the mainstream media worked, and how reporters could easily flip the story to paint the Dragoon hero as abusing her position to protect a favored intern. Not only could Ryukyu dramatically drop in the ranks, but Nejiya, Swift, Brock, and everyone at the agency would be labeled guilty by association, affecting their hero careers. The news continued, mentioning dates, officials, and ongoing inquiries. But Izuku didn't need to hear the details. He was just happy to see justice being delivered not just for him, but also for others who were victims of the school before him. Careful with that shelf, Izuku, Mom called from the kitchen. It wobbles if you lean too hard. I know, Izuku replied, dusting a vase with one hand while he steadied the shelf with the other. I fixed it last month, remember? Mom smiled despite herself. That doesn't mean it won't wobble again. Izuku laughed softly and stepped back, hands on his hips. The shelf stayed put. Victory. BZZZ. BZZZ. Izuku's phone vibrated aggressively on the living room table. He wiped his hands on his breathes and checked the screen, which was lit up with an excessive number of emojis. Nejiya Heido Nejitan, hey. Ryukyu gave me the day off. But I'm so bored, Izuku. Are you busy today? Do you want to do something? Tell me you can. Please. Izuku's cheeks flushed a light pink as he stared at the message. Hang out. Nejiya wants to hang out with me. Outside of work. Just the two of us. Izuku felt his heart pick up speed for no good reason, then he shook his head. Come on, Izuku, she's probably just inviting all her friends. Yeah, Tamaki, Yuyu, Mirio, and I. All hanging out together. Nothing too awkward about that. Everything okay, sweetie? Mom asked, leaning on her duster as she watched her son's expression soften. She caught a glimpse of the screen before he could tilt it away. Oh, is that Nejiya? Oh, why yeah. It's Nejiya, Izuku said, his thumbs hovering over the keyboard. She has the day off, too. She says she's bored and wants to hang out. Mom's expression softened immediately, a knowing smile creeping in. Oh. Izuku could feel his face heating up again. She asked if I'm busy. Well. Mom said, folding her hands together. Are you? Well, I told you I'd help you with the cleaning today. And I don't want to leave you with all this. I should probably tell her I am busy, and… Izuku, look at this place. We're nearly done, Mom said gracefully, gesturing to the straightened shelves, folded laundry, and clean floors. You spend so much time working or helping me. You're a young man. You should go out and enjoy the sunshine with your friend. Go! Izuku echoed. I mean, she just said hang out. I don't know if she really meant, Izuku, Mom interrupted gently, stepping closer and placing her hands on his shoulders. It's okay to take a day and have fun with a friend. She leaned in just a little, smiling far too sweetly. A very nice friend. He squeaked, biting his lip. Are you sure? I don't want to leave you with the rest of the work. I am certain, she said, giving him a gentle shove toward the hallway. Go on, get changed. It's rude to keep a girl waiting. Izuku chuckled. Okay. I'll go. Honestly, I was hoping she'd let me. Izuku Midoriya, yeah. I'm free today. If you still want to hang out. My mom's actually kicking me out of the house so I'd stop overcleaning. Where should I meet you? Nejiya Heido Nejitan, YAY. Meet me at the cafe near the Kashik Park station. The one with the big windows and creep stand. Hurry. Izuku Midoriya, Kashik Park's pretty far from where I live, it'll take me 30 minutes to get there by train. Nejiya Heido no probs. Izuku blinked at the screen, a small, helpless smile tugging at his lips. See? Mom said smugly. Already sounds like a good day. He slipped his phone into his pocket, heart still racing, a strange mix of nerves and excitement buzzing through him. Yeah, he said softly. It does. As Izuku dashed to his room to find a clean shirt, a small, hopeful, scheming smile formed on Inko's face. Maybe I should start looking at nice restaurant recommendations for them. Just in case, just in case. Izuku arrived at the busy station near the park, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and nerves. Families were having picnics on the grass nearby while a big fountain sprayed water in rhythmic arcs. He saw 𝐒𝐲𝐫 right away. Her bright blue hair shone in the sun like waves in motion, and she was practically bouncing on the ball of her feet next to the crepe stand. She looked appealing, as always, in a pastel sundress that fluttered in the wind. Beside her stood Yuyu, looking cool and composed in casual street clothes, while Tamaki, wearing a hoodie, was trying to make himself as small as possible. I guess Mirio isn't here yet. 𝐒𝐲𝐫. Izuku called out, waving slightly. 𝐒𝐲𝐫's head whipped around, and a dazzling smile lit up her face. Izuku! You're here! She bounded over, grabbing his hands. Without a second thought. You gotta try this. She shoved a fresh crepe into his face. It's a new strawberry banana chocolate one. So, good. Izuku took a bite, eyes widening as the flavor hit. Wow, this is really good. I know, right? 𝐒𝐲𝐫 beamed. Mirio couldn't make it, something about extra patrol hours, but I'm so glad you came. The park is nice and all, but walking is kinda boring. Let's do something fun. Have you ever been roller skating? Roller skating. Izuku blinked, looking from 𝐒𝐲𝐫 to the others. Yuyu gave a supportive thumbs up, while Tamaki looked pale. I've never done it before, Izuku admitted. Why? Okay, so a new roller rink just opened nearby. You and I've been dying to try it. 𝐒𝐲𝐫 declared, grabbing Izuku's arm with one hand and hauling a reluctant Tamaki with the other. Come on, Tamaki, no backing out now. I feel like everyone's going to stare at me, Tamaki mumbled, looking defeated. I wanna go home, now. Nonsense. 𝐒𝐲𝐫 chirped, already dragging the boys toward a large, brightly colored building half a block away. It'll be a blast. It's like flying, but on the ground. I promise you'll love it. A roller rink. Izuku's stomach did a little flip-flop, staring at the entrance as if it might bite him. Oh, 𝐒𝐲𝐫, I don't think I'll be very good at gliding on wheels. That sounds slippery. He already pictured himself flailing wildly, a green blur of impending disaster. It is, you said, patting him on the back. But it's half the fun. Right, Tamaki? Tamaki shuddered. Please don't ask me. 𝐒𝐲𝐫 was already bouncing on her toes as neon lights pulsed through the glass doors. The air inside was thick with the scent of popcorn and the rhythmic thump of bass. There's supposedly a snack bar, an arcade, music, and, oh, I heard they sometimes play old hero theme songs. I've never actually skated before, he admitted, voice small beneath the thump of bass leaking from inside. 𝐒𝐲𝐫's eyes widened, not in concern, but in delight. Really? She grinned. That's even better. First-time experiences are the best. Izuku and 𝐒𝐲𝐫 were inside before he could say anything else. The roller skating rink was a lively mess of lights and music, and the smell of popcorn and the rhythmic thump of wheels onward filled the air. Neon lights lit up the place, and the sound of laughter came from skaters gliding, or falling, around the oval track. 15 minutes later, he found himself trading his red shoes for a pair of brightly colored roller skates and lacing them up with trembling fingers and a growing sense of dread. Beside him, Tamaki was staring at his own skates with the same expression of a man marching to the gallows. 𝐒𝐲𝐫 and Yuyu, however, looked like they were born for this. 𝐒𝐲𝐫 happily glided onto the polished wooden floor with an effortless grace, doing a slight spin before turning back to him, perfectly balanced. Izuku also saw a faint glow that could have only come from her quirk. Cheetah! Come on, guys. It's easy. Yuyu called out, waving them over. Just push off and glide. Midoriya, Tamaki whispered, his voice hollow. If I fall in front of her, leave me there. Let the rink consume me. It'll be fine, Tamaki, Izuku said, trying to convince himself just as much. Taking a deep breath, Izuku wobbled onto the rink. His legs felt like jelly, and the skates seemed to have a mind of their own. He took one step, then another, arms flailing for balance. His first push sent him forward too fast, and he windmilled wildly to stay upright. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵, wait. He somehow managed a few shaky laps around the perimeter, clinging to the railing like a lifeline. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵, meanwhile, was zooming past him, laughing and doing little jumps. A few feet away, Tamaki had also entered the rink. He immediately turned around, faced the wall, and clung to the carpeted barrier. "I live here now," Tamaki muttered. "I am one with the wall." "You're doing great, Izuku." 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 cheered, skating backward in front of him as Izuku tried not to wobble like a newborn foal. Yu glided past, looking effortlessly cool. He windmilled his arms, barely catching himself on the railing. "I'm really not." "That's okay," 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 said brightly. "Just relax your knees. Like this." She demonstrated a graceful sway. "Here, hold my hand." She extended hers, and Izuku grabbed it, his face already flushing from the contact. Izuku grabbed it, his face flushing. He tried to mimic her, relaxing his knees a little too much. For a while, it wasn't a total disaster. They circled the rink hand in hand as he even managed a few smooth glides, leaving Tamaki, who was inching along the wall, and Yu behind. "Yay!" 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 exclaimed. But then came the curve, a sharp turn where the music swelled and lights pulsed. Izuku's skate caught an edge, his balance shattered, and time seemed to slow as he pitched forward. He let out a yelp, arms windmilling once more. "Just lean forward a little and, whoa, Izuku!" 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 cried, attempting to grab him. It happened in a blur. 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵 reached for him at the exact moment he pushed off, moving exactly 1 meter, before physics betrayed them both. Izuku's skate clipped hers. 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵 lost balance. Izuku tried to grab her shoulder and missed entirely. "Ah, 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵!" He yelped, a clatter of wheels, and suddenly they were both going down in a very undignified heap in a tangle of limbs. "If!" 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵 gasped in surprise from the crash. Izuku's world spun for a second, and he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact on the hard floor, but his fall was broken by something warm and pillowy. "Wait!" His eyes snapped open. "Oh no!" His face, already flushed from the exertion and embarrassment, turned a shade so red never seen before. Steam practically puffed from his ears as it finally registered that he was in the most mortifying position of his entire life. His brain short-circuited as he realized precisely where his face had landed, squarely on top of 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵, who blinked up at the ceiling lights, then down at the top of Izuku's very green, very curly head buried right in the soft curve of her bosom. There was a singular, deafening second of silence in Izuku's head. "Oh my God! 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵! I am so sorry." He stammered, scrambling to push himself off her, his movements made even more awkward by the skates. I swear I fell, I lost my balance, and I couldn't stop, and then you were there, and I'm so sorry." "Are you okay?" "Oh man, this is so embarrassing." 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵 just giggled awkwardly as she pushed a strand of blue hair out of her eyes, a faint blush dusting her cheeks, but she did not appear angry. "It's okay, Izuku. It was totally an accident. You're not exactly a pro skater yet, are you?" She patted his shoulder lightly as he finally managed to untangle himself, shooting upright so fast he nearly fell over again, and sat beside her on the floor. Izuku stared at her, still glowing red. "Why, you're sure?" He looked to Yu for help. She covered her mouth, clearly feeling second-hand embarrassment as a blush overtook her cheeks. And her eyes were on both of them, mostly Izuku, and wide with shock. Tamaki, watching from his spot on the wall, blushed as he slowly slid down until he was crouching on the floor, burying his face in his hands. I can't look." He groaned. "I fell too," 𝐻E𝐻𝐢𝐵 said with a bright smile. "That makes it fair. Still, I'm really sorry." He mumbled, avoiding eye contact and feeling like he might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. "Don't worry about it," she said, getting up with practiced ease, though slightly wobbling, and offering him a hand. "See? No harm done. And now you know what it feels like." "What?" "To fall, so you know how not to do it again. She gave him a grin, knowing what she did. And if you do, maybe next time, aim elsewhere. Izuku made a noise that sounded like a dying kettle. 𝐻𝐻𝐽, you're gonna kill him, Yu chuckled, finally skating over and effectively shielding 𝐻𝐻𝐽 from the green-haired boy. She glared at Izuku, though there was no real malice, but instead what looked like pouty jealousy. You're treating us to the snack bar for that, Izuku. Ah yes. Yes, of course, Izuku agreed rapidly, still beet-red, but managing a weak smile as Yu also helped pull him up. Though he did hear her mumble something along the lines of lucky little. As they pushed off again, Izuku, decidedly keeping a safe, respectful distance from 𝐻𝐻𝐽, Yu following close behind to supervise, saw Tamaki finally peel himself off the wall to join the fun. Despite the near-death experience from embarrassment, Izuku watched 𝐻𝐻𝐽 spin ahead, her laughter ringing out over the music. He smiled weakly. Izuku stood at the snack bar counter, staring down at his wallet with a tragic expression. Behind him, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, Yu, and Tamaki were happily clutching armfuls of drinks, nachos, and excessive amounts of candy. Thank you for the treat, Izuku. Yu chirped, popping a fry into her mouth. I'm happy to help, Izuku wept internally, handing over a stack of yen that represented his entire month's allowance. Does 𝐻𝐻𝐽 know that Yu has a crush on her? The doors slid open with a hiss. Oi! The F are you doing here, Deku? The atmosphere in the room curdled instantly. Izuku turned slowly, his heart plummeting into his stomach. Why here? Why now? 𝐭𝐚𝐲 stood in the entrance, hands shoved in his pockets, his crimson eyes scanning the room with a predator's focus. He snarled, locking onto the green curls at the snack bar instantly. Izuku froze, a chill shooting down his spine that had nothing to do with the rink's air conditioning. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 snarled. He didn't just walk. He closed the distance between them, ignoring the confused looks from the other patrons. His palms popped with small, threatening explosions. Hey, who is, Yu began, tilting her head slightly. Izuku realized from where they were standing that Yu stood between him and 𝐭𝐚𝐲, who looked like he didn't care if someone was going to get caught in the middle. Izuku pushed her out of the way. Boom. Izuku took the blast head-on, getting sent flying across the room and sprawling out on the ground, coughing from the smoke he accidentally inhaled. Izuku! 𝐻𝐻𝐽 screamed. No matter where I go, you're always there, getting in my thing way. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 spat, grabbing Izuku by the collar of his shirt and holding him just inches from his snarling face. It's bad enough you somehow weaseled your way into a top 10's agency. But now you're trying to sabotage me too. Sabotage? 𝐭𝐚𝐲. Izuku stammered, backing up until he hit the counter. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 slammed a hand against the ground, inches away from burning Izuku's face. Some detective and his pet rat started digging into Aldera's records. They're investigating the whole school. They're investigating me. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. You went crying to them, didn't you? You got kicked out of school, so now you're trying to ruin my chances of getting into you because you're too weak to get in yourself. I didn't. I haven't. Before Izuku could finish, a blur of blue moved between them as 𝐻𝐻𝐽 shoved 𝐭𝐚𝐲 off him, her face stripped of its usual bubbly warmth. Back off, she ordered, her voice low and furious. If you have a problem with him, you have a problem with us, Yu said, her voice sharp. She and Tamaki both stepped up beside 𝐻𝐻𝐽, small sparks of electricity dancing between her fingertips. And trust me, you don't want a problem with us. What she said, Tamaki added, not yet using his quirk. And for the record, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 added. Izuku earned his spot at our agency. He works harder than anyone. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 scoffed, looking her up and down with disdain. Earned? Please. The nerd's been useless his whole life. He's just a quirkless piece of essage dreaming about things he can't have. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating as Tamaki and Yu blinked in surprise. Izuku looked down at his shoes, his face burning with shame and anger. Quirkless. He just outed me. Deku's lucky that I got recommendation letters from pros who recognize actual talent, not charity cases. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 sneered. He would've. Been really sorry if I didn't get into you. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 proceeded to blow a vacant table out of existence, implying that would have been Izuku's fate. And no one looks down on me. Especially not some bubbly sidekick playing babysitter to a defect. That is enough. The shout didn't come from 𝐒𝐠hia or Yuyu, but Tamaki, which honestly surprised not only the girls, but also Izuku. He was trembling, his knees visibly shaking, but he was standing his ground. Izuku. Izuku is not a defect. He has more heart in his little finger than you have in your whole body. 𝐭𝐴𝐴's eyes narrowed. Here. You want to die too, emo boy? Stay away from him. 𝐒𝐠hia shouted, her hair beginning to float as her output rose, the air around them vibrating with energy. You think you're gonna be a hero? You're just a bully. A thug. A villain. And I won't let you tear Izuku down just because you're insecure. Get lost. 𝐭𝐴𝐴's scowl deepened, his eye twitched, he looked on the verge of going feral. Villain. Did you just call me a villain, you beach? He raised his hand, glowing a bright orange, brighter than the last 2 times. That's it, I'm zapping him, Yu declared, raising her hand. Hey! No quirks indoors. The manager, a burly man with a mustache who looked entirely done with teenagers, slammed a broom handle against the floor. All of you. Out. Or I'm calling the police. He pointed a thick finger at the group. You 4, front door. Now. He pointed at 𝐭𝐴𝐴. You. Back exit. Don't let me see your face in here again. But 𝐒𝐻ia began. 𝐒𝐻ia, Izuku spoke up, rising to his feet. It's not worth it. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 clicked his tongue, glaring one last time at Izuku. This isn't over, Deku. Watch your back. He turned and stomped toward the rear exit, kicking a trash can on his way out. 10 minutes later, the group returned to Kashyyyk Park, sitting on a bench near the fountain. The adrenaline had faded, replaced by a heavy, awkward silence that was broken by Yuyu aggressively crushing an empty soda can. That guy. I have never wanted to tase someone so badly in my life. The nerve. He was terrifying, Tamaki whispered, still shivering slightly. But he was wrong. 𝐒𝐠hia sat next to Izuku, who had his head in his hands. She placed a gentle hand on his back. Izuku. I'm sorry. Izuku took a shaky breath. I ruined the day. You didn't ruin anything, Yuyu said firmly. If anything, it was that jackass's fault. First thing tomorrow, I'm going up to Principal Nezu and telling him what happened. Someone like him doesn't deserve to go to you, don't, Izuku spoke up. Please, don't take away 𝐭𝐴𝐴's chance of getting into you. Did you hit your head or something? He attacked you for no reason, pretty much threatened to kill you, and was probably gonna kill me if you didn't push me out of the way. And you're defending him. I'm not. It's just, maybe you could, I don't know, mellow him out. He's worked hard, he deserves a chance to be a hero. You're too forgiving, Izuku, Tamaki mumbled. But was he telling the truth? About the quirkless thing? Izuku flinched. He pulled his knees up to his chest, making himself small. Yes, he whispered, his voice cracking. I don't have a quirk. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I asked 𝐒𝐿hia to keep it a secret. Tamaki blinked, his dark eyes widening. Why? Because. Izuku looked up, tears brimming in his eyes. Because usually, when people find out, they change. They. Stop looking at me, and I didn't want to lose you guys. There was a moment of silence. The wind rustled the leaves overhead. That is. Tamaki started, his brow furrowing as he struggled for the words. That is incredibly offensive, Izuku. Izuku blinked, a tear rolling down his cheek. Here. You think we're that shallow? Yuyu crossed her arms, though her expression was soft. You think we'd stop hanging out with you because you don't have powers? We hang out with you because we like you. You're a giant nerd who loves quirks, who pays for our snacks, who jumps in front of villains without thinking, who makes 𝐒𝐿hia happy. Oh, no. Stupid, Izuku. Of course, they wouldn't be like that. I'm such a DMN idiot. I eat takoyaki to grow tentacles, Izuku. Tamaki mumbled, sitting down on the other side of Izuku. My powers are weird. People used to make fun of me, too. But Mirio, Yuyu, and Nejiya didn't care. We don't care about your biology. We care about you. Izuku looked between them, Yuyu's cool, reassuring smirk, Tamaki's shy but determined nod, and Nejia's radiant smile. The knot of fear in his chest began to loosen. You guys. Izuku sniffled, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Thank you. Good, Yu said, standing up and stretching. Glad that's settled. We still have plenty of daylight. What do you guys want to do? Izuku blinked, still reeling from the sudden shift in mood. He wiped the last of the tears from his eyes, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through. I don't know. I'm just happy to stay out for a bit longer. Nejiya tapped her chin, her eyes darting around the park with her signature curiosity. We've done crepes, we've done the rink, and we've survived some explosions. Oh. I know. She pointed toward the far side of the park, where a row of bright red stalls was being set up. The festival trial run. They're testing out games for the upcoming summer festival. Maybe they have one of those fishbowl games. You know, the ones with the ping-pong ball. Tamaki looked at the crowd and pulled up his collar. I don't know. If I fail, people will judge me. Don't be silly, Tamaki. Nejiya laughed, already grabbing Izuku and Yu by the elbows and steering them toward the stalls. Let's see who can score the most points. If Izuku wins, Yuyu has to pay for the next round of snacks. Hey! Yuyu protested, though she was already reaching for her wallet with a smirk. You're on. But Izuku's got those analysis eyes. I bet he can find the best aim or something. As they walked toward the bright lights of the stalls, the heavy tension of the encounter with Kaken felt like a distant memory. I'll try my best. Izuku said, his voice finally steady. That's the spirit. Nejiya chirped, bumping her shoulder against his. And no falling into my melons this time, okay? She's never gonna let me forget that, is she? It was definitely a day he wouldn't forget. The sun was setting, casting long, bruised shadows across the pavement, but Katsuki didn't care about the view. He cared about the ringing in his ears and the boiling heat under his skin. Clang! He kicked an empty soda can so hard that it dented the metal of a street lamp 10 feet away. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly sufficient to vent the frustration clawing at his chest. King Deku. His mind replayed the scene from earlier on a loop. Katsuki had just wanted to play at the arcade, and King Deku happened to be there. He needed to remind the quirkless, stuttering pebble in the path of his place in the food chain, trying to keep reality in check, and then Nejiya-chan, that blue-haired beach, had to butt in. Floating in like she owned the goddamn place, cutting him off, looking down on him while defending King Deku like he was some helpless puppy. Damn it. Bakugo hissed, shoving his hands deep into his pockets, explosions crackling faintly at his fingertips, his shoulders hunched aggressively. Making me look like the bad guy. Like I'm a Fing joke. TCH. As if. He hated being looked down on. He hated being interrupted. But most of all, he hated the fact that for a split second, he'd felt humiliated. He turned a corner, taking a shortcut through a grimier part of the district to avoid extras. He didn't want to see anyone. Just get home, scream into a pillow, and blow SHT up until his arms fall off. Did you see that pink-haired babe back there? Dig Jin through the trash like it's treasure. Katsuki's scowl deepened as he heard voices, low and sleazy, coming from a group of extras loitering, 4 guys, probably dropouts from some no-name school, by the mouth of a darkened alley. They were older, rough-looking, wearing cheap leather, and smelling of stale smoke. TCH, worthless extras. He kept his eyes forward, intending to ignore them. He had his own CRP to deal with. And she's bending over, too. Demon, what a view. Let's go give her some company. Katsuki walked past the alley entrance. Not my problem. Just some trash talking to other trash. He took 3 more steps, then he stopped. A cold, sharp feeling pricked the back of his neck. It was a nauseous sensation he couldn't quite name. It was his gut. His instincts. The same instincts that made him a combat prodigy were screaming at him right now. What the hell is wrong with me? But the feeling wouldn't shake. If something bad went down and Katsuki ignored it. He grumbled under his breath. Katsuki pivoted on his heel and stomped back toward the alley. There were deep shadows between the brick buildings, but there was enough light to see what was going on right away. The extras were standing around a big industrial dumpster. A girl with pink dreadlocks and a black tank top, wearing workshop coveralls tied loosely around her waist, was digging through the dumpster with her elbows, humming to herself. She was throwing pieces of metal over her shoulder and didn't seem to notice anything else. "Hey, sweetheart," the leader of the group drawled, a lanky BSU with a scar on his cheek, stepping uncomfortably close to her. "You really shouldn't be out here alone. You lose something in there. Or are you looking for something else?" The girl popped her head up. She was wearing steampunk goggles and had a smudge of grease on her cheek. She lifted them, revealing greenish-yellow eyes with cross-shaped pupils. She looked like she'd just noticed they existed and was annoyed. "Do you mind?" she asked. "You're blocking the light. I saw a servo motor in here that's compatible with a hydraulic shifting system. If I lose it, I'm going to be very upset." She turned back to the trash. "It's prime material for my next baby. Gonna build a hypervelocity launcher with auto-targeting." The leader laughed, a low, ugly sound. "It's dangerous, you know. Someone might take advantage of you." He reached out, his hand clamping roughly onto her shoulder, fingers digging into her skin. The girl froze, but not out of fear. She looked down at his hand on her shoulder with a confused frown. "Hey, that hurts." "Forget the junk. A pretty thing like you in a place like this, playing in the garbage. Come on, cutie, let's get you cleaned up. And out of those filthy clothes." The others snickered, closing the circle as the leader's hands moved from the girl's shoulder to the hem of her top. "What do YA say, boys? Let's help her out." Suddenly, the red haze of simple anger that had been clouding Katsuki's mind vanished, replaced by a cold, razor-sharp clarity. These were real villains. "Oi! Shitheads!" The words came out like gunshots. The roar tore through the alley, bouncing off the brick walls. The three delinquents jumped, spinning around. The leader dropped his hand from the girl's shoulder. Katsuki stood at the entrance of the alley. His knees were bent, his palms open and facing forward. Small, dangerous sparks popped and crackled like gunfire in his hands. His eyes were wide, white-hot with a fury that made his earlier annoyance look like a tantrum. "Get the F away from her. Who the hell is this kid?" One of the lackeys sneered, pulling a knife. "Get lost, brat. This doesn't concern." Boom. Katsuki didn't wait. He launched himself forward, a massive explosion propelling him through the air. He landed squarely between the girl and the men, the shockwave knocking over the trash cans. A blast erupted from his hands, slamming into the ground between the delinquents and the girl. Boom. The force sent them stumbling back, debris flying as the alley shook. "The hell?" one yelped, shielding his face from the sparks. "Die extras!" Boom. 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 Katsuki didn't let up. He launched a series of explosions, aimed just close enough to singe the extras' clothes without turning them to ash, though he was tempted. The blasts were close enough to singe the leader's eyebrows. The heat was intense, brick and dust blasted outward, the sound deafening in the narrow alley. The thugs stumbled back, terrified by the sheer ferocity of the boy in front of them. Boom. 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 "You like picking on girls, here." Katsuki growled, smoke curling from his palms, his voice dropping to a demonic register. "You think you can pull that CRP in my city? Try picking on me, you some. I'll blast you to kingdom come. Now scram." "Crazy. This kid's crazy. Let's go." Panic overtook predatory instinct. The delinquents scrambled, cursing and tripping over trash bags and each other as they bolted from the alley, their tough guy act shattering like glass, terrified of the explosive blonde demon. "Yeah. Unless you want to see how fast I can blow your sorry buttes through a wall, you better fing run." Katsuki watched them go, his chest heaving, his hands still smoking as sparks danced on his skin. Pathetic. He held his stance until their footsteps faded completely. Only then did he straighten up, the adrenaline slowly dialing back. He turned around, ready to chew the girl out. "What the hell were you doing out here alone, idiot? You got a death wish or something?" Those creeps were about to. Whoa, that was awesome. The pink-haired girl invaded Katsuki's personal space. She wasn't crying. She wasn't shaking. She was staring at his hands with eyes the size of dinner plates, her pupils constricting and dilating wildly like lenses, like he just performed a neat trick instead of saving her butt. "That was amazing!" she shouted, getting right in his face. She grabbed his wrist before he could pull away, inspecting his palm. Nitroglycerine-like sweat ignited by friction. Or is it a direct metabolic combustion? The force output was incredible. "Do you have any idea how much move you just generated?" Bakugo ripped his hand away, stepping back as if she were radioactive. "Hey! Oh, that gives me some ideas. I could build a gauntlet to focus that," she continued, vibrating. "Oh! Or maybe a recoil absorption system so you can fire larger blasts without damaging your ligaments." Katsuki stared at her, feeling his brain short-circuit from her asking questions in the same manner as If Deku. "What? That's not. Are you even listening? Are you stupid?" The girl blinked, tilting her head. "No, I'm myheroacademia, future CEO of 𝐒𝐻EATSUME Industries. And I'll have you know, my teachers say my test scores are in the top percentile, though I do struggle with literature." "Not that, you idiot. Those guys. Did you not see them?" Katsuki jabbed a thumb toward where the delinquents had run. "Did you not hear what they were saying to you?" "Oh, them." Mai waved a grease-stained hand dismissively. "They were annoying, and the one guy was handsy. But thanks for scaring them off, Boom Boom Boy. Now I can find that servo motor in peace." She turned back toward the dumpster, reaching for the lid. Boom. Boom. Boy. Katsuki felt a vein in his forehead throb as he stood there, trembling with a mixture of rage and utter disbelief. Does this chick really have no clue that she was moments away from being assaulted? The hell kinda nickname is that? Bakugo barked at her back. "And are you even listening? Those guys were gonna jump you, STRPU, whatever 6 CRP they had in mind. Did you even notice?" "Jackpot!" Mai yelled triumphantly, holding up a rusted piece of junk. "It's got 0 wear, yes." She looked back at him, grinning widely. "You're still here. You should go home, it's getting dark. Bad things happen in alleys, you know." Katsuki's jaw dropped. "Is she lecturing me? You're unbelievable." Katsuki yelled, shoving his hands back into his pockets. "Stop hanging out in sketchy alleys like this. Next time, I might not be around to bail your butt out." And she glanced up again. "Oh. Sure. If I find a better part source, I will." That's not what I meant." Teasage. Katsuki turned and stormed out of the alley, not waiting for a response, kicking a piece of loose trash on his way out. "Whatever. Do what you want. Just, don't get yourself killed." "Okay. Bye, Boom Boom Boy. Stop calling me that." He was still angry, but the heat felt different now. It wasn't the humiliation from earlier. Now, it was just the sheer exhaustion of being the only person in the world who seemed to have a functioning brain. Idiots. Idiots everywhere. But as he walked away, he didn't regret stepping in, not for a second. Mai watched the explosive blonde kid stomp off, his shoulders still tense like coiled springs, sparks probably still flickering in those deadly palms of his. She tilted her head, clutching the salvaged servo motor to her chest like a precious gem. "Boom Boom Boy," she murmured to herself, a grin splitting her face as she replayed the chaos in her mind. Not the creeps, she'd already forgotten their faces, but him. The way he'd rocketed in, blasts ripping through the air with precision and power that made her inventor's heart race. How does it work? The question buzzed in her brain like a swarm of malfunctioning drones. Nitroglycerine sweat. She'd guessed right, judging by the acrid scent lingering in the alley, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Metabolic ignition. Friction-based. Or something quirkier, tied to his biology in ways that could revolutionize support gear. She imagined dissecting it. Not him, obviously, but the mechanics as her fingers twitched, already sketching invisible blueprints in the air. A gauntlet to amplify the output, maybe with heat-resistant alloys and pressure valves to handle the recoil. Or gloves that store excess sweat to prevent overload without risking it. She had seen a lot of quirks at school, where everyone showed off their stuff like they were in a science experiment. But this guy's. It was raw, unrefined potential that begged to be improved, like seeing a rusty engine in a junkyard that could power a rocket with the proper modifications. Who is he? She didn't even get his name, but that didn't matter. Names were for tedious paperwork, inventions were for understanding. She wanted to know how he ticked, what made those explosions so controlled yet. Feral. Did he train for that move? Could I replicate it in a prototype? Dumping the servo motor into her makeshift bag of scavenged parts, Mai straightened her goggles and glanced at the darkening sky. The alley suddenly felt too small for her ideas. Gotta find him again, she decided, her cross-shaped pupils dilating with excitement. Test some babies on that quirk of his. Bet he'd make the perfect guinea pig, collaborator. She skipped out of the alley, already plotting her subsequent encounter. After all, great inventions didn't build themselves, they needed inspiration, and Boom Boom Boy was overflowing with it. You'd better have a DMN good explanation for this, brat. No one could blame Mitsuki Bakugo for driving like a madwoman as she and Masaru entered the Musutafu police station and were greeted by a gorilla heteromorph wearing a dark gray suit and black tie named Gory. Mitsuki instantly recognized his voice as the same officer who called her household to tell her that Katsuki had just been arrested for public quirk usage, aggravated assault on 4 people, and property damage. The wife and husband were brought into an interrogation room with persistent fluorescent lights overhead that made a constant, clinical buzz, casting harsh shadows on the sterile walls. There, Katsuki slouched in a metal chair, his wrists bound in cold cuffs that bit into his skin, cuffed to a steel bar on the table, a scowl etched deep into his features. Katsuki, son, Masaru began, quiet, his glasses perched on a worried brow, hands clasped tightly. Please tell us what Officer Gory said isn't true. Teach, Katsuki just snorted as he turned his head away from him. Answer your father, brat. Mitsuki, the loudest voice in her son's life, yelled as she stood across from him. A part of her was terrified that it was true, and she didn't want to admit it. He has refused to cooperate with, Officer Gory told them, his expression unreadable and terrifyingly professional as he stood by a wall-mounted monitor. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, I know this will be hard to watch, but you should see this. Gory pointed a remote at the monitor and pressed play. Mitsuki saw footage of Inko's kid, Izuku, whom she loved more than anything in the world, and had entrusted her and Masaru to be the boy's godparents should anything happen. He was in a roller rink of all places, sitting at a snack bar with 3 older teens, 1 boy and 2 girls, who were helping themselves to all kinds of junk food. Oi! The F are you doing here, Deku? The atmosphere in the interrogation room thickened instantly as Mitsuki recognized her son's voice as he came into frame. He didn't just walk over to Izuku and his friends, he closed the distance between them. His palms popped with small, threatening explosions, then Izuku pushed one of the girls, the one with short hair, out of the way. Boom! Mitsuki watched the screen, eyes widened, her hand flying to her mouth as she witnessed Izuku take the blast head-on, getting sent flying across the room and sprawling out on the ground, coughing from the smoke he accidentally inhaled. She just saw her son, the boy she had raised to be a winner, the boy she thought was just spirited, lunging at a group of teenagers with lethal intent. He just attacked Izuku. And he was going to attack that girl, too, if he hadn't. Katsuki! What the hell is this? Son, this isn't you, is it? Masaru asked, his voice trembling, barely above a whisper, as he adjusted his glasses. Izuku! The long-haired girl screamed as Katsuki then grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt and held him just inches away from his face. No matter where I go, you're always there, getting in my thing way. It's bad enough you somehow weaseled your way into a top 10's agency. But now you're trying to sabotage me too. Izuku was trying to back away until his head hit the counter. Kaken. What are you talking about? Katsuki slammed a hand against the ground, inches away from Izuku's face. He was going to burn him. Don't play dumb. Some detective and his pet rat started digging into Aldera's records. They're investigating the whole school. They're investigating me. You went crying to them, didn't you? You got kicked out of school, so now you're trying to ruin my chances of getting into you because you're too weak to get in yourself. I didn't. I haven't. Back off. Suddenly, the long-haired girl forced herself between Katsuki and Izuku, with the short-haired girl and the other boy both stepping up beside her. If you have a problem with him, you have a problem with us. And trust me, you don't want a problem with us. What she said. And for the record, Izuku earned his spot at our agency. He works harder than anyone. Katsuki made an audible scoff. Earned. Please. The nerd's been useless his whole life. He's just a quirkless piece of SHT dreaming about things he can't have. Deku's lucky that I got recommendation letters from pros who recognize actual talent, not charity cases. He would have been really sorry if I didn't get into 𝐒𝐲𝐽. Katsuki proceeded to blow a vacant table out of existence, implying that would have been Izuku's fate. No. No, 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 no. That is not my boy. I know he has anger issues. Hell, I'm sure he got them from me, but he wouldn't kill Izuku, right? Right. Mitsuki felt her eyes sting with tears as they rolled down her cheeks. And no one looks down on me. Especially not some bubbly sidekick playing babysitter to a defect. That is enough. The shout came from the boy. He was trembling, his knees visibly shaking, yet he stood his ground. Izuku. Izuku is not a defect. He has more heart in his little finger than you have in your whole body. Here. You want to die too, emo boy? Stay away from him. You think you're gonna be a hero. You're just a bully. A thug. A villain. And I won't let you tear Izuku down just because you're insecure. Get lost. Katsuki's scowl deepened, his eye twitched, he looked on the verge of going feral as he raised his hand, glowing a bright orange, brighter than the last 2 times. Villain. Did you just call me? A villain, you beach. That's it, I'm zapping him. The short-haired girl raised her hand, aiming her clearly electric-based quirk at Katsuki. Hey. No quirks indoors. The manager of the establishment, a burly man with a mustache who looked entirely done with teenagers, slammed a broom handle against the floor. All of you. Out. Or I'm calling the police. He pointed a thick finger at the group, and then at Katsuki. You 4, front door. Now. You. Back exit. Don't let me see your face in here again. This isn't over, Deku. Watch your back. Katsuki turned and stomped toward the rear exit, kicking a trash can on his way out. No, that. Masaru was at a loss for words, constantly looking over at his son, the officer, and his wife. There has to be, his must be a misunderstanding. I'm afraid it's not, Officer Gori said, his tone level yet sympathetic to the parents who just witnessed their only son act like a criminal. The manager was the one who called us. We had our best people review the footage, and it is real, all of it. And we have identified the 3 teens who came to his aid were not only licensed Hero Track students, but also Hero Agency sidekicks. Katsuki's jaw tightened, his crimson eyes flashing. TCH. They got in the way. Deku's the one who, but that is only the tip of the iceberg. Gori cut him off, pulling up another file with a heavy sigh. What do you mean? Mitsuki asked the officer, afraid to hear that it was worse than this. Gori sighed. As I'm sure you're aware, one of our best detectives, Tsukochi, is in the middle of an ongoing investigation into Aldera Middle School, prompted by recent corruption allegations. He seized the servers before the principal could scrub them. We found deleted disciplinary logs, witnesses who were told to keep quiet, and statements from teachers and students about how your son harassed that young man in the video. There was more footage, but it was grainy and from a school. Katsuki and his friends bullied Izuku, trapping him in hallways and making explosions that burned the quirkless boy's uniform. She could see the crazy snarl on his face, which was full of pure, unadulterated evil, as he yelled about extras and worthless Deku. It was accompanied by a timeline that showed the internal reports from Aldera, 3 years of documented scuffles that were actually one-sided beatings, reports of burnt notebooks, bruised ribs, and intimidation. And finally, a time-stamped report from student witness 𝐒𝐽𝐽 regarding a classroom issue. And then, the deeming, gut punch audio. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. The silence that followed was so heavy that it felt like it was pushing the air out of the room. It was heavier than anything the husband and wife could have imagined. 𝐒𝐿 looked like he had aged 10 years in 10 minutes. His glasses were foggy, and he had his head in his hands as if he were trying to hide from the truth about his son. Mitsuki, usually the pillar of fire in their home, was trembling so hard that her chair rattled against the floor, her hands clenching her purse, her face drained of color, her eyes filling with tears. She furiously blinked back. He told him to. Katsuki, she whispered, her voice cracking, sounding small and broken. Tell me this is a mistake. Tell me the camera is lying, that the report is wrong. Tell me you didn't tell Izuku to. Please, Katsuki. Please tell me you didn't tell him to. It's Deku's fault. Katsuki rolled his eyes, unremorseful, leaning back with a defiant glare, the metal of the cuffs clinking with a sharp, cynical ring. He provoked me, acting all high and mighty and SHT, saying he could be a quirkless hero. He deserved it. For 15 years, Mitsuki had tried to ignore it, desperate to pretend it wasn't there. But now she had to bear witness to her son's ego, a bloated, rotting thing fed by years of unchecked praise, which refused to let him admit he was ever in the wrong. The nerd's always been a crybaby, always playing victim. If he's too weak to handle a little trash talk, that's his thing problem, not mine. He's been in my way since we were 4, acting like he's on my level. He's a pebble on the road, and everyone kept treating him like a person when he's just a quirkless reject. I was giving him a realistic option. I was just being honest. Slap. The sound echoed through the interrogation room like a gunshot. Mitsuki's hand was still raised, shaking violently. Katsuki looked even more surprised than her, than anyone else in the room, that she had struck him. It wasn't like when she'd smacked the back of his head for being a disrespectful brat, but a sharp, stinging slap that left a red mark on his cheek. Her eyes were brimming with tears of rage and deep, crushing shame, her face a mask of barely contained fury, disbelief, and something rawer, like heartbreak. Honest. He was your friend. She screamed, the anguish tearing at her throat. 𝐒𝐿 is my friend. She's your honorary aunt, for God's sake. You told him to kill himself. Katsuki, we knew about the fights, the temper, but this is. We raised you to be strong, not cruel. We raised you better. I'm a winner. Katsuki barked back, straining against the cuffs, the metal biting into his skin. The world rewards the strong. That's how it works. You're the one who told me I was the best. Everyone did. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I'm the top dog. Bang! Mitsuki slammed her fists so hard against the table that she managed to leave 2 dents in it. This isn't a thing joke. You wanted to kill those people. You've been terrorizing a quirkless boy for a decade while the teachers clapped for you. Is this what you think a hero is? A bully with a bigger fist. Katsuki, what happened to you? 𝐒𝐿's hands shook. We thought it was just roughhousing, just boys being boys, teenage stuff. But covering it up. The school enabled this. Gori nodded gravely. Staff turned a blind eye, fearing backlash from a promising student. But public quirk use. And endangering lives. That cannot be tolerated, no matter how promising someone may be. 𝐒𝐿 looked back at Katsuki. And you? Son, how could you? How could you do this to Izuku? His nothing. Katsuki screamed, his face contorting into a mask of rage to hide the creeping dread in his gut. I'm the one with the talent. I'm the one who's going to be number 1. Why are you looking at me like I'm the villain here? Because right now, Katsuki, 𝐒𝐿 said, looking up with eyes that were red and empty. I don't see my son. Officer Gori turned off the monitor after a long silence. We're done here. The prefectural court wants your son to come in tomorrow at 8 a.m. Because of the seriousness of the attack, the danger to the public, and the history of predatory behavior, the prosecution is asking for immediate remand. He turned his attention to Katsuki, whose scowl hid a lot of anger. "You are going home tonight only because you are a minor, but do not mistake this for freedom." The drive home was as silent as a graveyard. There was no shouting. No radio. Just the mechanical hum of the engine, the rain pattering against the windows, and the oppressive weight of failure filling the car. Every red light felt like an interrogation. Mom's grip on the wheel was iron-tight, her knuckles stark white against the leather. Dad just stared out into the storm, his silhouette rigid. 𝐾𝐬𝐿 sulked in the back, arms crossed and jaw clenched, staring at the back of his mother's seat. "They don't get it. If Deku started it. I was reminding him of his place. Deku was always weak, always in my way. Screw them all. I'll get out of this. I'll be the best. This is just temporary." When they entered the house, the silence somehow grew louder. Mom didn't start cooking the spicy mapo tofu he liked. She didn't check his homework or yell at him to clean his room. She stood at the foot of the stairs and pointed a shaking finger upward, her eyes fixed on a point somewhere past his shoulder. "Up. Now," Mom said, her voice terrifyingly quiet. "Your phone is gone. Your computer is gone. Your door stays open." 𝐾𝐬𝐿 bristled, opening his mouth to argue, but Dad walked past him and straight into 𝐾𝐬𝐿's room. He carried a heavy trash bag. 𝐾𝐬𝐿 scrambled to follow. He watched in horror as his father began purging the room, swiping his laptop, his phone, and ripping the All Might posters from the walls. One tore down the middle with a sickening sound of paper surrendering. "Since you want to act like a criminal, you will be treated like one," Dad said. His voice was devoid of its usual softness, replaced by a stern resolve 𝐾𝐬𝐿 had never heard before. "You're grounded until the trial." "F that." 𝐾𝐬𝐿's temper finally ignited. "Deku's the problem. He's weak, he always has been. I'm gonna be the number one of what?" Dad's voice rose, finally cracking with pain. "Villain. What you did was nothing short of villainous. You could have killed them. 𝐾𝐬𝐿, we love you, but it's breaking us. Where did our son go?" It's not," 𝐾𝐬𝐿 stammered. "Not what?" Mom's voice broke through from the doorway, sharp and jagged. "Not what it looks like, 𝐾𝐬𝐿." She stepped into the room. "Not wrong. Not enough. This isn't just a mistake. It's everything we didn't see. Everything we should have stopped. I didn't mean for it to, 𝐾𝐬𝐿, you almost killed people." Mom cut him off, her voice cracking with a mixture of rage and grief. "And Izuku, do you understand how close you came to?" She choked on the words, unable to finish the sentence about the suicide attempt. Dad remained standing by the empty desk, his fingers drumming the wood. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and even. It hit harder than any teacher's reprimand. "We knew you had anger issues, but I never imagined this. You've crossed a line, 𝐾𝐬𝐿. You're lucky no one died. You knew exactly what you were doing. Yet you didn't stop." 𝐾𝐬𝐿's jaw tightened, his eyes stinging. "Stop. Stop and be powerless. Stop and be weak. I can't let anyone see me like that. You didn't care if someone got hurt." Mom shot back, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. "And the bullying, the things you did to Izuku." She swallowed hard. All of it was covered up. Old Dera, the school, the teachers, no one did anything. And you just kept going. I didn't hurt Deku that badly," 𝐾𝐬𝐿 mumbled, looking away. "I was just showing him what? That he doesn't belong in the world. That he's weak." Dad's voice was sharp, but not cruel. "𝐾𝐬𝐿, look at yourself." 𝐾𝐬𝐿 looked up, ready to fight back, but the look in his mother's eyes stopped him. It wasn't anger anymore. It was exhaustion. "Stay in your room," she whispered, the fight draining out of her. "Do not come out until we leave for court. I don't want to see you right now." Mom and Dada walked out, closing the distance between him and the rest of the world. "This is bullshit. I'm the future #1 hero. They can't treat me like some low-life villain." He marched to the door and slammed it. Slam. The sound vibrated through the house, a final act of rebellion that felt hollow the moment it echoed. He slumped against the wood, sliding down to the floor. Downstairs, a sound drifted up that chilled him more than the silence had. His mother, the indestructible Mitsuki Bakugo, was breaking down. Jagged, ugly sobs tore through the floorboards, carrying words he wished he couldn't hear. What did I do? Masaru, where did we go wrong? Was it me? Did I give him too much of my fire and none of my heart? Did I teach him that being loud meant being right? Did I make our boy this way? We'll fix this. Somehow. Katsuki heard Dad reply, his voice hoarse. We'll fight for him. But he has to see. He has to change. Katsuki's chest tightened. A storm of emotions churned inside him as he sat in the dark, staring at his hands. Deep down, a sliver of unease slithered through his gut. He shoved it away violently, focusing on the anger, the fire that had always defined him. They're wrong. I'm not. I'm not a thug. I'm not a criminal. I'm not a villain. I'm a hero, damn it. Heroes win. Villains lose. I'm just winning the hard way. This is just a hurdle. The agency cafe was full of the low murmur of sidekicks who weren't working. The loudest noise at their corner table was Izuku slurping his noodles in time with Nejiya, who was already stacking her 10th empty bowl, which showed how much energy she had burned during training and maybe how she was stress-eating to forget the fight from the day before. Izuku tried to keep up with her pace as best he could, but his stack was much shorter, only one bowl. Above them, the wall-mounted TV droned on, usually just white noise from the local news. As the scandal regarding the ongoing investigation at Old Dera Middle School continues to unfold, a startling development has emerged. One of the students, Katsuki Bakugo, was taken into custody and has been formally charged with aggravated assault using a quirk, destruction of property, and terroristic threats against licensed sidekicks. Two of which have been identified as the popular Nejiya-chan and Sunita. The cafe was quiet. Nejiya stopped with her noodles halfway to her mouth when Izuku's chopsticks fell to the table. Kaken. In jail. The words felt heavy and strange in his mouth. The court stated there is a profound lack of empathy and a dangerous entitlement to violence. The ruling says that the defendant sees his power as a justification to hurt others. To prevent Katsuki Bakugo from becoming a potential villain, he has been sentenced to a year in the 𝐒𝐻𝐃 Juvenile Detention Center. He may be released early if a full psychological evaluation shows that he has changed. The air left Izuku's lungs. 𝐒𝐻𝐃. Izuku has heard of that place. 𝐒𝐻𝐃 wasn't just a detention center, it has been jokingly called Tartarus for teenagers, but it was no joke. It was where they sent the kids that the system couldn't fix or didn't want to try to fix. His going to prison, Izuku whispered, his hands gripping his knees under the table. I can't believe it. Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. They must be devastated. This is going to destroy them. Nejiya finished her bite, but a hard, steady focus replaced the usual sparkle in her eyes. She set her chopsticks down with a deliberate click. It sounds like the system is finally doing its job. Izuku's head snapped up. What? He hurt people, Izuku. He hurt you, Nejiya said. Her voice wasn't cold, it was heavy, vibrating with a suppressed energy instead of its usual bubbly lilt. And yesterday, he threatened us. He looked at Tamaki and Yuyu and saw targets, not people. You can't just let people like that walk free. I regret not arresting him when he attacked you. But prison. Izuku argued, his voice cracking. Nejiya, that's where they send villains. Kaken has issues, yeah, but he wants to be a hero more than anyone. He's driven. He needs guidance, not to be locked up in a cage. Guidance is for people who want to change, Izuku. But Bakugo did everything with a smile, Nejiya said, leaning over the table. Her blue eyes, which are usually full of wonder, were sharp. If he thinks his power gives him the right to break things, he's already on his way to being a villain. The judge is correct. He wouldn't be helping people if he became a pro with that attitude. He would be a bomb that was ready to go off. Eventually, he would have killed someone. You don't know that. You don't know Kaken as I do, Izuku shot back, feeling a defensive heat rise in his chest. Underneath all that anger, he's incredible. He's talented, and smart, and cruel. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's voice finally broke, the volume drawing every eye in the cafe. Why are you still defending him? Is it because he's amazing, or because you're scared to admit that your friend is actually a bad person? I'm defending him because everyone deserves a chance to be better. Izuku stood up. He's being denied his future because nobody bothered to help him before now. Throwing him in Hades isn't justice, it's giving up on him. And letting him roam free is giving up on the people he'll hurt next. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stood too, floating an inch off the ground, her face flushed and streaked with sudden, angry tears. Heroes protect people, Izuku. And right now, the system is protecting people from him. Did you forget? Because of him, because of his endless bullying, you were on that roof. You were seconds away from leaving us all behind because he made you feel like you didn't deserve to live. The words exploded out of her, a heart-wrenching scream that silenced the cafe, freezing everyone in earshot. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's chest heaved, her hair bristling with static, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe she'd actually said it out loud. They stared at each other, the silence between them thick and uncomfortable. It was the first time they had ever raised their voices at one another. The tension in the cafe was palpable. Izuku was the first to look away. I haven't forgotten. I still remember being on that roof every night. He slowly slumped back into his chair, the fire dying out, replaced by a hollow ache. He thought of his mother's face, then he thought of Bakugo's parents, and the weight of all that shared grief felt like lead. I know he did bad things. I do. But I can't help feeling like I could have done more to help him. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 exhaled a long, shaky breath, her expression softening from stern judgment back to concern. The bubbly 𝐒𝐻𝐈 didn't come back, not yet. Instead, she floated back down into her seat and reached across the table, poking Izuku's hand gently. I'm sorry I yelled, she said, her voice small but steady. But I'm not sorry he's going away. I can't be. Not when I have you here, safe. Izuku looked up, seeing the raw fear in her eyes, the fear of a friend who had almost lost him. He realized then that her coldness toward Bakugo was just the flip side of her love for him. I know, Izuku murmured, squeezing her hand back. I'm sorry too. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 wiped her eyes with her free hand and looked down at the table. She didn't force a smile or a joke. She just picked up her chopsticks. Again, her movements slow and grounded. You did nothing wrong, Izuku, she said softly. You're not responsible for his choices. She looked up at the TV, where Bakugo's mugshot was now displayed. Maybe Hades is his chance to change. Maybe this is the first time someone has told him no loud enough for him to hear it. Izuku looked at her, his eyes sad but understanding. I hope you're right. Eat your ramen, Izuku, she said softly, nudging his bowl toward him. You've got a long afternoon ahead. And if you're going to help save everyone, you're going to need the energy. Izuku looked at the steam rising from the bowl, then back at 𝐒𝐻𝐈. The world felt different now, sharper, more permanent, but as he picked up his chopsticks, he felt a little less like he was drifting. Okay, he said. I'll eat. The weight of the sentence didn't truly hit Katsuki until the guards forced him into the back of a reinforced van. They didn't treat him with the respect he felt he deserved. They treated him like cargo, ready to be dumped at Hades' front gate. The facility lived up to its name. It was a jagged concrete monolith built into a cliffside overlooking a churning, gray ocean, away from the prying eyes of the city. It was designed to break spirits. Upon entry, the first thing Katsuki noticed was that it reeked of something foul, its halls echoing with distant shouts of extras. Katsuki was processed like livestock. He was stripped of his clothes, his dignity, and his name, replaced by a number. Leg, a guard grunted. Katsuki lifted his left leg. The guard clamped a heavy, black polymer band around his right ankle. It locked with a sinister hiss. It felt cold, biting into his skin like a parasite. That's a Type 4 nullification tracker, the guard explained, tapping the device with a baton. It tracks your GPS within a millimeter. It monitors your heart rate and quirk factor. If you attempt to ignite a spark larger than a lighter, or if you try to remove it, it delivers a 50,000-volt shock directly to your nervous system. You're quirkless now, punk. Get used to it. The walls were cold and sterile. The echo of footsteps followed him as he was led down the hall, his ankle monitor clicking with each step. Guards passed without a glance, their faces impassive. Quirkless now, here. Like Deku. The hell am I saying? Even quirkless, I'm still better than Deku. Bakugo's cell was small, cold, and mercilessly barren save for a cot, a sink, and a toilet. The ankle monitor clamped on, a cold weight. He dropped onto the thin mattress, hand gripping the edges, stomach churning, the ankle monitor a constant reminder of his powerlessness. For the first time, he realized that being unable to act, to fight, to assert himself, was its own punishment. This is bullshit. I'm going to be a hero. I don't belong here, locked up like a criminal. This isn't fair. I'm not a villain. I'll show that thing judge. I'll get out of this and show everyone not to F with me. He wanted to scream. Wanted to punch something, anything, to feel the rush of control. But every nerve in his body knew he couldn't. Without his power, he was no one special. The steel cell door creaked open that night as a pair of guards, bigger and meaner than any Katsuki had ever seen, grabbed his arms. They didn't tell him to walk, instead, they pulled him along, and his shoes scraped the floor. Katsuki growled and fought back, but they dragged him down a wet hallway that smelled like mold and copper. They threw him into an office with no windows that felt more like a torture chamber, with only one flickering light bulb. Behind a dark wood desk sat a man. He was towering, muscles rippling under his uniform, composed of sharp angles and cold hate, wearing a black tactical vest, chains wrapped around his arms, and holding a heavy baton that he tapped rhythmically against his palm. He looked at Katsuki not as a boy, but as something stuck to the bottom of his boot. Who the F is this guy? Hello, Bakugo, the man growled, voice low and rumbling. He stood up, his massive shadow swallowing Katsuki whole. I am Kanmeki Jokaku, the warden of this lovely place. And from what I've heard, you like picking on the weak, don't you, punk? I put extras in their POW. Before Katsuki could finish, the warden's fist buried itself in his gut, making him fold, gasping for air as his diaphragm seized with a pained, pathetic wheeze. Your thing dead. Instinct took over as Katsuki tried to spark his palms to blast the man back. BZZZT. But as his sweat glands began to pump, the ankle monitor hissed as a brutal bolt of agony tore through his leg, shooting up his spine and locking his muscles. He dropped to his knees, retching bile, convulsing on the floor. He felt his tongue hit his teeth, the copper taste of BLD filling his mouth. FFF. The warden sneered. You think you're special. So tough. So above it all. Punks like you. I've seen 1,000 kings come through these doors. You think the world owes you a throne because you were born with a flashy toy in your hands. POW. 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 Fists rained down, one after another. The blows kept coming, punches to the ribs, kicks to the legs. BLD filled Katsuki's mouth, bruises bloomed like dark flowers across his frame. You must be wondering why this is happening to you. Let me enlighten you, the warden growled, grabbing Katsuki by his ash-blonde hair, forcing him to look at him. I had a daughter once, Megumi. Quirkless, like your victim. Dedu, as you'd call her. Sweet girl. Smart. Kind. Loved drawing. She wanted to be a doctor. His eyes were dark, swirling with a decade of unextinguished grief. But there was this boy, flashy quirk, top of his class, destined for greatness. He thought he was a god, just like you. This piece of SHT thought her existence was an insult to him, so he bullied her. It started with taunts, then it turned to violence, and it got worse until one day, he accidentally used his quirk during a hallway scuffle. She didn't survive the third-degree burns. Manslaughter, the court ruled. Katsuki spat BLD, defiant. I ain't a villain. I'm a thwack. BZZZT. The warden threw Katsuki against the wall. Arg! He slid down, too weak to stand. Instinct resulted in another shock directly to his nervous system. Story's not over, Mothif. The warden spat, hauling him up by the collar. That punk went to a place like this, but he didn't learn. He got meaner. He thought he was the victim. He thought the world was wrong. Now he's rotting in Tartarus for mass murder, and my daughter's in a box in the ground. The warden dropped him like a sack of trash. I look at you, and I see him. You're not a hero, kid. You're just a villain who hasn't been caught yet. And while you're in my house, I'm going to make sure you feel every bit of the fear and helplessness that he put into others, that you put into that Midoriya boy. You're going to learn what it's like to be at the bottom of the boot, to be powerless, to be at the mercy of those stronger than you. And I will make sure you never forget it. POW. The warden's boot connected with his ribs, a dull thud that sent a bloom of white-hot agony through his side. BZZZT. Another surge of lightning from the monitor followed. POW. 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 An extra beating followed, and guards looked the other way, not that different from Aldera's own teachers. BZZZT. POW. 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 The beating was methodical. BZZZT. POW. 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 It wasn't a fight, it was an execution of will. BZZZT. POW. 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 It was the same kind of calculated, one-sided violence Katsuki had used. BZZZT. POW. 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 Only now, he was on the receiving end. BZZZT. POW. 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 Thwack. Calm as a beach, here. The warden laughed. When he was finally thrown back into his cell, bleeding, bruised, and trembling from the aftershocks of the monitor, Katsuki didn't know how long he had lain on the cold concrete, his vision swimming. When he found his strength, he crawled onto his thin, smelling mattress and curled into a ball, pain throbbing, the darkness of the cell pressed in on him. I'm not a villain, he whispered into the dark, his voice trembling, sounding remarkably like the boy he used to torment. I'm a hero. This is just a mistake. I'm gonna be number one. I'm not like that guy. I'm not a villain. I'm better. I'm a hero. I'm not. I'm not. The walk from the train station to the Bakugo home seemed to go on forever, as if 𝐒𝐽 was pulling a heavy chain with every step. She held a small container of homemade monju close to her chest, gripping the lid too tightly. It was an old habit to bring food, something her mother taught her long before she could reach the stove. Never arrive empty-handed, 𝐒𝐽. Food softens grief. Food bridges the distance. But today, it didn't seem like enough. It seemed less like a nice thing to do and more like a weak wall against what was coming. This walk meant scuffed sidewalks and quick steps for years, with Katsuki running ahead and Izuku following. The path used to be full of laughter from playdates, tea parties with Mitsuki and Masaru, apologies after backyard accidents, and lively family banter. It felt like walking a hard, painful road to what was left of the past. The new stories were still fresh in her mind. 𝐻𝐻𝐻. The house still looked the same when she finally saw it, neat hedges, clean windows, and the brass plate next to the door that they knew so well. The first thing that struck her as she reached the door was how quiet the house was. It felt empty, like sound itself had learned to stay away from the area. There were no loud shouts from Katsuki, no loud orders from Mitsuki to take out the trash, and no quiet sounds of everyday life. The only sound left was the dull hum of an air conditioner, which made it seem like the house was on life support. Taking a steadying breath, 𝐒𝐽 pressed the buzzer, her finger lingering as if to delay the inevitable. It was Masaru who answered the door, but he was a shadow of the gentleman she knew. He looked as though he had shrunk, his clothes hung loose on his frame, and his eyes behind his glasses were red-rimmed and hollow as if grief and sleepless nights had carved away pieces of him. 𝐒𝐽, he rasped, his voice thin and shaky like dry leaves. You really shouldn't have come. Not now. Not after everything that's happened. Not after what is done. I have to see her, Masaru, 𝐒𝐽 said quietly, her voice steady even though she felt anxious inside. Please. We owe each other that much. He hesitated, then moved aside and let her in. The living room was messy, with dust on the surfaces and cushions out of place, as if no one cared to fix them. Mitsuki sat stiffly on the sofa, staring at the blank television, her face empty. Her hair, usually spiky and bold, hung flat, and the energy she once had was gone. Go on, Mitsuki said without looking up, her voice flat and laced with bitter resignation. Spit it out. Tell me what a monster I raised. Tell me you hate me, hate us. A brittle laugh scraped out of her throat. I've already screamed it at myself 1,000 times over today. 𝐒𝐭 lowered herself into the armchair across from her, placing the 𝐒𝐿𝐲 on the coffee table like a tentative olive branch. The container looked ridiculous there. Too small. Too normal. The silence between them thickened, suffocating. I don't hate you, Mitsuki, 𝐒𝐭 finally said. Mitsuki's shoulders twitched. The tremor of suppressed fury that threaded her measured and sincere tone did not go unnoticed. But, 𝐒𝐭 continued, after a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. But I am relieved. The word landed as something dropped from a height. Mitsuki recoiled as if slapped, her head snapping up. Her eyes shone wet and furious and wounded all at once, tears spilling over like a dam finally breaking. Relieved. She whispered. My boys locked away in that hellhole with the worst kids in the country, actual killers and thugs, and you're relieved. Yes, 𝐒𝐭 said. Her voice grew deeper, steady with the resolve of a mother who had already faced too much. What kind of twisted? Because for the first time in 10 years, I don't have to wake up terrified, wondering if today is the day your son finally kills mine. 𝐒𝐭 cut in, her voice louder than before. Her hands clenched in her lap, and her throat tightened. I don't have to check Izuku's skin for new burns or bruises, listening to him mumble excuses. I don't worry about what new threat he might have in his pockets when he comes home. I don't lie awake wondering if he won't come home and do what Katsuki told him to do. Mitsuki let out a harsh sob. She hid her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. We didn't know, 𝐒𝐭, she said, her voice breaking. God, I swear we didn't know. We thought it was just his ego, his stubbornness. We thought he was just being a difficult kid. We raised him to be tough, to win, but we never saw. We never realized he was becoming a villain. 𝐒𝐭 finished quietly. The word hung between them, filling the room with tension. He's 15. Masaru choked out from the doorway, his voice rough. He gripped the doorframe for support. He's just a boy, 𝐒𝐭. Hades isn't a reform school. They'll destroy him there. 𝐒𝐭 looked at the couple, her oldest friends, the parents she'd trusted for more than a decade, and felt a profound, agonizing split in her soul. She felt the grief of losing the family they used to be. Still, she also felt the cold, hard memory of Izuku's bruised ribs, his quiet tears, his hidden scars, the way he smiled too fast, or insisted he tripped. The way he'd flinch at loud voices long after the explosions had faded. I should have seen it sooner. But then a memory from the past came back to her all at once, and it was too much for her. Do you remember when we first met, Mitsuki? 𝐒𝐭 asked, her voice shaky and soft. It was our first year of high school, and we were trying out for volleyball. You were so full of energy, acting like a leader and spiking the ball like you were in a real game. I was quiet in the back and missed every serve. I was sure I'd be cut on the first day. Mitsuki's crying stopped. When she remembered, her eyes got big and her breath stuttered. Then she nodded and wiped her face with a shaking hand. You fell over your own feet during practice. Fell flat on your face. I thought it was funny. I was really a beach back then, here. But I helped you get up. I told you to get tougher and that we needed a setter with heart, not just skill. 𝐒𝐭's lips twitched into a brief smile, but it quickly faded, leaving a bitter taste. After that, we couldn't be separated. In our last year of high school, we were the captain and co-captain. Mitsuki, you made me stronger. You yelled at me during games and made me run more laps. Don't give up, 𝐒𝐭. Heroes don't give up. And I trusted you. That fire helped us win the regionals. Do you remember the night after the game? We snuck out to the beach alone and talked about our futures while watching the waves. The words made the room feel small, and the memories hurt. Mitsuki's crying made her face twist, which showed how much pain she was in. And look what happened. I let him down so badly, 𝐒𝐭, she said in a low voice. I lit that same fire in Katsuki and pushed him even harder than I pushed you. She stopped. But I forgot about the heart. About being nice. And he turned it on your boy. I thought I was making a hero. I was so proud of his skill that I didn't look any further. 𝐭𝐴's voice broke as she cried. He told my son to kill himself. Every day, he used his quirk to hurt Izuku and other people. Would you be asking for mercy if Izuku had done that to Katsuki instead? Or would you be happy that your son's bully was gone? She reached across the table for 𝐭𝐴's hand, but her hand shook. She pulled back, feeling ashamed and unworthy of touching her friend. Mitsuki's voice was weak and rough. I'm so sorry, she said. For what he did to Izuku. For every tear and every burn. For letting it happen. For not being a better mom. 𝐭𝐴 looked at the hand hovering in the air, and a flood of memories came back to her, those times in high school when they held hands to support each other. Her face tensed as she fought with her feelings, but she slowly and purposefully reached out and gripped it tightly. This was not a sign of full forgiveness, but of their long, hard history. I can't promise it'll be all right, she murmured, her voice thick, tears finally spilling down her own cheeks. And I can't tell you I'll help you get Katsuki out. Because I won't. Mitsuki's breath hitched. For the first time, Izuku is truly smiling. 𝐭𝐴 went on. He laughs. He comes home without flinching when someone raises their voice. He's surrounded by people who see him for who he is, not what he lacks. She released Mitsuki's hand with a final, lingering squeeze. But I came here, Mitsuki, because you're still my friend, 𝐭𝐴 continued. And I see the prison you've built for yourselves. Her voice softened, heavy with something like mourning. I can grieve for the sweet child I used to babysit, the toddler who giggled with Izuku and held his hand as they crossed the street. Her gaze didn't waver. But the young man who tried to murder my son. I cannot cry for him. �MOSORU collapsed into a nearby chair, hands covering his face as quiet sobs escaped him. Mitsuki nodded faintly, the bitter truth settling on her shoulders, and she didn't have the strength to shrug it off, extinguishing any flicker of denial. Izuku, is he okay? Mitsuki asked, her voice barely audible. He's safe, 𝐭𝐴 replied, standing up to leave. He's healing. And for now, that is all I can ask for. She stayed at the Bakugo house until the sun was beginning to set, casting long, orange shadows. 𝐭𝐴 felt lighter, a strange lightness buoying her steps, the catharsis of voicing her relief, but it was tempered by the sorrow of a bond irreparably shattered. Two families standing on opposite sides of a decade that could never be undone. And a world that would never quite look the same again. The sound of the heavy cell door clanging open startled Katsuki. Expecting the warden, a guard, he braced for another beating. Bakugo, you have a visitor. The guard took him to the visitation room, a grey box that was clean and divided by plexiglass that was so thick that it could stop even the most powerful quirks. Katsuki sat with the other inmates, his face covered in healing bruises. His ribs were taped up tightly, making it hard to breathe. His hair was tangled, and his spirit was broken. He kept his head down and looked at his orange jumpsuit. He could also kiss his dreams of getting into you goodbye. Not even his recommendation letters would be enough to let him in now. After 1 week of torment, isolation gnawing at his sanity, shocks jolting him for instinctive quirk flares, guards' taunts echoing, he expected his parents to show up for visitation day. Mom, more than ready to scream at him until the glass cracked, and Dad, looking at him with those disappointed, sad eyes. He had spent the walk from his cell rehearsing in his mind how he would yell at them, how he would demand they get him a better lawyer. Instead, it was that girl with wild pink dreadlocks and steampunk goggles perched on her head, and wearing the same get-up from last week. She sat down opposite him, looking out of place in the grim visitation room. Whatever her last name was. Katsuki blinked, confusion warring with his anger. He slowly picked up the phone receiver. You, he croaked, his voice hoarse from disuse. The hell are you doing here? While she wore the same manic grin from when they first met, she looked at him with a strange, clinical intensity, her golden crosshair eyes scanning his face. I wanted to see you, boom boom boy, Mai said. He blinked. Come to see the freak show. Come to laugh at the future villain in a cage. I heard you were here and wanted to know why you're sitting in a cage. You look like a piece of support gear that's been through a high-velocity trash compactor. What happened? The headlines say you're a monster. They say you're a serial bully who finally snapped and showed his true colors. I'm in here because I'm a menace, Katsuki spat, gripping the phone tight. I'm a bad person, okay? That's what the judge said. That's what the warden says. That's what the whole thing world decided. I belong here. So, F off. Mai leaned in, her eyes narrowing. You're lying. Shut up, you should hate me. Maybe, but I don't. I wanted to see the person who saved me, she said, her gaze never wavering. But I also wanted to see the person the news is talking about. Why are you really in here, Boom Boom Boy? I said shut up. I'm working to be a support student, Boom Boom Boy. I build things. I look at how things work. I analyze data, Mai said, her voice firm. When you saved me from those guys last week, your heart rate was elevated, your pupils were dilated, and your muscle tension was consistent with a protective reflex. You had a pure heroic response. You moved before you thought. Bad guys don't do that. I didn't do it for you. Katsuki yelled and hit the glass with cold eyes. The guard jumped. I did it to show that I'm not the bad guy everyone says I am. It didn't matter to help you. You were just a tool for me to feel better than them. Mai was calm. Boom Boom Boy, my quirk doesn't just see far. It sees things in detail. She tapped the glass where she could see his face. Your left eye twitched. Your breathing changed. You're lying to yourself even more than to me. A bad person wouldn't have acted the way you did when those guys tried to. You know. I don't care why you saved me. But the fact that you did means there's some good in you. A villain wouldn't try this hard to make me think he's evil. Stop trying to analyze me. Mai tapped the glass with a grease-stained fingernail. A villain wouldn't be hurting this much from being called one. A real villain would be proud of this place. They'd be making friends with the other some. But you're sitting here dying inside because you realize the world finally sees you the way you've been acting. Maybe you've made bad choices, but you're not a bad person. I'm just serving my time, he said, his voice dropping to a hollow whisper, his breath fogging the glass. The fight drained out of him, leaving him exhausted. I just want my life to go back to normal. I want to go back to when things made sense. I want to get out of here and be the best again. I don't think that's going to happen, Mai said, standing up and adjusting her goggles, her tone surprisingly soft. But maybe that's a good thing. According to the media, the best version of you was a monster who hurt people and got a gold star for it. I'm interested in the version that actually cares, even if he's too dense to admit it. Think about it, Boom Boom Boy. She hung up the phone. As she walked away, Katsuki looked down at his reflection in the glass. He saw the jumpsuit. He saw the bruises. He felt the weight of the tracker on his ankle. He was being monitored. He was being silenced. He was powerless to stop the violence inflicted on him. He closed his eyes, leaning his forehead against the cold glass. For the first time, the realization truly hit him. The irony was sharp, bitter. In this place, forced to walk a mile in the shoes of the quirkless, every step was a punishment. Now, he was living in Deku's hell. Takeyama had stepped out of her hero costume an hour ago. It lay abandoned on a hanger near the door of her apartment, technically her agency residence, according to the paperwork, while she sprawled across her plush couch in sweatpants and an oversized hoodie with her agency logo peeling at the edges. It was well past midnight, and the exhaustion from a long day of patrols clung to her like a second skin. Her quirk had seen plenty of action today, smashing through a villain's barricade downtown, but now, all she wanted was to unwind, but sleep evaded her. So, she did what she always did when she couldn't shut her brain off and grabbed the remote. With a yawn, she flicked aimlessly through channels. Click. A late-night drama rerun. Nope. Click. An infomercial for Detnerat, accompanied by its jingle. Thank you for shopping at Detnerat. Nope. Click. A gossip recap show dissecting Endeavor's latest press conference. Definitely nope. You snorted and skipped past that, too. Click. Some late-night anime, but not the kind that caught her eye. Click. A familiar jingle chimed through the speakers. It's Shueisha tonight. with our lovely and ever-curious host, who needs no introduction, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐿. The screen settled on 𝐒𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐿's flashy talk show. The host, with her signature pale blue skin, glossy lilac hair, and sharp green eyes, walked onto the stage in that gaudy outfit, her snake-like smile matching her perfect makeup. Thank you, thank you. I love you all. I have a special treat tonight. We're diving into the scandal that's rocking hero society. She had a soft-spoken but sharp delivery that made her one of the most watched commentators in the country. Great, you groaned. Just what I needed. Joining me is the one and only baseball hero, 𝐒𝐿. You was already leaning forward to change the channel when the screen cut to the guest chair. 𝐒𝐿. The baseball hero lounged comfortably, one arm draped over the side, broad shoulders stretching his uniform. His grin was easy, too easy. She hadn't seen him since her unofficial team-up with Death Arms, Karmu Woods, and Backdraft. He is here to discuss the arrest of the promising young hero, Katsuki Bakugo. Still can't believe a student recommended for the hero course by you and several others, who I will not name, would end up in Hades of all places. Katsuki Bakugo. Explosive talent. Literally. The audience chuckled at 𝐒𝐿's joke. You grimaced, jaw tight as she flopped back against the couch, sinking deeper into the cushions. Bakugo. That explosive little delinquent she had recommended for you after seeing his raw power during that sludge villain incident. He had the makings of a top-tier hero. But now, arrested for quirk-related assault, pretty much being the face of the Aldera Middle School scandal, and whatever the headlines were screaming. Her letter of recommendation went down the toilet. One signature on a file, one interview where she'd nodded along at a cocky teenager with too much fire in his eyes and not enough restraint. That blew up in my face. She lifted the remote, thumb hovering over the power button when 𝐒𝐿's voice boomed through the speakers, gravelly and full of that fake folksy charm he peddled in his interviews. Look, 𝐒𝐻𝐲, it's a DMN shame. Kid like Bakugo, explosive quirk, real potential to be a powerhouse. And now, ruined because some quirkless crybaby couldn't get the chance to play hero. You blinked. What? Kizuki leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with that familiar spark of agreement. You're referring to the quirkless boy who was involved in the sludge villain incident. The same one who also lied to the police and started this whole Aldera scandal. Honestly, if he hadn't gotten in his way, Bakugo would be fine and on his way to the best hero school in the country. But no, some quirkless liability just had to drag him down. You slowly sat upright. That's, Kizuki smiled with faux sympathy. Oh, absolutely, 𝐒𝐿. In a world where quirks define our heroes, it's hard to ignore how outdated some people are. It's unfortunate when people overestimate their place in society, isn't it? Hero work is dangerous. It requires a certain baseline. Exactly. I mean, what was the kid thinking? Running toward a villain with nothing. Maybe he should have gotten squashed to serve as a warning to highlight the dangers of letting quirkless individuals interfere in hero work. The studio audience erupted in laughter, applause, and murmurs that the camera captured. DMN right. About time someone said it. You stared at the screen, stomach twisted as her fingers curled around the remote, as she watched Kizuki nod along. One could argue he should be grateful he survived and stay out of professionals' way in the future. More approval from the crowd. Something in you snapped as she jammed her thumb down, and the screen went black, leaving her reflection in the dark TV. Tossing the remote onto the cushion beside her, you ran a hand through her blonde hair, staring at the blank screen. Guilt crept in, hot and unwelcome. 𝐒𝐿. The guy who'd built his career on fair play and team spirit. Spouting this CRP like it was gospel. And Kizuki egging him on, her own unashamedly quirkist leanings barely veiled under that polished host persona. Wow! It hit you like a punch to the gut. How had she not seen this side of him before? She exhaled slowly, rubbing her temples. I treated him no better. You was there with the others, licensed heroes who hesitated, as she watched a kid she did not know, who was quirkless at the time, charging in to save Bakugo with nothing but sheer guts and trust that Nejiya-chan would play her part. And Bakugo, yeah, the brat had talent. A lot of it. But that didn't make what he'd been doing to him and others like him okay. And it definitely didn't make it the fault of some quirkless middle schooler. You leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. Damn it! What had she done? She treated him like an obstacle, barking at him to stay out of the pro's way while propping up Bakugos, then went on to pose for the cameras. Real professional behavior there, you. And 𝐒𝐲-chan had jumped in to defend the kid, calling out the heroes for ignoring his bravery. And you. She'd snapped back, called her a mascot. You groaned softly and dragged a hand down her face. I really called her a mascot. She knew that calling female heroes mascots was more than just a joke. It was a dig that said they were all show and no substance, and that they were only good at looking good. Sure, you used her sex appeal to get more fans, endorsements, and other things. In one way or another, every hero did. But she also worked out until her muscles hurt, held up buildings that were about to fall, and fought villains who were twice her normal size. It was a low blow to call another heroine popular just because she was cute, especially since she was right. You sat there for a long time, pulling her knees up to her chest. At least apologize to 𝐒𝐲-chan. And maybe more than just feeling bad for a quirkless kid she had given up on too quickly. She should have given him more respect if he was still out there, chasing hero dreams without a quirk. The sun shone down on Musutafu this morning, promising a hot afternoon that would turn the asphalt into a frying pan. The air was so humid that the skyline looked fuzzy. Izuku left his apartment with a backpack a little heavier than usual. It had more notebooks and a bento box that Mom made. He was already making plans for what he needed to do at the Ryukyu agency that day. He didn't mind the heat, he just wanted to get to the train station. His heart fluttered with the same nervous excitement it always did. Internship days still felt unreal, working under a top-ranking pro hero, alongside 𝐒𝐲, studying case files, quirk reports, patrol logistics. He'd checked the time twice already, but still quickened his pace. I'll be there plenty early. But the city had other plans. He was just about 2 blocks away from the station when sirens wailed, crowds gathered at barricades, and in the distance, a blast of heat washed across the street, causing Izuku to freeze. A villain attack. One part of Izuku's instincts kicked in, telling him to get on the train. But another part of him, the one that won out, made him push through the onlookers crowded behind police barricades, phones raised, eyes widening at the spectacle unfolding with tendrils of fire and smoke billowing from a collapsed office building. At the center of it all, Flashfire Fist. A plume of orange flame erupted skyward, swirling like a tornado, curling around shattered pavement and half-melted traffic lights, and displacing the clouds. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks, his hand instinctively going to his backpack strap, his eyes widening behind his bangs. Endeavor! Izuku cheered, heart racing. Above the skyline, the imposing figure of the flame hero, Endeavor, leading the charge as he drove a blazing fist into a hulking villain. His massive frame was wreathed in hellfire, beard and mustache wreathing his eternal scowl like a terrifying blaze. He was on fire. Which, objectively, was not an unusual state for the number 2 hero as he hovered on jets of condensed flames. Stay back, civilians! Burnin shouted, with her green flame hair extending wildly as she unleashed fiery torrents. All right, boys, flame on. Beside her were the rest of the flaming sidekicks, Kido, his trajectory-altering quirk-bending attacks around allies, and Onima, shielding and evacuating civilians while tearing through debris with his strength. They were facing off against a rampaging villain who possessed a quirk that allowed him to summon jagged crystal spikes from the ground. He was being driven backward through a shattered storefront while 3 figures darted in and out of the fray. Incredible! Izuku's feet stuck to the ground as he automatically took out his notebook and started to write quickly. Endeavor's heat output is making a localized updraft, which is effectively controlling the weather on the battlefield. To protect against aerial bombardment, Endeavor has the villain raise his shields higher up. This makes his legs open for Burnin to sweep. It's a classic way to keep someone down. Not to mention that he is prioritizing civilian safety over how quickly he can catch the villain. Time slipped away in his awe, the battle's intensity captivating Izuku as he stood there for 10 minutes, muttering furiously and watching, completely mesmerized by the pro's coordination with his sidekicks. He noted the way Kido used trapping bindings to funnel the villain into Burnin's range, and how Endeavor only fired when the collateral damage risk dropped to 0. Prominence burn. The fight ended following a complex pincer maneuver and Endeavor's signature move. Cheers erupted as the villain was encased in carbon fiber restraints by Onima, and the flames died down to a simmer. Izuku was starstruck. Ding. Reality snapped back as the sound caught Izuku off guard. He glanced at his phone notification. 8:45 a.m. The color drained from Izuku's face faster than the BLD from the villain's nose. "I'm gonna be late," he shrieked, clutching his head. "I'm so dead. Ryukyu's going to kill me. Or worse, she'll give me a look of disappointment." He turned on his heel, his red shoes squeaking on the concrete, and ran to the station. "I could still make it if I catch the 8:50 express. I could sneak in the back and say I was doing field reconnaissance." No, she wouldn't buy that. "Just slip in quietly and act like you've been there the whole time." He rounded the corner to the station entrance, lungs burning, only to be met by a wall of yellow "do not cross" tape and a police officer with a tired, coffee-deprived expression. A crowd of disgruntled commuters was already forming a bottleneck. "Hold it there, kid," the police officer said, holding up a hand to stop Izuku's momentum. "Station's closed." "Sir, I need to catch that fight took out a power transformer. The surge broke the grid in that area. Not to mention that the battle hurt the tracks. There is no end in sight for train delays. Sorry. Indefinitely." Izuku squeaked and looked from the officer to the dark entrance of the station. "But I need to get to the financial district for my internship." The officer shrugged. "Walk or take a bus?" He then turned to help a lost tourist. "Not my issue." Izuku nodded, understanding but angry. His fingers were shaking as he looked at his GPS. "On foot. No way I'll make it." The bus lines on the app were already turning red, indicating significant delays. Okay, don't panic," Izuku whispered as he stepped back from the crowd to get some air. "Think. I can take the shortcut through the warehouse district. It cuts through the city at an angle, missing the main traffic jam. If I really run, I can get there in 20 minutes. Izuku turned down a side street, moving away from the safety of the main thoroughfares as he opened his contacts. His thumb hovered over the call button for the Ryukyu agency. He needed to tell Nejaya he would be late. He didn't want them to worry or think he was flaking out. They'll understand. Right. He raised the phone to his ear and listened to the dial tone. "Come on, pick up. Please pick up." Thump. A small weight collided into his legs with surprising force, nearly knocking him over. "OFA," Izuku stumbled, his grip slipping on his phone. It clattered onto the pavement, face down, the screen cracking. "Ouch!" Izuku hissed, rubbing his shin. He looked down, annoyance flashing for a split second before vanishing entirely. "Hey, are you oh?" The words died in his throat. A child with snow-white hair that was tangled and matted with dirt was holding onto his leg. He could feel the vibrations through his breathes because she was shaking so hard. Her teeth were chattering. She wore a dirty, torn hospital gown that hung loosely on her thin body, showing skin that looked too pale, almost see-through. There were white bandages on her arms and legs, some fresh and some old, with red stains that had started to bloom. But it was her face that froze Izuku's heart. She looked up at him with wide, terrified crimson eyes that held a depth of trauma no child should possess. A single, small horn protruded from the right side of her forehead. She couldn't have been older than 5. She didn't speak. She didn't cry out. She just gripped Izuku's trousers with a desperation that hurt to look at, her knuckles white. "Hey," Izuku said softly, his voice dropping to a gentle murmur. He crouched down to her level, ignoring his broken phone. "Hey, are you okay? Are you lost? Where are your parents? I can take you to the police or call a hero or..." The girl flinched violently away from his hand as if he were about to strike her. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears welling, bracing for a blow. "She looks hurt. Scared. Damn it. Brat's fast for someone half dead." From the mouth of the shadowed alleyway the girl had just run from, voices drifted out. Rough, angry voices that echoed off the brick walls. Check behind the dumpster. The brat couldn't have gotten far with those legs. Izuku's BLD ran cold as the tone wasn't a parent looking for a lost child. Boss is gonna skin us if we lose the asset. Find her. Pieces clicked in place as Izuku looked at the girl, realizing she wasn't lost. She's escaping. She's running from them. Oh, I'm not gonna hurt you. Izuku blurted, crouching too fast. I promise. Are you lost? Are you hurt? Did someone? Her eyes widened. She backed away. Idiot, you're scaring her. Wait. I'm sorry. Izuku froze, forcing himself to breathe. Too much. Slow down. Gentle. He lowered himself again, keeping a distance as he reached out again, slower this time, palms open to show he had nothing. I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. My name is Izuku. What's your name? She stayed silent, shaking her head. Footsteps echoed closer. Izuku swallowed. Okay. That's okay. We don't have to talk. I work with heroes who'll help you. We need to go, find a safe place, all right? The girl stared at his hand hesitantly, then at his face, like a trapped animal. She searched his eyes for a lie. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Her fingers were ice cold against his skin. The footsteps grew louder. Those people, are they chasing you? The girl nodded. Okay, Izuku whispered as his chest tightened. Okay. That's not good. He glanced toward the alley mouth as three shadows stretched across the pavement. Found you. A man stepped out of the shadows. He wore a plague mask that elongated his face into a bird-like visage and a dark tracksuit. Two others flanked him, tattoos peeking from sleeves, their knuckles cracking, their postures radiating malice. There she is. And some kids got her. Izuku didn't think. He didn't analyze the odds. He didn't consider his lack of a quirk. The girl yelped as he scooped her into his arms. She was horrifyingly light and bolted. I'm sorry. Izuku sprinted onto the main street, heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. Run. Just run. Hey! Get him. The girl buried her face in his shoulder. She was so scared that her small body was stiff, and her tiny hands were gripping his shirt so tightly that he thought it might rip. Yu stepped through the wide glass doors of the Ryukyu agency for a surprise visit, the familiar hum of professional hero work washing over her immediately. The reception area wasn't loud, exactly, but it was alive in that quiet, constant way only hero offices ever seem to be. Sidekicks wove between desks carrying stacks of reports. Phones rang in quick bursts before being answered. Somewhere nearby, someone had just brewed a fresh pot of coffee, the bitter warm scent curling through the air. She adjusted her belt out of habit. She wore her hero costume, sleek, dark-toned, and built for function over flair. It wasn't cat-themed. Not really. But it had been, briefly. When she became a sidekick for the wild pussycats, Pixie Bob and Ragdoll tried to adjust her costume to be more cat-themed so it would match the rest of the team. You could totally rock the look. Tiger does. Pixie said it as a means of encouragement, but after many failed attempts, they compromised with the paw print on her belt. Yu's own design had always been inspired by Lady Nagant, long before the rifle hero's fall from public grace. Whatever people said now didn't erase what Lady Nagant had represented to her growing up. She was one of the reasons she wanted to become a hero in the first place. Yu. Before she could take 3 more steps into the lobby, a familiar blur of blue rushed her from the side as Nejaya slammed into her with a hug. Yu stiffened for half a second, then sighed and returned it, patting her back with one gloved hand. Hello to you, too, Nejaya. Nejaya finally pulled away, eyes sparkling. What are you doing here? I'm delivering a collaboration schedule on behalf of the Pussycats. Yu pulled out a folded piece of paper and handed it to her. Mandalay says you keep forgetting to check your email. Nejaya puffed out her cheeks. Technology is hard sometimes. You say that every time. Yu's tone was flat, but there was the faintest curve at the corner of her mouth. Also, I wanted to check in on Izuku. Given recent events. And maybe he could help me with my quirk, too, while I'm at it. Officially, she was here to make sure her friend was holding up after Bakugo's sentencing. Unofficially, she wanted to talk shop with the most obsessive quirk analyst she knew. Electric Arrow had started as a straightforward ability, she didn't think much about it. The Pussycat specialized in disaster relief and search and rescue. Mountains, landslides, blizzards. And Yu had already begun experimenting with lower-powered shots that burst into light instead of impact, temporary flares that could pierce fog or darkness and mark locations for helicopters or ground teams. But Izuku saw there were more applications that she couldn't. This did not mean she was planning to leave the Pussycats after improving. They were family. Loud, strange, relentlessly supportive family. Even Kota, despite being a certified pain in the butt, felt like a little cousin she'd accidentally inherited. Izuku hasn't shown up yet, actually, 𝐒𝐻𝐈 said, twisting one curl around her finger. He's usually here by now. Yu blinked. Is that unusual? Yes. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 immediately latched onto that. He's super punctual. Like, frighteningly punctual. He's probably just running late, Yu said calmly. I mean, it was a nightmare trying to get here myself after Endeavor's fight wrecked half the train routes. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 hesitated. Why yeah, that's probably it. She didn't look convinced. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 shifted her weight from foot to foot, glancing toward the elevators, then the front doors, then down at her phone. I mean, he's had bad luck before, she rambled, too quickly. Like, really bad villain luck. The running into a villain, kind. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 fidgeted, her usual boundless energy dimmed by a crease of worry between her brows. On his first day, he almost got killed by a sludge villain. I remember hearing about that. That was Izuku. And has been through so much lately with everything. I even tried texting him this morning, like we always do. Good morning, Izuku. What's your plan for today? Nothing. No reply. Zilch. I already bugged Ryukyu about it. She's a little concerned, you know. Like, keep an eye out, 𝐒𝐻𝐈, but not full-on worried. There it is. If 𝐒𝐻𝐈 had brought it to Ryukyu, that meant she'd already spiraled at least a little. He's probably fine, Yu said, tone steady. But what if he's not? 𝐒𝐻𝐈 didn't mean to snap at her friend. When we first met, he was in such a bad place. He almost. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 clamped her lips shut, cheeks flushing as she waved her hands frantically. He almost what? Yu crossed her arms loosely. You almost said something back there. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stiffened. Did I? Yes. No, I didn't. You definitely did. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stared at the ceiling, then the floor, as she sighed so hard her shoulders sagged. I made him promise not to disappear on me. She didn't press. 𝐒𝐻𝐈's secrets weren't hers to pry open, but the unspoken weight hung between them, heavy as storm clouds. Fair. Yu nodded slowly, her hand resting lightly on 𝐒𝐻𝐈's shoulder. He'll show up. Izuku's tougher than he looks. But if he doesn't, we'll go find him ourselves. Adrenaline pumped as Izuku sprinted through side streets, lungs on fire, clutching her close as she shook against his chest. Hold on, he whispered. Just hold on. I have to find help. He weaved through the streets like a blur, passing storefronts, until he spotted startled pedestrians and confused commuters, all of whom stared. Help! Izuku cried out at a passing businessman in a gray suit. Someone. Please, help. These men are chasing us. They're trying to take this girl. The businessman glanced at the thugs emerging from the alley, looking distinctly dangerous, and then at the frantic teenager. He looked down at his watch, adjusted his tie, and walked faster, turning the corner without a word. Heroes'll handle it, he muttered. What? Please. Izuku shouted at a woman walking her poodle. Call the police. Call a hero. Someone. The woman pulled her dog close and crossed the street, actively avoiding eye contact. I don't want any trouble, she muttered loud enough for him to hear. Where are the heroes? A frowning man muttered. Why aren't they handling this? I pay my taxes for protection. Don't drag us into your mess. Another woman pulled her own child closer, ignoring him and the girl in need. Kid, you look suspicious, another man sneered. It's not our problem. He's probably part of it, some woman muttered. Maybe he's kidnapping her, another man accused. No. Wait. Izuku begged, but they turned away and kept walking. They're coming. We need help. No one moved. Izuku felt something hollow crack inside his chest as he stopped for a split second, appalled by the crushingly callous responses and bitter passivity. Why? There's a scared kid. Why is no one? They had to have seen the terrified child and the men chasing after her. And yet, they are doing nothing. Waiting for heroes. Waiting for someone else. Waiting for it not to be their problem. Why are they waiting when they can do it themselves? Izuku did not have time to ponder that question before he heard footsteps thundering behind him. They are catching up. He couldn't stop as the thugs closed in. He bolted again and ducked into a narrow side street, weaving through the maze of the industrial district, away from the uncaring eyes of the public. His lungs burned. He wasn't an athlete. He was someone who sat at a desk and made notes. He had no plan except, just don't stop. He turned a corner, his shoes sliding on loose gravel. He vaulted over trash piles, nearly tripping, but quickly regained his balance. He skidded to a halt as a chain-link fence, topped with razor wire, blocked the path, a dead end. No, 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 Izuku panicked, spinning around, looking for an exit. There were only brick walls, a dumpster, a rusted shipping container, and a fire escape ladder too high for either of them to reach. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. Then he spotted it. To his left, there was a narrow gap between the rusted shipping container and a brick wall. It was tiny, too small for him. But, listen to me, Izuku whispered, setting the girl down. He pointed to the gap. You can fit through there. Hide in there. Squeeze in as deep as you can. Don't make a sound. Close your eyes and cover your ears. But the girl's voice was a tiny, broken rasp, barely a sound at all. I promise, Izuku said, crouching to look her in the eye, gripping her shoulders. I'll find a hero. I'll find the police. I won't let them take you. Okay. Her lip quivered. You. Come too. I'll come back. I swear. Footsteps. Closer. Go, Izuku whispered. She hesitated. She stared at Izuku, tears welling in her pleading crimson eyes. Then she nodded and squeezed into the darkness of the gap, vanishing from sight. Be safe. Please. Izuku stood up, turning around just as the three men rounded the corner. They stopped, breathing, blocking the exit. The leader, the one in the plague mask, stepped forward. End of the line, kid, the lead thug growled. Where's the asset? Don't make this messy. This doesn't concern you, one of the goons sneered, cracking his knuckles. Walk away while you still have teeth. Izuku stood his ground, his legs shaking uncontrollably. I don't know who you're talking about. Izuku shouted, his voice trembling, but his chin high. Leave me alone. The thug's leader lunged. POW. His first punch knocked Izuku sideways. Pain exploded behind his eyes as he hit the wall and slid down. Try again. Izuku staggered upright. No. POW. Another hit dropped him to one knee, tasting copper. Izuku spotted two rusted lengths of pipe lying in the debris near the dumpster and scrambled to grab them. Reacting on instinct, ducking under a punch as he clumsily lunged with his improvised weapons, Izuku struck fast. His first attack bounced uselessly off an arm, forcing Izuku to dart back, breathing hard. Stay moving. Hit and run. He swung again, hands shaking. Crack. Gah. The man stumbled back as the pipe connected with his ribs, clutching his side. Strike joints, dodge, keep moving. He wielded the pipes like improvised eskrima sticks, swinging fast, staying mobile to compensate for his lack of strength. The second thug tackled him. Izuku went down hard, the breath driven from his lungs. He swung the pipes wildly, managing to strike the man across the shin. Crack. The man cursed. Izuku darted aside, swinging again, but got clipped hard. Stars burst behind his eyes, but he kept moving. Strike. Retreat. Strike. His pattern of attacks was interrupted when the third thug kicked him in the stomach. Izuku curled up, gasping for air that quickly left his lungs, retching. Reacting, he jabbed a pipe into the third thug's solar plexus, air whooshing out of him. But a backhand caught him, splitting his lip, BLD hot and metallic on his tongue. They regrouped, circling like wolves. Izuku's arms burned, breath ragged, pipes slick with sweat and BLD. An uppercut grazed his side, tearing fabric and flesh, pain lanced like fire, ribs cracking audibly. He staggered, vision blurring, but swung wildly, connecting with a jaw in a wet snap. He had no training. No muscle memory. No power. He was running on adrenaline. It wasn't enough. He was outmatched, and he knew it. It hurts. But I can't stop. He fell to one knee, pipes clattering as a boot pinned his chest, grinding down with crushing force. Stupid little hero wannabe, the leader spat, looming over him, and then kicked Izuku in the ribs. Crack. Again. Crack. And again. Crack. Each impact was an explosion of white-hot agony across Izuku's ribs as BLD trickled from his lips and his vision swam. I'll ask one more time, the leader said, grabbing Izuku by the collar and hoisting him up, slamming him against the metal container. Where is she? Tell us, and maybe you walk away with just broken bones. Keep quiet, and you don't walk away at all. Izuku spat BLD onto the man's mask. Go to hell. The leader sighed, sounding almost bored. Have it your way. He threw Izuku against the shipping container. Izuku slid down, his vision swimming, his body screaming as the thugs surrounded him. Why? One of the thugs asked, genuinely confused, as he pinned him. You don't know her. Why die for this? Why die for a stranger? Izuku looked up through one swollen eye. He thought of Nejaya on the roof. He thought of All Might smiling as he saved people. He thought of the terrified look in the girl's crimson eyes. Because... Izuku wheezed, defiant even as BLD bubbled on his lips. It's what a hero would do. The thugs all laughed. A hero? You ain't a hero, kid, the leader jeered. You're just a stain on the pavement. He pulled his arm back, the first strike of many that would beat the quirkless boy to death. Say goodnight, chomp. Aya! The leading thug's scream tore through the alley as he flailed his arm. Hanging from his hand, teeth sunk deep into the flesh between his thumb and forefinger, was the little girl. She had come back. She had crawled out of safety to save him. She bit down harder, viciously, BLD welling up around her mouth, her eyes squeezed shut. He snarled. You little beach. The thug backhanded her with a cruel, heavy swing. The blow caught her small face and sent her flying. She hit the pavement hard, rolling to a stop like a discarded doll once she reached the wall. No! Izuku screamed, trying to crawl toward her, but his limbs wouldn't obey. The thug marched over to her, clutching his bleeding hand. He reached down and yanked her up by her hair. She whimpered, dangling helplessly, her legs kicking at the air. You bit me, the thug hissed, shaking her. You ungrateful little monster. We feed you, we house you, and you bite the hand that owns you. Hey, boss said no permanent damage, one of the other thugs warned nervously, looking at the scene. You know what he'll do to us if we bring the product back broken. Izuku tried to stand, but fell. Screw the boss's order, I'm teaching this filthy brat a lesson. The leader roared. She won't run away again after this. He raised his hand to strike her again. No. Stop. Izuku clawed at the dirt, futilely dragging his broken body forward. Don't touch her. Take me instead. Please. The thug sneered at Izuku. No one is coming, kid. No heroes. No police. Just us. Welcome to reality, boy. He looked back at the girl, his fist descending. But before his fist could connect, a shadow fell over him. It was heavy. Oppressive. It felt like the sky itself had decided to crush him. The air in the alleyway grew dense. Thud. A massive figure dropped from the rooftop, landing directly on the thug's head. The impact drove the man face first into the pavement with a sound like a wet crunch. The ground cratered, the shock rattling loose bottles and sending dust rolling through the alley in choking waves. The thug holding the girl didn't even have time to scream. 1 second he was standing, and the next, he wasn't. Gone, flattened into the pavement by a boot the size of a cinderblock. The girl dropped from his limp grip. The figure caught her gently with one hand before she hit the ground, setting her down behind him. Izuku couldn't breathe as the figure straightened. Slowly. Deliberately. Like he wanted them to understand what had just arrived. Standing there, rising to his full height, a tall, heavily muscled man in a simple black ragged wraparound black mask, a tight-fitting black shirt, khaki military briefs with a black belt, black boots, and a long hunter green trench coat. On his hands, he wore black gloves topped with silver knuckle dusters. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing louder than the fight. "You're right," the man rumbled. His voice was deep, rough, like gravel in a mixer, and eerily calm. "It's unfortunate no heroes are coming." He looked at the remaining 2 thugs, who were backing away in terror. "'Cause now." The man growled, raising his fists with a look that was a terrifying subversion of All Might's signature grin. It promised no peace, only pain. "I'm here. OF. It's that whack job from Narahata." One of the thugs shrieked, recognizing him. "Run for," they tried. They failed. The vigilante moved with a speed that defied his bulk. He closed the distance in a single stride. Bam! The punch did not sound like a punch, but a gunshot, as the vigilante delivered a straight right to the gut of the second thug, folding him like a lawn chair, before lifting him off his feet. "I don't care who you work for," the vigilante said. "And I don't care what you were told." He cracked his neck. "I care about what you did." The remaining thug roared, charging at the vigilante with a knife. Big mistake as the vigilante dodged the swing, moving like a blur. Crack! He countered with a brutal uppercut that shattered the third thug's jawbone, sending blood and teeth flying and spinning him into the fence. He landed in a mangled, gurgling heap. It was over in seconds. The vigilante turned to the girl and kneeled, shockingly gentle for something that terrifying. "You hurt." She shook her head. He stood and looked at Izuku, who stared up at the man, his vision darkening at the edges. The pain in his arm was now a dull roar. "Who?" Izuku whispered, reaching out. "Who are?" The world tilted sideways. The pain surged, it was overwhelming as darkness swallowed him whole. Beep, beep, beep. The sound was annoying and persistent. Izuku's eyes fluttered open to a white ceiling. Beep, beep, beep. It was the steady beep of a heart monitor, the sterile scent of antiseptic invaded his nostrils, and the blurry outline of an 4 taped to the back of his hand. A hospital. For a moment, he couldn't remember how he'd gotten here. Then it all came rushing back. The girl. His breath hitched. The machine sped up in a skittering panic. Beep 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 beep. Pain everywhere. Each breath was a fire in his cracked ribs when he breathed too deeply, left arm immobilized in a cast, body a patchwork of bandages soaked with antiseptic sting. Cuts throbbed, bruises pulsed like war drums, his face swollen, one eye nearly shut from the battering. Izuku woke up in pieces, that was the only way to describe it. Heavy. Wrapped. Pinned. His head throbbed like it had been rung like a bell. It hurts. Everything hurts. The brutality mirrored in his flesh, gashes from fists, boot imprints on his torso, the metallic tang of blood lingering on his tongue. Izuku. 2, no, 3 weights pressed onto the bed, making the young man wince. Careful. Izuku blinked the blurriness away. Mom was on his left, crying into his sheet. "My baby. Why you're awake?" She sobbed, with red-rimmed eyes and messy hair. Her hands hovered, afraid to touch. "Look what they did to you." Izuku, oh thank goodness. 𝐒𝐩𝐼 was on his right, looking pale and terrified, her usual energy completely drained. "You scared us so bad." Next to 𝐒𝐩𝐼 was Yuyu, looking at him with worry. "Do you have any idea how badly you scared 𝐒𝐩𝐼?" Standing near the window at the foot of the bed, arms crossed tightly, was Ryukyu, blocking half the light. "Mom." "𝐒𝐩𝐼." Izuku rasped, throat feeling like sandpaper. He tried to sit up, but his ribs were taped tight. Don't move, Midoriya, Ryukyu said gently, though her eyes were hard. Easy. You have a fractured ulna and 3 cracked ribs. You're lucky to be alive. Then, memory hit him like a truck. The girl. Izuku croaked, ignoring the pain and trying to scramble up. Where is she? The little girl with the horn. Those men. The door to the private room clicked open. She's right here, kid. A man walked in. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with short black hair, and wearing a simple t-shirt and cargo briefs. He had a prominent scar running diagonally down his inner brow to the left side of his jaw. He held the hand of the small girl, now in a clean hospital gown, clutching a bag of apple-flavored gummies. See, hey, I told YA he'd pulled through. He said, his voice the same gravelly rumble from the alley. The girl nodded. Izuku breathed, relaxing into the pillows. Thank goodness. Eri. So that's her name. And the man. He looks familiar. Is he a clock? No, a clock is retired. It's probably because of the jawline. I take it you're the Good Samaritan who found them. Ryukyu asked the man, and Eri hid behind his leg, peeking out slightly. He nodded. I told the police I was walking by and heard a commotion. I found these 2 cornered by some wannabe villains. I stepped in and called an ambulance. Simple as that. Mr. Oguro says he's a janitor, Ei spoke up. And that his job is to take out the trash. You have my thanks, and the thanks of everyone here, Ryukyu nodded, but Izuku felt like something more was coming. But if you would kindly step out with her for a moment. Sensing what was about to come, Mr. Oguro obliged, and Ei followed him out. Once the door closed, Ryukyu cleared her throat, and the atmosphere in the room shifted. Midoriya. Izuku flinched. Ryukyu. Her jaw tightened. What were you thinking? The tone wasn't loud, which made it worse. I didn't. You ran into a fight, Ryukyu snapped, voice suddenly sharp. Against criminals. Alone. With a child. Without calling the police, your agency, or any nearby heroes. Her hands curled into fists. You're lucky you're alive. Izuku shrank into the pillow. I was trying to die. Ryukyu cut in, exhaling hard through her nose. That's what it looked like. Silence fell as Mom gasped softly, Yu stiffened, and Nejaya slid between them instinctively. Ryukyu, Izuku's throat closed. I couldn't leave her. Ryukyu stared at him, eyes burning. You are not disposable. He blinked. You do not get to trade your own life just because someone else is in trouble. Her voice was low, controlled, yet furious with fear as she stepped closer. That is not heroism. Her voice cracked. That's a death wish. Mom covered her mouth with one hand while gripping his good hand with her other. I thought. Izuku whispered. I thought if I ran far enough, you thought wrong. Ryukyu's voice thundered harsher than her dragon roar, born of deep worry. She shut her eyes for a second, and when she opened them again, they were glassy. You think I didn't imagine walking into this room and hearing the doctor tell me you didn't make it? Izuku froze. You're not invincible. For God's sake, one wrong move, and you're gone. Call us next time. You are under my protection. Her hand pressed against her chest. Which means when you do something like this, it terrifies me. I tried. Izuku defended himself, tears pricking his eyes. I asked for help. I screamed at people on the street. They looked away. They ignored us. The room went silent. Ryukyu's expression darkened. Nejaya looked down, biting her lip. That is the unfortunate reality of our society, Ryukyu admitted softly. But Izuku, you have no combat training. You attacked 3 clearly dangerous men with nothing but pipes. What were you thinking, Izuku? Mom wailed. You could have died. I couldn't let them take her, Izuku whispered. I couldn't think of anything else. I know, Ryukyu said. You acted to protect someone. But next time. She leaned down until they were eye level. You call for help first. Izuku nodded. Yes, Mom then hugged him. Don't scare me like that again, Izuku. Later that evening, after Mom had been convinced to go home and rest with 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, and Ryukyu had taken the Good Samaritan out to discuss something in private, possibly what to do about 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stayed beside him. She sat in the chair next to his bed, peeling an apple with a knife, focusing intently on the task to hide her face. You scared me, you know, she said quietly. And you, too. Izuku stared at the ceiling tiles. All Might was right. 𝐻𝐻 paused, the knife freezing. What? On the roof, Izuku said, his voice hollow. He said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. He was right. Today proved it. 𝐻𝐻 put the apple down, frowning. Izuku, your smarts at the agency, they're heroic. They've helped us so many. Izuku shook his head. I mean, on the front lines. I wanted to fight with all might, endeavor, Ryukyu. I wanted to fight like a real hero. Izuku, you are a real hero, you saved Eri, 𝐻𝐻 argued, squeezing his hand. You held those villains off until help arrived. And I got beaten to a pulp, Izuku interrupted bitterly. I used my brain. And it didn't matter. Because when they grabbed me, I was too weak to fight back. If Mr. Oguro hadn't shown up, Eri would be gone. And I would be dead. He turned his head to look at her. I've spent my whole life training my mind. Analyzing quirks, studying strategy. But I never trained, never learned to fight. I just assumed. I hoped that if I was smart enough, I wouldn't need to be strong. He clenched his good fist, feeling the weakness in his muscles. It wasn't being practical, it was being arrogant. And today, that arrogance almost got a little girl killed. 𝐻𝐻 put the knife down. She reached out and covered his fist with her hand, squeezing tight. But that didn't happen. It could have. You stalled them. Izuku turned to her, eyes wet. I didn't win. I don't want stalling for time to be the only thing I'm good at. 𝐻𝐻 tilted her head. So, what are you going to do? She asked. Izuku looked at his cast. He thought of that vigilante's overwhelming strength, the way he dismantled 3 men in seconds. He thought of Eri's trembling hand in his. When I heal, I'm changing that. 𝐻𝐻 blinked. Oh. I need to catch up, Izuku said, his eyes burning with a new, hard resolve. I need to train. I need to learn how to fight. He looked at 𝐻𝐻 as determination burned in his hardened eyes, a vow forged in pain. I don't care how hard it is. I don't care if I break every bone in my body doing it. I'm never going to be useless again. Somewhere deep inside, a spark caught fire. You're serious? 𝐻𝐻 asked him. I am. 𝐻𝐻 squeezed his hand, eyes soft. You already are a hero, Izuku. But if that's what you want to do, I'll help. I don't plan on letting you get hurt like that again. Izuku blinked. You don't have to. I do. 𝐻𝐻 grinned. That's what partners are for. The air outside was cool, a big contrast to the sterile, stuffy atmosphere of the hospital ward. The automatic doors hissed shut behind Ryuko as she stepped out into the night, and the city welcomed her with its constant hum. She saw him right away. Oguro was standing near the edge of the ambulance bay, leaning against a concrete pillar with the relaxed, heavy slouch of a man who had too much on his plate. The flame from a cheap lighter lit up the deep scar on his face for a split second before the orange glow from a cigarette tip took its place. He took a long drag and let out a cloud of gray smoke that slowly floated toward the no smoking sign on the wall a few feet away. Ryuko adjusted her jacket, her boots clicking rhythmically against the pavement as she approached. He didn't look up, but she knew he heard her. Smoking is prohibited on hospital grounds, she said, her voice calm but firm. There are oxygen tanks and vulnerable patients nearby. Oguro didn't move. He only looked at the smoke as it curled up into the air. He slowly turned his head and looked at her with a dull, tired gaze that showed he wasn't impressed by her rank. Are you going to arrest me? Ryuko stopped a few feet away and crossed her arms. I'm just pointing it out. Oguro made a noise that sounded like a laugh as he took another slow, deliberate drag. I told Eri I wouldn't go far. This is the end of the leash. She's sleeping. Mrs. Midoriya and the nurses are keeping a close eye on things instead of going home. Good. 𝐭𝐼 threw ash on the ground. She needs it. Silence stretched between them, heavy and assessing. Ryuko studied him, the way he stood, the scarring on his knuckles, the sheer density of his muscle mass. He wore his clothes like armor. This wasn't a simple janitor. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, 𝐭𝐼 said suddenly, breaking the silence. The walls are thin in these places. Heard you in there with the kid. Ryuko stiffened slightly. And? You were HRD on him. There was no judgment in his voice, only observation. But you were right. Kid's got guts, I'll give him that. Standing up to 3 men with nothing but pipes and a strong longing to do the right thing. Reminds me of someone I used to know. He turned around to look at her. You care about him? Just a little bit. Ryuko's face changed. His my in turn. I am responsible for making sure he is safe. It sounded like more than just an employer talking. It's a long story. Her guard went up. And personal. 𝐭𝐼 nodded once, agreeing to the limit. That's fair. We all got those. Though, I have to ask. Ryuko uncrossed her arms, stepping a little closer. The pleasantries were done. Now came the assessment under the predatory gaze of the dragoon hero. Those men in the alley. The police report said they weren't just beaten. Broken jaws, concussions, ruptured organs. Professional, efficient takedowns. She paused, letting the implication hang in the air. How does a janitor possess the combat skills to dismantle 3 dangerous men in under 30 seconds? 𝐭𝐼 didn't blink. He didn't shift his weight. He just brought the cigarette to his lips again. I'm a really good janitor, he deadpanned. Ryuko didn't smile. A janitor? Not a chance. Mr. 𝐭𝐼. There have been reports out of Narahata of a vigilante who roams the streets and was involved in many incidents 5 years ago. They say he's quirkless, yet is a heavy hitter on par with even the toughest underground heroes. Sounds like a dangerous guy, 𝐭𝐼 said flatly. But I just take out the trash, lady. Sometimes the trash fights back. You learn a few things living in the city long enough. He was lying. Ryuko knew it. He knew she knew it. But without proof, and considering he had just saved 2 lives, she found her longing to pursue the matter waning. Right, Ryuko said, letting it slide for now. Well, regardless of your resume, you saved my intern. And you saved Eri. For that, you have my gratitude. 𝐭𝐼 grunted, acknowledging the thanks. The girl. What happens to her? She has no identification, no records, Ryuko said, her professional mask sliding back into place. We don't even know what her quirk is, or if she has one at all. Given the state she was found in and the men chasing her, she'll be placed under my protection until I can figure something out long term. Careful, 𝐭𝐼 warned, his voice dropping an octave. Those guys might not be the only ones after her. If they find out where she is, I am the number 9 hero, Ryuko reminded him, her voice turning steel hard. My agency is a fortress. If I have to foster her myself to keep her safe, I will. No one is touching that child so long as I draw breath. 𝐭𝐼 studied her face, looking for any sign of hesitation. He found none. Good. He dropped the cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it under the heel of his boot, twisting it until it was nothing but sparks and ash. He pushed himself off the pillar, turning to leave. Because if you don't keep her safe, I will. Ryuko sat in her office, reviewing the reports Sir Night-Eye had sent her on the Shai Hasaikai, one of the few Yakuza organizations still active in their crusade to reclaim the glory days of the Yakuza. After looking over them again, she was sure that Eri was the same little girl who was tied to whatever plans they had. The Shai Hasaikai, like many other criminal groups, had a long list of crimes, such as murder, arson, extortion, PRSTTN, and more. The last one made Ryuko feel sick. Rumi, who worked as Edshot's sidekick while Ryuko was best jeanists, had told her terrible stories about how the Yakuza took advantage of young women, especially those with strong quirks, and promised them power or protection to get them to live a life of degradation. If those women had kids with equally strong quirks, they were raised from BIH to be child soldiers and taught to serve them. And those who didn't show a useful quirk. Very few things in this world scare Rumi Usajiyama, but I will never forget the look on her face when she discovered all that. Ms. Tatsuma. Ryuko snapped out of her reverie, her gaze shifting to Eri, who was perched on a chair across the room, nibbling on apple slices arranged neatly on a plate. The girl was dressed in a fresh change of clothes, though bandages still wrapped her arms and legs. She wore a soft pink t-shirt and comfortable shorts that Mizudaiba picked up from a nearby store earlier that day. Being a mother herself, she had taken to Eri instantly, fussing over her like a protective hen. The whole agency adores her. The girl's horn peeked out from her messy hair, and her wide crimson eyes held a mix of curiosity and caution, like a fawn testing the waters of a new forest. Yes, Eri. What is it? Ryuko asked, forcing a gentle smile as she set the reports aside. She didn't want to burden the child with the weight of her thoughts. Eri hesitated, her tiny fingers fiddling with an uneaten apple slice. Are you okay? You looked sad. Ryuko's heart twisted. She knelt to Eri's level, and her face softened. No, honey, not at all. I'm just thinking about grown-up stuff. She reached out and lightly ruffled Eri's hair, being careful not to scare her. How are the apples? Eri nodded slowly, put the slice in her mouth, and chewed it over. They're good. Better than before. Ryuko saw something haunted in her eyes as her voice faded. It was a reminder of the hell Izuku helped her escape. I was too HRD on him the other day. He did everything right, yet I let my emotions get the better of me. Ryuko stood up straight, her determination hardening like scales. She couldn't change Eri's past, but she could sure change her future. Eri, she began, her voice warm. How about we go see Izuku after you finish those? Eri's eyes lit up a little, like a tiny spark. Really? Ryuko smiled. Yes. I'm sure he would love to see you and hear how you're doing. Eri ate another piece as the office door opened. Mizudaiba stepped through. Sorry to interrupt, Ryukyu, she said in a steady but apologetic voice. But there is a man here to see you. She moved to the side to show Oguro standing behind her, his strong body filling the doorway. Mr. Oguro! Eri shouted, her face lighting up as she hopped down from her chair and rushed over, wrapping her arms around his leg in a tight hug. Hey there, kiddo, Oguro greeted softly, his gruff voice softening as he patted her head gently. Are they treating you well? Eri nodded vigorously. I wasn't expecting to see him at my agency. I thought he'd be back in Narahata by now. Mizudaiba, could you look after Eri while I speak with Oguro in private? Ryuko requested, in a professional yet warm tone. Of course. The blue-skinned woman nodded, extending a hand to Eri. Come on, Eri, let's let the grown-ups talk. Maybe we can find Swift and play a game. As Eri took Mizudaiba's hand, they exited the office, closing the door behind them. Ryuko took her seat, deliberately crossed her legs, and maintained a professional posture as she kept her attention on Oguro. Most people call ahead before visiting. Most people aren't me. Clearly. She gestured for him to sit, but he didn't take the chair. He stood in front of her desk like a monolith carved out of stubbornness. Why are you here, Oguro? Ryuko folded her hands. Is this about Eri? Yes. He didn't break eye contact. And that boy, Midoriya. Ryuko's spine straightened. You've got a quirkless kid with a lot of heart who wants to fight like a pro. Her jaw tightened. And I assume you have an opinion about that. Yeah. It's familiar. He reminds you of Koichi Himawari, she guessed. Oguro's brows raised. You know you're vigilantes. I make it my business to, knuckle duster. Then you know Midoriya's the same as him, Oguro said, not denying his vigilante identity. He sees people hurt, his legs move before he thinks. Yes, that's Midoriya. I also know that you mostly work in Narahata and sometimes in the nearby prefectures. So, why are you in Musutafu? Oguro leaned forward, and his scarred knuckles hit the edge of her desk hard, like old mallets. The wood creaked a little under the weight. The kind man he had just shown Eri was gone in an instant, replaced by the serious look of someone who had fought his way through too many bloody nights in the gutters of Narahata. I'm here because what I found in Narahata leads straight to the vermin you're hunting here. Oguro grunted, his voice dropping an octave. Ryuko leaned back in her chair, the cool leather pressing against her back as she crossed her arms. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly, sharpening. I'm listening. 3 nights ago, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was on his usual patrol route. The memory played out in his mind like a gritty film reel, the metallic tang of alleyway dampness still fresh in his nostrils. The vigilante kept to the shadows, out of sight from the cops, gutter trash, and the scumbags alike. Standard stuff in Narahata. He heard it first, boots slapping against puddles. Then he saw a chase in progress, a couple of low-rent thugs sprinting down an alleyway, being pursued by a pro with big hair. It was the hair hero, Mr. Brave, a solid, if unremarkable, hero with a flair for dramatic entrances from the Kansai region. Some heroes say he is reliable in a pinch. Reliable doesn't mean ready. His quirk, Hair Razor, allowed him to pluck clumps of his own hair from his head, as well as extend and harden the hair into weapons or armor strong enough to deflect high-caliber bullets. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 oversaw the chase with the focus of a street fighter who had seen too many pros crumble under real pressure. Mr. Brave had them boxed into a dead end, surrounded by their other friends, with walls on both sides and a fire escape overhead. Usually, that's when the villain, usually the smart ones, surrenders, hands up, and begs for mercy. But one of them, he looked desperate. Panicked, eyes twitching like a cornered rat. He pulled a gun on the pro, shaky hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Bang! Mr. Brave stood his ground, activating his quirk, hair bristling like steel wires, but he didn't react fast enough. One shot, and he was hit right in the forearm. Damn it! The pro cursed as he took the hit to the forearm like a man used to being indestructible, gritting his teeth and reaching back for his hair. It was a reflex, as natural as a person blinking or drawing breath. He went to pluck a strand to turn it into a blade, a move he'd probably practiced a million times since he was a kid. But his hand just slid. The hair didn't bristle. It didn't harden. It just felt like wet, limp wool in his fingers. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's seen men lose limbs in the ring. Both professional and underground. He has seen officers who stood between a villain and civilians look down and realize their legs are gone. This was a similar kind of psychological horror. Mr. Brave didn't just go pale, he went hollow. A quirk isn't just a tool, it's part of their BLD, their identity. In a heartbeat, it was gone. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 watched his eyes go wide, darting around not for an exit, but for a version of himself that didn't exist anymore. He wasn't the hair hero anymore. He was just a man in a costume, stripped naked of the one thing that made him special in a world of gods and monsters. He didn't even try to throw a punch. He just stared at his hands, trembling, as if they belonged to a stranger. My quirk. What's? His voice broke. It was the sound of a man realizing he was made of nothing but meat and bone. The thugs saw it. They're like sharks. They don't need to know how the BLD got in the water, they know when to bite. They saw the pro vanish, leaving only a victim behind. POW. He didn't even have the instinct to roll with the first punch, which hit him square in the jaw. He just fell apart. The fear of being quirkless was worse than the pain. POW. Whack. POW. They dogpiled him, beating him into the concrete with fists, elbows, and boots, concrete kisses. The sickening thuds echo off the walls like a drumline. POW. Whack. POW. Realizing that without his quirk, Mr. Brave was dead meat, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was forced to step in and act quickly. He dropped from the fire escape, landing with enough force to crack the pavement. POW. 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 He made quick work of them before they even knew he was there, knocking 3 of them out cold and leaving them sprawled in the filth. The only one left conscious, and deliberately on his part, was the one with the gun, and he tried to shoot 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Slam. But the larger vigilante pinned him against the brickwork, the arm that once held the gun twisting the wrong way, face smashed into the cold mortar. I'm going to ask you once, and if you don't want to end up eating through a straw, you're gonna tell me what the hell was in that clip. The punk was crying, terrified, but not of 𝐒𝐬𝐽, not of Knuckle Duster. I can't. If they learned I snitched, they'll kill me. POW. A single punch was all it took to crack a few ribs. That was enough to shift his priorities of who he should and shouldn't fear. You won't need to worry about them if you don't cough up the info now. Getting the message, the thug spat out BLD and then spilled everything, babbling, snot running down his face. Okay. My guys and I spent a fortune, years of heist money, side jobs, selling favors, scraping together every yen, to get our hands on these bullets that can erase quirks. They are from a supplier moving into the underground market. He told me he got them from some Yakuza types called the Shai Hasaikai in Musutafu. I swear to God, that's all I know. POW. One punch, and the guy was out like his buddies, but the weight of the words hung heavy in the air. After that, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 checked on Mr. Brave, discovering he was still alive, and called paramedics to pick him up. In the morning, he learned the hair hero's quirk had come back, weak at first, but functional. So that means either the bullets aren't as permanent as advertised, or that these are prototypes. That second thought suggested that a more expensive version, one that would ensure a quirk never comes back, permanent oblivion, was in development. That gave 𝐒𝐬𝐽 enough incentive to leave his usual stomping grounds and track down the shipment route, dodging tails and digging through trash for leads, which eventually led him to cross paths with Midoriya and 𝐸 and save them. Ryuko froze, taking in the whole story. A hero reduced to vulnerability in an instant. That was every pro's nightmare. She watched Oguro reach into his coat pocket, pull out a small, crumpled plastic bag, and toss it onto Ryuko's desk. Clink. Inside gleamed a spent casing and a small, red dart-like projectile. Ryuko picked up the bag gingerly, holding it up to the light to examine the projectile. The dart looked almost clinical. Purpose-built. Terrifying. She felt a chill run down her spine, like icy fingers, but she did not know why. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a paradigm shift. I'm not just here for the boy, Ryukyu. I'm here because if that stuff hits the streets, society as we know it will fall apart. Heroes become easier targets, and villains will become stronger. And I think 𝐸 is essential to the whole thing. Their twisted golden ticket. Ryuko's eyes widened, her mind instantly flashing to 𝐸, her wide, innocent eyes and that single, fragile horn, currently playing with Mizudaiba in the other room. The reports she'd poured over late into the night, the bandages hiding scars no child should bear. How does she fit into this? And Izuku? And what do you want with Midoriya? I want to train him. Ryuko blinked. Sorry. She couldn't hide her shock. You want to work for my agency. I'm not a hero. I know that. Law doesn't like guys like me, never has. His gaze hardened. But heroes have limits. Red tape. PR boards to answer to. I don't. He's not wrong. And the kid needs someone who can teach him what heroes can't afford to. He's quirkless like me. But unlike me, if a villain gets his hands on him. His fists tightened. He needs to know how to survive. Ryuko exhaled slowly at Oguro's brutal, unvarnished honesty. You understand that hiring a vigilante could put my agency under scrutiny. He smirked. Lady, you've fought villains the size of office buildings. I doubt a PR meeting scares you. Tuche. Ryuko's lips twitched despite herself. But what makes you think I'd trust you with my intern's life? He paused, long enough that she realized he was choosing his words with surprising care. Kids like him, they burn themselves out trying to become the hero they look up to. He needs someone to show him he doesn't have to die to prove his worth. Ryuko's hand trembled. You think you're that person? She whispered. No. He shook his head. I think you are. I'm just offering to handle the dirty work. Silence settled between them. Heavy, complicated, strangely warm. Finally, Ryuko closed her eyes, massaging the bridge of her nose, and to her own surprise, smiled. Fine, she said. I'll hire you on a very strict, very unofficial basis. You'll work on CQC with Midoriya under my supervision. His grin was sharp. Deal. But as he turned to leave, Ryuko found herself speaking again, quietly. Oguro. He paused in the doorway. Thank you for looking out for Midoriya and Eri. Oguro paused, one hand still on the doorframe. Don't go soft on me now. I'm only here to teach him how not to die. The rest. He jerked his chin toward the hallway where Eri's laughter was already drifting back. Well, that's your job. Welcome to the agency, Knuckle Duster. Try not to break my intern. The Midoriya apartment was quiet, too quiet, filled only with the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant sounds of Musutafu traffic. The doctors gave Izuku the all-clear to return home after Recovery Girl, whom Nejiya pretty much begged on her knees to come to the hospital, used her quirk to accelerate his healing. His left arm was free of its cast, and the sharp agony in his ribs had dulled to a manageable ache when he breathed. The half-drawn curtains let in some light, creating pale stripes on the living room floor and the recovery nest. Izuku sat in the middle of the living room sofa, which Mom had built around. He was surrounded by a carefully arranged fortress of pillows and blankets that protected him. Mom made him use a notebook to track symptoms on a side table that was full of water bottles, medicine, folded towels, and other things. On the upside, he would heal faster than he would naturally, but on the downside, he was so exhausted from the backlash of the enhanced healing that he was instructed to take at least a couple of weeks off from anything remotely strenuous. Even sitting upright for too long made his limbs feel heavy. The television was off. Izuku's fingers curled against the blanket. The silence gave him too much room to think, to replay yesterday's events, the fear, and the BLD, the sound of his own voice cracking as he begged strangers for help. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, breaking the stillness. I'll get it. Mom called out from the kitchen, already halfway there, wiping her hands on her apron. She had been hovering non-stop since he came home, eyes still faintly puffy, movements careful around him. Izuku heard the door unlock, followed by his mother's surprised exclamation. Oh, Nejiya. And, oh my goodness. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya, Mirio said from the door. We're Izuku's friends. I'm Mirio Tagata, and this is Tamaki Imagiki and Yu Haya. It's nice to meet you, Yu greeted her respectfully. Hello. Tamaki greeted her nervously. Oh, come in, all of you. Mom gestured them inside. Several voices came from the entryway, and Izuku sat up as straight as he could, even though his side hurt. Izuku! He barely had time to process before Nejiya bounded into the living room first, her periwinkle hair bouncing as she led a quiet Tamaki, bright Mirio, and Yu, somewhere in between, stopping short in front of the couch, hands clasped. Look at you, she gasped. All bundled up. That's adorable. Are you comfortable? Do you need more pillows? I can fluff pillows. I'm very good at fluffing. I'm okay. Izuku squeaked. That's good, Yu added with a small nod, eyes flicking to his injury. Mirio leaned over the back of the couch, beaming. Man, you scared us. 1 minute, we hear you were hospitalized, the next, Nejiya's trying to drag Recovery Girl by the coat. She was walking too slowly, Nejiya said flatly. We heard everything from the hospital. Well, I mean, I was there, but these guys wanted to see for themselves. How's the arm? Does it still hurt? Recovery Girl said you'd be back to interning in no time, but you look kinda pale. Oh, and we brought snacks. She plopped down on the edge of the sofa, careful not to jostle him, and move a bag of assorted treats into his lap, gummies, chocolates, and what looked like homemade cookies. You baked those herself, they're super tasty. Just wanted to do something nice, is all, Yu said, trying to hide her blush as she crossed her arms, but her eyes were soft with concern. Nejiya dragged us all here. Said you needed some cheering up after that mess. Tamaki lingered near the doorway, his hood pulled low over his face, fidgeting with his sleeves. Hey, Midoriya. Glad you're okay. I brought some takoyaki. In case you were hungry. He held out a small box, his voice barely above a whisper, but Izuku could see the genuine worry in his averted gaze. We were worried. But you look. Mirio smiled widely and clapped Tamaki on the back as he stepped forward. What Tamaki means is that we're all glad you're home and alive. It sounds like you were in a tough spot trying to save that little girl. What a heroic thing to do. Izuku nodded, and even though he was tired, he felt warm inside. Thanks, everyone, for coming. It means a lot. You're all so sweet. Izuku, isn't this nice? Mom smiled from the kitchen door as she got plates for the snacks, but he could still see the worry in her eyes. You are welcome to stay for tea. Yes, please. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said instantly. Tamaki nodded. Tea, sounds nice. Mirio gave a thumbs up. Time flew as the sidekicks filled the quiet room with uplifting noise. Tamaki perched on the edge of a chair, and Yuyu stood politely to one side. At the same time, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a immediately commandeered an empty cushion near Izuku and shared snacks. Mirio stood in the center of the room, sharing a story from the 𝐒𝐼 agency. I completely forgot I wasn't wearing my costume during training, Mirio continued. So, when I phased through the ground to surprise Bubble Girl from behind, she saw me in my birthday suit the moment she turned around. I'm pretty sure I traumatized. Huh. Mirio laughed, his booming voice vibrating the walls of the small living room. You're looking better, Izuku. Recovery girl is magic, right? Yeah, Mirio. It's a lot better. You still look pale, Tamaki muttered. He was currently standing in the corner of the room, forehead pressed against the wallpaper. Mirio, maybe you're being too loud and stressing him out. Nonsense, Tamaki. We're here to boost morale. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a was floating a few inches off the floor, hovering directly over Izuku's lap, her blue eyes wide and scanning every inch of him. Does it itch? The skin gets super itchy when it knits back together fast, right? Hey, Izuku, does it hurt when you laugh? Mirio, stop making him laugh, it might hurt. Give him some space, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a, you said from the armchair, where she sat with a cool, amused smirk, flipping through a magazine. You're going to suffocate him before he heals. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a pouted but floated back a few inches. I'm just worried. He was all broken yesterday. Izuku gave a weak, grateful smile. I'm okay, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. Really? Having everyone here helps. It was overwhelming, but in a good way. The room was filled with the vibrant energy of the sidekicks. It kept the silence at bay, the silence that allowed his mind to replay the fear and helplessness. Ding dong. The doorbell cut through Mirio's retelling of a cafeteria anecdote. Mom blinked. Another visitor. Izuku started. Nope, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said, gently pushing him back into the pillows. You stay. Mom hurried to answer it. Izuku could tell that she had been nervous about having so many guests, but everyone, especially Mirio's charm, had won her over quickly. Mom let out a sharp gasp. Oh. Ryukyu. Please, come in, come in. The room went silent. Mirio straightened his posture, and even Tamaki turned away from the wall. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya, Ryukyu's voice drifted in. I apologize for the intrusion. I brought a guest. Izuku stiffened instinctively, wincing as his ribs protested the movement. His heart slightly skipped a beat as Ryukyu entered the living room, not in her hero costume but in a sharp, casual blazer over a white blouse and dark slacks, her hair slightly askew, like she had run her fingers through it one too many times. She looked tired, her shoulders no longer rigid. But Izuku barely looked at her. His eyes were glued to the small figure trailing shyly behind her, clutching the fabric of Ryukyu's slacks, her small hands twisting nervously. Izuku breathed. The small girl peeked out from behind Ryukyu's leg. Her red eyes were wide and teary, darting between the loud blonde boy and the floating girl before locking onto Izuku, her face lit up with a mix of relief and longing. Ryukyu placed a gentle hand on the girl's head. She wouldn't settle down until she saw that you were still here. Mom hurried in with tea, but stopped, her hands flying to her mouth when she saw the little girl. Oh, you poor thing. Ryukyu guided Eri forward. The little girl moved tentatively, stepping past Mirio, who offered her a gentle, subdued wave, and approaching the sofa fortress. She stared at Izuku, her gaze fixing on the spot where his cast had been. Her lower lip trembled. You're still hurt? She whispered. I hope she isn't blaming herself for what happened. That's the last thing I want. Not anymore, Izuku said softly, leaning forward as much as the pillows allowed. He held out his healed hand. "See. Recovery girl fixed me up. I'm okay, eh? I promise." Eri thought for a moment, then reached out and touched his hand with her small, shaky fingers. She let out a shuddering breath and nodded when he didn't break. "Okay." Izuku's eyes softened, and he gently patted the space next to him with his good hand. "Hey, Eri. I'm fine now. Come here." Eri climbed up slowly and gave him a small hug that didn't hurt his wounds. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 cooed softly, Yu smiled warmly, Tamaki looked a little more relaxed, and Mirio gave a thumbs up. The room's energy changed. Ryukyu held a basket of expensive-looking melons and looked on with a soft gaze. Ryukyu cleared her throat, holding a basket of wrapped fruit. "I brought these for recovery," she said, her voice steady. "They are high in potassium. And Eri insisted on coming, she's been asking about you non-stop since yesterday." "You didn't have to do that," Izuku said as he gently ruffled Eri's hair. She giggled softly, clinging tighter. "Thank you so much." Mom accepted the basket with a bow. "I'll go cut these up. Please, take a seat." She gave Ryukyu a grateful look before retreating to the kitchen, sensing the group dynamic but bustling to accommodate the sudden crowd. The new visitors settled in. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 and Yu on nearby chairs, Tamaki perched awkwardly on an ottoman, Mirio standing cheerfully behind him. Ryukyu took the armchair opposite the sofa, draping her jacket over one arm. The dragoon hero looked at Izuku, her expression complicated. The US students sensed the shift in atmosphere, which was accompanied by the sound of Mom chopping fruit drifting from the kitchen. Ryukyu looked at Izuku, eyes sweeping over his bandages, then at Eri, who was now contentedly munching on a gummy 𝐒𝐻𝐼 gave to her. "How is the pain?" she asked softly, addressing Izuku. "Manageable." Izuku lied, then saw her raised eyebrow and corrected himself. "It hurts. But I'm okay." Ryukyu sighed, clasping her hands in her lap. "Midoriya." "Izuku." She stared at her knuckles for a long moment before meeting his gaze. He braced himself. "I came here to apologize." The room went quiet. Yu blinked. Mirio stood up straight. Tamaki looked shocked. Izuku blinked, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼 tilted her head to the side. "What for?" "For how I acted at the hospital yesterday," she said, her voice full of regret. "It was unprofessional. I yelled at you after you had just been through something traumatic. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 was about to interject, though she quieted down when Yu nudged her. Izuku shook his head, shifting carefully against the pillows. "No, Ryukyu. You were right. I was angry," she interrupted gently. "You were scared," Izuku corrected. Ryukyu paused, her eyes flickering to Eri. "That does not excuse. You thought I was going to die," he said quietly. Ryukyu froze. Mom, 𝐒𝐻𝐼, and you, they were all scared. "And you were, too." Izuku looked down at his arm, where Eri was tracing patterns on the blanket. "I realized that later. I didn't think about how my actions would hurt the people who care about me. So, please, don't apologize. I needed to hear it." Ryukyu's expression softened, melting into a small, sad smile that touched her lips. "You're very perceptive for your age, Midoriya." "Yes. We were terrified." She leaned back, the tension leaving her frame. "What you did was still dangerous. However, I'll strive to be more constructive next time." "Yes, I was very scared," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 admitted, sniffing loudly. Yu scratched her cheek. "Yeah." Both Mirio and Tamaki nodded in sync. "And?" Ryaku looked him straight in the eye, then gestured to the little girl sitting quietly next to him. "You saved her." Izuku looked down at Eri. She was twisting the hem of her shirt, lost in her own world, but safe. "She was just so small. I had to do something." Ryukyu nodded. "Thank you, my hero," Eri whispered, and Izuku felt his heart flutter like he never had before. "I'm her hero. So cute." 𝐒𝐻𝐼 looked like she was about to cry from the sheer adorableness, but Yu snapped her back to reality. They sat in a comfortable silence for a moment. Tamaki offered Eri some takoyaki, which she accepted shyly, and Mirio cracked a light joke to ease the mood. Izuku traced the edge of the blanket with his good hand. There was something else eating at Izuku, a question that had kept him awake half the night. Ryukyu. Yes. Yesterday, in the hospital. You said something, Izuku started, his brow furrowing. When I told you about the people on the street ignoring us instead of helping. You called it the unfortunate reality of our society. Ryukyu's face darkened slightly as she nodded. The room grew heavy, even Mirio's smile faded completely. I don't understand, Izuku admitted, his voice tightening. I was screaming for help. Eri was terrified. It was obvious we were in trouble. There were adults right there. Why? He swallowed. Why did they just look the other way? Ryukyu let out a long, heavy sigh. She looked toward the window, watching the peaceful sky. Tell me, Midoriya. If your sink breaks, what do you do? I call a plumber. And if there is a fire? I call the fire department. Exactly, Ryukyu said, turning back to him with a serious look in her eyes. We live in a society where we hire professionals to do everything for us. Before the age of quirks, people had to depend on each other. A neighbor would help out if someone were in trouble because no one else could. But she pointed vaguely toward the outside world. Now we have heroes who can do that job. Most people now think that basic moral responsibility is a job that only the government and licensed agencies have. Nejiya frowned, Mirio's smile faded, and Yu crossed her arms. Bystander syndrome. Tamaki said quietly. Precisely, Ryukyu nodded grimly. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. So, they didn't help because they assumed someone else would. They see a fight, and they don't think, I need to help. They think, where is the hero? They tell themselves that they aren't trained, that they'll get in the way, or, most commonly, that a pro is surely just around the corner. That's. Izuku struggled for the word. That's terrible. It is tragedy born of comfort, the luxury of inaction, Ryukyu said. We've unintentionally made a society of bystanders by making it safer and creating a group of people whose job it is to protect others. People have forgotten heroism. True heroism is the willingness to act. Izuku took this in, and the heavy truth settled in his chest. It made the world feel colder, but it also made the fire inside him burn a little hotter. Mr. Oguro didn't wait for a hero. The group was quiet. Nejia's usual energy was low, Yu was nodding in thought, Tamaki was staring at the floor, and Mirio. That's why we have to be better. His smile faded into determination as he clenched his fist. We have to be the ones who arrive so fast they don't have to wait. We fight against it, Ryukyu said quietly, standing up and walking over to him as Mom approached with a tray of sliced melon. Heroes like myself, and hopefully future heroes like all of you. We try to inspire. But there is only so much we can do to change human nature. She placed her hand on his shoulder. Which means we need you to heal properly, Midoriya. We can't afford to lose the ones who actually care. Especially if you plan to train. Here. Izuku's head snapped up. How did you? I overheard Nejiya talking about it with her friends. Ryukyu glanced at the group, who all grinned sheepishly. Oops. Nejiya waved innocently. And we're all on board with helping you, Mirio said, giving a wink. We've got your back, Izuku. Nejiya grinned, flashing a peace sign. We'll make you super strong. Yu shrugged, and Tamaki blushed, but it was clear they were also willing to help. Izuku flushed. I'm serious about training my body. I assumed. She leaned forward slightly. But may I ask what kind of training? Self-defense. Conditioning. Situational awareness. Anything that makes me less. Izuku gestured to his injuries. If I had been stronger, I could have protected Eri without getting hurt. Ryukyu's eyes flicked to his arm, then to Eri, who was watching him with wide eyes. You are aware that even trained pros have been in situations where they end up hurt, no matter how hard they have trained. I know. But you still want to try. Izuku didn't answer right away as his shoulders sagged. Yes. Ryukyu searched his face, looking thoughtful. That's not the right reason, she said firmly. You should not train so that you can do everything alone. You should train so you can survive long enough for help to arrive. Heroes work in teams whether they admit it or not. She gestured to the room, to Mirio, Tamaki, Nejaya, and Yuyu. You have a good team. Izuku swallowed, looking at his present friends, and thinking about the ones he had made at the agency. Yes, Ryukyu's lips twitched into a faint smile. Good. I should also mention that Swift, Brock, Aquawoman, Dr. Yura, and the rest of the agency are wishing you a quick recovery. Dr. Yura will be stopping by to have a session with you tomorrow to make sure you are okay. Izuku blinked. It is not up for debate, either. Your mental health has been neglected for long enough. Therapy. Nejaya cheered. Good. Tamaki and Mirio said at the same time, the latter with a smile. Yuyu nodded. While the group drank tea and ate melon slices, the apartment was filled with light conversation. Nejaya asked Ai about her favorite colors, Yuyu told funny stories about the pussycats, Tamaki quietly offered more snacks, and Mirio got everyone excited about future training sessions. Eri stayed close to Izuku, holding his small hand in hers. But all good things had to come to an end. Ryukyu reached down and gently offered her hand to Ai. Come along, Ai. Let's let Midoriya rest. Eri stood up slowly. She looked at Izuku one last time, her red eyes searching his. Then, silently, she gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod and took Ryukyu's hand. As they left, the apartment didn't return to silence. Mirio immediately jumped up. All right. Doctor's orders or not, if you're gonna train, you need protein. Who wants to make a meal plan? Mirio, sit down, Tamaki said with a groan. Izuku watched them, and a warm feeling spread through his chest. He wasn't by himself. And the next time, I will be ready. The dive bar smelled like old beer, cheap tobacco, and the dampness of a basement that hadn't seen the sun in decades. It was a place where no one asked questions, and everyone acted like they didn't know anyone. It was also the kind of place where it was best not to look at stains on the floor. Kojiro Okuta, better known to anyone who mattered in the underbelly of society as Jiran, leaned back in his chair, cigarette balanced between his fingers, tapping the ash as smoke curled lazily toward the stained ceiling. His drinking buddy Jin Bubaigawara, wearing a paper bag over his head, nursed his half-empty glass of whiskey with both hands. His shoulders hunched, but his posture was loose in the way of a man trying very hard to look relaxed as he was currently in the middle of a heated argument with his own reflection. I need another drink. No, you don't, you need to save money. Jin slapped his own hand away from the glass before immediately grabbing it again. But I'm thirsty. You have a problem. Easy, Jin. Jiran chuckled, taking a sip of his own half-empty glass. You're making the bartender nervous. He's staring at me. Jin hissed, hunching his shoulders, slouching against the worn wooden counter. He's not looking at you, you narcissist. Jiran flicked ash into the tray. Relax, tonight we're off the clock. Off the clock is when things go wrong, Jin muttered. Statistically speaking. I don't know the statistics. They weren't exactly the picture of high society, but in a place like this, they fit right in. Jin was mid-rant about some botched job from last week, his voice a mix of enthusiasm and self-deprecation. Man, Jiran, you should have seen it. I almost had the drop on that security guard, bam, right in the kisser, but then I tripped over my own DMN feet. Clumsy as hell, right? Or maybe I'm just cursed. Nah, it's gotta be bad luck. Jiran chuckled, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. Luck's got nothing to do with it, Jin. You need to stop second-guessing yourself. One of these days, you'll ding. The bell above the heavy wooden door chimed. It wasn't the usual drunken stumble of a regular. The door opened with precision, and the footsteps that followed were deliberate, quiet, and expensive. Jiran didn't turn right away. He didn't need to. He could tell enough from the change in the room's mood. The low hum of talking didn't stop, but it did get quieter. A person approached their corner booth, and Jiran didn't have to turn around to see who it was. The smell of antiseptic and expensive fabric cleaner cut through the smoke from the cigarettes. Jiran recognized him immediately and sighed softly through his nose. "Well," he muttered, putting out his cigarette. "There goes the relaxing evening." Jin followed his gaze. Oh no. That's not a buy you a drink face. That's a ruin your evening face." 𝐭𝐚𝐲 stopped at their table. The man was dressed impeccably, dark, crisp, and radiating a cold aura that made the local thugs look like playground bullies. "Jiran," 𝐚𝐲 greeted evenly. His voice was smooth, lacking any warmth. His gaze flicked to Jin briefly, assessing, before settling back on Jiran. "We need to talk. Privately, if possible." Jin looked up, his fidgeting intensifying. "Whoa, who's this stiff? Friend of yours, Jiran? Looks like he stepped out of a mafia flick. Or maybe a funeral director. Both. Nice suit, buddy." "Zip it, Jin," Jiran warned, his tone losing its usual playfulness. He turned his stool to face the Yakuza member. He kept his hands visible, his posture relaxed but open. They'd crossed paths before, brokering deals for information and other things that the Yakuza needed on the down low. No point in playing games with him. "𝐚𝐴, Jiran gestured lazily with his cigarette. "To what do I owe the pleasure? And before you ask, I'm not glad to see you, I haven't spoken to the police, and this drink is watered down." 𝐚𝐴 stared at him, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. "Saving me the trouble of activating my quirk." Jin looked between them. "Is this the truth guy?" "This is the truth guy, isn't it? That's inconvenient. I lie constantly. Mostly accidentally." 𝐚𝐴's gaze briefly shifted to Jin, assessing, then returned to Jiran. "I know how you operate, Shin," Jiran said with a lazy grin, though his eyes were sharp. "I'm a broker. My reputation is built on knowing the players. Why waste your breath asking questions when I can volunteer the truth? You'd pull it out of me anyway. And no need for privacy, whatever you ask, I'll answer straight. It saves us both time." A faint crease formed between 𝐚𝐴's brows. "Approval, perhaps. Efficient." He pulled out a chair and sat, not bothering to order a drink. The young head appreciates efficiency. He adjusted his glove, pulling the fabric taut with a precision that bordered on ritualistic. But more than that, he appreciates order. The world is a sick, chaotic mess of heroes and villains playing in the dirt. 𝐚𝐴 looked around the dive bar, his lip curling in a micro-expression of genuine revulsion. To him, the smoke, the spilled beer, and the people in the room weren't just messy, they were a contagion. Jiran stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, leaning forward. "How is Overhaul these days? Still sending you on errands?" Shin nodded, his expression unchanging, though a flicker of approval might have crossed his eyes at Jiran's forthrightness. "Overhaul is the only one with the vision to dismantle it, to peel back the layers of filth and reveal something clean. He wasn't one for small talk, unless it was about his boss's grand plan, and neither was Jiran when confession was in play. I am merely the instrument of his will," 𝐚𝐴 continued, his voice dropping to a low, reverent tone. "To serve a man with the power to deconstruct reality itself. It's a privilege most aren't worthy of." But he grows impatient. "We lost something, and the young head requires your services as a broker. One of our assets has been misplaced." Jiran raised an eyebrow. "That's unfortunate." "Taken," 𝐚𝐴 corrected, his gloved hand resting on the sticky table without flinching. "A young girl, vital to our operations, to the organization's future." The room felt colder. "A girl." Jiran didn't react outwardly, but his mind began moving immediately, inventorying rumors, whispers, recent movements. He'd heard things. Things he didn't want to think about. Small. White hair. A horn, 𝐚𝐴 listed the traits mechanically. She was in transit when the SCRTS bungled it. Their incompetence allowed her to escape. Jin shifted in his seat. "Incompetence is contagious. You should isolate it. Quarantine it. Or, Jin," Jiran said mildly. "Right. Quiet." Jiran lit another cigarette, the lighter clicking loudly in the tense silence. "So, you want the girl back. And we want you to find whoever took her, too." 𝐚𝐴 leaned forward slightly. We later secured the subordinates from police custody. I interrogated them personally. Jiran met his eyes. And they were uncooperative at first. But everyone answers me eventually. Jiran nodded. I'm sure they did. They described two individuals, Minamoto continued. One was a green-haired brat. Middle school age. Fast on his feet, he shouted a lot of self-righteous heroic nonsense. Jiran took a drag. Some Yakuza lost to a green-haired middle schooler. I shouldn't laugh, but that is DMN funny. The other was a vigilante. Older man. Rugged. Unhinged. Uses knuckle dusters. Jiran paused, the smoke holding in his lungs for a fraction of a second too long before he exhaled. Knuckle duster. Jin let out a low whistle. Knuckle duster. That old brawler. Heard he's got fists like sledgehammers. Crazy strong, or maybe just crazy. Both. You know him? It wasn't a question, Jiran unintentionally gave that much away. I know of him, Jiran corrected quickly, relying on the technicality. The guy is a whack job. A quirkless geezer beating up street punks because he has nothing better to do. We have a, let's call it a transactional history. I sell him info and other commodities. He pays on time. Doesn't like being cheated. Sometimes we share a drink, but we aren't exchanging friendship bracelets. Did you know he was involved in this? No, Jiran said immediately, truthfully. I didn't know he was stupid enough to cross the Shai Hasaikai. He usually sticks to petty drag dealers. He crossed us, Minamoto said coldly. And he took the girl. What did you do with the essays after they sang? Jiran asked. Did you fire them? Jin chimed in, leaning over the table. I bet you fired them. Give them a severance package. Minamoto turned his head slowly to look at Jin, his expression unreadable. Once they gave up all the relevant details, I transferred them to another associate. Jin tilted his head. Transferred like, transferred. I handed them over to Tabe. His response was matter-of-fact, chilling in its simplicity. Jiran grimaced. Jesus Christ. He knew Soromitsu Tabe, the cannibal with a quirk that effectively weaponized his never-ending hunger. No loose ends. They will not be making further mistakes, Minamoto said, expression remaining placid as he turned back to Jiran. What's the offer? He asked. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick, plain envelope. He slid it across the table. Half now, Minamoto said. You'll get the other half when you give us the location of the girl, the brat, and the vigilante. And you'll receive a bonus upon her return. Jiran looked at the envelope. It was thick. Thicker than his usual fee for a simple locate job. Based on weight alone, it has to be about 2 million yen. Alive, I assume. Alive, Minamoto confirmed. Unharmed. A beat passed. And if I decline? Minamoto held his gaze. You will not. There was no threat in the words, just certainty. This boy, the vigilante, they aren't just obstacles, Jiran. They are impurities in the young head's design. And he does not like to be left with a stained canvas. Jiran looked at Jin, who was vibrating with anxious energy. Jin leaned closer to Jiran. We should say no, he whispered. We should absolutely say yes. This sounds like a bad deal. Maybe a good deal. No, a bad deal. I don't know. He ignored him as he picked up the envelope, weighing it in his hand as he thought about knuckle duster. The geezer's a pain in the butt, but he's my pain in the butt. Still, the Shai Hasaikai had resources, reach, and patience. Refusing them outright isn't impossible, but it's unwise. They don't take no for an answer. And I'd rather not end up as Tabe's next meal. The Yakuza pays well, Jiran said, sliding the envelope toward himself and opening it just enough to glimpse the bills inside. Substantial. Jin glanced over his shoulder. That's a lot of zeros. I like zeros. I don't like zeros. They are round and nice. Jiran put the envelope in his coat pocket. I'll keep an ear out, but I need more information, anything that will help me find the kid. Deal. Minamoto tilted his head a little. The young head wants discretion. You'll get results, Jiran replied. Discretion costs extra. If you succeed, you will find us generous, but do it quickly, Jiran, Minamoto said, standing up and smoothing his suit jacket. The young head hates to be kept waiting. And I'd hate to have to ask you why you failed. Minamoto turned and walked out of the bar, the silence lingering in his wake. Ding! The bell chimed as he exited. Silence lingered at the table as Jiran watched the heavy wooden door swing shut behind Minamoto. Jin whistled low. I hate when polite people are terrifying. I like his style. Are we gonna help him? DMN, Jiran, that's a score. Or a setup. You sure about this guy? We should rob him. Jiran sighed, rubbing his temples. We're going to do the job, Jin. But first, order another round. I have a feeling this is going to get messy. Jin groaned. I knew I should have stayed home. But also, this is exciting. I hate that it's exciting. You know what your problem is. You trust people too much. Or not enough. One of those. Maybe both. That's contradictory. I contradict myself. Jiran snorted, lighting another cigarette. You do that. It's charming. Jin insisted. I think. He looked down at the envelope on the table, the thick, heavy weight of 2 million yen. It was enough to buy a lot of silence or a lot of trouble. Knuckle duster, you old fossil. Of all the hives to poke, you had to go for the one with the longest stingers. He knew the old brawler was a dead man if Overhaul's inner circle caught up to him. Jiran wasn't a saint, he'd sold out better men for less money, but there was a code. Or at least, a sense of professional balance. If he handed the vigilante over, he'd have the Yakuza's favor, but he'd lose a consistent, if cranky, client. And frankly, the underworld was more interesting with people like Knuckle Duster in it. 2 million to find him. Another 2 to bring him in. But if the Yakuza move in, the whole neighborhood goes dark. Too much heat. Bad for the rest of my business. He caught Jin's eye, the man was still arguing with himself, and Jiran made a quiet, mental note. He'd take the money. He'd do the job. But maybe, just maybe, he'd find a way to let a certain whack job know that the wind was turning cold before the storm actually hit. Business is business. But I prefer my business partners to be breathing. Usually. Jiran stood, tossing cash onto the table. Let's go find a missing angel. Ding dong. When the doorbell rang this time, Mom was expecting it and opened the door wide. Come in, please, she said. Watch your step, Starlight, Brock told his fiancée as he helped her through the door. Dr. Yura wore a soft cardigan over a professional dress. Behind her was Brock, wearing a casual button-up shirt and jeans. He carried a small box of pastries, which looked smaller in his big, rocky hands, with delicate care. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya, Brock rumbled, his voice deep but kind. These are from the bakery down the street. The cheese tarts are good. Oh, you didn't have to. Mom flustered, taking the box. Izuku has told me about his co-workers. He's in the living room. Yura offered Inko a reassuring smile. Mrs. Midoriya, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak with Izuku in private. Brock can keep you company in the kitchen. He's excellent at making tea, despite the size of his hands. I am a man of many talents, Brock said, gently steering Mom toward the kitchen to give the therapist and patient space. Tap tap tap. Dr. Yura took careful steps, her white cane helping her navigate the apartment until she found the armchair opposite the sofa where Izuku lay and sat down, crossing her legs. Hello, Midoriya, she began softly. Hi, Dr. Yura, Izuku rasped. He felt small under her gaze, not because she was intimidating, but because her quirk allowed her to taste, feel, smell, and hear everything he was trying to hide. How's the arm? It itches. Dr. Yura nodded, leaning back. That's to be expected. She paused, letting the silence settle for a second. Ryukyu told me everything. About Eri. About the men after her, after you, and what had happened. I know it was reckless, Izuku said, staring at his lap. Dr. Yura didn't respond immediately. Instead, she winced, her nose wrinkling as if a sudden, pungent odor had filled the room. She reached up, rubbing the bridge of her nose with a thumb and forefinger. You should know, Midoriya, she said, her voice strained. When you minimize your own pain, it smells like scorched RBB to me. It's quite distracting. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed on his chest. And when you lie to yourself, it tastes like copper. Like I've just bitten my own tongue. So when I ask you how you're feeling, try to give me something a bit more palatable. Izuku swallowed hard. I'm okay, he whispered. Dr. Yura's hand twitched on her cane, and she let out a short, sharp huff of breath. And that was a shot of pure vinegar. Let's try again, Izuku, without the sour aftertaste. Let's move on. I want to know what was going through your head when you realized no one else was coming. Izuku picked at a loose thread on the blanket. It was cold. It felt like the world just stopped. I realized those people weren't seeing us. Or they didn't want to. He swallowed hard. I realized that if I didn't move, she was going to disappear. And if she disappeared, it would be my fault. So you kept on running until there was nowhere left to go, Yura said. But why fight them? You knew you were outmatched. You knew you were going to be hurt. Because she needed a hero, Izuku said, his voice cracking. And because, at the time, I thought it was a fair trade. The air in the room dropped a few degrees. Yura leaned forward. A fair trade. Me for her. Izuku finally looked up, his green eyes wet. A's just a kid who has her whole life ahead of her. And me. I'm just. He trailed off, gesturing vaguely to himself. I'm just Deku. Explain. Nejaya, Ryukyu, Mom, and everyone at the agency. I know they care. I know they do. But at that time, I thought if someone had to get hurt, it should be me because I can handle it. I'm not. I'm not as important as a scared little girl. Dr. Yura let out a slow breath. Izuku. Look at me. He did. Your life is as valuable as anyone else's. But, no buts, she cut him off, softly but firmly. Do you truly think your life is worth less than that? Izuku didn't say anything. I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to really hear it. Dr. Yura's voice shook with emotion that she was trying to hide. If those men had killed you yesterday, it wouldn't have been a trade. It would have been a tragedy. Nejaya would have been broken. Your mother would never recover. Ryukyu would have to live with that guilt until she died. I don't want to hurt them, Izuku said hurriedly, panic rising in his chest. That's the last thing I want. Then you have to stop treating your life like it's worth less than everyone else's, Dr. Yura said. Self-sacrifice is part of heroism, yes. She reached out, placing a hand over his good one. But there is a difference between risking your life to save someone and throwing your life away because you don't think it has value to begin with. You are a person, Izuku, and you are loved. I want to value it, Izuku admitted, his voice cracking, fighting the sting in his eyes. I do. I want to live. But I hate feeling helpless. I hate that my only option was to endure the pain until someone stronger arrived. I hate that I couldn't do anything but bleed. Izuku bit his lip. It was hard to hear. It went against years of conditioning. I thought after meeting Nejaya, interning for Ryukyu, I would know how to turn it off. The feeling that I'm expendable. I know, Dr. Yura said softly, squeezing his hand. We don't fix that in one day. We don't fix that with one conversation. But we start by acknowledging it's there. You saved Eri. That was brave. That was heroic. But we need to get you to a place where you want to survive the fight just as much as you want to win it. Izuku sniffed, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Okay. I'll try. Yura sat back, her demeanor shifting back to something slightly lighter, giving him room to breathe. Good. That's all I ask for today. We're going to work on this, Izuku, for the next time you step in to save someone. Izuku smiled weakly. Thanks, Dr. Yura. For the next hour, they kept going, breaking down the walls Izuku had built around his heart. They talked about what made him feel insecure, being bullied when he was quirkless, being on the roof, and the pressure and fear of letting people down all the time. Dr. Yura gently led him, never pushing too hard, but always pushing him to be kind to himself. She told him how to stay grounded when he was unsure by doing things like breathing exercises, writing down his wins, no matter how small, and affirmations. As the talk came to an end, Yura looked at her watch, which was, of course, in Braille. "That's all we have time for today," she said as she stood up with the help of her cane. "You've done a good job, Izuku. Keep in mind that progress isn't always straightforward. Some days you'll feel like you're starting over, but that's okay. We will keep going." Izuku nodded, feeling a little better even though he was tired. "I really appreciate it." Dr. Yura smiled with warmth. "Brock. We're done." Brock's deep voice came over from the kitchen. "I'm on my way, Starlight." A few moments later, he came to the door with 2 steaming mugs in his hands. "I brought some chamomile for both of you. Soothes the nerves." Mom followed him, her eyes a little watery, as if she had been talking about her own problems. "Is everything okay?" she asked, standing close to Izuku. "Yeah, Mom," Izuku said, taking the tea. "Just talking things over." Brock helped Dr. Yura pack up her things, and he moved with surprising grace for a big guy. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Midoriya. If you ever need help with anything around here, like fixing shelves, just let me know." "Oh, you're too kind," Mom said, waving him off but clearly moved. "And thanks for the lesson on tea. I had no idea you could steep it like that." Dr. Yura stopped and turned back to Izuku as they walked to the door. "One more thing, let's talk about limits in the next session. Heroes need them too." This time, Izuku was able to smile for real. "Okay." The door clicked shut behind them. The apartment was quieter, but it was also warmer. Mom sat next to her son and pulled the blanket up around him. "I'm proud of you, Izuku. For everything." He leaned his head on her shoulder, the weight of the day easing just a fraction. "Thanks, Mom." "Me too. I think